Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we are here with the start of our all new F2 24 career mode. Yes, we're back as is tradition now on the channel with an all new F2 series. Of course, you guys voted in your thousands on the video I did earlier on in the week on Monday, and yeah, the winning driver, as you can probably tell already by the title, is going to be Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So we're going to be racing with the Prema F1 team throughout the course of this 14 race weekend season. 28 races ahead of us here in FIA Formula 2. For those of you that are new to the channel and don't know how this series works, normally the videos will go live on a Saturday and Sunday around the F1 Grand Prix weekend. But of course, where we've got the Lando Norris F1 Championship as well, trying to make him world champion, some of the videos might appear a little bit odd, of course, over the weeks as well. But yeah, normally this series obviously is going to be dictated or kind of dedicated to the weekends as well. Now, fun fact, if you want to go in and do an F2 championship inside F1 24, don't click the real life calendar. For some reason, they forgot that F2's racing in Qatar this year. So I've had to go through and make a custom calendar ready for this series. And yeah, obviously we are going to be racing alongside Ollie Behrman, of course, the man that we actually drove as in last year's version of this series. But yeah, this time round, we're going to be racing as Andrea Kimi Antonelli. And maybe, just maybe, if we win the championship, we will make the move up to Formula 1 as well and do a series in the Mercedes car as well in the not too distant future. Now, for the first couple of episodes, I'm going to keep the AI difficulty slightly down at 102, just as obviously I try and learn the car, learn the settings and everything like that. Of course, it's going to be a one-shot qualifying format with both the sprint and the feature races, 50% Grand Prix as we normally do inside this game. Now, I'm hoping that they've made sure they've got kind of the weekend format correct. So in Formula 2 this year, you have qualifying, then the sprint race, and then the feature race. Obviously, qualifying is done as normal. Top 10 in qualifying, and then reverse for the sprint. And then for the actual Grand Prix, the feature race on Sunday, it's just the qualifying order. So qualifying is even more important than it has been in previous years as well. There are, of course, dynamic weather, everything like that. We're going to go with an approximate forecast accuracy as well. Not that it tends to make too much difference inside this game. We'll obviously make sure that the red flags are on as well. But yeah, we'll leave them on increase so we actually get some of them. I tend to add all of the increased things inside the game, just so that, yeah, like I said, you actually end up with some of them. Everything else is as normal inside this series as well. So yeah, the first of 28 races gonna be coming up ahead of us. Like I said, hopefully if the format is correct, we'll do qualifying in the sprint race in today's video, and then tomorrow will be the feature race as well. Get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 140,000 subscribers. But yeah, let's do this thing. Well, here we are then down in the pit lane, ready for our first one-shot qualifying session of the year then. And as you would have seen if you watched the other video we did earlier on in the week, yeah, I'm not entirely sure how to set up these cars just yet. So we're probably going to have to try a few different things throughout the first weekend of the season. Of course, something that plagued Prema pretty much throughout most of the campaign so far, IRL in 2024 as well. But obviously just want to try and make sure that we get the car all figured out. You know, we don't want to run too much, you know, big risk on the setup either. You know, we want a car that's going to be drivable. But let's do this thing then. Ready for our first ever one-shot qualifying session here in these new Formula 2 cars. I'm looking forward to this. I think this season is going to be very, very interesting. But yeah, normally this first weekend is kind of a bit more of a learning curve for us. Just working out how everything works. And obviously how to try and maximise the car as well there. Now, qualifying, for those of you that don't know, if you claim pole position in Formula 2, you do get 2 bonus points. So whoever takes pole on Friday night will take an early championship lead into the first round of the season. But yeah, qualifying margins are going to be incredibly close. So it is going to be interesting, you know, to see whether anybody kind of takes a dominant run of pole positions or anything like that this season. And so far, Dennis Hauger, obviously very, very experienced now in FIA Formula 2, seems to have built up an early lead in this session then, as down through turn 9 and turn 10. Oh, got to be so careful. Just felt the car trying to under-rotate at the front and over-rotate at the rear of the car as well there. But yeah, we are a little way off the pace at the moment. I'm hoping we're not going to be a million miles off, but yeah, like I said, you know, this first round for me is far more about kind of trying to settle in and everything like that. And especially with the one-stop qualifying, of course, the AI, you know, they just obviously immediately go in and race quite quickly. It does take me a little while to warm up as well inside this series, but, you know, anything can happen here in Formula 2, and usually it does. As Dennis Hauger then makes his way through the final couple of corners, we've lost less and less time as the lap has gone on, so as we make our way out of the final corner then, I think we are going to qualify last on the grid, but we weren't a million miles away either. Well, there we go then. Dennis Hauger takes pole position by just under 1/10 of a second ahead of Paul Aaron and our teammate Ollie Behrman there. Franco Colapinto in P4 ahead of Gabriele Bortoletto, Richard Verschoor, Victor Martins, Josh Dirksen, Isaac Hadjar, and it will be Enzo Fittipaldi that will start this one from the pole position as well then. Real-life double winner here, Zane Maloney, all the way down in P17. We were 1.6 seconds off the pace of anybody else, but I feel like, yeah, we will hopefully be up to pace by the end of the sprint.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full-on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? Bahrain represents an exceptional 3.36 miles of racing. Lots of opportunities to overtake throughout its 15 corners. Now, this track has built a reputation for being brutal on the rear tyres, so keep an eye on how these young drivers manage their rubber. Strategy here could ultimately determine the winner of the race. It's Formula 2, it is the sprint race. I'm Alex Jakes, Alex Brundle is alongside me. Now Alex, there's no mandatory stop in the rules, but this is Formula 2. Anything could happen.
We have seen stops before at the end of the sprint race, jumping onto that softer compounded tyre and having at it for the final few laps of the race. Indeed, we've seen sprint races won like that, so anything can happen out there. Don't send the pit crew home just yet.
If we don't want to be stuck near the back for most of the race, you're going to need to push early on. Good luck.
Well, we better not send the pit crew home just yet, because of course we got a feature race tomorrow as well that we need to make sure, obviously we do have to pit during the feature race. Of course, sprints tend to, be no-stop strategies. Probably going to have to use the harder compounded tyre. I remember in F123, I believe, the strategy was kind of all over the place because, the tyres just could not last far enough in either of the races. I'm hoping they fix that inside F124, because ultimately it was pretty much a game-breaking glitch that kind of ruined our F2 career mode on that year's game. But ready then on the grid here for 12 laps in Bahrain. It is 5 red lights, and the F2 season gets underway there as we get off to a fairly good start there. Pepe Marti struggling to get off the line. Rafael Villagomez will immediately get around the outside of the Campos driver in towards turn 1. We are going to try and take it nice and easy. Whoa, into that first corner, he says that. And then immediately almost careens into the back of Jack Crawford. But we made up some spots off at turn 1. Zane Maloney, Amory Cordeal just now in front of me here as we make our way up the hill. But yeah, that's ended up being quite a good start then. As you can see, Stanek trying to look down the inside. Oh, with Kushmini there as well. Zane Maloney just trying to take things easy. I believe in his second Formula 2 season, of course, in 2024. Amory Cordeal has definitely done more than that and is still, for some reason, well, kicking around there as we're going to go 3 wide down in towards the hairpin. Zane Maloney there's kind of just going to get a little bit squeezed out as Cordeal absolutely wanted to try and commit down the inside, but we've had a very good start then. Up 6 places off the start of this one, so maybe the AI just looking very, very strong in qualifying. But of course, yeah, we're never afraid to get our elbows out either at the start of a GP there. Juan Manuel Correa next up on the old hit list though. So I just see the understeer as, still trying to get the tyre warm up into the car. We definitely don't have the same grip as we did in qualifying. There we go, Enzo Fittipaldi does still lead the way at the end of lap 1. He's already building up a little bit of a gap over the Campos of Isaac Hadjar, I believe that is, running in P2. I think we're running slightly higher downforce than most of the other runners here.
Wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push, push.
Yeah, hopefully that won't be too much of an issue mark. There's Amory Cordeal. Will mug me off on the brakes down at turn 1. DRS now, I believe, does actually not get enabled until lap 3 still in Formula 2, as Zane Maloney now try and have a look as well. So maybe my lap 1 aggression already, AI trying to capitalise on that. We'll go side by side with Maloney down in towards the S's there. A brave manoeuvre around the outside, but we will pinch him over that curb and we will hang on. Zane Maloney again tries to have a look down the inside at the final corner. I'm just trying some different brake bias settings out to see if that can help us out here. And you can see the Barbados kid makes the move up into P17 once again as Jack Crawford now trying to potentially line up a move down in towards turn 1. DRS surely now is enabled. Have I missed it? It certainly hasn't come up with anything there, as Rafael Villagomez as well try and have a look. And there we go, yeah, DRS is enabled in this sprint, so we'll get an idea of just how powerful that is in these cars as well. But I think we need to try and hang on to Zane Maloney's coattails for a couple of laps, see if he can bring us back up to those cars in front. As always with these Formula 2 cars, the key to driving them seems to be smoothness. Ollie Behrman, yeah, still battling right up towards the front of the order. Jack Crawford, I mean, see how quickly that car settles around the outside. This really does feel like IRL what Preyrat's put up with in round 1 of the campaign. Because I remember as well, back then, they seemingly had no straight line speed in the car. Like I've said, you know, this opening round is always a bit of a learning curve for us. It's always quite tough to kind of get everything figured out. But I feel like instantly I've now got a brake bias that works quite nicely as well, that is allowing me to attack a bit more through the corners. I just wish I'd not put as much wing on the car. I mean, even now when we've got the DRS, we're still losing time down the straights to the cars around us there, as Rafael Villagomez now trying to have a look down the inside of turn 1. This was not the driver that I wanted to, you know, kind of be battling with early on in this race. Zach O'Sullivan as well, really struggling down towards the rear of the order. I mean, we're able to keep up with Crawford, I think, just about stay in that DRS range, but yeah, already the traction in these cars is so difficult to come by. But of course the AI, with their built-in traction control, they just pull away on every single corner exit. I mean, even there, we got a good run on the exit of that corner, and Rafael Villagomez still, I mean, admittedly he did have the DRS that time, but still able to fly down our inside as well. You can just see off of the corner, we got nothing. We got absolutely nothing against the AI. So maybe I can already start bringing out the Mechachrome excuses or something like that. But all those spots we gained at the start of this one, we are immediately losing here. You can see at the front of the order, you know, most people still pretty much in a train. There's a couple of cars that obviously have dropped back from that, as Isaac Hadjar, new fast lap of the day. He's 1.4 seconds quicker than us. Admittedly, he has got the DRS absolutely everywhere, but I think even if I nailed it, we would barely be down into the 1 minute 42s. As you can see now, even with the DRS, how little of a run we'll get on Rafael Villagomez back down towards turn 1. Can we go the long way around this time and just try to fight to hang on inside the top 20? We'll get the elbows out again with him. I'm sure Villagomez not too happy with the way I'm racing, as we've got yellows out. Not too sure who that is. I think that might be Gomez, who's out of the Grand Prix. So he might be the first driver then to get well and truly mecha-chromed here. Could that bring out a safety car in this first race? Apparently not. Oh, here we go. Pepe Marti now trying to have a look down the inside, so we'll be really cheeky and try to clean the DRS off him. But you can just see there, even Marti got a slide through that final corner, but is able to get the power down. And it's very much, you cannot do anything in the mid-corner. Still, yeah, here we're losing time to Ollie Behrman each and every lap. Probably to the surprise of absolutely nobody there, as a bit of a lock-up down in towards turn 1. But yeah, you can't do anything to correct the car, it feels like. It just constantly is on a knife edge early on, and the AI, of course, have no such problems with it. You know, you cannot just blip the throttle through a corner. You basically have to brake in a straight line, turn in, and then get on the throttle on the exit. And even there, when I felt like we got good hookup, we still lose another 10th to Marti. We have not taken the setup in the right direction this weekend, and boy oh boy is it costing us. As I mean, look at that again through there. You just cannot do anything with the car, and the AI, they just go goodbye. Well, Zach O'Sullivan seems to be the last man that we've got left to battle in this race, as Marti has once again just absolutely rocked off here. And what's worrying me even more His Crawford's got front wing damage and we're still... Sorry, O'Sullivan even's got front wing damage and still we're barely able to keep him at bay. Like I said, I think if we get it absolutely hooked up, we can nearly keep up with the AI. But yeah, I think for the second race here in Bahrain tomorrow, we are going to have to lower the difficulty just a little bit. Problem I've noticed as well, I think genuinely, some of you might have seen before inside F124, it's been an issue for so many years now on these games, but when you run the AI at Ultimate, to try and make them competitive, they give them more straight line speed. That kind of works sometimes in Formula 1, but obviously in Formula 2 when it is a spec series, and well, I don't want to make this again a rant about Mechachrome or anything like that, but it kind of just means you've got no chance whatsoever, because there isn't battery to play with or anything like that. It just means, I mean, even, yeah, O'Sullivan, who's got front wing damage, he can get the drive off of a corner, despite having less downforce on that car, and still get down the inside of us in towards that final turn. So it might well be that we have to run the AI on 99 difficulty, because otherwise they just are too OP inside this game. So I hope, if anything, you know, if you're planning on doing an F2 career mode yourself, you can try and use this as kind of a lesson as such. But as we make another lockup down at that first corner, though, we're losing a good 2-3 seconds a lap to those cars in front. But we've just got to try and make sure we beat O'Sullivan here, otherwise, well, it's a pretty disappointing day anyway. But we, you know, like I said, this is a learning experience. What? Hey, we got yellow flags out. What on earth is this? What on earth has gone on? We got yellow flags out there as this car's absolutely everywhere. Through the final couple of corners, we got an illegal overtake on Paul Aaron. Hopefully he'll try and get back past me pretty quickly there. So we're suddenly up to 11th place then, as O'Sullivan and I are going to gain loads of spots towards the end of this one. What on earth has happened here in Bahrain? I mean, Formula 2 has done Formula 2 things, and suddenly now, if we can keep up with Paul Aaron, we might be able to get a point from this opening race. I can't remember if it's I think it's only the top 8 in the sprint. It might be the top 10, so we're going to try and fight for it anyway, but suddenly chaos ensuing here in Bahrain, and we've been given a lifeline. Well, riding on board then with Isaac Hajar as he makes his way down in towards the final corner, leading this race then. He's just going to upset the rear of the car. So nice to see the AI can do it. And look at that. Every single other car in this race is going to get caught out by that. And everyone kind of left scrambling in where to go. Victor Martins is going to use that to move up to the lead of the race ahead of Bortoletto and Richard Verschoor. But you can just see further down the order, there are cars everywhere just trying to find their way through. Some of them have picked up front wing damage, I think, including Zane Maloney. And if we watch this from our POV at the rear of the field, just look at this as we come through, met with just a sea of Formula 2 cars here. I kind of didn't realise it in the moment, but we did a very good job kind of navigating our way through in the end. But just chaos in an instant here, and we've been able to capitalise. Although Sullivan again then, with just 2 laps to go, is going to try and go for this, and surely both of us are going to be vulnerable against other cars towards the end of this race. But yeah, I mean, something like that absolutely does help us out, and I'm not going to complain about it, but it does potentially hide what has been a very, very disappointing race on the most part. Bahrain is always a track the AI good at in any game anyway, in the F1 franchise, and hopefully Jeddah next time out will give us a bit of a better idea as well as to what we're doing. But if we end up with another interesting one like that, or strategy plays into effect tomorrow, I'd like to believe still we could try and leave this first weekend with a few points on the board. But yeah, only being able to battle a car that has lost half his front wing is probably an indicator that the AI might be set a little bit too difficult here. So we've got just over 1 lap to go then. I'm not even sure who it is at the front of the field now. It must be the other ART car. So that's got to be Victor Martins, surely, that has moved himself up to the front of the order then. So Victor Martins, I believe, he's going to start the last lap in the lead of the race, and he has had quite possibly one of the worst F2 seasons we have ever seen IRL in the campaign. Admittedly, I'm sure for him, this means, you know, very, very little in comparison, but to kickstart the year after being Rookie of the Year last season, certainly is going to be a good showing there, and he will stake his claim as a championship threat over the course of this season. As Ollie Behrman, yeah, was able to make his way through all of that chaos a bit earlier on as well in one piece. But can we just try and get the run on Zach O'Sullivan absolutely anywhere on this final lap? It doesn't look like the front wing damage is costing him much at all, not only against me, but also against anybody else here, as there is still a three-way scrap going on further up the road. But as we make our way up towards the top of the hill, 10 places gained in this sprint. Well, that will come with a huge asterisk alongside it, and I'm sure, yeah, we'll have to try and figure out some things after the race as well there, as we're going to let a few cars creep their way by as well. Barnard, Hadger, Hauger, and Pepe Marti all will say thank you very much, as we just took a little bit too much curb down through the S's there. And you can just see Hadjar and Barnard still battling it out on this final lap. Who is going to come out on top? Are we going to be able to capitalise on this? Is Pepe Marti looking as well for opportunities? Formula 2, it is chaos right from the beginning, right to the checkered flag. And it looks like the first round of this season as well is going to be no different there, as Hauger desperately tries to stay at the inside of Isaac Hadjar. Two Red Bull Juniors battling it out for P13 at the end of this race. But through the penultimate corner, Victor Martins is going to take the win for ART and kickstart the campaign the way he wants to continue there. We'll take a look at obviously all your final results in just a moment. But from the back of the grid, chaos helped us out a little bit, but it is a pretty disappointing P16. We know what we got to do. There is a lot of work that needs to be done by Prema.
He has left the field behind. He is heading to the top step. Victor Martins takes the checkered flag.
It might not be the same points as the feature race, but it is the same podium, and they get to wave at the fans from it.
ART, the French team who have been racing since the 90s in various forms of motorsport, are once again back on the winner's podium today after a brilliant display of driving skill.
Best-ranked rookie then, Victor Martins from last season, will kickstart this campaign with 10 points on the board there, ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto, of course, the F3 champion from last season. Richard Verschoor ahead of Colapinto, with Behrman, Fittipaldi, Cordial, and Hauger rounding out your point scores there, with Rotoma Miata as well, getting a point. Oh, yes, so of course, obviously, Hauger. We're not looking at our final sprint race results there, are we, in the end? So, Rotoma Miata, yeah, with that final points paying position in the end, ahead of Dirksen and Paul Aaron as well. Disappointing for us. For some reason, we were given driver of the day still. I would have said Zach O'Sullivan or somebody else probably did deserve that one rather than myself. But chaos as well. I think Taylor Barnard, Zane Maloney, they are the only two drivers to have finished that race exactly where they started in the end. Kushmaini and Rafael Villagomez both failed to see the checkered flag. But yeah, when you take a look at our fastest lap, we were definitely a few tenths away. So for the race tomorrow, we will lower that AI just a little bit as well there. Because yeah, at the moment, the AI just seemed to be a little bit too OP through the corners and in the traction zones as well. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow when Formula 2 returns here in Sakhir. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 2 of our F224 Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here once more at the Bahrain Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We went through all the setup for this series and fixed, you know, everything that we needed to. I just want to say as well, yeah, everybody, you know, that supported us on that one, it is greatly, greatly appreciated. If you're not already already, please do make sure you hit that sub button as well. We are trying to hit 140,000 subscribers here on the channel. I've lowered the AI slightly for this one, because yeah, it seems like the F2 AI in this game are very, very confident. So hopefully today, we're going to be able to fight and maybe try and get a point or two.
Welcome to Sakir and the Bahrain International Circuit, where the grid is forming up ready for today's race. Plenty of opportunities around the 3.36 miles of the Bahrain International Circuit for these young F2 drivers to show what they can do. The best passing opportunity right up there at turn 1, and we should see plenty of action there. But there's another not long after at turn 4. There are 9 right-handers and 6 left-handers, and the possibility that we could see some flat spots at the tightest of those left-handers, that's turn 10. And here are the driver grid positions for today's race. A fantastic effort from Dennis Hauger yesterday puts him on pole position, with Paul Aaron alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Behrman,
Colapinto,
Gabriel Bortoletto, and for sure, Martins, Hadjar, Enzo Fittipaldi, Miata,
Barnard,
Kushmaini, Juan Manuel Correa, Stanek, Cordial, Maloney,
Zach O'Sullivan,
Crawford, Pepe Marti,
Villa Gomez, Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
and now it's time to head down to the track. It is the Formula 2 race. It is time to introduce you to Alex Brundle. I'm Alex Jakes, and we've got changeable weather out there today. That's making for some nervous team personnel down in the paddock, down in the pit lane.
Well, uncertainty is what strategy's all about, but it absolves the teams from the responsibility of running both compounds of tyre. They might have to use that wet tyre, of course, and then the question is, where do those crossovers lie between the wet and dry conditions?
Okay, let's try not to worry about being down here at the back. You've got the speed, you've got the car, so just take it easy and the race will come to you.
Well, with the rumour of rain then on the horizon today, or apparently not. I don't know what Brundle and Alex Jakes are discussing there, because, yeah, it's certainly on my end. Looks like we're not going to see any wet weather as the race goes on today. I do, however, want to try and do the alternate strategy here. So if we try and do 10 or 9 or 10 laps on the hards, and then we'll try and take the soft compound tyres to the end of the GP. Obviously, Bahrain, it can be very, very abrasive on the tyres. I just want to try and stay out of trouble early on, and then if we get a well-timed safety car or something like that, then maybe it could pay dividends towards the end of the afternoon. Of course, if we get a safety car early on, we might be completely screwed. You just never quite know what is going to happen here in Formula 2. But ready then once more at the back of the field. Hopefully we can try and keep it out of trouble at the start. It is 5 red lights. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. There is plenty of wheel spin once again on the launch. You've got to try and do that, otherwise, yeah, you will just trigger the anti-stall in, or not the anti-stall in these cars, and yeah, basically just stall it down in towards turn 1 as we'll try and have a look down the inside of a couple of cars. Oh, a little bit of contact there. Oh, with Jack Crawford just in front, and yeah, struggling to try and keep the revs up on the exit of that first corner there. Rafael Villagomez and Pepe Marti duking out just in front of me. Don't know if Dennis Hauger's been able to hang on to that lead up at the top of the hill as well. There, or will Paul Aaron have been able to try and make the move past the MP Motorsport driver, I believe Hauger is with this year? No, looks like Hauger still at the front of the order then, as well. We'll try and have a look again down the inside of Rafael Villagomez in towards the hairpin. That's our rounds. We would just about be able to hook it up, and you can see now with the altered AI, obviously they will have better traction off that corner anyway. That's all. Amory Cordial, a bit of a lock-up just in front. But, you know, it's more manageable now. And that's exactly what we wanted to see. I think I've lowered it to 99 AI. So, yeah, the AI hopefully now aren't going to be too OP off of the corners there. As it looks like MP Motorsport have immediately got a 1-2 in this race. So, their other driver, I think that's... Is it Gabriel Bortoletto? I believe it is. Yeah, getting off to a very, very good start as well here. For us, though, it's stay out of trouble, stay in the DRS. There's also someone else there bottoming out over the curb, kicking up plenty of carbon fibre. And yeah, hope that we can kind of get dragged along as Villa Gomez again trying to look down the inside of that final turn. just like yesterday, we are definitely struggling for lack of straight line speed. And here comes Rafael Villagomez once more as we make our way back down towards turn 1. I'm not too worried if he gets back past me, as long as we can kind of just stay in the range of everybody else here. Of course, got to get these tyres up to temperature, got to get them working. But yeah, we will struggle against those soft compound tyres early on. So it is, you know, it's going to be one of those races that hopefully will come to us later on. But yeah, we can't afford to drop too far back. Well, it is going to be interesting to see just how far the AI can go on their sets of the soft compound tyre. And hopefully we're going to see ourselves gain a big advantage in the second half of the race. There is quite a difference in Formula 2 between the softs and the hard tyres as well, especially around a venue like this. So we're kind of having to focus on making sure that we're hitting our own good consistent lap times here. We're losing probably close to a second a lap to Rafael Villagomez, but obviously you'd hope on the other end of that we're going to gain all of that time back. And of course, yeah, if we get a safety car, pretty much anywhere from now I would gamble it and go to the softs to the end, and hopefully then have an even bigger advantage. Oh, we got yellows out. Who is that potentially with an issue? It's Kushmini, who seems to be dropping to the rear of the field. So I think Kushmini has been mecha-chromed then. So disappointment for the Indian driver. Much better. I believe Arjun Mini was his brother, isn't he? His older brother. Yeah, Kush much better than Arjun ever was. Well, it is still a shame inside this game that after so many years of the Formula 2 cars being implemented, very rarely do they try to go for the alternate strategy still. It would be nice because, of course, it is one of the things that makes Formula 2 so exciting in real life. But yeah, the gap to Rafael Villagomez seems to be going up less and less each and every lap. In fact, that time round, yeah, that time we've barely lost anything to him. So I think, yeah, the soft compound tyres just starting to reach the end of their usable life. And, well, hopefully we can start reeling the AI in. Well, there is such an incredibly fine line in this car that I feel like I'm starting to figure out between where you can get that turbo spooled so you've got some kick off the corner, but you also don't get wheel spin on the other side of that. It is a very small little threshold in there, but it is definitely there, and I feel like we are getting more and more consistent with the car as well. As you can just see, getting that bit more confidence to throw it through the corners and get that power down on the exit as well. And as you can see, the gap because of that is starting to come down to the AI. Of course, their tyres are very much going off as well. So you can now see we're starting to take plenty of time out of Rafael Villagomez. We have to trust the process. Oh, we got more yellows. We got more yellows. Someone else has got issues. I think that might be Rafael Villagomez. So Villagomez going slowly, and look at that. Yep, that engine going up in smoke then. So the Paul Van Amersfoort driver out alongside Kushmini then in this race. And if we got a safety car now, that would certainly spice things up. There's plenty of AI making their way into the pit lane, including our teammate. Is Mark going to tell me? Yes, he is. And look at that. We've got clear track in front of us. And as we have got a safety car.
Cars out. Keep an eye on the delta. We need to keep it positive to avoid a penalty. Slow down. Maintain positive delta. Okay, the officials have deployed the safety car due to multiple cars being stopped on track. Mind your delta.
Well, I don't think we've got anybody else stopped on the road. And luckily, diving into the pit lane right then won't cost us too much. But yeah, that was suddenly...
Now, come on. Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
Well, suddenly, yeah, that really did spice things up. And, well, maybe if that had been IRL Formula 2, we might have been done for an illegal pit lane there. But we've dived in. We've made our stop. I don't think we're really going to gain anything, though, because, of course, everybody is going to be under a delta. So I would assume, yeah, we're still going to be out of the rear of the field by the time everybody else pits. And I think what this is actually going to do is help all of the drivers that hadn't pit, obviously before that safety car came out. I think when most of them had already made it to the pit lane, they're going to lose out bags of time here, because obviously all of us under the delta.
We're going to risk a penalty. Slow your pace immediately.
I'll have to wait and see how much time Dennis Hauger loses, if he's even going to lose any to those cars that he was battling with here, because that is certainly going to mix things up. Ready for the second half of the race. I mean, we are just constantly under that delta, trying to keep it around the threshold there, as Hauger is still going to be out in front. So it doesn't look like MP Motorsport have really lost out in all of that. But I don't think, yeah, we're certainly not going to gain anything. As I think everybody else, I think just because Hauger had such a lead, it's worked out okay for him. But everybody else, if you hadn't pit, you've managed to gain. Well, safety car coming in then at the end of lap 10, so we've got 6 laps here to try and make an impact.
Ready to go racing again. The safety car is in this lap. When the field accelerates, remember there's no overtaking until the timing line. Safety car in this lap.
I've tried to be so gentle with these tyres under the safety car as well, making sure that we've got as much life in them as we possibly can towards the checkered flag here. But now is our chance. Now is our opportunity here to try to capitalise, as we won't quite get the power down at that final corner to really get the run on Stanek, but hopefully through the twisty bits. I mean, we might be able to try and have a look for a move down in towards that first corner as well. No one really knows what the grip levels are going to be like, but we're going to send it still down the inside of Stanek there in towards someone. Gently over the curb, and you can just see now on the exit of the corner as we build up a little bit of temperature in those tyres. Now, we should hopefully obviously have a little bit more pretty much everywhere around the lap. I'm still a little bit worried about the lack of straight line speed in this car. Might make things difficult to really move up through the order as quickly as potentially we would like, but you can just see, to make our way through this set of corners there, we can have a look down the inside of Pepe Marti as well. Just so much confidence, so much grip on these soft compound tyres, and now it makes sense why we were losing so much time early on, because I mean, you're in a completely different league. As all Zach O'Sullivan there just makes a little bit of a mistake. Jack Crawford and I kind of have to just plan to whether we needed to avoid him or not on the exit of the corner, but already then moving up a couple of spots off of this restart lap. I'd love to still try and get the car into the top 10 by the end of this race, as it still looks like Hauger and Paul Aaron are the two battling at the front of the order. I mean, we are pretty much pushing along Jack Crawford here down in towards the final corner. Can we have a look around the outside of the Dams car? Yes, we can. Get the throttle down over the curbing on the exit there, and he might still have a bit more straight line speed than me back down towards turn 1, but surely not too sure what the team are on about. We are definitely trying to stay out to the end of this race, as now we've got Pepe Marti again trying to have a bit of a look there around the outside of Crawford through turn 1. We'll have the inside line through turn 2 there. We've just got the grip to shoulder him out on the exit of the corner there. Maybe we're making enemies in just round 1 of the season, but I also want the others to know we won't get pushed about. I mean, apart from qualifying, these are the first laps we've done on the soft compound tyres all weekend. And boy, oh boy, do they feel so much better than the hard tyres felt yesterday afternoon as well in the sprint. This thing finally now is starting to come alive here, and you can just see.
Remember the speed limit. We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach.
No idea what Mark's twittering on about, but you can just see how much more confidence we've got in the car. Even there, through that final corner, Zach O'Sullivan kind of takes me by surprise a little bit by braking early, and we're still able to gather the car back up and get the power down off of the corner. 43.2, new personal best for the day. It's not the best one we've seen. But yeah, now I believe the DRS should be enabled. For some reason, they just don't tell you in Formula 2 that DRS is re-enabled, but it certainly is, as we can be able to open up that rear wing up the hill. But of course, now we're going to see the AI trying to go for more moves on each other as well. We've got to pick and choose our moments. Oh, here we go. Immediately then, sensing an opportunity down the inside of Zach O'Sullivan, and it's because we're able to carry so much speed through the S's that making a move into there is actually quite easy. You can kind of force the car down the inside and compromise the guy on the outside's exit. Little bit of oversteer there as we try and get the power down out into the back straight. Can we score a point here? We need to average 2 overtakes a lap between now and the end. That seems quite difficult, but this is Formula 2, so it's not impossible. Oh, we got a spinner. We got a spinner. Zane Maloney's gone round. Zane Maloney's gone round, and suddenly now we're up to P11 then of this race. So with 2 laps to go, we've got 3.5 seconds to close up to Victor Martins. I can only assume that he's done exactly the same thing as we saw Isaac Hadjar do yesterday. Well, that certainly made our life a bit easier then. And with Taylor Barnard's got a 10-second penalty. What on earth Taylor Barnard done in this race to warrant that? But suddenly now, if we just stay here, points might be possible. Well, this actually happened under the safety car then for Taylor Barnard, but I can only assume as he makes his way down in towards turn 1, he's going to try and get the jump. I believe that's on Victor Martins, isn't it, in the number 1 car. He's not allowed to do that, so that's going to be why Taylor Barnard got a 10-second time penalty in this race, and that might be about to completely screw him here late on in the afternoon, as we're about to start the last lap then of the Bahrain Grand Prix. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, we've done pretty well to hang on to these tyres towards the end of this one. We're still not really losing anything to those cars around us. And yeah, we were a little bit lucky with Zane Maloney going for that spin, but Taylor Barnard as well with that penalty. As long as we don't do anything stupid on this last lap, it looks like we are going to get our first point on the board for this season. But Paul Aaron, though, at the front of the order, looks like he's going to start the championship in a fine form as well with Fanatec, of course. Did the final race last season in Abu Dhabi at the end of 2023, and he's going to come back here to Bahrain and he's going to storm to victory this afternoon. MP Motorsport, Hauger looked like the man to beat early on. I thought the experienced head of Dennis Hauger was going to carry him through this weekend, but yeah, it looks like Paul Aaron there, the versatile young Estonian, is going to make the difference on the last lap of this race there. We were still taking a little bit of time out of the AI, but you can just see now, yeah, tyre wear starting to creep up a bit more. Temperature's not too bad though still, so we're just a handful of corners to go then. You got to have a bit of lady luck on your side in F1 Formula 2. We played the strategy very, very well. I probably won't do the alternate very much inside this game though, because it does kind of rely on either you or the AI getting screwed each and every time out. Through the final corner though, Paul Aaron is going to be your first feature race winner of the new season, if I'm not mistaken. What a victory that is going to be for the high-tech man. It is going to be both MP Motorsport cars that join him on the podium, but for the first time this season, it's going to be a point here in Bahrain.
What a performance this has been from Paul Aaron, who takes the checkered flag to win.
Such a great experience for these young drivers to manage these conditions before heading on to Formula 1, and it's brilliant stuff to take the victory.
And it's time now for the podium celebrations, and how well deserved is this one? What a fantastic victory for High-Tech GP.
Well, there we go then. Paul Aaron will become your first feature race winner of the year there with a dominant drive in the end, beating out Franco Colapinto and Dennis Hauger in those two MP Motorsport cars. Richard Verschoor in P4 ahead of Dirksen, Behrman, Hajar Bortoletto, Victor Martins, and from the back of the field, we get a point on the board this weekend. I think we can be pretty happy with that. As I said, you know, this first round is very much a learning experience for us, and boy oh boy, has it been good fun as well. And hopefully as we head to Saudi Arabia next time out, we can try and fight for the bigger points hauls as well. What does that do for the Drivers' Championship? Well, Paul Aaron now leads the way, 2 points ahead of Franco Colapinto. Richard Verschoor, Dennis Hauger in 3rd and 4th place there, with Behrman up in 5th, tied with both Bortoletto and Victor Martins. We are in 12th place there, tied with Ratoma Miata as well, with a point on the board. We're behind Amory Cordial. There definitely still needs to be some tweaks inside this game. Constructors-wise, MP dominate that one with the double podium, ahead of High-Tech, Trident there, and Prema in P4, 1 point ahead of Invicta and ART as well, with just Dams failing to score a point in the opening round of the season. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns to Jeddah. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 3 of our F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the videos that went live last week from Bahrain, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But today, though, we return to Jeddah, which I'm hoping is going to be a bit of a stronger track for us. Of course, we got a rather lucky points finish in the feature race in Bahrain. We got a bit lucky with the falling of the safety car and then Taylor Barnard picking up a penalty as well. But can we try and continue on and get a few more points on the board this weekend? I'm kind of putting all my hopes into the idea that I am slowly figuring out the setups with these cars and the AI aren't as competitive here in Jeddah, but the walls are always ready to pounce on you as well, so we'll have to wait and see as to how we get on. Get yourself subscribed if you're new, and let's do this thing. Well, as we make our way then out into qualifying here on the Jeddah Corniche, I must admit I am once again ever so slightly nervous. Of course, I feel like I've made some good tweaks and changes with the car that will hopefully mean, yeah, that we are going to be a bit more competitive right from the outset here. And I do feel like in that feature race last weekend, we did kind of learn a lot more about how this car handles as well around this venue. But yeah, weirdly, apparently now I can't change the AI difficulty anymore either inside this game, so we are stuck with that 102 AI. So it will be interesting to see whether they're again too quick down the straights. As you can just see, they're bottoming out over that curb in the first sector, but currently we're fastest of anybody so far through that first sector, so I guess that's a good omen. And hopefully we can try and carry that on around the rest of the lap there as we try and hook it up through the exit of turn 12. Just skim the barrier on the exit. But luckily, well, we'll get away with that one. As mean, all this track is about confidence and corner exit as well. They're trying to make sure you've got a car that can attack those curves. We just can feel it bottoming out in a couple of spots. But I think we have pretty much nailed the ride height then around this venue as well. There is making our way down in towards the final sector of the lap. We're still purple at the moment. We are still top of the board, but this will be the real indicator of what the straight line speed is like as we try and get the car on the line of least resistance. One more proper corner to go. Whilst the one Max Verstappen bottled back in 2021. Will we do the same thing in this series, or will we be on to take pole position here at the final corner? Get that throttle down up towards the line. We're still showing in P1 at the moment. Is it going to be enough for pole position here in Jeddah? Yes, it is. Well, there we go. 2 points on the board. And I tell you what, I think we've nailed the AI difficulty then, because we were only a 10th up on our teammate Ollie Behrman there. And, well, I'm really, really happy with the lap time we got on the board as well. Paul Aaron will line up P3 ahead of Isaac Hadjar there and Gabriel Bortoletto, with Colapinto, O'Sullivan, Kushmaini, Marty and Cordial rounding out your top 10. The entire grid covered by just 0.6 of a second there as Dennis Hauger all the way down in P21. It is going to be Amory Cordial, though, that is going to start today's sprint race from pole.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full on pace. It's all about speed, daring and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? So an interesting circuit, Jeddah. Like some other street circuits in the Formula 2 calendar, it's likely to present a formidable technical challenge, with a number of challenging turns for our young drivers to master. Plus, it's a hot track, and that high temperature has some big implications for tyre performance that they'll need to keep in mind in order to secure a good result. In the commentary box, I'm Alex Shakes. Alex Brundle is alongside me. And now, we've had sprints for years in Formula 2, but with a shorter race, how does that change your driving style?
You go for a little more, a little earlier, using a bit more of that harder compound of the two tyres available per weekend in Formula 2 to try to steal a march. And equally, if you have a bit of a bump, not so much of an issue. You're going to have another go tomorrow.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, lining up in P10. Of course, the weird thing as well now is the reverse grid. If we did finish in 10th, we wouldn't get a point from this sprint race either. So, yeah, we have got to try and remember all the nuances of... It feels like every year, kind of the way the weekend works changes around some way or another. But we've got our Prema teammate, Ollie Behrman, just alongside us. So hopefully we're going to be able to work together throughout this sprint and try to carve our way through. It's going to be 5 red lights down on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there as Paul Aaron struggles to put that power down in towards turn 1. Behrman and myself will both say thank you very much as we're going to try and send it to the outside in towards that first corner there. Our teammate will give us a bit of a squeeze. I'm too busy watching Bortoletto, O'Sullivan and Colapinto trying to make it through those first couple of corners. 3 wide there. Looks like everybody has just kind of shuffled back in and agreed on an order they want to stick with in towards the S's. But it is still Amri Cordial then that is leading this one up the front of the order. I love that whoosh you keep hearing on the turbo as well, especially through that section of corners where it bounces off the walls. This is, now I'm figuring it out, it is a good fun car to drive inside this game as well, as already I can see on the mini-map. There's a little bit of a gap opening up behind Victor Martins between him and Rotomo Miata, so not too sure what's happened there, but immediately our grid has been split directly in half as we make our way down in towards the back straight, though. You can see just through there, we've got the confidence to carry the car over the curbs, which seemingly a lot of the AI don't. But this one's going to be interesting. We saw a few DRS moves out in Bahrain of cars able to make an impact, but we didn't see as many as I expected there. As thought that I'm going to look down the inside of Paul Aaron and kind of thought better of it on the exit of the turn. But the DRS here, surely we're going to see lots of passing. We're trying to explore some different lines here, see if we can get a run on the high-tech of Paul Aaron. Just about get to his outside there, but he's going to cut me off. Whoa! A little bit of a move there, a bit cheeky by the Estonian in towards the next corner. He tried to cover me off a little bit too late.
Okay, good work. Great pass.
And if anything, that kind of screwed him over more than me, because it kind of forced me to have a look down the inside, trying to avoid picking up front wing damage there. We'll pull off the move and up into P9 then. So yeah, Paul Aaron really struggling early on. DRS though will be enabled on the next lap. Oh, everybody then setting new fastest laps of the day. Gabriel Bortoletto will claim that one though. I believe there is, yeah, there is still a fastest lap bonus point, isn't there, inside an F2 sprint. I always get muddled up because obviously there isn't one inside the Formula 1 sprint racing. But yeah, I think in Formula 2 you do get just that singular point as well. So that could, you know, that could be important come the end of the year, depending on how things pan out. But it's definitely through these twisty bits. I mean, look at that, practically pushing along our teammate Ollie Behrman there. Desperate to try and find a way around him. So you leave it in 4th gear right the way throughout. And now we've got to try and get the slingshot run on the exit against our teammate here. Behrman will just about cover the inside. We did the inside one time round. We're going to try the outside this time. Use the banking. It's not quite going to pay dividends for us off the exit of the corner there. We will stay in P9 for now. There's all we've got yellows out. Someone in front, or is that someone behind with issues? Just got to be on our toes. I think that might be Richard Verschaw that is out in the Grand Prix. It's either him or Roman Stanek. Really trying to test my F2 knowledge here as Behrman's struggling a little bit for straight line speed down the back straight. Are we going to be able to pull off the move? Yes, we are. And our teammate decides better of that one. And it is Roman Stanek that is our first casualty of the night. Oh, there we go.
Fastest lap of the race so far.
New fast lap of the day. Isaac Hajar had that for about 0.2 of a second there, based on the gaps as we make our way back in towards turn 1. We are, yeah, this is definitely, I knew Bahrain was going to be difficult for us. It's a tricky track to try and learn a new car on inside this game. But yeah, now we've come to Jeddah. Like I said, you know, this should be, on paper, one of the easier tracks on the calendar for us anyway. Jeddah, the AI are a little bit too weak still, I tend to find, around this venue. So again, we'll try and get the run on Hajar on the exit of the corner, but we just seem to have a better setup than everybody else at the moment. We've got good straight line speed and good cornering ability here, which is really paying dividends for us. As we're not even halfway through this race yet. We're already up into P7. Obviously, we gained those couple of points on Friday night. It'd be good to start getting some decent points on the board, try and close back up on our championship leaders. But if F2 in 2024 has taught us anything, you've got to take every opportunity that is presented to you, as we've got a bit of a battle going on at the front of the order. Rotomo Miata now just snatched my fastest lap. As you can see, Pepe Marti and Amri Cordial. It's not exactly two drivers I would be expecting to watch battle for the win, but that's the two we've ended up with, as once again Amri Cordial will hang on to the lead of this race, and I think both of them are really causing quite the traffic jam here. Zach O'Sullivan was another one that struggled in the first race out last weekend, so it'll be interesting to see what he can deliver. Obviously picked up front wing damage in the sprint. Had a bit of a better main event though, as that corner is just the one. Every single time we seem to be able to capitalize against the AI. So trying to look around the outside of Gabriele Bortoleto. No, we won't. Sorry, it's Franco Colapinto, isn't it? So we've got more yellows out. I think Ollie Behrman's ran into problems. So, no, I think it was someone else. We've got a red flag. A red flag in F2. What on earth has happened? Well, just like we saw then in Bahrain, it's going to be Isaac Hadjar that's going to go for a spin in the sprint here. Just he tries to get the power down off of turn 12 there. Into the wall he'll go. Everybody will get around him. But you cannot leave a car stranded there on the inside of that corner. Isaac Hadjar, I mean, you'll get the car going. Why on earth has that been a red flag there? Hadjar, he hasn't even picked up from wing damage. Well, this could potentially change up everything for the weekend, because now we've got to use a set of the super soft tyres there. We don't want to use the set of mediums and potentially screw ourselves over tomorrow. I believe we're on the set we used in qualifying, which is really, really important there. But this race has been absolutely turned on its head. Let's see what we can do, though. We've got 4 laps left.
A good opportunity to get this start spot on. Come on.
I didn't even know you could get a red flag in a sprint, but it's once again going to be 5 red lights. And lights out and away we go there, as we can't quite get the jump on Colapinto. We might be able to have a look around the outside, though, into turn 1, as Amaury Cordial once again will control the pace through those first couple of corners. And immediately we will say thank you very much then, and move past the MP Motorsport driver. Gabriele Bortoleto again just trying to defend from us there. And that's going to upset his rhythm in towards this middle sector. But of course, yeah, everybody now on the super soft tyres. So this works out really nicely. You know, we're all able to just hang that little bit closer through this first sector there. And can we try and get the run off of the corner? I think the problem for the AI is they seem to bottom out on the exit and then not be able to carry much speed there. So I think our extra ride height is actually what's making a lot of the difference there as well, in terms of providing us with that confidence and the stability off of the turn. But yeah, Bortoleto chasing O'Sullivan. We've still got those top 3 as well of Kushmaini, Pepe Marti and Cordial at the front. Of course, I'm sure everybody, whether it's a sprint or a feature race, you always want to try and bag wins in FIA Formula 2. And our top 3 at the moment, I mean, all of them, I'm not convinced they're going to get many chances to win. I wish there was a bit more difference in the Formula 1 tyre grip like you've got in F2. I mean, these tyres, yeah, are a good, probably 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds a lap faster than the mediums we were running earlier on. And it really does open up a few different and interesting factors to these races. Oh, I had a look down the inside of Bortoleto. The Brazilian there will kind of, I mean, he was perfectly within his right to defend. I probably didn't warrant any space down the inside there. Maybe a day late and $1 short, but yeah, just trying to rattle his cage a little bit there. See if we can force an error out of your reigning FIA Formula 3 champion. So make our way down the back straight once again then. Are we going to be able to try and get the run on Gabriele here? We'll have a look down the inside. No, not quite. Again, you can just see that he's able to carry the speed off of the corner. Are we going to be able to get a run there? You can see that McLaren livery, or logo even I should say, on the back of that car. McLaren Junior versus Mercedes Junior. Of course, we all know that Antonelli is definitely going to Formula 1. At the time we're recording this, it is a little bit early. I don't know whether Bortoleto, of course, rumours are that he could sign with Audi for next season. But I'm having to record this series quite far in front. So I might be way behind on a lot of the news there, as Marty, new fast lap of the day on a 1:43.9. We only did a 44.3 there as well, a little bit. I think there was contact from Colapinto behind, who is desperate to try and push me along. But I don't know if Amaury Cordial has ever won a Formula 2 race prior to now. But if he hasn't, then this would be a huge opportunity. Very, very experienced in the Formula 2 class, as around the outside of Bortoleto will go. Thank you very much. Oh, I just see you almost doing a Lance stroll into the very next corner. But yeah, Bortoleto kind of invited me to the racing line, and well, he doesn't have to offer it to me twice. I'm going to try and go for it there. As you can see, Pepe Marti now trying to close in on the Belgian, leading this race. One more lap to go here from the Jeddah Corniche, and it's certainly been an unpredictable sprint up to this point. But I could not tell you who is going to win this one. It is all still to play for as we make our way out of the final corner. Could we snooker fastest lap? Yes, we will. On a 43.4. As you can see, Marty having a look to the outside. Oh, Zach O'Sullivan there, a little bit of a lock-up again. If the AI open the door for me, we'll try and take it there as Cordeal will muscle his way around the outside of the Red Bull Junior in towards the next corner there. You can see Zach O'Sullivan trying to come back at me. You can go too wide on the entry there, but you're certainly not going to be too wide on the exit. And we will capitalise on that one. And from 10th on the grid, we have really made some decent progress in this sprint. But will we be able to get anything else here? As those top two, I'm sure they're going to be battling it out right the way to the checkered flag. Kushmini, and I need to grab the popcorn at the moment, because we have got best seats in the house for this one, but we just seem to have more grip than the AI through some of these corners there. That time we just nudged the wall, and that will allow Kushmini just a little bit of safety as we make our way out onto the back straight there. But Cordeal just nudges the wall. We do the same a little bit further behind. Is Kushmini going to be able to defend this one? As we make our way down the back straight, he's going to just try and sit, in the middle of the road there. And really did catch me out in an instant that I was not expecting. Just had to nudge the brake. Is that going to compromise our run, though? In towards the final corner. Are we going to see Marty get the run on Cordeal? They're surely going to be side by side for the race win. In towards the final corner. Will it be Marty? Will it be Cordeal? Marty will try and open up the room around the outside through that final turn. Cordeal has still got the position for now. It's going to be a traction race towards the line. Who is it going to be there as Kushmini will try to get the run? Marty snatches it at the flag.
Super drive being rewarded with victory. Pepe Marti takes the checkered flag.
Well, that's one of the biggest strategic gambles you can make in a Formula 2 race. The late race pit stop really working out in the sprint.
I can see them on their way out to the podium now. Campos have come a really long way in this sport, and what a special race this was to see them earn the top spot.
Well, that has got to be one of the closest finishes I've ever seen inside F124 between the AI. Just 2/100ths of a second there between Pepe Marti and Amaury Cordeal in the end. Your top 5 cars covered by less than a second. It's just what Jeddah does, isn't it? At the end of the day there. But yeah, you can see with that result though, what's that going to do for the Drivers' Championship? Paul Aaron still leads the way, 1 point now, the gap ahead of Franco Colapinto there. We made some good progress though, up into 11th place there, and right behind Cordeal and Marty, who are now tied with Josh Dirksen on 10 points as well there. Constructors-wise, Prema moving up as well, up to P3, as MP still lead that championship as well, ahead of Hitech there. But yeah, the big one for us is going to be the main event tomorrow. We know we've got good pace in the car. Thank you all so much for watching, and yeah, we'll be back then ready for the feature. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we're returning with round 4 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend once again here in Saudi Arabia. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday where we did qualifying and the sprint, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. But today we are returning for the feature race. Of course, we've got pretty good pace in the car this weekend. We took pole position on Friday night, so we'll finally get to enjoy the luxury of that. But can we try and convert it into a win? The car feels good. The setup feels nice and stable. I feel like I'm figuring out these F2 cars inside F124. If you're not already, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed as well. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel. But yeah, let's do this thing.
Hello and welcome to the Jeddah Street circuit, where the excitement is building for what I'm sure will be an exciting Formula 2 race here in Saudi Arabia. So an interesting circuit, Jeddah, Like some other street circuits in the Formula 2 calendar, it's likely to present a formidable technical challenge, with a number of challenging turns for our young drivers to master. Plus, it's a hot track, and that high temperature has some big implications for tyre performance that they'll need to keep in mind in order to secure a good result. Here are the starting positions for today's race.
Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position.
With Ollie Bearman alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Aaron, Hajar, Gabriel Bortoletto,
Colapinto, O'Sullivan,
Miney, Pepe Marti, Amory Cordial, Miata,
Barnard,
Victor Martins, Richard Verschoor, Correa, Crawford, Enzo Fittipaldi, Maloney,
Villa Gomez,
Hauger, and Roman Stanek completes the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out. So let's get down to the track.
Well, here we are then on the grid, and for the first time ever in our F2 career mode, we have got clear track space in front of us and a nice open view on the run down towards turn 1. Of course, obviously, if you missed out on the race yesterday, we did end up with a red flag, and I was a little bit nervous that might change up the strategy as we head into the Grand Prix proper, because it doesn't mean that we've got a fresh set of the super soft tyres ready for the start of this one. Luckily, the mediums should be able to go right the way through to the end of the GP anyway, but it could be quite an abrasive one. Tyre wear and kind of managing the tyres could be quite tricky as the afternoon goes on. But 14 laps ahead of us once again then. We are ready on the grid, waiting on those 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there as always. Having to just mash your foot to the floor and praying that you don't get too much wheel spin down into towards turn 1 as our teammate Ollie Bearman would immediately try and tuck around the outside there and will actually get the power down and make the move work. So Bearman instantly swapping around between the two Prema cars. Of course, we both had fairly bad weekends out in Bahrain. So yeah, Prema could do with a big result this weekend, of course, if they want to try and return to the top step of the Constructors' Championship order as well. I genuinely don't know whether there's any prize money in Formula 2 for the teams for competing. Of course, I know pretty much all of the funding is done, obviously, through basically hiring out drives, obviously, to the other drivers as well. But, you know, I don't know if there's any kind of prize money at all to be had, you know, by competing in the championship as well there, of course. So I don't think it would be much, but yeah, if someone knows the answer, it'd be greatly appreciated down in the comments below. But as we make our way then out to the back straight, Bearman has absolutely rocketed off the line here. So maybe our teammate does see us as a threat. You can see those tyres as well, just with a little bit more wear on them than I would like. I believe we are on the set from qualifying, but if we had to go back over to Super Softs, we've got the other set that we did about 3 or 4 laps in the sprint. Well, in IRL Formula 2 earlier on this year, we had that brilliant battle between Kimi and Ollie back in Monaco, trying to do switchback moves through the hairpin on each other.
Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push, push.
I'm hoping we can have a bit of a battle with our teammate in this race, but I tell you what, early on, he just seems to have way more pace than we saw by anyone in the sprint there, clearly getting out into some free space. I mean, Ollie Bearman, he loves this venue. Of course, took pole position here this season as well in Jeddah in Formula 2, but obviously never even got the points for it, because he obviously competed for Ferrari in the Grand Prix proper, and obviously took his first ever Formula 1 points as well in that race. So yeah, Bearman knows how to hustle a car around this venue, and clearly at the moment, I do not. Just really struggling to put the power down. I could be tempted to switch already away from these super soft tyres, as they really just aren't working for us. Paul Aaron there gets around me. Gabriel Bortoletto as well, looking for the move as the Estonian will try and cover me off. And you can see Zach O'Sullivan trying to get into the fight as well. We're going to try and go for the move back on Bortoletto once again, as we go wheel to wheel with the Brazilian off of those first couple of corners. We'll have the inside line ready down at turn 3. Almost hit the inside wall, but we live to fight another day. And now that DRS has been enabled, then hopefully Paul Aaron is going to be a little bit more vulnerable as we make our way down in towards the final corner. I'm still tempted to try and box even earlier. I think we have got the first pit stop against our teammate Ollie Bearman. You can just see now, finally starting to remember how to drive this car through the corners. It feels like every single time I come back to them, they just feel like a bit more of a handful than I remember them the last time round there. But getting the run on Aaron back in towards turn 1. Yeah, Behrman has absolutely checked out at the start of this one. As all we nudged the outside wall there. That kind of sends us on a trajectory towards meeting Paul Aaron in the middle, ready for turn 1. We'll make the move happen though, but I'm going to just alert the team. I'm tempted to box the end of this lap. Well, we're not really losing much time against our teammate anymore, but we're also not really gaining any. And of course, Prema as well. I believe they did win the Constructors' Championship at the end. Oh no, I think it was ART, wasn't it? That obviously took the Team's Championship in 2023. So we're going to be right down still towards the start of the pit lane, which is really not ideal, of course, if loads of cars are boxing. So we're going to take the gamble, come in one lap earlier here, maybe get the undercut on our teammate Behrman as well, as we are actually, yeah, the first car, or the first pit box even, I should say. So clearly Prema did better than I remember in 2023, but get those new tyres on.
Go, go, go! Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
A 4.1 second stop isn't actually that bad going in Formula 2. It looks like Stanek, for some reason, has gone the other way in terms of strategy. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Can we try and work the undercut, though, and get closer to our British teammate? And, of course, also make sure that we don't get overcut by any of the AI. Tyre warm-up can be quite difficult in these cars, but we have got the S's to try and really get everything up to speed. And there we go, plenty of other cars into the pit lane then at the end of lap 5, so hopefully this is going to give us a decent enough idea as to how things are going. Looks like Behrman's gone the other way with the strategy. So one of us trying to go with the undercut, one of us trying to go with the overcut. Interested to see who it works out well for, though. That's almost back up inside the top 10 then immediately. Like I've said before, I wish there was a bit more variety with the AI strategy, just generally in this game. But yeah, look at that. We've got a 3-4 second gap over Zach O'Sullivan. Don't know if he's been slowed down by some other cars as well in the pit lane. But we're definitely further ahead of him than we were. I've got to admit, now I am working out this car. These are really, really good fun to drive in the game. There's Behrman then into the pit lane here, so he might end up being a little bit vulnerable still. I don't believe he got the gap he needed over the likes of Paul Aaron to safely make it back out of his pit box before anyone else got in. And that might make a whole world of difference here, as I think Roman Stanek then in that Trident is going to move up to the lead of the race. Where is our teammate going to be, though, as new fast lap of the day? We're ahead of Behrman. Surely we're not ahead of our teammate there by this much. We are. So Ollie Behrman then has really been caught out in the pit stops. He's going to have fresher tyres than me towards the end of the afternoon. But we've got about a 5-second undercut on our teammate here. And clearly, yeah, the undercut is incredibly powerful still in F1 Formula 2. For Roman Stanek at the front of the order, though, you're just praying for a safety car or a red flag now. I mean, for Behrman now, obviously, we've already got the tyres up to temperature, so he's always going to lose a bit more time on the outlap as well there. But he's basically got to hope our tyres hit the cliff towards the end of the afternoon. We're not even halfway through this stint yet, but yeah, look at that. The tyre wear pretty much non-existent right now. The mediums, they could go so far through a Formula 2 race here. As I mean, for Stanek at the front of the order, surely it's just worth staying out pretty much right to the very end and just hope that something falls your way. Well, I'm also starting to wonder whether Ollie Behrman's got issues in the other car, because Gabriel Bortoletto is now starting to take time out of him. That gap's crept under 2 seconds. So I just simply don't think Behrman's got the pace he needs right now. As Stanek then, he's going to make his way into the pit lane at the end of lap 9 then. Not really sure. Like I said, if I was him, I'd just stay out there as far as I possibly could and box at the end of lap 13 if I had to, if we got no safety car or red flag or anything to benefit me. But yeah, you can see that gap between Bortoletto and Behrman now down to just 1.5 seconds here. So I think our teammate, he's either got some technical gremlins or something maybe even more sinister, but he's going to be under pressure for even a podium. Oh, we've got yellows, someone's breaking down. I think someone's got problems here. Could that be a safety car or a red flag? Once again, quite late on in the day. Who is it breaking down? I think that's one of the Dams cars, I want to say. I could be wrong. Don't say it's Kushmini again. Is he even a Dams driver? I can't really remember off the top of my head. Either way, someone... I mean, they've got into the pit lane. It's Juan Manuel Correa that seems to be out of the race. And I think he had a mechanical failure last time out in Bahrain as well. So once again, he's been mecha-chromed. But luckily for me, no safety car as Ollie Behrman. I mean, for us anyway, he's doing a fantastic job holding everybody else up. Things are looking pretty good. We're just 4 laps to go. And there we go. Bortoletto immediately will get past Behrman here. And I think he's about to lose another one to Zach O'Sullivan. We got Hadjar and Paul Aaron battling it out just behind them as well. So all sorts of squabbles still going on towards the end of the race. Obviously, we had that just brilliant battle to the checkered flag in the sprint race for the win, obviously, yesterday between Amory Cordial and I believe it was Pepe Marti. But that doesn't look like it's going to be the case today, at least for the win. Further back, though, yeah, you can see O'Sullivan now has gone around the outside of our teammate as well. Although I don't think Behrman will absolutely not have enough time to close up to us. It'll be interesting to see what his pace is like towards the end of this. Because, yeah, Brazilian has looked pretty racy. Jeddah isn't usually a particularly abrasive circuit for tyres in the Formula 1 cars either. But, yeah, these tyres are just not falling off right now. And well, we've learnt today that the undercut is incredibly overpowered inside this title. Bortoletto is still trying to withhold pressure from Zach O'Sullivan towards the end of this one. But, I mean, Behrman, he's just plummeting down the order here. He might not even end up scoring many points if other cars are still able to scream their way through. And after such a solid start, I mean, it's you know, real life Formula 2 this year has been a bit of a mecha chrome lottery. I'm sure I'll keep rambling on about it as the series continues, but it is such a shame to see for poor Ollie Behrman here. He had the pace early on. I thought we could have had a good battle in the second half of the race, but I think, yeah, already those technical gremlins are set in for him, and you can just see immediately he loses the DRS to Isaac Hadjar, and that's just going to leave him even more vulnerable to the cars behind. Well, on one side of the Prema garage, still trying to fix Ollie Behrman's car, giving him any chance to fight for a few critical championship points. On the other side of the garage, though, although the start might have been a little bit rusty, it has been plain sailing ever since. We utilised the strategy well, we just did not quite have the confidence on those super soft tyres early on in the race. But ultimately, since then, even over these last couple of laps, we've just been calming it down, trying not to take too many risks here late on in the day. Hence why that gap to Bortoletto and O'Sullivan has just crept down there. Are we going to see Zach O'Sullivan make a move? We got Isaac Hadjar as well, waiting in the wings, not too far behind those two, as I think he's gone and done it. Who's going to hang on to the position, though, as we make our way into the S's? It looks like O'Sullivan in that ART car has waited right towards the end of the afternoon, as is going to complete that move then up into P2 there. We've got Hadjar, Paul Aaron and Kush Miney as well, all trying to fight for those points as well inside the top 10, but this might springboard us right up towards the top of the championship order as well. We've had 3 different winners in the opening 3 rounds of this season so far, and just like Formula 2 in real life, it does look like this season could be anybody's game. Next weekend, ready for Albert Park, I will up the AI just a bit more as well there. Just obviously figuring out more and more things about how to drive these cars, what to do, how to set them up, and everything like that. But Kimi Antonelli, I think a lot of us anticipated he would be an unstoppable force in FIA Formula 2 as well prior to the season beginning. Hasn't quite gone that way for him IRL, but I don't think that's anything down to his lack of driving talent either. In towards the final corner here of the Jeddah Corniche. First time ever racing here in Saudi Arabia for the young Italian. One more corner to go. Pole position, fastest lap, race victory. It's a typical Sunday for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He is an F2 winner.
He has done it again! Andrea Kimi Antonelli takes the checkered flag.
Have you seen one quite as dominant as that, Jakesy? I'm not sure I have. They led every single lap of that one, right to flag.
As we look back on a thrilling race here today, we can now see the drivers take their places on the podium. It's a familiar sight by now, as it's another successful F2 win for Prema.
there we go. Look at that. A dominant weekend here in Saudi Arabia. And I think we could be pretty happy with 2 podiums as well. There are 34 points on the board. I think we're already, what, 5 away from getting the maximum score from the weekend as well. There, Zach O'Sullivan comes through for P2 ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto there with Hajar and Aaron, Kushmaini Cordial, Marty Miata and Martins rounding out your top 10 there. Ollie Behrman, he took the lead early on, but not even able to take a single point away from the GP today. That is devastating for our teammate there. And I tell you what, somehow just our pace on those medium tyres in the second half of the race was absolutely ridiculous. Roman Stanek, his alternate strategy really did not work in the end, only able to beat out Zane Maloney when all is said and done. But what's that going to do for the Drivers' Championship? Well, Paul Aaron leads the way there, but we are tied at the top on 35 points a pop. Gabriel Bortoletto in P3 still ahead of Colapinto, and Zach O'Sullivan up into P5. Ollie Behrman now down into 10th place overall, as we've only got Barnard, Crawford, Stanek, Gomez, Correa, and Zane Maloney yet to score. Constructors-wise, High-Tech still having 2-point lead over Prema, but that's more back to where we would expect the team in red to be inside this series there, with Invicta just ahead of MP, and ART and Campos, they're not a million miles away either. Dams still, again, the only team yet to score in the Constructors' Championship. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back next weekend when Formula 2 returns ready in Albert Park. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 5 of our F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Albert Park, Australia. Of course, if you missed out on the videos that went live from Saudi Arabia, Jeddah, last weekend, I would highly recommend going back and checking them out. Both races actually went pretty well for us after a rough start to the year in Bahrain. We are currently P2 in the Drivers' World Championship, tied with Paul Aaron on 35 points, but with Bortoletto and Franco Colapinto not too far behind, anything can happen as we head to yet another high-speed circuit in Albert Park, Australia. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment. And yeah, let's head out then here to Albert Park. Well, here we are then, ready for qualifying in the Land Down Under in Albert Park. Obviously, we stormed to our first pole position of the year last weekend on the Jeddah streets, but Jeddah maybe a slightly earlier circuit to get a lap nailed than here in Albert Park, but hopefully we can just try and get a nice, clean, tidy lap time on the board. Obviously, we know due to the format of this series just how important it is that you qualify up inside that top 10, and obviously if we can get those bonus points as well, we could jump Paul Aaron in the Drivers' Championship as well. There was Behrman already sprinting off to an early advantage through that first sector. I'm hoping Sector 1 will kind of be my weakest of the lap. We have tried to make sure that the car has got very, very competitive straight line speed there, but how are we stacking up against our teammate? Looks at Behrman again in that other Prema. That's certainly got a lot of straight line speed in that car as we'll make our way down in towards the fat chicane, down just one gear in these Formula 2 cars through the first part. Try and almost get it flat out on the exit as well. We just had to blend the throttle slightly on the way out there just to make sure that we kept the back end in check, braking just before the 50-meter board there as we try and tip it in towards these final few corners. The lower speed stuff gets really, really difficult for us, and Behrman at the moment, supreme confidence in our teammate's car there as through the final corner we're going to go then. It looks like it is going to be Ollie Behrman. He narrowly missed out in Albert Park, Australia, but look how close we are, but it's only good enough for P14. How tight are the margins? Well, 0.2 of a second behind our teammate Ollie Behrman. That is the difference between pole position and P14 on the grid here in Albert Park. We just had one momentary blip of throttle through the final couple of corners there, and that has ultimately cost us and left us on the back foot throughout the entirety of the weekend there. Paul Aaron, my big title rival, will line up on the front row for the main event on Sunday. Campos lock out the second row there with Marty ahead of Isaac Hajar. Dennis Hauger, though, will start the sprint race from pole position, but once again, just like in Bahrain, we have got a lot of work to do.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? It's a new addition to the Formula 2 calendar. Albert Park has been an iconic F1 circuit for years. Recently remodeled to encourage tighter racing on track, it is 3.28 miles, 14 turns instead of the original 16. In the commentary box, I'm Alex Shakes. Alex Brundle is alongside me. And now, we've had sprints for years in Formula 2, but with a shorter race, how does that change your driving style?
Try to leave reverse in the pit lane if you possibly can. You do not want to be going backwards from the front row of the grid. This is the moment where some drivers are able to snatch points they won't be able to later on.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Australian Grand Prix sprint race. I must admit, P14 was not where I wanted to be for this one, and looks like we could have some changeable conditions as the race goes on as well. If we get a red flag or something like that, it could really spice things up later on in this race. But 12 laps ahead of us, I think it's going to be about damage limitation this afternoon as we wait on those 5 red lights. Lights out, and away we go here in Albert Park as we'll try and put the power down as Kushmaini immediately is going to try and put towards the wall in towards turn 1. Ratomo Miata as well gets a particularly good start there as well. We'll just get a little bit pinched. Whoa, into that first corner is actually plenty of contact. I didn't realise we were still getting pushed along by Kushmaini there as Zane Maloney will get around the outside of the pair of us as well. Through that first corner, we'll try and get back down the inside of the boy from Barbados. Whoa, in towards turn 3, and again, another little moment of throttle, or lack of throttle control, even I should say. Amory Cordial, though, will get around his high-tech teammate in Paul Aaron through the next couple of corners there, so that means, yeah, the Estonian, our World Championship leader, not getting off to a particularly good getaway, and I mean, if we could get ahead of him in this sprint, we could still temporarily take the lead of the championship as well. As let's see what straight line speed is like as we make our way down the back straight next. He tucked up behind Ratomo Miata once again there. Behrman as well looks very, very competitive in a straight line. Of course, every car you're allowed to run whatever wing angle you like and everything like that. I still love the fact that obviously in F2 this year, a lot of people never knew this, but you can actually use 2 separate types of rear wing. The low downforce one, even a lot of people didn't even bother with that at Monza, so safe to say that has been largely irrelevant in 2024. I don't think any of the cars come with it modelled inside this game either there, is again just getting a little bit squirrely out of the final corner. Roman Stanek, though, will lead the way at the end of lap 1. So once again, Helga not able to hang on to his starting position there as Zane Maloney wants to have a look. And we will just outbrake him into that first corner. We've got yellows out. No idea what's going on a little bit further behind. I think we've got someone breaking down from this race. I could not tell you who it is, though. It might be a Campos. But yeah, someone is definitely causing problems a bit further back. It is definitely one of the Campos cars, I think. But who is it gonna be? Are they actually breaking down, or have they just got a puncture? They've definitely pulled over to the side of the road. Sorry, it's Victor Martin, in the ART car. So once again, Martin's not getting the luck this season. And maybe, unluckily for me, we don't get a safety car. There we go, we've only just stayed in the DRS range of Ratomo Miata, as the DRS now enabled on lap 3. Does feel very, very odd, kind of having to go back to that old style rule, but yeah, I mean, as you would expect around Albert Park, the AI all bunching up into little clusters here, so I believe it is, I don't actually know who, that might be one of the Camposes in front of both high-techs there. I think that might be Pepe Marti just up in front, so he seems to be struggling to keep up with the cars in front of him. I mean, if we could try and get fastest lap on the board as well, so far we actually seem to be pretty strong when I get a lap hooked up. As always with these cars, it is just about trying not to, get too much wheel spin when the turbo spools up. Hauger, 31.1. We do a 30.8. New fast lap of the day. And yeah, if we could get inside that top 10, that bonus point could be useful. Oh, Miata's gone. That scared the life out of me as he almost just rammed into the side of me as well in that moment. But Ratomo Miata then, our second casualty of the day. And that high-tech, I don't know what team he's on actually, that Mechachrome engine was what I was looking for there. absolutely going up in smoke, so disappointment for him. AI seemed to really lack confidence down in towards these final few corners. But obviously Isaac Hadjar, he's had a spin in both sprint races so far this year and caused chaos. So I'm expecting him to do it again there, as trying to find some kind of room around the outside of our teammate Ollie Behrman. Definitely nothing working for us there. Well, Ollie Behrman really has enjoyed no luck so far this season. A couple of tougher races in Bahrain. We should have had a brilliant fight with him for the win in Jeddah, but unfortunately Mechanical Gremlins absolutely ruined what would have probably been a Prema 1-2 unless we'd come together. Obviously tomorrow he'll get to start the race from pole position though, and we'll look to try and capitalise on that, especially obviously with us starting way further down the order. But this seems to be the section of circuit where we're really strong, the back part of the lap. Obviously between the end of Sector 1 and early in Sector 3, as we're going to have a look down the inside of Ollie. He just about spots me at the last moment there. We'll try and give him a little bit of room on the exit. But up into P11 we go then. We are slowly moving forwards. Like I said, I think Pepe Marti is definitely the slightly weaker link towards the bottom of the top 10 there. Obviously only the top 8 get points though in this sprint, let's not forget. So we've got to try and move past Paul Aaron, because that fastest lap bonus point as well could be quite handy. As we might end up being the only car that dips into the 1 minute 30s, as that was nailed through turn 1. Right, come on then, let's see if we can try and get a run past these high-techs. Like I said, it seems to be them and the Campos cars that are really slowing us down at the moment. Neither team seems to have the pace here on Saturday afternoon, as you can just see. Paul Aaron desperate to try and defend from me on the exit of the corner. He's going to try and go to the inside line. Oh, and give me a bit of a squeeze there. We'll just about try and force our way around the outside there. But again, Aaron will be able to hang on to the position for now. Desperately try and get some clear air over the front wing, and down the inside we'll go. It is still early doors in the championship, but we've got to remind some of the other maybe older, more experienced drivers than ourselves that we are here to fight.
Good work, great pass.
As we get to half distance then in this race, we are up inside that top 10. Cordeal broke way earlier than I was expecting there. The AI really do seem to Constantina up in towards that final sector. And, well, I kind of had to send it on him so he didn't damage the wing in that moment. That'll bring Ollie Behrman back into the fight as well with the second high-tech car. So once again, Paul Aaron there actually has lost a couple of places on this lap. But yeah, we've now got both of the Campos cars in front of us. We don't often see it, kind of the AI bunch up in teams inside FIA Formula 2. But that seems to be what's happening at the moment. Can we find a way around Pepe Marti before the end of this race? Of course, took that sprint win last weekend. Obviously, that then meant we saw the F3 race suits for Campos. Our F3 cars coming to F124. Come on then, once again, the AI. This is where they're vulnerable on the lap. We will send it to the inside of Pepe Marti there. And that one was actually a little bit easier. Like I said, the Spaniard definitely seems to have struggled right the way through this sprint race today. I mean, look at that at the front, though. Nose to tail between your front through runners. I don't know who it is in the lead now. It is one of the Shrews, I think. I think they've changed name, though, haven't they? I don't know who's in the lead of this race, is where I'm getting at. I've got Enzo Fittipaldi in my head, but I could be completely wrong. There's another one running right up there is Gabriel Bortoletto. Let's not forget he's not at, well, yeah, no one's at the championship fight. We're barely into round 3 of a 14-leg season. But yeah, Bortoletto quietly consistent both IRL and in this game. Oh, come on, Isaac Hadjar. How are we getting such a good run on the AI through the end of that straight? I thought I'd set up the car to be quite low downforce, but I seem to have done the opposite. And through some of the higher speed corners, we absolutely have the grip there. It's, of course, Joshua Dirksen, wasn't it, who was at the front of the order. Yeah, Dennis Hauger even has taken back that race lead once again. So we are still getting a lot of moves up towards the front. And we are just slicing our way through like hot butter through a knife. 3 more laps to go. And this does give us a lot of confidence as we prepare for the feature race tomorrow. Every single lap then, Hauger and Dirksen just seem to slipstream DRS each other and are able to make the move. Looks like Crawford now starting to struggle to keep up with your top 5 late on in the day there, as Hauger forces his way back around the outside of Dirksen once again there. I think, yeah, Crawford maybe has just gone through his tyres a little bit quicker than he would have wanted. Now he's definitely vulnerable to us towards the end of this one. He'll try and force it to the inside line there, so we will go all the way around, just to keep those inside wheels between the yellow lines, and up then into P6 we'll go. And right now behind Gabriele Bortoleto, with 1 lap left of this race, as I just see overstepping it slightly there. That back end will really squirrel around underneath you if you get it slightly out of shape there. But 1 more lap then here from the Albert Park Sprint. Dennis Hauger still in the lead of the race, but the Paraguayan Joshua Dirksen is pushing him along towards the end of this one. Richard Verschoor now seems to be under more pressure from Gabriele Bortoleto as well, so everybody now suddenly getting into the fight. It's all Hauger. Big lockup for Dennis Hauger there. Somehow he will return between Dirksen and Roman Stanek, and that might actually work out really nicely for him. Because, I mean, he gets the DRS down the back straight there. As look at the run we've got suddenly on Bortoleto as well there. No room to have a look around the Brazilian as we try to make our way out onto the back straight there. But are we going to see Hauger get the run once again? Looks like Dirksen has tried to bolt for it on this last lap of this race there. Bortoleto trying to get the run on Richard Verschoor as well. They're surely going to go side by side down the end of the straight. Hauger again around the outside there. Bortoleto, though, can't find anything against Richard Verschoor. And as we make our way then down in towards the final couple of corners of this race, you can see Dirksen now, I think, under pressure from Stanek as well. Bortoleto, a big manoeuvre, trying to send it around the outside of Richard Verschoor there. Will go to the inside of the Dutchman, who loses 2 places on the last lap of the Grand Prix there. But through the final corners, he won. He dominated FIA Formula 3 a couple of years ago. He has never really kicked on in FIA Formula 2 out of the final corner. Dennis Hauger is going to be your Australian Grand Prix sprint race winner.
The Norwegian driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. Dennis Hauger takes the win.
Well, sprint races are basic, aren't they? And that's why we like them. Set them all going and let them have at it. And they really showed the racecraft and pace that you need to win them.
And look at that, they're making their way out onto the podium now. Great race from the MP Motorsport team, and I'm very happy to see them up there on the top step of the podium.
Well, there we go. Dennis Hauger picks up the full 10 points from the sprint race Saturday there. Joshua Dirksen ahead of Stanek, Bortoleto and ourselves, with Verschoor, Crawford and Ollie Behrman. And obviously it was Isaac Hadjar that finished in 8th. Ollie Behrman getting his 2 points from pole position there. We've been the big mover though. 9 places gained over the course of that one, so really, really happy with the progress we made there. And yeah, getting that fastest lap bonus point as well, I believe means for the first time this season, we are now to the top of the board there. 5 points ahead of Paul Aaron, still 5 ahead of Gabriele Bortoleto as well there. Behrman is still down in 10th place overall. How many drivers are yet to score this year? It is just Taylor Barnard, Rafael Villagomez, Correa, and yeah, Zane Maloney, I think, is probably the big shocker in all of those. Those are Stanek's first points of the year as well, as a little bit of a fun fact. Constructors-wise, Prema now to the top of that championship as well, but 4 teams covered by just 7 points after the opening 5 races. There's definitely still a lot to play for over the next couple of rounds as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready once again for the feature race. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 6 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Australian Grand Prix feature race. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday from the sprint, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. You can see currently we have a 5-point lead over both Paul Aaron and Gabriele Bortoleto as we head into the main event. However, They are both starting much higher up the grid than us today, so it is going to be very, very difficult to try and fight our way through. Of course, if you're new as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here at the moment. But yeah, let's head out then to Albert Park once more, and maybe, just maybe, we can get more points on the board.
It's Formula 2 in Australia in the great state of Victoria, and we're getting used to the relatively new look of this iconic circuit, the newest addition to the official FIA Formula 2 calendar. It's a new addition to the Formula 2 calendar. Albert Park has been an iconic F1 circuit for years. Recently remodeled to encourage tighter racing on track, it is 3.28 miles, 14 turns instead of the original 16. Here is the grid for today's race, which will be starting shortly. A fantastic effort from Ollie Behrman yesterday puts him on pole position, with Paul Aaron alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Pepe Marti, Hadjar, Richard Verschoor, Bortoletto, Crawford, Stanek, Dennis Hauger, Cordial, Miney, Ritomo Miata,
Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
Maloney, Fittipaldi, Correa, Victor Martins,
Colapinto, Barnard, O'Sullivan, Rafael Villagomez.
Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's get down to the track.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the Australian Grand Prix feature race. We had a really, really good run yesterday, and I'm hoping we can have another good one today. The team obviously opting for the super soft tyres early on, and then we'll bolt on a set of mediums to the checkered flag there. I don't really want to risk it. I don't want to change up too much either early on in this GP. But of course, if anyone does take the gamble and they can extend that first stint, then they can have a huge advantage by the end of the afternoon. Familiar territory, P14 on the grid. It is 5 red lights. And it is lights out, and away we go there. And once again, trying to avoid the bog down in towards turn 1. Looks like Dennis Hauger instantly will lose a place to Amory Cordial in towards that first corner. We're going to try and have a look up the inside of Ritomo Miata there and actually get a really good run off of turn 1 as well there. Round the outside of Kushmini will go. So yeah, we battled with him at the start of yesterday's race. Looks like we're going to do the same again here. One driver we definitely didn't battle with was Dennis Hauger, who ended up, in a feisty battle with Joshua Dirksen throughout that sprint there. Looks like Cordial's had a really good start. So what on earth's going on here? Down the inside of Dennis Hauger, and we've gained 3 places then on the opening lap there, as we're still side by side with the Norwegian as we try and make our way out onto the back straight there. But yeah, a lot of Constantine running up on lap 1. For our teammate Ollie Behrman, he'll be looking to try and bolt away at the front of the order, but that's not exactly what he's done there, as he's actually dropped all the way down into P3, so really not the ideal start for our teammate. But yeah, 17 laps ahead of us, though, around this circuit. It feels like a real marathon kind of race here today. Obviously, we came off Jeddah, which are generally some of the shortest races in terms of time on the calendar as well. But yeah, more laps here to navigate as well. And obviously that pit stop at some point during this race. Who is it, though, that leads the way at the end of lap 1? I think it's Isaac Hadjar. I could be wrong. We'll just wait and see and double check. I think it's Hadjar ahead of Paul Aaron at the front. And that is... sorry, it's Marty at the front of the order. So Pepe Marti once again leading the way. Well, everybody then setting faster lap times than we saw in the GP yesterday. Of course, these super soft tyres will work very, very well for a few laps early on. Ollie Behrman, fastest lap of the day. And luckily, yeah, we have been able to stay inside the DRS range of Joshua Dirksen. I mentioned, obviously, it out in Bahrain. I didn't speak about it much in Jeddah, but I am upping the AI difficulty, and now we are learning more and more about these cars. So I believe we're back up to 105, ready for this race. Again, obviously, Bahrain definitely was a bit of a tricky, it's a trial by fire.
Wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as soon as possible.
But yeah, we are slowly bringing it up towards that 110 mark, and say after the sprint race yesterday, I bumped it up a little bit more. So yeah, 105 AI for this race. We're getting it to an almost the right level. Joshua Dirksen's going to need a bit more luck if he wants to fight for the win like he did in yesterday's sprint race. But I tell you what, yeah, he has been a bit of a surprise so far this year. Paul Aaron now to the front of the order. as we will immediately snatch that fastest lap away from him. Are we going to get a lap under 90 seconds? I reckon that will absolutely happen over the course of this feature race as well there, but I can't see anyone around me on the on the medium compounded tyre even. So I don't think, obviously we saw one of, I think it was Roman Stanek, wasn't it, last time out, attempt that strategy. Didn't really end up making much difference for him. But I am just waiting for the weekend where the safety car comes out at the perfect time and you get one driver from way down the order who gets through, makes the difference, and will claim victory. Well, even with the AI continuing to be buffed, they do still seem to struggle through those sections of corners there as down the inside of Joshua Dirksen. I think everybody saw how many moves we were making there yesterday, and it's kind of accepted the fact that we're likely going to be able to make more, and there's not going to be much the AI can do about it. So a little bit of understeer through the very next corner. They're desperately trying to keep that back end from snapping out. It is a fine line in these cars. They're either fine or they're gone. You don't really get an in-between with them at the moment, as Behrman is definitely cycling his way back through. We are finally up into the top 10. But obviously, yes, pit lane or pit stop strategy could be very critical here. Do we go for the overcut? Do we go for an undercut? Only time will tell. Roman Stanek, Amory, Cordeal making their way through. You can just see again, though, the Trident car left a little bit vulnerable. Someone else is locked up in front, and that actually means, weirdly, if a car locks up, the AI seem to be braver in towards that corner. Not sure what we make of that one. But yeah, that time around we could not make the move happen on Stanek. It seems to be another corner where we are weirdly strong, as right the way around the outside of the Trident. I mean, if there's grip there, we're going to try and go for it, which there is. And through the final corner, we will make the place then up into P9 of this race. By doing so, we might just have lost the DRS to Amory Cordeal for good. But happy with that cheeky little maneuver. While losing that DRS might be an absolute killer here throughout the rest of the first stint. You just see trying to get closer and closer there. We get the gap back down to 1.1, but we can't quite get it back in that range. And down the straights, you just lose so much as here comes Stanek again then. Roman Stanek trying to have a look back down the inside there. Doesn't really commit to the move. Will hold it round his outside through that first corner. But we are throwing away more and more time for each other. But we know tyre warm-up is really, really difficult in these Formula 2 cars. So I'm tempted to try and extend the stint a little bit longer. Maybe go to the end of sort of lap 10, if the tyres will last that far, and then obviously try and make the switch. And hopefully we'll be back in the range of the cars in front when they've made the move over to the mediums. Obviously, they won't be very quick on the opening lap. But lap 2, yeah, they'll pretty much be up to pace. So we'll have to monitor, see what our lap times are like. We know we were running low 31s in the sprint race yesterday. So that's what we need to still be doing on these super soft tyres towards the end of the stint. As here comes Stanek. Not quite got the legs that time. But I think we're going to start seeing AI into the pit lane then at the end of this lap. Will Ollie Behrman be one of them, though? Looks like everybody's actually gone a bit further in this race than I was really expecting them to. And well, everybody, yeah, seems very bunched up still with each other. As there we go, Crawford, Cordeal. I believe that's Bortoletto as well, just in front of them, all into the pit lane. So we are going to gain a few spots then. Critically for us, though, Ollie Behrman has opted to stay out here. So Prema, we've really put all our eggs in the extend the first stint basket. And the lap times are definitely now starting to drop off. Well, Zane Maloney then, he's going to lead the rest of the cars into the pit lane, I would assume, at the end of this lap. Hopefully Behrman, please say Behrman's in. Yes, he is. So no, it is still Behrman leading the way then.
Ollie in the pits now.
I've got no idea who Mark's on about then. Why Zane Maloney? He's way down the order, if I'm not mistaken. But we are going to be the only car then to have to drag these tyres one extra lap. They don't feel horrendous or anything like that yet. But it is going to give us fresher tyres towards the end. As are we going to see some big switches there? I think Behrman, no, he hasn't quite been screwed over. So luckily our teammate will hopefully still be out in the net lead of the race. But has the undercut actually worked out really nicely? Pepe Marti is up now into P2. Looks like Marti, yeah, has got a good 1.5 second jump on Ollie Behrman, so we might be in trouble still. Well, the gap to Pepe Marti then sitting at about 20 seconds as we make our way down in towards those final couple of turns. And the AI definitely haven't struggled as much as I thought they would there. You can just now see front end starting to wash out a little bit more, so we are definitely starting to struggle towards the end of this stint there. As Ratomo Miata out of the race. How useful would that have been if we got a safety car right then? That would have been proper F2 just carnage, but trying to make sure. Oh, we only just got the car slowed down there as everybody will rush out into the pit lane. Hopefully we get a nice, clean, tidy stop. 4.1's not bad.
That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
And obviously we don't have to deal with anybody else trying to get down the pit lane either here, so hopefully we've gained a bit of an advantage with that. But you can see everybody behind Pepe Marti, who's got Clear running in front of him, all bunched up. That has worked for us though by the looks of it, as we try and make our way back out of the pit lane. Whoa! Amri Cordeal there doesn't spot me on the inside through the first corner. Somehow we won't pick up any front wing damage, and we're up to P7 then. So we've jumped a couple of cars in the process, but again now, we've got to deal with cold tyres there. As what is the AI doing? Have I come out of the pit lane invisible for them or something? Because Richard Verschoor tries driving through me as well through the next couple of corners. That actually might work out in our favour though. As Verschoor there limits his opportunities to try and get around me. And although the advantage might not be much, we will have slightly fresher tyres to the end of this race there. Still, as you can see, trying to build up some temperature again. But Cordeal, he will be vulnerable as we make our way down the back straight there, because of course he does not have the DRS. You can see that we're vulnerable to Richard Verschoor as well. How little wing is that Trident car running? Can we try and get the run on Cordeal on the exit? Really nice tidy line off of the turn there. To the outside we'll go. In towards that final sector once again with the high-tech. Could really help his teammate out here, but he is Amri Cordeal. So of course he doesn't really. Cordeal though, again, he won't quite hold on round the outside in towards that final sector. He will, however, get the DRS though, and again can't commit to the move. We'll defend from him once more then through that first corner. As again, is he going to try and look for it in towards the next couple of corners? But definitely running more downforce than the AI here. I was expecting them to run a bit higher wing, but trying to get back up towards those top 5 cars is going to be very, very difficult. And Bortoletto, he's probably still going to take points out of me in the title. 3 laps to go then of this sprint, of this feature race, sorry. We're getting the gap to Cordeal up, but I don't think we'll break away. Less than 3 seconds up to those cars in front there, as you can see how much we're sending it through turn 1. Not convinced we're going to get there by the end of this race. The DRS is just so powerful when you're in a train of cars like that group are in front. But it is, yeah, I still think this was probably the worthwhile strategy to go with, because I hate to imagine how much time we would have lost being stuck in the pit lane as every other car tried to peel in, as we got more yellow flags out. Too late now for a safety car in this race. Not too sure who it is though. We've had a big incident there. Franco Colapinto at the Grand Prix. What on earth has happened? Riding on board then with Franco Colapinto as he makes his way in through this middle sector. Engine's just gone. Engine has gone up in a big way there for what is now obviously Williams' Formula 1 star in real life 2024. But Franco Colapinto out of the GP late on. I thought there was admittedly a bit more chaos to that one. Well, it looks like that gap at the front though has been completely cut down to Pepe Marti. So I think the DRS actually is quicker if you just keep DRSing each other around here rather than having clear air at the front of the order like Marti's enjoyed over the last few laps. I thought we were about to see our first repeat winner of the year, and I'll be honest, yeah, I certainly wouldn't expect it to be him, but looks like Ollie Behrman now has got back up to the front of the order. He could be our 6th different winner of the year, so far it looks like it could be almost as wild as real life Formula 2, as you can see how much time now we're taking out of them as we continue to push on towards the end of the race. Of course, our advantage gets more and more the later we go. So we've got yellows out again. That's the other MP Motorsport. So Dennis Hauger now running into problems late on in the day. We obviously just saw the incident involving Franco Colapinto, and now his teammate is completely in the wars here. I think there's another car involved in that. Must be the Trident of Stanek, I want to say. No, it's not. It's one of the AIX cars. But yeah, heartbreak for Taylor Barnard as well there. They've both been able to keep going though, so yeah, it looks like that one isn't gonna, well, it's gonna completely ruin any chance of scoring for either of them. but isn't going to leave them with a retirement from this race as well. But as we navigate our way, though, through this final lap, is Ollie Behrman going to be able to hang on here, or are we going to see Pepe Marti make the move and claim his second victory of the year after the sprint win last weekend out in Jeddah? We are carving so much time out of that group that there just is not enough time to go for it towards the end of this race. Will Behrman be able to hang on? Here comes Pepe Marti there. Around the outside he'll go in towards that chicane once again there. And I think Behrman, he might have lost 2 places in all that as well. There is another car trying to make his way through. I believe that's Paul Aaron, isn't it, in the high-tech. So Paul Aaron as well there, right towards the end of this one, might be able to capitalise. And look at this now. You can see Bortoletto trying to make the move on our teammate as well there in towards the final couple of corners. Behrman looks like he will just about hang on to P3, but Pepe Marti through the final couple of corners. It's been 2 races of trying to use the slipstream and the DRS to his advantage, but the Spaniard has done it beautifully. He will become our first repeat winner of the year. Pepe Marti back on top, and we come through for 6th.
A super drive being rewarded with victory. Pepe Marti takes the checkered flag.
When life feeds you lemons, drive like that. Awesome stuff to come back from what was a really difficult start to the race.
I can see them on their way out to the podium now. Campos have come a really long way in this sport, and what a special race this was to see them earn the top spot.
Well, there we go then. Pepe Marti, your biggest point scorer from the weekend there. And Paul Aaron, again, will just extend his title lead over ourselves. Taking a look at your final race results there. Behrman does hang on for P3 ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto there, with Hajar ahead of myself. Vashaw, Cordeal Crawford, and Kushmaini will round out the top 10. Zane Maloney, agonisingly close to his first point score of the year. But what's that going to do for the Drivers' Championship? Well, yeah, Paul Aaron, the gap is cut down to just 4 points at the top of the table there. 6 points in it between your top 3 in the table, but Pepe Marti has certainly stated his intent as well inside the top runners in the championship. Behrman still in a Campos sandwich ahead of Hauger, Vashaw and Colapinto there. Further down the order, have we got any more new point scorers? Still not yet. Zane Maloney, though, up into 18th place there, capitalising on the rules of count back in this series. And still, yeah, Barnard, Correa and Villa Gomez at the rear of the field. 7 points now the gap in the Constructors, though, opens up to after another decent race weekend by both of the Prema cars there. But yeah, Campos, Invicta, MP Motorsport and High-Tech, you can't really count any of them out early on this season as well. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back next weekend when Formula 2 returns ready in Imola. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 4 of our F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the first of 2 of Kimi Antonelli's home GPs. We return to the Autodromo Internazionale di Imola, of course, for the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. Obviously, at the moment, we're 4 points back from Paul Aaron, who leads the way at the top of the table. If you missed out on those 2 races last weekend at Albert Park, Australia, I would highly recommend going back and checking them out. We're also closing in on 140,000 subscribers at the moment, so if you aren't already, please do consider hitting that sub button as well. But yeah, I'm sure here in Monza are 2 locations where Kimi really wants to win, so hopefully we can try and start the weekend off with a good qualifying. Well, of course, not only is this Andrea Kimi Antonelli's home Grand Prix weekend, but it's also the home weekend of the Prema Formula 2 team. And fun fact, which I found out recently, Ollie Behrman also lives out near Maranello as well, obviously being part of the Ferrari Driver Academy. So every single person within this team this weekend Or are we looking to try and claim a victory? But that being said, guessing who's going to win so far this season has been hugely difficult to do. Only one repeat winner from the opening 6 races being Pepe Martin, but I don't think we're really classifying him as a World Championship threat either. So we make our way, though, through that first sector. Just see Ollie Behrman, of course, stormed. I believe he's taken a pole so far this year. But yeah, still yet to win a race, as our teammate been a little bit overshadowed by ourselves so far in the campaign. But I've set up our car, so it might be a little bit weak in that first sector. But hopefully we'll be stronger around the rest of the lap as we make our way up through Aqua Minerale on the exit. Just got to try and get that traction down in a straight line and then up through the chicane as well. Just be really, really careful to attack the curbs both on the entry and on the exit there. We did pretty well off the corner. But you can just see we're not that far away from Ollie Behrman, but still, that is the entire field near enough is separated by just a couple of car lengths there as in towards the final couple of corners. Are we going to be able to get the line nailed there? A little bit hesitant on the throttle on the exit. And look how close we are to Ollie, but it's still going to leave us last on the grid for the second time this year. We find ourselves at the back of the field. Well, there we go. Ollie Behrman, another pole position this season, ahead of Paul Aaron there. Colapinto ahead of Cordeal. And yeah, Pepe Marti, our only repeat winner in P5. I must admit, being 4/10 off pole and ending up last is a bit of a disappointment. I do wish the AI were a bit more strung out inside this series. But once again, we're going to have a lot of work to do as we head into the GP. But at least we know we're not much slower than our fastest runners.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? It's 3.1 miles around Imola with 19 turns to master, 9 right-handers and 10 left. And note as well that Imola is one of the few tracks that's driven anti-clockwise. Keep an eye on the exit from turn 18. A good exit there leading into the circuit's only DRS zone will probably be the setup for some of today's best overtaking opportunities. And we welcome you to the Formula 2 commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me for this one, Alex Brundle. It is a sprint race. It is race day. How much can you take from that one-lap pace into our multi-lap contest today?
Well, you've got the grid reversed, giving some drivers who wouldn't normally get it the opportunity to take a win or a podium home. They're going to be looking to snatch that opportunity if at all possible.
Well, it is such a shame for us that qualifying, of course, has such an impact over the course of a weekend, and so especially starting at the rear of the field. We have got our work cut out. Set of mediums, though, will comfortably see us through the 13 laps here of Saturday sprint racing. It's 5 red lights, though, here on the grid. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They're immediately getting a better start than Taylor Barnard alongside me in that AIX car. And as we make our way then in towards turn 1, I mean, we've just got to get the elbows out today. We've got to learn everything we possibly can, ready for the main event tomorrow there, as I'm going to try and follow Jack Crawford down, into turn 1, making up a few spots there as Paul Aaron does really seem to be struggling. And now suddenly the AI all having a picnic through the first couple of corners there. Could not tell you who it is that leads the way through those first couple of turns. It might be one of the Campos cars, as we're going to go 3 wide on the exit into Tosa. Don't often see that in FIA Formula 2, as well, somehow being on the outside there, I was never expecting that to work out as well for me as it has. Still side by side with Kushmaini as we make our way up the hill. Are we going to be able to hook it up there? Almost banging wheels. Luckily, the UNI Virtuosi driver will give me the room around the outside, and we are all returning kind. Claim the place down into Aqua Minerale there. 5 places gained on this opening lap. Like I said, we just got to try and get our elbows out here. We've got to try and make moves ASAP and try and see if we can get some points on the board from this sprint. The AI, yeah, definitely stronger in qualifying than they are in race trim. They definitely seem to make a few extra little mistakes. But you guys as well also definitely feel that the F2 AI a bit more aggressive than those in Formula 1. Everybody with something to prove, as we've just proven that we can get down the inside of Roman Stanek there through the final corner. Didn't catch who was leading, but we are up at a P16. Well, Imola, I always associate with being quite a high downforce circuit, but it feels like, yeah, the AI certainly don't set up their car in that direction, and a lot of other people I speak to tend to view this circuit as a lot more low downforce as well. There we can see Ollie Behrman just keeping Paul Aaron at bay a little bit further up the road, so yeah, he was able to make that move at the start of this one. It is Martins, I believe, leading the way there. Still no DRS, of course, just yet, as we get under the 1:30 benchmark as well. But yeah, I feel like making overtakes today is going to be quite difficult. You can already see just how much Zane Maloney pulls away. Well, Formula 2 rules do work slightly differently to those in F1 when it comes to the fastest lap bonus point, and I'm staggered that Formula 1 haven't just simply copied what the rule is in FIA Formula 2. Fastest lap bonus point is awarded to anybody inside the top 10 in both the sprint and the real Grand Prix. It's just awarded to the person inside the top 10 with the fastest lap. Of course, it would stop you end up with all this chaos like we saw at Singapore, where obviously Ricciardo helped Verstappen despite not being on the same team. And yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if for 2025 F1 just try and re-clarify that as well. Because, yeah, ultimately, it is a little bit of a weird one. I'm trying to go for fastest lap at the moment, but like I said, of course, that's irrelevant unless I can get ourselves into the top 10. And after all that progress on lap 1, we're really struggling to be able to make much of an impact anymore. Around the outside of Zane Maloney will try and go, and I tell you what, oh, huge snap of oversteer there on the exit of the corner. We just like gather it up, but we're going to lose the DRS to Dennis Hauger just in front. So unless we can nail the line through these final couple of corners, it might well be that Maloney is about to come straight back past us there. Through the final couple of turns we'll go. Get on that throttle as early as we can there, as times are still improving by all of the AI as well. I mean, a 28.2 is not bad going, as here comes Zane Maloney again. We're going to try and go defensive then. No, he's actually just pretty much going to push me along. That'll open the door to Roman Stanek back down in towards turn 1. So we will send it back down the inside of the Trident. I am not in the business of losing places today, as that was a Formula 2 move. Oh, we got yellows, someone's blowing up. That's Enzo Fittipaldi. Enzo Fittipaldi is going to be our first casualty of this race then. And could we see a safety car because of that one? It would certainly do us some favours in rebunching up the order, but I don't think it's going to happen. They definitely seem to be slightly more reluctant to bring out the safety car in F2 than F1 inside this game. But Fittipaldi and Van Amersfoort, that is not what they needed this weekend, as are we going to see Stanek again try and close in back down towards turn 1. I mean, the DRS is so powerful in these cars, as here comes Stanek. We are going to try and sit in the middle of the road. He'll have a look to the inside that time, but again, we'll just hang on. Well, we are catching Dennis Hauger around every other point on this lap, but down that front straight, we are losing close to a second in a single straight line in these cars. So we might be in for a very, very lonely end to this afternoon's running unless we can really hook this up. I'm kind of hoping that maybe a couple of them go side by side, and that kind of bunches everybody up a little bit further behind. But at this stage, oh, I am not holding my breath. That should give you a solid idea of just how hard I'm pushing. I mean, look at this. We're within a second by the time we get back onto the front straight. That lap only a couple of tenths away from the fastest. Look at that, by the time we get back down towards turn 1, Hauger's opened up that gap to over 1.5 seconds again. It's absolutely ridiculous just how quick they are. Looks like we've got more and more battles going on behind me as well. But yeah, once we get into that train, hopefully we can make some moves. But all the problems with F124's AI just following each other and things like that, and the almighty trains that form on this game, with F2, because there's no difference in car performance, it is arguably made even worse. Luckily, though, it does seem like the AI are pretty good at kind of concertinaing each other up as well, all at the same time. So, yeah, they kind of obviously pull away a lot down that straight. Not that they will anymore, as we are finally inside that DRS. But yeah, will cost each other a lot of time through the corners as well there, as I don't know, that might be... Is that Victor Martins? No, it was the... I think it's Gabriel Bortoletto, isn't it? At the front of the order, so he could suddenly now rocket to the World Championship lead if he's able to bring home the win in this one. But yeah, I'd still love to try and get a point out of this sprint. I mean, into the braking zones, you can just see how much time the AI cost each other. None of them really kind of want to push each other along, but I will certainly tell Dennis Hauger to get the hurry up on. Almost took pole position had he not made a little mistake there as well. We'll have a look down the inside. Hauger, yeah, the Norwegian, comfortable and confident enough just to say, yeah, not happening, boy. Through those final couple of corners, but as we make our way back down towards turn 1 then, there are still battles raging on right to the front of the order. Looks like the field behind me is spread out a little bit more evenly late on in this one, but as we just try and carve our way through those first couple of turns once again, we've got to try and make a move a lap. I'm not really seeing anywhere where opportunities are opening up for us. The only real opportunity I think we've got is up out of Aqua Minerale and then trying to just either fling one down the inside or around the outside of the AI there. But you can just see as the tyres start to wear off as well, it is becoming more and more difficult to try and put that power down. Luckily, Hauger will go very defensive.
Great manoeuvre, you made it look so easy.
And you can kind of open up a door around the outside there, but just like the move we made on Richard Verschoor, getting a little moment on the exit the corner there, and that might leave us vulnerable. Oh, there's even more contact with Dennis Hauger. Us two seemingly aren't friends so far this afternoon, as we will move up then into unlucky P13. But you can see, yeah, now we've lost the DRS again. We're just going to wave goodbye to Isaac Kajar in front.
2.5 seconds.
Is Hauger going to be able to get the move done? We are going to sit defensive once again, but there goes the MP Motorsport driver back in towards that first corner. And yeah, now we might have just effectively ended our chance of points. Oh, Hauger trying to go defensive in towards Tosa though. We'll kick out the back end of that MP Motorsport car once more. You can hear the turbo whistle as he tries to get the power back down off of the corner. Dennis Hauger then maybe in a bit more trouble than we are. Perhaps the AI can't look after their tyres as well as we can around this venue. But again then, I'm going to try and have a look for the move up through Aqua Minerale on the exit this time round. Oh, we will get to the inside. Hauger really didn't feel like giving me any kind of room though, but we've shown the nose. We will storm through there, incredibly aggressive. Park the car on the exit. And with just 2 laps to go then of this race though, annoyingly, I think once again, we're going to be in trouble here. Here comes Hauger though, this time around down in towards the final couple of turns. Yeah, we really are just relying on some of those runners at the front of the order to potentially trip over each other. But once again, it's how much of a difference in a straight line the downforce levels can have on these cars. It feels genuinely like the AI running minimum wings around this venue, as Hauger really wanted to try and drive himself into a disappearing wedge. Is he going to be able to do anything again though in towards turn 1? He'll try it, but yeah, that's definitely not going to happen. Oh, we got more yellows, we got more yellows. Someone behind us as we're about to start the last lap of this one. Looks to be out of it. It's just trying to get the car slowed down again through those final couple of turns. Who is it this time round then? It looks like it might have been Roman Static perhaps in that Trident, who just went for a spin by himself. But yeah, one more lap to go then of this sprint race, and I tell you what, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board with the setup this weekend, because we just simply do not have a competitive enough car here. Don't know whether stripping a load of the air out is going to make it a whole lot better. We'll certainly struggle through the corners even more, but it feels like, yeah, the amount we've lost down the straight, I'm not even convinced I can find half of that by taking some of the speed out of the car through the corners as well. But at the front of the order, I believe Gabriel Bortoletto is about to claim the championship lead there, as Paul Aaron outside of the points, myself outside of the points as well. I mean, we can't complain about 9 places gained in 13 laps, especially when we've been a little bit unlucky on a couple of occasions as well throughout this one. But yeah, certainly a difficult race, and of course with the limited practice and qualifying time, you just never quite know what's going to happen until you get to the race day as well there. But that does create a little bit of intrigue. It does certainly make things a little bit more exciting as well. They're down in towards the final couple of corners though. He came into this weekend P3 in the championship. He's been quietly brilliant throughout the opening 3 weekends to put himself in a decent little spot. Out of the final corner, I believe it's going to be Gabriel Bortoletto that takes the win here at Imola. Nope, I'm completely wrong. It's Juan Manuel Correa. Fair play to him. His first win, and maybe his first points.
This is special stuff. It's victory for Juan Manuel Correa.
It might not be the same points as the feature race, but it is the same podium, and they get to wave at the fans from it.
And I can see our drivers making their way out now. It's been a sublime team performance, and it's the culmination of a lot of hard work. Dams are your winners today.
Well, there we go then. Juan Manuel Correa takes the win here at Imola, and what a weekend so far it has been for the American there. Victor Martins in P2 ahead of Bortoleto and Richard Verschoor there, with O'Sullivan, Marty Colapinto and Amri Cordial rounding out your point scorers. What is that going to do to our championship standings? Well, Paul Aaron and Gabriel Bortoleto now tied at the top. We are still just 4 points back, though, as Marty and Ollie Behrman continue their march up the championship order as well. I mean, any of the top 8 could leave the feature race here as the World Championship leader. That just goes to show how insane FIA Formula 2 could be inside F1 24. I believe as well, yep, those points were Manuel Correa's first of the season as well, so really fantastic job done by him. Now just leaves Zane Maloney, Taylor Barnard and Rafael Villagomez yet to score. Constructors-wise, Prema still lead the way, an 8-point buffer ahead of High-Tech there, 11 ahead of Campos as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow ready for the feature. Hello everyone and welcome back to the feature race for round 4 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend once again, returning to the Emilia Romagna Grand Prix at Imola. 4 points in it between your top between your top 3 in the Drivers' Championship. Any of your top 8 could leave this feature race with the championship lead. So anything can happen as we move into the main event. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday with the sprint, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel. But yeah, let's head then out to the Emilia Romagna circuit once more, and hopefully from the back of the field, we can try and get a big result.
Welcome to all those joining us as we kick off another round of thrilling Formula 2 racing at Imola. Imola's unusual in that it runs anti-clockwise, taking in 19 turns along its 3.1 miles of tarmac. 9 of those are right-handers, with the remaining 10 as left-handers. Now, the F2 drivers here today need to keep in mind the elevation. Pay attention to turn 7. A slow exit from here will lose a driver a lot of time as they struggle to accelerate uphill. Here are the starting positions for today's race. A fantastic effort from Ollie Behrman yesterday puts him on pole position, with Paul Aaron alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have
Colapinto,
Cordial, Pepe Marti,
O'Sullivan,
Verschoor, Bortoleto, Correa, Victor Martins, Hajar,
Villagomez,
Enzo Fittipaldi, Dennis Hauger, Maloney, Miney, Stanek, Jack Crawford, Miata,
Barnard, Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's get down to the track. It is the Formula 2 race. It is time to introduce you to Alex Brundle. I'm Alex Jakes, and we've got changeable weather out there today. That's making for some nervous team personnel down in the paddock, down in the pit lane.
Well, uncertainty is what strategy's all about, but it absolves the teams from the responsibility of running both compounds of tyre. They might have to use that wet tyre, of course, and then the question is, where do those crossovers lie between the wet and dry conditions?
Well, here we are then down at the back of the field, and yep, this time around not Martin Brundle, Alex Brundle even I should say, is correct. Changeable conditions predicted towards the end of the race, so I think we've got to try and go with the alternate strategy here. Start on the super soft tyres, start on the medium tyres, and then if it doesn't rain enough, then we'll move it over to the super softs at the end of the afternoon. From the rear of the field, we've just got to try and go with something left field. We would really love to try and make sure that we don't lose out too many points to Paul Aaron or Gabriele Bortoletto in the championship. They reckon the mediums will go about 13 laps here, so we'll have to wait and see as to how far we're able to go. Waiting on the grid for those 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go there once again, trying to avoid wheel spin on the initial launch. Taylor Barnard clearly did his homework after yesterday's sprint regarding how to launch these cars once more, and he will get a much cleaner run in towards that first corner. Now, annoyingly for me, obviously Parc Fermé is enabled, so we can't even change the wing angle of the car, which is something we struggled with in quite a big way earlier on in the weekend, as Miata and Barnard there just giving me a window to have a look down the inside into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, but we'll sit back for now, and we'll just kind of watch the cars wind their way through. Now we won't down the inside into Tosa, and we'll try and claim a couple of freebies there. Both times this weekend we've gone 3 wide through Tosa on lap 1. Is not too sure why Taylor Barnard was so adamant he was going to try and ram into the side of me up through the top of the hill there as well. But yeah, this race, at least the early laps, going to be a bit of a slow burn for us, but not going to have the same tyres as everybody else. So we might be set to struggle just a little bit. Let's have a look what the team is saying.
No rain expected. No rain expected for the time being.
Well, that's not reassuring. Team already... Well, there's no radar showing up. Oh, sorry, no rain showing up on the radar, even I should say, early on. But yeah, we are still down in last place then as we round our way through the final few corners. And our teammate Ollie Behrman at the front of the order. Maybe I've got inspiration from Gabriele Bortoletto's last to first at Monza a couple of months ago. Or maybe I'm just stupid. We'll have to wait and see. 1 lap down, 17 more to go. Well, every single car then early on in this race seems to still be just in one train. Like I said, Imola was always pretty bad for it anyway inside F124. But yeah, these F2 cars, I think honestly what they need is just a bit more AI discrepancy.
Rain in about 10 to 15 minutes.
That's exactly what I want to hear early on. The rain is still predicted to fall at some point in this race, and we'll basically have to make the call when that rain does start falling. Is it going to be heavy enough? As thank you, Miata. He's just going to give me the racing line down the end of the straight there. We'll slot back in behind him after a quick trip through the gravel. But yeah, we'll basically have to decide whether we want to be on those super soft tyres if we don't think the rain's going to get heavy enough, and that will hopefully, provide us with a bit more grip right towards the end of this one, as it looks like Paul Aaron then has moved past Ollie Behrman at the front of the order. Now we're just starting to get a little bit of spread happening further up the order there, and well, I think for us we've got to try and start making a few moves then. Super soft tyres really don't last long around this venue, as down the inside of Ratomo Miata, it'll be the outside for the exit of the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, but we will hook it up. And although we spent a bit longer in last place in the feature than we did the sprint, we're still feeling confident. To be fair, our entire strategy is completely banked on the idea that it is going to rain, and rain quite badly towards the end of the afternoon. I think it'll probably be sort of around lap 7, lap 8, that we start seeing the AI coming in. But yeah, it hasn't taken long before the medium tyre feels more than, quick enough to keep up with their super softs. Obviously, we know actually that the AI balance around here is pretty good, just very, very oddly split. We are so much quicker through the corners, and they are so much quicker down the straights. I genuinely couldn't even tell you whether the AI changed default setups inside F2, whether they just run the complete baseline every single race inside this series, or whether, they like to run low downforce or high downforce. I've just got no idea. I mean, even a safety car or a red flag, anything could make the difference in this race. Imagine if we got a red flag now, and it took us right the way to the wet period then, and everybody was just given a free pit stop over to make that transition, This strategy genuinely could go either way. early on in this race, but we've got to start trying to make more moves. Taylor Barnard, of course, we were able to navigate him before we even got to the start-finish line in the sprint race yesterday, but so far the AIX driver still yet to score a point this campaign, I believe. But looks to be a bit more competitive today. We try and get a run up out of Aqua Minerale. You can just see how much more confident the AI are on their softer tyres. Not on the brakes, though, as down the inside of Barnard will go, basically with no option but just to back out of the move. The elbows, they're definitely still coming out. Oh, there we go. Ollie Behrman as well into the pit lane. So Behrman, I believe, is going to be the first to blink then, and so many other cars following him in. So we could see a little bit of, AI tripping over each other and things like that through the pit lane. For the first time this weekend, we are up inside the top 10 there, as it looks like Miata just struggling to keep up with the rest of your running order. But, yeah, I expect to see every other car into the pit lane at the end of this lap. And then we're basically just waiting for the rain. Well, hopefully then, we are about to go from last to first in this feature race here, as Joshua Dirksen will provide us with a free bit of DRS as well. As we move past Paul Aaron then, one of our big title rivals, we are up into the lead of the GP there. Looks like Behrman has been able to get a bit of a breakaway as well from some of those other cars. So maybe now Prema are going to be up into a 1-2 situation. Whilst we should have had this all the way back in Jeddah. But yeah, Behrman unfortunately ran into some technical glitches. But basically now, any time after this, I am happy for it to rain.
Okay, expect to see some rain about 10 to 15 minutes from now.
And I don't reckon that rain is rolling in. How far do I have to go in this race before I finally decide that it's just worth pitting? As, are we going to see Behrman get the jump on Paul Aaron? No, we're not. Well, Ollie Behrman then has now moved into P2 of this race as we get to half distance. We've only lost about 0.6 of a second to both him and Paul Aaron since they boxed, and of course they are going to potentially enjoy quicker tyres or fresher tyres to the end of the afternoon.
Rain is forecast in just over 10 minutes time. Rain in 10 minutes.
I mean, that rain is rolling in, but we are basically employing a strategy of either we win or we walk away with nothing. I mean, we haven't really got anything to lose, so even if we don't get this rain, we may as well stay out until basically the very last lap. Otherwise, we're just going to be at the back of the field anyway. Unless we get a safety car or a red flag, we've got nothing to lose in this one. Well, the other problem we have got is where the DRS seems to be so OP here. Every single lap, Ollie Behrman and Paul Aaron just slipstream past each other just over and over, and it's actually working really nicely for them in taking time out of me. So, yeah, unless they do start battling a bit more, they're consistently at least half a second faster. I think the team, though, are finally starting to catch wind of what my plan is, although they are still begging me to pit pretty soon. Well, if you're new to Formula 2 as well, there is one other thing you have to consider with changeable conditions races. There's no such thing as the intermediate in FIA Formula 2. You just either have, obviously, your 2 sets of dries or a full wet tyre.
Give us the best in lap you can.
No, we're not, Mark, I'm afraid. We are going to continue staying out here because that rain is apparently less than 5 minutes away. I'm just waiting for the heavens to open at some point soon. But even then, if it does rain, it's going to have to rain pretty heavily. I mean, I'm happy just to box slightly early onto wets if the circuit doesn't feel like it's evolving enough. Otherwise, yeah, we will just get disqualified. I mean, the only other hope we've got as well, if it doesn't start raining heavy enough, maybe if it's just a little bit slippery, we'll start to see AI make errors as well. I mean, so far this year, Isaac Hadjar, isn't it, of course, he's already spanned twice in races and created chaos in both instances. We have had a red flag back in Jeddah as well, again, courtesy of Isaac Hadjar. And then who can forget the car park that we saw at the season opener in Bahrain as well. So there are still a few little windows for us, a few little opportunities. But as the tyre wear starts just to hurt a little bit more as well, just see they're trying to hop over the curbs a bit. Any kind of opportunity, any kind of window, the door is slowly slamming on us. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. Who is it? Oh, it's someone right at the back of the field, so they haven't caused really any chaos because of that. It is Ratomo Miata that is going to be your first casualty of the afternoon. disappointing end to a disappointing weekend for the Japanese driver. But yeah, we could have really done with a safety car there. That's not going to happen, though. It's a little bit awkward. I tell you what, yeah, these medium tyres have hung on pretty well in this race. You could very easily no-stop this if it wasn't in the F2 rules, but sadly it is. And our 25-second lead at some point is going to get evaporated. When is that rain going to arrive? Like I said, it was kind of an all-or-nothing strategy that we've opted to employ here late on in the day, but yeah, there's not long left for us even to pit here. Never mind. Hope that the rain falls enough for us to pit. Is it just starting now? Every so often I just feel like I see it start raining, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Oh, there we go. Rafael Villagomez now out of the race as well. But still, we're not getting any proper rain. I swear it just started there. I thought it looked like it was, but apparently not. And I mean, yeah, we've basically got a box at the end of this lap or next lap. And it is definitely starting to rain, but this has got to be the slowest I've ever seen it roll in on F124. It is just barely spitting. It's not even showing up on the car yet. That's normally the first sign that rain has arrived inside the F1 series, but we got yellows. Oh, that's Villagomez, isn't it? And yeah, just tucks the car away on the exit of turn 7. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, this is not going to be enough for us. And the only other thing that could happen is if the FIA declared this a wet race, obviously then you also wouldn't have to pit. They'd have to disable the DRS for that. But it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen at this stage of the afternoon. And well, Ollie Behrman, less than 23 seconds behind me now. We're just going to stay out one more. We've got nothing we can really lose at this stage. But end of next lap, we will have to peel into the pit lane. Otherwise, we will get disqualified. But I really had hoped at both Kimi and Prema's home races this weekend, we could try and get a big result. We could try and cause the upset here. But as we are about to start the last lap of this race, if we cross that finish line without being in the pit lane, we will be disqualified from this race. You can see the gap to Paul Aaron down to just 21 seconds. I mean, I think, yeah, we're going to get undercut by absolutely everybody here. But, yeah, it's not going to be enough. I mean, could we go wet? No, it's definitely not damp enough, is it? It's barely raining still at this stage of the race. So we banked on that rain rolling in more than it really has. We're starting to get a few splotches on the screen. But ultimately, yeah, it's not going to be enough. And I've sped anyway. Damn it. Absolutely damn it. And this race just goes from bad to worse right towards the very end there. I mean, yeah, if we come out inside the top 10 now and that penalty is what costs us, then I'm going to be really disappointed.
That's it. Go, go, go. Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
I don't think that's going to be the case, though, as Paul Aaron starts the last lap as well of this race. He is going to reclaim the lead at the front of the order. Are we going to see Ollie Behrman try to bring some sort of glory back to Prema, though? He's going to have a look round the outside down at turn 1, and I think he's only gone and done it. So Ollie Behrman back into the lead of this race with just one lap to go. But as we head back out of the pit lane, like I said, the gamble, it was either going to work or it wasn't. We were either basically going to win this race or walk away with nothing. And unfortunately today, it looks like we're going to walk away with nothing here. We'll just try and get some temperature up into the tyres. We don't even get a chance to try and go for the fastest lap as well. But to end up 6 seconds behind Taylor Barnard out of the pit lane goes to show, yeah, just how much of an advantage those on kind of the normal strategy had in the end. Maybe had we opted to box a bit earlier, we could have utilised these tyres a bit more. But like I said, you know, we were going for the, you know, win it all or nothing kind of call this afternoon. But at least for our teammate Ollie Behrman, as he rounds his way through the final few corners, it looks like he is going to become our 7th different winner of the season. It really has been a fantastic campaign so far in FIA Formula 2. Prema as well are going to be back on the top step of the podium with their 2nd feature race victory of the campaign. Through the final corner, Ollie Behrman makes his mark this season and reminds everybody why he will be going to Haas in 2025 there. Our teammate will take the win, but through the final couple of corners, our first pointless weekend of the year. It has been a real shame here at Imola, but for some reason, at the Italian circuits on F124, I have zero luck.
The British driver will see the checkered flag first. Ollie Behrman takes the win.
Well, it's the team's local track, and you'd think that'd give them a little bit of an advantage, but they put on a show for the fans out there today who will be checking in on their progress.
As we look back on a thrilling race here today, we can now see the drivers take their places on the podium. It's a familiar sight by now, as it's another successful F2 win for Prema.
Well, there we go then. Ollie Bearman takes the victory here in the feature race to become your highest point scorer of the weekend here at Imola. Paul Aron in P2 ahead of the ever-consistent Franco Colapinto. Bortoletto beats out Amory Cordial with O'Sullivan, Correa, Marty, Martans and Vershaw rounding out your top 10. A really disappointing weekend for us as Correa, once again took fastest lap bonus point as well. I mean, admittedly, the 10-second penalty kind of skews things there, but over 4 seconds away from Barnard come the checkered flag. The only two cars we finished ahead of, well, the two that didn't even finish, Rafael Villagomez and Ratomo Miata. What does that do for the championship, though? Well, it gives Paul Aron a healthy 6-point lead over Gabriel Bortoletto at the top of the table. Prema now down in P3 and P4 there. So, really a weekend to forget for Andrea, Kimi, Antonelli as well there. Any other new point scorers? I don't believe so. You can see, only still those 3 cars yet to score. And luckily in the Constructors, Prema still with a 5-point lead over High Tech as well. But we've just got to try and put that one behind us. Focus on next weekend. I believe we're back at the Duel in the Formula 1 crown next time out. We will return ready for the Monaco Grand Prix. That one I'm hoping we could try and get our championship hopes back on track. Hello everyone and welcome back to round 5 of our F224 Andrea, Kimi, Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here for the Duel in the Formula 1, or I guess F2 crown in this series. We're back this weekend here for the Monaco Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on last weekend's action from Imola, I'll be honest, it didn't go well for us. We had our first pointless weekend of the season. We took a big gamble in the feature race after a rough qualifying that saw us start at the back of the field. Unfortunately, the rain didn't come when I expected it to, so we did get a little bit screwed over in that weekend. It means now we've got a 22-point deficit to Paul Aron at the top of the table, but with Gabriel Bortoletto and Ollie Bearman between us and the Estonian as well, we've got our work cut out as we return to Monaco. Of course, we all know qualifying is important here, but with 2 races decided by our qualifying position, things are going to get even more interesting. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel, and let's do this thing. Well, here we are then for the most important qualifying session of the season. Trying to get a lap nailed here at Monaco is no easy feat, but it'll give you a pretty good spot, especially for Sunday's feature race, and that's exactly what we need there, is chuck the car immediately over that first curb. And everybody will be looking to try and get their car at the front of the order in this one. It's just dancing between the barriers as we make our way out of Casino Square. Purple through that first sector, which I guess we can't complain about as we try and chuck the car through the hairpin. Oh, no power at all there as you try and get the turbo spooled. That was like a 1980s Formula 1 car. Inability to get off the corner as Paul Aron then, World Championship leader, moves to the front of the order at the moment. But as always, I'm hoping the second half of the lap here is going to play out better for us than the first as we try and chuck the car up over the curbing. And we are still not a million miles away from our current P1. Franco Colapinto, of course, the Williams star, now moves up into the provisional pole position, but as we chuck the car through over the curbs, we've just got to try and get the lap hooked up there, down into first gear through Larascas, and one more corner to go. Anthony Noakes, get the power down, open up the DRS. You can see we're not far away from Franco Colapinto, but it is only P13, and once again, we've got our work cut out as we head into the rest of the weekend. Well, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The F2 qualifying times on this game may be a little bit too close, it would appear. Colapinto storms to pole by just 0.06 of a second over Ollie Bearman there, with Crawford and Isaac Hadjar, with Gabriel Bortoletto rounding out your top 5. Zane Maloney, his best shot at scoring points so far this year, lines up in P6. But yeah, 1.5 tenths off pole. The top 16 cars covered by less than 0.2 of a second. The top 20 cars covered by 1/4 of a second. It was only the Tridents that really seemed to struggle here. But we're going to be lining up P13 for both races then. So we're going to have to get our elbows out.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? The Circuit de Monaco is, for all practical purposes, pretty much unchanged since its 1929 introduction. It's strange to consider, but this 2.1 mile lap will take the drivers here around almost an entire country. 19 corners, but not that many opportunities for overtaking. Instead, this is a track that rewards technical skill. It's Formula 2, it is the sprint race. I'm Alex Jakes, Alex Brundle is alongside me. Now Alex, there's no mandatory stop in the rules, but this is Formula 2. Anything could happen.
You go for a little more, a little earlier, using a bit more of that harder compound of the 2 tyres available per weekend in Formula 2 to try to steal a march. And equally, if you have a bit of a bump, not so much of an issue. You're going to have another go tomorrow.
Okay, you know this, but this track needs a lot of downforce, and as such, we're not going to have quite the same top speed as other circuits. The good news, though, is that it's going to make our DRS even more powerful. So try to make the most of it in the race and quali if you can.
Well, here we are then lining up down on the grid, and of course, yeah, no stops planned here in the sprint race. We've just got to try and get our elbows out, especially on lap 1, and try and make some moves. We're on an ART sandwich, it's 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're trying to get the hook up through the first phase of the launch. Amory Cordeal seems to have done a good job with that, as Victor Martins is going to box me in behind his teammate Zach O'Sullivan as well there. So we actually lose a spot off the start as everybody makes their way up the hill in towards turn 2 and turn 3. We're going to try and have a look back down the inside, though, of O'Sullivan there. As a little bit of rear locking kind of chucks the car into the corner for me. I wish there was a little bit more kind of unpredictability with the AI. I want to go into a Monaco Grand Prix scared that we might get absolutely rammed there, as trying to do a repeat of real life though, around the outside of Ollie Bearman, down through the hairpin. We got yellows out, but look at that, we've really found a little bit of an avenue there. Or I thought we had. Just made contact there with our teammate. Luckily, I think both of us kept it out of the barriers, so we just about lived to fight another day. But that was a little bit scary then. That was more Esteban Ocon and Pierre Gasly from Monaco rather than Bearman and Antonelli. Those two were able to keep it clean and tidy. The 2 Frenchmen didn't, although admittedly that was entirely Esteban Ocon's fault that weekend. But as we navigate our way then down through this middle sector and into the final one, obviously 15 laps, it's a very, very long sprint and main event here is really going to keep us busy. As Amory Cordeal there just makes a little mistake. We nick the wall. I think we'll just about get away without damage there, as it's actually Manuel Correa again, who took the sprint weekend win last time out. Up in prime position at the moment there as Cordeal. He's definitely slower than I want him to be right now. Hopefully we're going to be able to try and line up a move. It definitely seems like the AI don't get affected by the turbo lag down through the hairpins, so no idea what they're doing. My only guess is they're dumping the clutch or something, but you can't hear a spike in revs either. So once again, code is desperately need to fix that. But yeah, we've got to be brave around this venue. You can't have any kind of fear, especially when you're going up against someone like Amory Cordeal. You've just got to be able to try and make the move on him. Otherwise, the Belgian will inevitably slow you down. For those of you that aren't maybe so well versed in Formula 2, he's basically the new Roy Nissany or Ralph Boschung. Spent far too many years. You know he's got no hope of kind of progressing to Formula 1. So he basically is just taking up a seat for yet another year. So we've got yellows out. Someone a little bit further behind ran into problems. Rafael Villagomez. Our first retirement of the day. And based on where he's sat, that looks to be a mechanical failure. Well, the other problem we've got with that turbo lag through the hairpin is it means we can't stay close enough to the AI on one of the best places to actually try and go for moves around this venue, as there is Rafael Villagomez stranded. I think he's racing for Van Amersfoort, isn't he? If I'm not mistaken, but green flags. By the time we get back down towards turn 1, they finally, well, been able to deal with that car there. Can I stop getting oversteered through turn 1? That would be quite nice. At the moment, I just can't seem to do anything. Well, with any chance out of the tunnels seemingly impossible, and we can't really get the run on the AI back down towards turn 1, we're going to have to really get adventurous with where we want to try and make our moves today. I still feel like we can gain a bit of time up over the top of the hill, unless we can get Cordial out of the DRS range of Franco Colapinto as well in front of him. I mean, out of there, see, over the bump, we do gain a little bit more. Maybe this corner, Upper Mirabeau, will have to be our place to try and go for moves, but we'll keep just trying to throw Amory Cordial off his line, see if we can force an error out of him. But yeah, I think basically our main hope this weekend, yet again, is going to be, can we do anything when we get into the feature race? I mean, the other opportunity is potentially down into Le Rascassor. We tried to have a look down the inside there. We actually got the car fully alongside Cordial, but again, yeah, just got a little bit unlucky with the contact there, as of course, you know, you're going to have to squeeze the other car when you're going wheel to wheel around this venue, but we've spent already near enough half this race following the high-tech driver. I don't really want to spend the other half staring at his behind. Or with that little bit of battling, though, it does mean Cordial now has lost the DRS to Franco Colapinto in front of him, so there might be an opportunity this time round if we can just get the run. Again, you can just see trying to get alongside him, but Cordial, I mean, it probably is the easiest track on the calendar to defend against. And as we try and put the power down, you can see how much this car's moving around underneath us as well. I don't think we got too many problems with the tyres so far, but it's definitely frustrating the fact we can't just quite get it where we want it to. There is again brushing up against the wall up through turn 1, and by the time we get up into towards turn 2 and turn 3, we are too far back from the Belgium again, unless we can get a really nice tidy run through here. Oh, I just see there's definitely the potential. This is going to have to be that section of circuit where I go for it, but we've got to be right on his gearbox out of turn 1 and then hang on to it over the bump. I mean, I'm looking at it, how much closer we're able to stay through the exit of Tabac and then in towards these final few corners, but again, just see Cordial able just to slow down at the right spot, get on the power again, so I just can't really do anything about it. Right, come on, this is the closest we've been so far. Can we have a look down the inside of Amory Cordial? I mean, that was a touring car style move. I'll hold my hand up and admit, we basically, I mean, we got to the inside, and I mean, yeah, to be fair, Monaco, you've basically got to force the issue, haven't you, if you want to try and make the move, but that means we're up inside the top 10 then. So if we could try and claim fastest lap, I believe we would get the bonus point from this sprint race as well, which would be quite nice. So I'm going to just take a couple of laps, try and get the tyres into a good window, and then we're going to try and see how close we can get to it. We've got a couple of seconds up to Colapinto and Crawford in front. I do still feel like raw pace. We are very, very competitive here. But ultimately, yeah, up to this point, it hasn't made enough of a difference where I've got the confidence to really attack those other cars. I believe fastest is currently by Ratomo Miata, who's having a good run of Monaco luck so far this weekend, as well, apparently brushing up against the barrier through turn 2 is going to be the way to go.
We need to look after the tyres. We won't be making another pit stop.
Now we've got past Cordial. Basically, these final 5 laps are a qualifying session. Well, we're just 4 laps to go. Then I very quickly have worked out that, yeah, trying to claim fastest lap is just not going to be possible. The tyres, although they don't fall off quite like they do on the Formula 1 car, they're definitely not giving us enough grip where we can really look for something here. So, yeah, I think unless we can try and get close to Crawford and Colapinto, which is not going to be easy, they're still about 2 seconds in front. And we always lose a good 3-4 tenths through those, well, literally that tiny little straightaway there. Yeah, I think we're going to be bringing the car home in P10. We've learned a lot from this sprint race. Hopefully we'll carry through with us into the main event. But I think, yeah, the main race, we're just going to have to go with a wild strategy that will hopefully leapfrog us up the order. Oh, we've got yellow. Someone, I think that might be behind us. Bit of a shame, but yeah, someone seems to be breaking down later on in the day. I believe that might be a Dam's car. I could be completely wrong, though. Too many of the teams are like a weird shade of blue inside Formula 2, I decided. Who could that be right towards the end of this one? They're still in the way of a few other cars. Obviously, it's too late for a safety car. It is Kushmaini. So, yeah, UNI Virtuosis. He has blocked both Tridents. But, yeah, like I said, it's too late for a safety car or anything like that. So, Trident now are even further off the back of the field. But, yeah, Kush is out. Well, on to the final lap we go then of the Monaco Grand Prix. Really have just tried to settle in right at the end of this one. And, yeah, a little bit disappointed that once again we're going to walk away with no points here. We've got to desperately try and figure out my lack of qualifying pace inside this game. Because, yeah, it is really, really costing us. Must admit, I've said this for a couple of years, though. I'm not a fan of the F2 format. Kind of working this way. Obviously, there's no real perfect solution to it. But I do kind of wish that, like, I think in the ideal world, you'd run, obviously, qualifying in the feature race on Saturday, and then reverse the top 10 finishers ready for the grid on Sunday. Yes, that would admittedly put us on pole position, which is just a very, very happy coincidence this weekend. But yeah, I think there is just slightly too much reliance on qualifying in this current format, especially if you're outside the top 10. You basically know you're screwed unless something crazy happens. But through the final couple of corners, though, it is going to be Juan Manuel Correa that is going to become our our second repeat winner of the year. 2 sprint wins back to back for the American. He is having a really, really good season so far. Out of the final corner, though, it is P10.
What a story! What a man! Juan Manuel Correa takes the checkered flag.
Well, the sprint win's not where the big points are handed out, but it sets them up well for tomorrow and gives a lot of confidence for the longer feature.
Dams, another team with a huge amount of history based right in the heart of motorsport near Le Mans in France, have once again shown their formidable abilities out on the track with yet another win today.
Well, there we go then. Juan Manuel Correa again takes the fastest lap there on. I didn't actually realise how close we were to getting that bonus point as well. We're only a 10th away by the end of the early stages there. But he will take the full 11 points once again ahead of Pepe Marti there. Paul Aaron will further extend his championship lead ahead of Miata, with Maloney, Bortoletto, Hajar and Crawford rounding out your point scorers. What does that do for our championship standings, though? Well, it means our gap at the top now up to 28 points. So we have really got our work cut out, as we have now lost P4 to Pepe Marti as well there. And with Colapinto and Zach O'Sullivan not too far away either, we might be in real trouble as the weekend goes on. Now it's only Taylor Barnard and Rafael Villagomez that are yet to score after Zane Maloney finally gets his championship off the ground there. And High Tech have a 1-point lead over Prema in the Constructors as well. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow when Formula 2 returns ready for the feature. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 5 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back once again here in the jewel in the Formula 2 crown. We're back for the Monaco Grand Prix feature race. 25 points available to us this weekend, but once again we are starting a little bit further down the order than we would want. If you missed out on yesterday's video, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We learned a lot about the car, about what we need to be doing around this circuit as well. So fingers crossed today we can try and have an even better result, of course. But just going to have to roll the dice with the strategy. Safety cars could be race-defining here as well. But yeah, let's head out down onto the circuit and hopefully we can walk away with some points.
Welcome to one of, if not the most iconic race circuit in Formula 2. A track with absolutely no room for error, a track that requires every bit of skill these young drivers can muster. We're getting ready for lights out here in Monte Carlo. The Circuit de Monaco is, for all practical purposes, pretty much unchanged since its 1929 introduction. It's strange to consider, but this 2.1 mile lap will take the drivers here around almost an entire country. 19 corners, but not that many opportunities for overtaking. Instead, this is a track that rewards technical skill. We're almost ready to go then, and this is what the starting grid looks like for today's race.
Franco Colapinto lines up on pole position.
And it's Ollie Bearman in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Crawford, Hadjar, Gabriel Bortoletto, Maloney, Aaron, Miata, Pepe Marti, Juan Manuel Correa, Cordial, Martins,
Andrea Kimi Antonelli, Zach O'Sullivan,
Hauger, Miney,
Barnard,
Enzo Fittipaldi,
Villa Gomez,
Stanek, and Richard Verschoor completes the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's get down to the track.
Right, this track needs a lot of downforce, so we won't have as much top speed. The good news, though, is that it's going to make our DRS even more effective than normal. Try to make the most of it in the race and quali if you can.
Right, well, here we are then down on the grid, ready for the feature race here from Monaco. And I want to try and ideally start this race on the super soft tyres, but I don't believe the game's going to let me, which is very, very stupid. If for some reason sometimes on this game it just forces you onto a certain strategy and won't even let you kind of move it around. I wish there was the option for a custom strategy that you can kind of set up from the ground up like you get on F1 Manager, but this is F1 24 and things like that have been broken for years still never seem to get fixed. It's going to mean there's going to be a mad dash to make the switch later on in the race. It's 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go then for the Monaco GP feature race there. This time round, we will get to the inside of Victor Martins before we get into turn 1. And we spent a lot of time yesterday trying to get around Amory Cordial. I'm going to try and deal with him as soon as possible as well as we head into the feature race up the hill in towards turn 2. Let's try and see if we can go the long way around of the Belgian driver there. We'll have the inside line ready for turn 3, and there we go. We'll make it through then, maybe even down the inside of Pepe Marti as well, who of course, rather oddly, has ended up being one of my big championship rivals there. We've got to try and get the long way around though, as we go side by side down through the hairpin. Easy does it with the turbo spool on the exit there, but we will get down the inside finally through Portier. And for the second race this weekend then, we made up some spots off the start there. This time around we will immediately promote ourselves up into the points, so yeah, really, really happy with that one, as I don't believe Ollie Bearman has got himself to the front of the order. Yes, he has, sorry. So Ollie Bearman straight to the lead of the race. We've got yellows out. I think that's a car behind us. Amory Cordial's gone, and we've got a red flag. What on earth has happened to Cordial? Well, Amory Cordial then already lost the place to myself off the start of this one, and looks to be going side by side with one of the, I think that might be Victor Martins in the ART car as we make our way down in towards the chicane there. Just tips it in, nudges the wall on the way through, slaps the wall on the way out there, and well, the camera angle met with a face full of barrier and a roadblock created on lap 1. That explains why we ended up with a red flag. Well, we could theoretically now try and opt for 2 sets of the super soft tyres and go to the end of the GP. That would certainly be a brave strategy, but maybe if we could have the extra grip, we could try and make it work. I reckon we want to try and go for that, although I don't know whether the super softs, I don't know, obviously, because you've got to do a certain amount of laps on the soft compound tyre, it might well be that our second stint we have to go back the other way again. So this is going to be a big gamble, but we've got to try and do something different, as everybody else still on the softs. It's going to be 5 red lights again, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go there. And this time around, we definitely need to get a better start than the AI. So trying to have a look around the outside of Correa and Rotomo Miata down at that first corner. And there we go, another couple of spots gained then off the start there. So 5 places made up between the first and the second restart. We might be able to get down the inside of World Championship leader in Paul Aaron as well. That would be quite a critical move for the bigger picture there as well. Banging wheels just slightly with our second high-tech of the weekend. Aaron's there is going to open up a window for himself down the inside of Zane Maloney. And these two now are going to go side by side right the way through the hairpin. Who's going to come out on top of that one? I think Paul Aaron down the inside is surely going to be able to make this one work. He's still got Maloney though around his outside. And the Rodin Carlin driver, they're just kind of forced to back out of it in the end. That'll open up the window for us. So both myself and our championship leader, Estonian, are going to be able to get past the Barbados boy. And there we go. We move up into P7 then early on in this race.
The car ahead. They're going to be giving off dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres. So try to get past.
Well, it is looking very, very overcast around these Monte Carlo streets, but hopefully that isn't going to be too much of a concern. There is down the inside. Second time again this weekend we've tried to go down the inside of a high-tech there. That time around, though, we'll pull it off as Paul Aaron, I don't think, would be too happy with that move. But as Ollie Behrman leads the way then by the end of lap 1, we are up to 6th place. And like I said, we've got to utilise these super soft tyres, make the switch back to the softs later on, and then I think the final few laps are going to be all about parking the bus. But we've got to try and utilise this super soft tyre early on in the race, just to try and see if we can claim fastest lap bonus point. It is a very odd feeling for the first time this weekend to actually feel like we have got the upper hand on the AI. And hopefully, yeah, we're going to be able to have a look for a move on Isaac Hadjar pretty soon. But already, these super soft tyres just sliding around a little bit. They will not last long in this Grand Prix. I think if we can get into about at lap 8 or so, then I'll be quite happy. And then we'll move over to the softs and try and take them to the end. So, yeah, I think even if we wanted to, double super softing this race wouldn't actually be that quick. And yeah, might end up being slower. And, of course, I don't want to get disqualified. Let's see, closing in on Isaac Hadjar as we make our way up through the top of the hill once again. Up over the bump we go. And we have a bit of a sniff down the inside there. Hadjar, I think he was perfectly within his right to try and slam the door in my face on that one. And, well, we've got to try and look for it, of course. But, yeah, I think actually I got it wrong yesterday. I reckon our best shot at making moves is actually down in towards Larascas, which is admittedly quite audacious, but we'll try and see if we can go for a move on the Frenchman, of course. P2 in the IRL F2 Championship. Still got a little while longer to wait before the final couple of rounds of the season out in Qatar and obviously Abu Dhabi with the season finale. But as we make our way then through this final sector, are we going to be able to try and get the run on Isaac Hadjar? We'll have a look down the inside. He will just about jump out of the way there. A little bit of wheel banging on the way in. And again, the AI through those two slowest corners of the lap just seem to be able to put the power down so much easier than I can. They've got built-in traction control, but it doesn't seem to cost him anything, as we'll just nick the wall. Paul Aaron will try and have a look up the hill.
Front wing is going to need replacing if it takes too much damage.
Yeah, we picked up a little bit of front wing damage yesterday as well. It takes quite a lot to really notice a difference in these F2 cars. I tell you what, these tyres already starting to feel a little bit dead in comparison to the AI soft. So I think end of next lap, we're going to try and dive into the pit lane. I mean, we're able to just about keep up with Isaac Hadjar at the moment, as once again, we will only just claim the DRS, but yeah, these super softs, they're not as good as I thought they would be. The soft compound tyres yesterday lasted pretty well through the 15 laps here. I mean, it's not a track that obviously you don't put much speed through them.
Well done.
But of course, yeah, there are a lot of traction zones here in Monaco as well, so that's normally the balancing act. But you can see, yeah, rear tyre wear, it's not looking horrendous. Certainly in these F2 cars, worn tyres do handle very, very differently to what I'm used to in Formula 1. So yeah, I think we're gonna peel in the end of this lap and try and get our undercut. Well, annoyingly, this lap the tyres have actually seemingly come back into the window a little bit more again, so we've actually closed in quite well on Isaac Hadjar. Maybe it's me, maybe it's just the AI starting to struggle a little bit more on their tyres as well. But either way, we are still going to peel in. As all we only just get the car slowed down there as the team rush out into the pit lane. Hopefully we'll get a nice, clean, tidy stop down at Prima. I mean, 4 seconds isn't bad, as...
On the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
Well, there we go. Rafael Villagomez still yet to score a point this year. Don't think that's going to happen today, especially with that 5-second penalty. But how far behind Vashore are we going to be then? Well, nice and easy.
Let's go.
We're going to be about 6 seconds, I believe, out behind the Trident driver. About 7 seconds back. So if we could close that gap down before he pits, we could still undercut right towards the front And yeah, these technically are a used set of tyres, but they are the ones we only used on lap 1. While trying to just dance the car through the barriers here. Got to be gentle as we bring them up to pace there. But already you can see that gap to Vershaw down to just 6 seconds here. I'm not convinced we'll undercut right to the front. But hopefully, yeah, we'll get a little bit closer to Ollie Behrman there. Maybe jump Hajar and a couple of other runners. You know, we are still thinking bigger picture in the championship. I mean, I'd love the full 25 points here, of course, but we just want to slowly get back into the routine of points without fail. I mean, the worst thing for us now would be a safety car. As soon as I say that, we got yellow flags out for someone. We've got a safety car now. We would be in big trouble, as I don't know who that is falling down the order, but please don't take anyone with you. There's all the other AI trying to wiggle their way through. I don't know whether they risk it now and go super softs to the end, as it is Zane Maloney. Scored his first points of the season yesterday, and looks like he is going to be out of the feature race today. Is that going to bring out a safety car, though, as that is a big plume of smoke at the back of that car. But luckily, I think this time round, we've got a bit lucky in this game. It doesn't happen often, but luck has been on our side. No safety car, so we can continue on. Just starting to get a little bit concerned then as we start lap 14 here. No sign still that the AI are going to peel into the pit lane, but we have closed in on Richard Vershaw. It hasn't cost me any lap time yet, but yeah, I mean, to be fair, our lap time's still fairly consistent, and I'm staggered that our 19.9 is still fastest on the board. I was hoping I'd go quicker than that, but doesn't seem to be the case here. As are we finally going to see Ollie Behrman into the pits at the end of this lap? I mean, 2/3 distance on the softs. Yes, we are. So Ollie Behrman then immediately into the pit lane. Hopefully our teammate won't get badly held up by any other car. That is the one other thing that we have to consider a lot down at Prema over the course of the season. But as we round our way then through the final couple of corners, will it be Vershaw? Will it be Stanek into the pits down at Trident? It's going to be Stanek. So we've still got to try and make our way around the Dutchman this lap. As where is Ollie Behrman going to be when he makes his way back out into the circuit? There is our teammate. So Behrman's got the jump still on absolutely everybody else, and he's stayed ahead of me. But obviously he's going to have to try and get those tyres up to temperature this lap. And look at Richard Vershaw potentially trying to line up a move as well on our British teammate there. As well, wanted to try and potentially have a look around the outside of Richard, but not run into the back of him. As I think that will mean Ollie Behrman probably is going to win this race. Well, this is going to give Behrman a huge boost in the championship as well, and back-to-back feature race victories would be a rather impressive feat as well there, as Vershaw then into the pit lane. So Prema, we are going to clarify this then. We are 1 and 2 in this Grand Prix as Franco Colapinto makes his way out. We are definitely going to have our work cut out, though, towards the end of the afternoon, as Colapinto is going to still be out in the podium places there. Jack Crawford down in P4. But how bizarre is this going to be then? If Behrman can convert this, we're going to have identical winners to last weekend in exactly the same races as well. And there we go. Behrman has just smashed my fastest lap bonus point then. So a 1:18.8 for our teammate. So that's how much quicker the AI are likely going to be going towards the end of this one. I am expecting in the last couple of laps for their tyres to just start falling off a little bit. But yeah, we've got Colapinto, Crawford, Bortoletto all queuing up behind us. Want to try and find a way through. I mean, Behrman's won this, like I said, unless he has a mechanical failure. I don't see a way in which this goes wrong for him now. But can we defend and bag Prema a 1-2 finish? The 1-2 finish that we should have had all the way back in Jeddah. Well, effectively now, with Amaury Cordial out of this Grand Prix, I am the new Amaury Cordial towards the end of the afternoon. He slowed us down so much yesterday. Although, again, I'm not really sure we would have been able to make many more places up. But just 2 laps to go, and at the front of the field, our teammate Ollie Behrman still very happy out in front, building up his lead. But, yeah, we've just got to try. I mean, qualifying is our only real weakness in these cars still. The AI are so good over 1 lap in this series. We've definitely got the pace when it comes to races. I think we definitely set up the car a little bit more to try and benefit us in that way. And on weekends like this where you can try and roll the dice with the tyre, it works out quite nicely. But other weekends, like we saw at Imola, for example, you just can't really do anything. make our way through Larascas then for the penultimate time in this race. Ollie Behrman at the front of the order. That gap has pretty much just stabilised now, but what a day it has been once again for our teammate there. Early on in the season, it really did feel like we had the better of him. And through those first few rounds, we were able to build up a bit of a buffer. But feature race wins are worth so much in FIA Formula 2. You know, the fact that you get the same amount of points margin over P2 in a feature race as you would from about P1 and P6 in a sprint race in this series. It really does emphasise still that Sunday afternoon is where you got to try and deliver there. And for Ollie Behrman this weekend, for back-to-back weekends, he has absolutely been the driver to deliver, making his way through these famous streets. Of course, yeah, we haven't really been able to hold a candlelight to him. I think even if we had got ahead of him, it would have been very, very difficult to try and hold him up towards the end of the afternoon. But Prema as well, we had a difficult weekend last time out. I was a bit worried after qualifying that this would be more of the same here, but yeah, luckily for us, to go from 13th on the grid to P2 in the end will mean that we reclaim the Constructors' Championship lead as well. Ollie Behrman at the final corner is a Monaco feature race winner in FIA Formula 2, and we come through to make it a Prema 1-2.
He's made it all the way to the top step of the podium. Ollie Behrman takes the checkered flag.
Well, they're leading the standings, and that's why. Driving without pressure, driving at the front of the field, driving with excellence.
As we look back on a thrilling race here today, we can now see the drivers take their places on the podium. It's a familiar sight by now, as it's another successful F2 win for Prema.
Well, there we go then. When we have a look at the total combined points from the weekend, I think we can be pretty happy with how us and the team got on there. We ended up being the second highest point scorer behind our teammate. Like I said, it just goes to show you how much of an emphasis is put on scoring those points in the feature race there. But taking a look at our final race results, I'm sure Colapinto from the pole a little bit gutted to end up down in P3 there. Crawford in 4th ahead of Bortoletto, Hajar, Aaron, Miata, Marty, and Victor Martin's able to get up into the points as well there. I believe it was just, yeah, Zane Maloney and Amory Cordeal that failed to see the checkered flag. And shout out to Roman Stanek as well, who made up quite a few spots by the end of the afternoon as well there. Rafael Villagomez as well actually would have done quite a good job had he not picked up that penalty as well. But what is that going to do to our championship standings? Well, it means Ollie Behrman now 1 point clear at the top of the table. Paul Aaron still sat in that second place there with Bortoletto just 6 points back. We give ourselves a little bit of safety once more up in P4 ahead of Colapinto and the two Campos cars there with O'Sullivan, Vashaw and Cordeal still inside your top 10 overall. And I believe it is still just those two drivers of Barnard and Villagomez yet to score a point. Prema as well, we build up a healthy buffer of 37 at the top of the table as well there after a perfect point scoring feature race to cap off the Monaco weekend. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready in, I believe, Barcelona. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 6 of our F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Spanish Grand Prix. Of course, if you missed out on the videos that went live last weekend, then I would highly recommend going back and checking them out. We had a lot of fun on the Monaco streets, and after a tough Emilia-Romagna weekend before that, we finally started to get our season back on track. Ollie Behrman, our teammate, leads the championship now by just a single point over Paul Aaron. Gabriel Bortoletto, he's brutally consistent but he is just behind in P3. We are 4th overall now, 17 points back behind our teammate. But if I've learned anything through the first third of the season, it's that I need to try and improve my qualifying pace inside this series. So as we head to Barcelona this weekend, that's what we're hoping for, that I can try and get a top 10 start ready for both races, and then hopefully we can try and score some big points. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel, and yeah, let's do this thing. Well, I've been having a quick look back through the first 4 videos, or first, sorry, 5 weekends even of this series. We've made it inside the top 10 in qualifying just once, and that came back at Jeddah, where we were able to storm to pole positions. So clearly, we have got the pace in the car, but it is just a question of when can I get it nailed there. But for our teammate Ollie Behrman, yeah, you wouldn't think 2 points for a Friday afternoon would make much of a difference, but that's actually given him the championship lead over Paul Aaron at the moment. Of course, he scored 4 points from qualifying. I don't believe Paul Aaron has taken a pole position yet so far in this campaign. So yeah, for our teammate, those pole positions certainly have been useful, but Barcelona, see, this place really does test all aspects of any racing car. But yeah, everybody with the same machinery in FIA Formula 2. So it is just about who can get the setup nailed there, as camps are just about completely flat on the exit of the corner. But we've hopefully set up the car to be pretty strong through this final sector of the lap as well. So hopefully you're able to try and find a little bit of time through those final couple of corners there, as nice and brave up through, I believe that's turn 12, just 2 more corners to go. We're not a million miles away from our teammate Ollie Behrman there, but have to be brave through that final corner. You can see us clawing back a little bit of time. We're going to end up P3. I will take that very happily indeed. Well, our top 2 in the championship then starting to build up a little bit more confidence there, and you can see, I mean, your top 3 able to get a little bit of a breakaway over everybody else in the end. The Campos drivers of Isaac Hadjar and Pepe Marti right behind us. But yeah, the whole field spread by half a second is actually one of the more wide open lobbies we've seen so far this season. Behrman will storm to pole. 0.08 of a second doesn't sound like a lot, but yeah, that's a pretty dominant qualifying here in this series. We're going to line up P8 though, ready for the race. We've got the top 2 in the championship directly behind us, so let's hope we can try and score some big points.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? It's back to the future for the F2 drivers today. We welcome the removal of the chicane in the final sector. It will shorten lap times and reduce the length to 2.9 miles, 14 turns. This was the original setup of the track, but it hasn't been used since 2007. It's Formula 2, it is the sprint race. I'm Alex Jakes, Alex Brundle is alongside me. Now Alex, there's no mandatory stop in the rules, but this is Formula 2. Anything could happen.
You go for a little more, a little earlier, using a bit more of that harder compound of the 2 tyres available per weekend in Formula 2 to try to steal a march. And equally, if you have a bit of a bump, not so much of an issue. You're going to have another go tomorrow.
Wise words there once again from our 2 Alexes, and hopefully we're going to avoid having a bit of a bump as we make our way through the sprint. 13 laps ahead of us. It does feel very odd going from Monaco, which is obviously such a long weekend, to coming here to Barcelona, especially now the track is a lot quicker as well. It really does make the races fly by around this circuit. But waiting on the grid then for those 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there, and neither Campos getting off to a particularly good start. I believe this is the first time all year that we've used the hard compounded tyre there, and we've got the hookup. Absolutely beautiful, straight down the middle as we make our way into turn 1. I think everybody is just going to be quite sensible with it, as Rafael Villagomez, one of our 2 drivers, yet to score a point this year, but he lines up on pole for this one as, Dennis Hauger, we were comfortably down the inside, but clearly the Norwegian didn't spot me there through turn 3, and well, we said before the race I was hoping we wouldn't end up with a little bit of a bump, but that's exactly what's happened on this opening lap there, as yeah, Rafael Villagomez, this could be a really big weekend for him. Obviously we've seen Juan Manuel Correa take the last couple of pole positions and end up 10th in qualifying, which has given him pole position ready for the sprint races there. The last 2 weekends saw Correa win the sprint and Ollie Behrman, our teammate, win the feature race. Hence why, yeah, Ollie has leapfrogged his way to the top of the table. I don't think that's going to happen this weekend, though, and Correa is going to need certainly a miracle in the sprint. Behrman might still win the feature, though, because, yeah, he just seems to be on a tear early on in this campaign. But, yeah, we've really been able to move our way up through the order quite nicely on lap 1. Luckily, even more importantly than that, is that Behrman and Aaron haven't. As much as we are technically teammates with Ollie Behrman in FIA Formula 2, you don't really tend to race like that. It is kind of every driver for themselves inside this series. As you can see, making our way back down in towards turn 1. We definitely are slightly down on straight line speed, but not drastically. Well, there we go. New fastest lap of the day early on. Those bonus points, like I said, they really do add up inside this series. So we'll try and see if we can keep hold of that there. As you can see, Rafael Villagomez going defensive from Richard Verschoor through those first couple of corners. But yeah, we were slightly down, like I said, on straight line speed at that final turn, but we can get a really, really good run through those high downforce corners, and that is really actually kind of negating most of the disadvantage down that front straight. So actually, I think we've set up the car really nicely this weekend. It's always a little bit of an unknown. We basically tend to use the sprint race to kind of work out whether we're screwed or not. Just see, yeah, as we drop the car through that final corner, Ratomo Miata struggling to put the power down as quickly as we can. Hauger, though, behind, has just gone and snookered away my fastest lap bonus point, which is a little bit of a shame. So we'll try and claim that back. Oh, what on earth's gone on there? Rafael Villagomez has locked up. Ratomo Miata has almost followed him. And, well, we've ended up gaining 2 places there, despite not really ever attempting to go for an overtake. That one was very, very odd, but I'm not going to complain. We're up into P3. Oh, there we go. Times are continuing to improve. And we will have back our fastest lap bonus point there, as here goes Gabriel Bortoleto, P3 in the championship, but a good sprint here could bring him up into the lead of that table, as Richard Verschoor had a disastrous Monaco Grand Prix weekend last time out. He's going to try and hang on to P2, though, as we'll go wheel to wheel with him through the incredibly long turn 3 there. The Dutchman just will try and cover us off into the corner, and that's brought Villagomez and Miata straight back into this fight as well. But Bortoleto then, the young Brazilian, obviously F3 champion last year, straight into the lead here. And while he could join a very illustrious list, I think Charles Leclerc, George Russell and Oscar Piastri of drivers that win both F3 and then immediately win F2. Oh, there we go again then. Verschoor this time around back to the inside of Gabriel Bortoleto, where it's been so long since we've had a big DRS straight inside this series. It's nice to actually see the AI be able to battle with each other. Monaco and Imola didn't really allow for a lot of that. Obviously, yeah, just the DRS. Well, Imola's DRS straight was fantastic. We were just never really in a position to watch people battle with all the DRS strains that were formed. But yeah, Richard Verschoor, I don't believe he's won a race this season. To be fair, I'm not even convinced Gabriel Bortoleto has. I'm probably wrong, but he might just have been brutally consistent throughout the opening few races. He might not genuinely have won one yet. Well, whether Bortoleto has won a race or whether he hasn't, it's not going to stop him from trying to win another one here as we round our way through the final couple of corners there. You can just see how close we get. And the AI, they should be getting track limits penalties for running wide out of that final corner. See Ollie Behrman's still a little way further back. We're going to try and enjoy the double slipstream there, and Verschoor is just powerless to the inside down at turn 1. This time around we'll make the move work on him, and he goes from first straight down to third. That's how ridiculous the DRS is around this circuit in these cars. We go then. Are we going to be able to get the run now on Gabriel Bortoleto? We've both opened up a little bit of a window over Richard Verschoor further behind. The Brazilian is going to try and go defensive, but from 8th on the grid then in just 8 laps, we have gone to the front of the field here in Barcelona. The Bortoleto will hang on to P2 there, so we didn't lose 2 places like we saw Richard Verschoor the lap before. But can we now try and hang on to what would be a fantastic win? I mean, you just got to keep your eye on the top left-hand side of your screens. Are we going to be able to get this gap to Bortoleto up over a second? Or will we even be able to extend it through these final few corners? Just see, yeah, that car still. The AI have very, very good traction inside these cars, but through the final corner we'll go. You can see we open up that gap to about 6.5 tenths, but it is almost immediately just going to get eroded as we make our way back down towards someone. Here comes Bortoletto once again down the inside. Will go the Virtuosi driver, and nothing we can really do there, apart from trying to fight him back on the exit around the outside through turn 2. And we might take him a little bit by surprise there and reclaim the lead of the race. I'll let him try and go for moves, but I'm also not going to back out without a fight. Here comes Bortoletto again then. Every single lap we're going to have to try and defend it, and you just see that time round he pushes me a little bit more to the outside through turn 1. We've got yellow flags out further back. Who's that falling to the wayside then in this race? It seems to be one of the cars that was down towards the back of the field anyway. I think that might be an AIX car, Enzo Fittipaldi, out of this race. I think he's with Van Amersfoort. So Villagomez, his teammate, I believe, is gone. Well, as we make our way then through the final couple of corners, I think you could make the argument that maybe the DRS is a little bit too powerful around this venue, because Bortoletto and I just keep chopping and changing positions. But 2 laps to go with this race. Once again, you'll see the Brazilian will go defensive. We're going to try and surprise him, though, to the inside. And Bortoletto might not be happy with that one, but we have made it work there. Slow it down onto that first curb. And maybe that's brought Richard Verschaw back into the fight as well there. But are we going to see Bortoletto go for it again onto the very last lap? Have I just mistimed that move? As we round our way then into the final sector. Just over 1 lap to go then. And I'm just getting a little bit nervous that maybe making that move on Bortoletto when I did was a little bit of a mistake there. Perhaps the Brazilian smiling under that helmet because he knows that he is about to be able to reclaim this lead. We need to get the best run of my life ever through these final couple of corners. I'm going to try and leave it in 5th gear, get the power down a little bit earlier there, but I think we've kind of been caught between the gears. And now Gabriel Bortoletto will be coming towards me. We're going to have to sit in the middle of the road, try and play defensive. Back down towards someone. Bortoletto to the outside will go. But look at that, cleanly through and back into the lead of this race then. So Gabriel Bortoletto and you and I Virtuosi might just have played this one to absolute perfection. Unless we can try and find another avenue on this last lap, I think the Brazilian might be about to claim this as we round our way through turn 4. I mean, we've just got to try and explore different lines, see if we can find grip absolutely anywhere here. Or maybe force Bortoletto into a mistake there. Fill his mirrors as best as we can as we descend down through turn 7 into the uphill rise of turn 8. And of course the infamous Campsa of turn 9 here. We are not a million miles away from Bortoletto just yet. And you can see he's definitely struggling with his tyres as well. We'll utilise the DRS down this short chute. We don't often see moves here, but we've got to go for it. Down the inside of Gabriel Bortoletto though, but he will try and come back at me on the exit of the corner. He gets a little bit caught underneath me as we make our way up in towards the hairpin, still side by side for the race lead here with just a handful of corners to go. It is anybody's guess just yet. Bortoletto will try and squeeze me. We'll have to try and give him the room through the penultimate corner. At the final turn though, up towards the line, who's going to take the win? We get the DRS. Bortoletto though, he's only gone and done it.
Yes, mate, I'll take that. Well done. We're really happy with the podium down here, so well done. Yes.
Brazilian driver will see the checkered flag first. Gabriel Bortoletto takes the win.
Well, the sprint win's not where the big points are handed out, but it sets them up well for tomorrow and gives a lot of confidence for the longer feature.
Another race and another victory for Virtuosi as we see the drivers make their way out to the podium for the final ceremony. Superb racing out there today and a well-deserved win.
Well, good, hard, fair racing on that last lap there, and maybe hindsight's a beautiful thing. Perhaps Perhaps I should have just tried to squeeze Bortoletto out a little bit more through that final corner there. But the Brazilian takes the win by just over half a tenth of a second come the checkered flag there. One of the closest ever finishes you will see in FIA Formula 2 there. Richard Verschoor in P3 ahead of Rafael Villagomez there with Miata, Hauger, Marti and Isaac Hadjar rounding out your top 8 there. All of your point scorers covered by less than 2 seconds in the end. I think Bortoletto and I so just kind of consumed by our battle with each other that, yeah, we kind of didn't realise that we caused an almighty train that extended right to the rear of the field. What does that do for the championship standings? Well, it means that Bortoletto, from 3rd place heading into it, actually now takes the lead by just 2 points over Ollie Behrman there. Paul Aaron only 5 back, and already we're just starting to see a 4-car battle forming at the top of the table as well. And I believe as well, yeah, it is now just Taylor Barnard who's yet to score there. Rafael Villagomez will leapfrog his way up into 19th place in the championship there. So yeah, still just Barnard yet to score. Constructors-wise, though, I'm hoping, you know, as I think a lot of people are expecting IRL in 2024, Prema, we should hopefully be able to just start edging away from the rest of the field there. The only real team with 2 serious contenders for the crown as well. A 48-point buffer in the end there from the sprint race. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back tomorrow when Formula 2 returns ready for the feature. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 6 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend once more here in Barcelona. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We had a wheel-to-wheel battle to the checkered flag against Gabriel Bortoletto. 12 points in it at the top of the championship between your top 4 runners. We start P3 as we head into the feature race today, so fingers crossed we can try and stay out of trouble, outscore both Paul Aaron and our teammate Ollie Behrman, and maybe, just maybe, we can put ourselves back into championship contention. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel, and yeah, let's do this thing.
Welcome to the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya here in Spain for what is expected to be a very closely contested race. It's back to the future for the F2 drivers today. We welcome the removal of the chicane in the final sector. It will shorten lap times and reduce the length to 2.9 miles, 14 turns. This was the original setup of the track, but it hasn't been used since 2007. As the engineers make their last inspection of the cars, let's take a look at today's grid order for the race. A fantastic effort from Ollie Behrman yesterday puts him on pole position, with Paul Aaron alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Antonelli, Hadjar, Pepe Marti, Hauger, Miata, Verschoor, Bortoletto,
Rafael Villagomez, Colapinto,
Victor Martins, Amory Cordial, Miney,
Barnard,
Correa, Roman Stanek, Crawford, Maloney, Fittipaldi,
Zach O'Sullivan.
And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Well, here we are then down on the grid. We've got our Prema teammate in Ollie Behrman lining up on the pole. We've got the one man that really does look like he can stop Prema this season, week in, week out, in Paul Aaron just alongside him. And Gabriel Bortoletto, who's brutally consistent as well, but has often lacked the outright pace of your top 2 in the championship. He's a little bit further back down, so we probably won't see him leading the championship after this race. Soft compound tyres to start, and then we'll move over to the hards later on. It's 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there. And just like in the sprint race yesterday, we're going to try and get off to a nice, clean, tidy start down in towards someone there. Paul Aaron, Ollie Behrman. Can we try and make it 3 wide into that first corner? Not when the Estonian does that. Just tries to cover me off in towards turn 1. So we will back out of that one without too much of a fight there as we try and make our way through turn 2 and turn 3. Look at that. Top 2 getting the elbows out with each other. A little bit of wheel banging. But again, Behrman will just about hang on there and sweep around the outside of Paul Aaron up the top of the hill. So critical for Ollie that he's able to try and defend that lead off the start. But Paul Aaron, Like I said, obviously he's got both Bramers ganging up on him this weekend. And, you know, if push comes to shove, I mentioned it in yesterday's video, that you don't really kind of work as teammates in FIA Formula 2. It is kind of every driver for themselves, but if the right kind of circumstances came, then I would try and work with Ollie Bearman as well here to try and stop Paul Aaron scoring the maximum points. I mean, his teammate is Amory Cordeal, who admittedly inside this series is doing better than he is in real life, but still, he's not much of a kind of an assistant up towards the front of the order inside this game. But yeah, as we make our way though through the final couple of corners though, top 5 I believe all still exactly the same as they were in qualifying, as we're actually going to get a really nice run on Paul Aaron there out of the final turn. Are we going to be able to try and put alongside with him? He just seems to have a little bit more kick when we get up into 6th gear there, so he's going to try and defend the inside back down in towards turn 1. Will he be able to hook it up though? He's going to really pinch me through the apex of turn 2. We'll try and give him the room. Maybe do the old up and under through turn 3 there, as Isaac Hadjar just potentially senses an opportunity to try and get his car, get the front wing down the inside through turn 3. Doesn't happen. And yeah, top 5 as they were from the get-go. Well, all this battling has given Bearman quite the lead at the front of the order. He might just be able to get Paul Aaron out of the DRS range.
Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push.
I mean, that is going to be mighty close for Paul Aaron, but I think he's just about hung on in there this time around. Of course, DRS isn't enabled just yet in the race. You can see, yeah, Bearman, he sensed an opportunity with myself and the high-tech man going wheel to wheel behind him and has almost bolted free. We'll all get a little bit of slipstream back down towards turn 1. But through this middle sector, obviously such a tight, twisty, narrow complex through most of the lap, Bearman's got a chance. Oh yeah, unfortunately for Bearman, I think Paul Aaron's just got enough pace in that high-tech car to try and stick with him right now, as once again we wind our way through those final couple of turns. The other thing I've thought about, we are going to have to be careful with our pit stop strategy here. I think it might actually be worth extending the stint slightly further if these soft compound tyres last, because the hards are going to be very, very difficult to try and get temperature into. And, of course, as we've got to remember, we're the first pit box inside this game, so Bearman at the front of the order, when he pits, we might both get caught out in a little bit of traffic from cars further behind. So my plan, we'll see how well the tyres last, but I want to try and extend this stint and go longer than our teammate. Oh, at the final corner, this is going to be a big test now for Paul Aaron. Is he going to be able to get the run on our teammate back down towards turn 1? We seem to be closing in on the pair of them as new personal best for the day. Here goes Paul Aaron then to the inside. Ollie Bearman, his reign at the front of the order might be about to come to a temporary end. So we're going to try and make it 3 wide out of turn 2 there. Side by side through turn 3. Oh, we will swoop round the outside of 1. Will we be able to get round the outside of Paul Aaron as well there? Yes, we will. And Fernando Alonso, 2013, I believe, we've just tried to do our best replication of there. We found the grit round the outside. We didn't back out of it. And suddenly, we are back into the lead of yet another Spanish race this weekend. Well, that moment of jubilation might be short-lived here, as here comes both Paul Aaron and Ollie Bearman back to our inside again now at turn 1. Got to be really, really careful that we don't collide with our teammate here, but we will just defend from him through that first corner. So Paul Aaron then back up to the front of the order. Having a look at the tyre wear, it's not fantastic, but it's not too bad either at this stage. We can definitely extend the stint a little bit longer if we need to. Obviously, we did 13 laps on the hards yesterday, and they were fine at the end of that. So we could pit now if I wanted, but I am just so nervous about an overcut. Right, and hopefully Paul Aaron again then is going to be a sitting duck back down in towards turn 1. If you watched the video yesterday, you'll know just how much the AI struggle to really keep up in a straight line here. We do have a really good setup and good balance in the car this weekend. So back around his outside we'll go, and back into the lead down at turn 1. Well, Barcelona is not normally a track I enjoy on the F1 game, but I tell you what, in an F2 car, this place is really, really good fun. Team want us to start considering a pit stop around about now, so I'm sure we're going to see other AI in. This tyre wear warning lights just flashed up. We might have to go back to plan A. I'm just getting a little bit worried. Yeah, the tyre wear is going to be a bit too high. But is he going to leave us vulnerable through the pit lane here? Everybody's still very bunched up. But I think, yeah, I just don't think we can go the extra 2 laps We're going to have to dive into the pit lane at the end of this one and just see how many places we lose. We round our way then through the final couple of corners. This is the one problem you have with having two drivers that are right up towards the front of the championship. We do sometimes find that we kind of trip over each other down at Prema, as a lot of drivers not opting to box then. Both Paul Aaron and Ollie Behrman opt to stay out there, so we're going to have to require a really, really quick outlap here. But are we going to get held up? Find some other cars in the pit lane? Yes! In a word, we are. Come on, let me go! What are we waiting for? How far away from Zane Maloney did the team insist that we had to be there? We've been jumped by Hauger. That doesn't come as a surprise. And I think even Stanek as well, I think, has jumped us. Or maybe that's Rafael Villagomez. I think it might be Pepe Marti. Someone's jumped us. A couple of cars have jumped us. And suddenly, from the lead of the race, we are in big trouble here. Pepe Marti, if the undercut is the optimal strategy to go with, he might be able to leapfrog his way right to the front of the order. There we go, Ollie Behrman into the pit lane then. Thanks, Mark. But yeah, I'm really worried we're going to be undercut. Overcut even here by quite a lot as Hauger. I mean, the gap's already 2 seconds to him and Pepe Marti. The AI definitely struggle less to try and get their tyres up to temperature as well. While inside this game, as you can just see us sliding around, desperate to try and put a bit more heat into the rubber compound. But as we round our way once again through the final corner, will we see Marty up to the front of the order? Will it be Paul Aaron or Ollie Behrman still at the front? I think, yeah, Paul Aaron is going to hang on here as we're not even back inside the points. There we go. Up at 10th as here comes Bortoletto, my sparring partner from yesterday. We'll try and go around his outside there, as for some reason he wants to slot in behind Richard Verschoor through the first couple of corners. But that's worked out beautifully for Paul Aaron, though. To the front of the order he'll go. Pepe Marti gets in front of Ollie Behrman as well, but we have been the real loser in all of this. Trying to fight back against Richard Verschoor. Can we put the power down there? You can still definitely see they do struggle to get the tyres up to scrub. It's around the outside of the Dutchman will go. Definitely not quite enough grip there, but again, we'll get the power down. We'll try and have a look down the inside into the very next corner. We can't afford to spend all day waiting behind him.
Nice move, keep going.
And again, that was another move where we had to get the elbows out. While there's everybody else getting their tyres up to temperature, though, I think we're in big trouble towards the end of this one. We just cannot seem to close in the gap on Franco Colapinto here. And of course, obviously, we are on slightly older tyres than the Argentinian. But we can make up time through that final corner. But just like we saw back in Imola, down the start-finish straight without DRS, you just drop away from those cars in front. We need to see Pepe Marti and Paul Aaron battling more at the front of the order. Out of nowhere, could Pepe Marti, he was our first driver to win 2 races this season, he might become our first driver to win 3. Well, I'm sure Paul Aaron or Pepe Marti aren't really thinking about me at the front of the order, but all their battling is really helping us out there. That'll help us out even more, though. Second time this weekend, Ratomo Miata has had a big lockup, and now we are back in the DRS range of a handful of cars in front of us. So if we can slowly move our way through to the front of the order, this will be really useful towards the end of the GP there. It's tucked up then in the slipstream of that Roden Carlin car. So we make our way back down. Oh! Miata's gone. Engine's gone. So 2 major errors there for Miata. Admittedly, one of them wasn't his own error. They can blame Mechachrome for that one. But Ratomo, our first casualty of the afternoon, he is out of the Barcelona feature. We got more yellows. Someone else, I think that's behind us, though. This time, he's also breaking down then. So not too sure who that is. I think it might be a Dams car towards the rear of the field. It is Juan Manuel Correa, our back-to-back sprint weekend winner a couple of rounds ago. He is our second casualty in just a single lap, and I'm surprised that we don't see a safety car for that one towards the end of the race. But 5 laps to go then here from Spain, and at the moment, I'm pretty certain there are 2 Premas, 2 MPs, 2 Campos, and Paul Aaron inside the top 7 here. So once again, goes to showcase just how well the Estonian is doing so far this year, as he's going to go down the inside of Pepe Marti through turn 2 and turn 3 again. And Paul Aaron still, I mean, whoever wins this out of your big 3 in the championship, I believe, will be championship leader. We've still got Bortoletto behind us, though. So I don't think he's going to be the one to claim it. But to be honest, I felt like we've been the quickest driver this weekend, but to walk away without a win in the sprint or a win in the feature would be really, really painful. I mean, I think that's the likely case that's going to happen here, but as we make our way in towards those final few laps, I'm not afraid still to get the elbows out. As you can see, once again, Marty back to the front of the order. I just want to try and find a way around Colapinto and maybe Isaac Hadjar here. Colapinto, of course, still one of our other championship rivals. He's a little bit further away, but he has again been brutally consistent so far this season. Always seems to pick up the points. Colapinto there. Oh, he actually locks up. That was a bit lucky. Colapinto broke slightly earlier than I was expecting. And then, yeah, we just were able to get down the inside there. And I think he kind of spotted me and locked up in a kind of a panicked avoidance there. A little bit of wheel banging on the exit. But there we go, up into P6 then once more in this race. And, you know, like I said, he can carry that speed through the final corner. It does give us a little bit of defense. 3 laps to go, though. Can we make anything else happen there? As once again, Paul Aaron, Pepe Marti, every single lap they seem to be wheel to wheel in towards turn 1. But Aaron will make it through. Oh, we accidentally went for a late braking maneuver last time. This time around, we're going to try it on purpose down the inside of Isaac Hadjar there. And yeah, we've got to be relentless towards the end of the race. We've just got to try and take any opportunity we can, especially if those top 2 or those top 3 cars start going wheel to wheel even more. There is still opportunity here. 2 laps left of the feature race here from Barcelona. And are we going to potentially get the run on Dennis Hauger out of the final corner?
We need to get to the end of the race on these tyres.
I mean, we've just gone and set our new personal best for the race very late on in the day. As Hauger, again, will just brake a little bit early. He'll open the door for us down the inside there as Aaron and Marty again wheel to wheel through turn 1 and turn 2. Ollie Behrman's got the best seat in the house for this, but he is going to get a little bit tripped over, and suddenly now, can we try and get the run on our teammate up in towards turn 4? No, we can't quite there, but we are making moves late on, and I tell you what, Ollie Behrman looks incredibly vulnerable in the dying stages. Down the inside again we'll go, this time round on our teammate, and that might be critical for our World Championship later on this season. Suddenly, we are making all the moves. And I think just our higher downforce setup has allowed these hard tyres just to work a little bit better than what we've seen for the AI here. But one more lap to go after this one. Pepe Marti, can he make it win number 3 of the campaign? Or will we see Paul Aaron? Like I said, I can't remember whether Paul Aaron's actually won a race so far. I would assume he has, maybe back in Bahrain. In fact, yeah, I'm pretty certain Paul Aaron did win the season opening feature in Sakia there, but clean around the outside of Pepe Marti. Whoa, by the time he gets to turn 1 there, Marti just could start to see him understeering through those first couple of corners there, and annoyingly, we kind of ran out of confidence in the Spaniard. Of course, home Grand Prix weekend for him, let's not forget, but Paul Aaron has absolutely mugged him, and looks like he's going to try and set sail into the distance on this final lap there. Marti, though, can we try and force an error out of him? We were able to surprise Gabriel Bortoletto with a late race attack yesterday. Are we going to be able to do the same today? This time round to the Campos driver there, as we Paul Aaron, he's walked off on this final lap, so I think he's been able to keep his tyres in better shape than most of our other runners as well here, as we make our way up through Campsa for the final time there. Still Pepe Marti trying to keep that car in between the white lines there. A little bit too far back this time to have a look for a move, but look how early we can get on the throttle on the exit, and Marty no choice but to try and give us some space there. Around the outside, we'll try and go up through the hairpin. Are we going to be able to try and hang the car there? Not quite able to that time, but Marty struggles. We'll give him a little bit of a push for good luck. Through the final corner we're going to go, and once again, wheel to wheel through the final couple of corners. It's not enough. It is P3.
Yes, come on, we're on the podium. Good job this weekend. That's a great drive, thank you.
The Estonian driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. Paul Aaron wins.
Well, they're leading the standings, and that's why. Driving without pressure, driving at the front of the field, driving with excellence.
And it's time now for the podium celebrations, and how well deserved is this one? What a fantastic victory for Fanatec GP.
Well, there we go then. Paul Aron is your feature race winner here in Barcelona, and doing so, yeah, he's your highest point scorer of the weekend there, but only 1 point back for ourselves. We really did have a good run, a double podium finish here, and I'll be honest, with everything that happened in that feature race, to finish exactly where we started seems to be a little bit of a disappointment. I'll be completely honest there. Ollie Behrman claims fastest lap bonus point, though, to help bolster his championship challenge as well. You can see it was Aaron, Marty, ourselves, Hauger, our teammate Hajar, Colapinto for sure, Bortoletto, and Victor Martins that rounds out your top 10 in the end. Taylor Barnard incredibly close to his first points of the year, and Correa and Miata that were the two that failed to see the checkered flag. What does that do, though, to our championship challenge? Well, it does mean now that Paul Aron leaves here with a bigger advantage than Ollie Behrman came into the weekend. 11-point shift now in the way of the Estonian there. We're just 17 back, one ahead of Bortoletto. And I tell you what, Marty and Colapinto, they are still outside shot. If they can just quietly keep building up good points finishes, they are not out of this title fight anytime soon there. Constructors-wise, yeah, again, we continue to open up that lead, though. Prema now 49 clear of Hitech at the top of the table. I think, yeah, Campos and MP might be able to get close to Hitech, maybe even Victor by the end of the season there. But I'm hoping, yeah, that Prema are just going to be able to waltz away with that crown. But there we go then, another weekend ticked off in our F2 campaign. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back next weekend, I believe, returning to the Styrian Mountains, ready for the Austrian Grand Prix. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 7 of our F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Spielberg for the Austrian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the videos that went live last weekend from Barcelona, I would highly recommend going back and checking them out. It looks like, I don't want to speak too soon, but it does look like we are finally starting to steer our championship challenge back on track. We're P3 in the standings right now, 17 points back from Paul Aron. We've got 4 of us, him, Behrman, ourselves, and Gabriel Bortoletto, that are all locked in at the top of the table. 18 points in it between us 4 at the moment, so it could be any of us that lead the championship after this weekend. If you're new around here as well, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs on the channel right now. But yeah, let's head out then to Spielberg, and hopefully we can try and get another good qualifying session. Well, Austria has the least corners of any track on the Formula 1 calendar, but that certainly doesn't mean it is the easiest one to navigate across the season either. You've got to be really, really careful to try and get a lap nailed around this venue. And I'm sure, yeah, one man that knows how to nail laps so far this season, our teammate Ollie Behrman, immediately just streaking away slightly as we make our way up in towards turn 2, one of the most difficult braking zones of the lap. Got to be really, really careful there. Got really nice traction on the exit. You've got to be careful of the turbo spool, potentially giving you a load of wheel spin, as Bortoletto, Aron, and Behrman right up at the front of the order there, our big 3 championship rivals. They look to be the ones trying to trade for pole position here. Qualifying has not been our strong point this season. Our ability to move through packs during race days has certainly carried Kimi Antonelli right the way throughout this campaign so far, but a really nice tidy line as we make our way in towards that final sector. We just want to try and make sure that we don't end up right at the rear of the field once again, as through that penultimate corner we'll go, leaning the car over the curbs through the first part, again trying the same thing on the exit up towards the line. It is P19 on the grid. When, oh when, am I going to get qualifying nailed in this series? Well, Ollie Behrman will line up on pole position there ahead of Paul Aaron. Gabriel Bortoletto in P3 ahead of Hajar and Zach O'Sullivan. It's going to be Dennis Hauger that will start on pole position ready for the sprint race. But, I mean, we were a 10th away from Hauger come the end of qualifying there, and we only line up P19 in the end. Our only driver yet to score in Taylor Barnard will line up P20. Rafael Villagomez back to earth as well, down in P16. But, yeah, like I've said, the problem we've got is the AI. They're a bit too strong in qualifying, and then, yeah, certainly a little bit weaker when you move into the races. Problem is I can't change the AI, so we either deal with OP cars in qualifying, and then we just fly through the order come Grand Prix Saturday or Sunday, or we struggle in qualifying and then we have a good fight. I'd rather have good races than good qualifying sessions, but I do wish EA would fix this.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full-on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? So Spielberg is one of the shortest laps on the F2 calendar, just 10 corners, 7 right and 3 left. Look out for the uphill braking zone into turn 3 that represents one of the better opportunities to overtake. Also turn 4 straight afterwards, and then the next one being all the way back round to turn 1. And we welcome you to the Formula 2 commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes, alongside me for this one, Alex Brundle. It is a sprint race, it is race day. How much can you take from that one-lap pace into our multi-lap contest today?
Well, you've got the grid reversed, giving some drivers who wouldn't normally get it the opportunity to take a win or a podium home. They're going to be looking to snatch that opportunity, if at all possible.
I know you're frustrated to be this far back on the grid, but you've got to keep that under control. Keep a cool head and work your way through the field gradually as you go. It's not all going to be won or lost at the first corner.
Well, luckily, yeah, there are plenty of opportunities to try and make moves around this circuit. And yeah, luckily as well, maybe unluckily for us, there's no chance of changeable conditions either in this sprint race. We've got our work cut out over these next 14 laps, but I've done it before. I'm sure we can try and do it again. 5 red lights here on the grid for the Austrian GP sprint. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there off to a quite wheel spinny start. Actually, Enzo Fittipaldi in front of me. He's going to get a good run down in towards turn 1. But starting down towards the rear of the field there gives us a bit more time just to kind of think about where we're going to position our car through the first couple of corners. And I'm going to try and follow the Brazilian as he goes side by side with his teammate there, Jack Crawford. The filling of a Van Amersfoort sandwich as we make our way up the hill. And now we're going to try and be a bit more audacious with it. Down the inside of 1, 2, 3, 4 cars at the top of the hill there. As Zane Maloney will get the power back down around our outside. We made a little bit of contact with Paul Aaron there, just reminding him, you know, our World Championship leader, that we might have qualified a bit further behind, but we can still absolutely have a fight with him there. As you just see Rafael Villagomez trying to look back down the inside through the next corner as well. This one, I always struggle with the traction relative to the AI, but yeah, the Mexican trying to go right the way around our outside. They're all a little bit of contact, so he actually did a better job of keeping it there than I thought he would. And already then, the gap's just starting to open up a little bit. Just up in front, it is still those 2 MP Motorsport cars at the front of the order, but has Hauger held on lap 1? Or has his teammate Franco Colapinto got himself into prime position? It is Hauger that still leads, but I mentioned it last weekend in Spain. Colapinto is mighty consistent so far this season, and he is keeping himself near those championship contenders and could still be a bit of a threat.
Understeer in the wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push, push.
Well, I certainly wasn't expecting the AI to break that early as we made our way up towards the top of the hill there. Had to have a look down the inside of Zane Maloney. It was either that or I risk losing the front wing, but yeah, you just see again, we're struggling a little bit for top end speed against the AI. They seem to run, I mean, they're running genuinely here, I think less than 10 downforce on the front wing, which to me seemed absolutely mental because I just had no rotation through the corners of the second half of the lap, so maybe that's going to affect their tyres towards the end of this one. Of course, it gives us good data ready for the main Grand Prix as well. Well, there we go, Zane Maloney doesn't even have the DRS either off Paul Aaron, so that's going to be difficult for him. Hopefully that's going to work out nicely for us, and maybe we can kind of springboard past him and get into the range of those cars in front. A bit like Monaco, if you guys remember that weekend. Turn 2 here, we seem to kind of get caught between gears, like we were at the Rascas. The AI, again, just seem to be able to kind of power through it. I don't have such luck. I really thought Maloney would be back in the range of Paul Aaron. Those AI did seem to concertina up, so he must have only been a few hundredths out of the range there. But you can see we're about 1.4 seconds back from the Estonian, so as we try and have a look around the outside of Maloney up the hill, we've got to try and get this move done fairly quickly, which we will just about get the long way around. I mean, he wanted to try and keep the nose down the inside there, but we had comfortably outbroke him in towards the corner. Kind of felt like the Barbados kid there just tried to shove the nose back down the inside and pray that it would stick. And now we are directly behind the 2 men that are directly in front of me in the championship. And there we go, we also only just get in the DRS range of those cars in front. Well, there we go. If we can move up into the top 10 then, even more incentive, because we could walk away with a point, which would be quite good going. If somehow from the back of the field we can take points out of Aaron and Behrman here, I would be quite happy with that, as already looks like we're starting to get some craziness up towards the front of the order. I mean, look how early the AI brake down the inside of Paul Aaron again there. A little bit of wheel banging as he tried to cover me off at the top of the hill. Again, the AI will seemingly able to just out-traction us off the corner, but is Aaron going to go defensive on me? Yes, he is. So we'll try and break late round the outside through the exit of the corner. Again, Paul Aaron, though, will try and just cover me off there. He's really desperate to try and defend the inside line everywhere, and it's just meaning that everybody in front is getting away. Maloney, again, will try and have a look, and, well, this is starting to turn into touring cars. I always forget as well about Austria. It's just how bumpy this circuit is. You know, it is an old school circuit, this one. I do love it. I think, you know, it does go to showcase that, you know, Formula 1 does need to explore more simpler tracks. It's all Roman Stanek. Roman Stanek down in the wall there through turn 1, so I can only guess that he's dropped it. Well, riding on board then with Roman Stanek as he makes his way down in towards turn 1. Things look fine now, just gets a little moment over the curb. And, well, he certainly tried to keep his foot in there. Roman Stanek out off into the wall, and he probably could have avoided losing half his front wing had, you know, he broke, maybe. It's a crazy idea, I know, but might have been worth considering. Whoa, we haven't got much time to focus on that, though. Again, we're going to try and fling one down the inside of Paul Aaron. Quite clearly, with that driving, I'm not here to make friends this afternoon. But we do now move up then into P11 of this race, so could it actually end up being in Prama's best interest right at the end of this to let us by, so at least the team get 1 point? Can't help but feel that Ollie Behrman might oppose to that, but hopefully I'm not really going to give him the say on the matter. Definitely once again got more confidence, and now we're in a race in this car. Just the AI use a very OP qualifying setup every single time, and that's annoying when I only end up a few tenths away. We've just got to keep trying to go for it every single time, don't we? If the AI concertina up in towards turn 2, we've got to try and claim the advantage every time we can. As there we go, down the inside of Ollie Behrman. They weren't as bad that time round there, and you can just see again, get a huge moment of oversteer on the exit of the corner there. But up then into P10 we go. Maybe not for long though, as Behrman and Paul Aaron both think about having a look down the inside. Paul Aaron there, that was an audacious move, trying to capitalise once again on Prama's drivers battling it out with each other. They're still going to be side by side behind me when we make our way off the turn, but Aaron's gone and done it. Well, for the first time this season, it feels like the AI actually able to split up into more than just a couple of different bunches in races there. We've got Bortoletto even, and Zach O'Sullivan, well, just in front going wheel to wheel as we've got yellow flags out. I think that's for a car behind. Oh no, that might be a car in... I don't know what's going on. It might be a car in front, it might be a car behind. It's Ratomo Miata for the second weekend in a row. Seems to have been mecha-chromed, and it would appear that his luck in real life is pretty much as good as his luck inside F224. And Zach O'Sullivan seems to be the weak link at this stage of the afternoon, really struggling for pace. I've only found out recently, I don't know if I've ever mentioned it in this series before, I didn't know that Zach O'Sullivan actually lives local to me. I had no idea up until not that long ago when the girlfriend mentioned it to me. I was shocked to find out. So that might be an illegal overtake on Corret. No, yellows weren't out yet, so I guess we'll claim it. A little bit cheeky, but into 9th we'll go then. As yeah, Ratomo Miata's stricken car hasn't quite been picked up. Well, so far this race, we have averaged gaining 1 position a lap against the AI here, and I think that's going to get even easier as we're just starting to see them struggle on their tyres a bit more, and that means we can go for more audacious attempts like that down the inside of Richard Verschoor up at the top of the hill. Our top 4 as well, battling it even more aggressively. There we go, another lap, another move ticked off. Oh, we got more yellows, That is Isaac Hadjar. Isaac Hadjar breaking down then, so we'll claim 2 for the price of 1. Down in turn 1 there is Zach O'Sullivan. Clearly felt it was a better idea just to sit behind him and try and battle his way through the smoke, but suddenly now then, we've still got that battle going on at the lead of the field. I think that's Hauger versus 1. Is that Hauger? Is that the 2? MP still battling it out? I don't really know what's going on anymore in this race. Welcome to Formula 2, ladies and gents. It is absolutely chaotic there, as now O'Sullivan going to try and claim that place back off me as we make our way down the hill. Are we going to be able to try and go the long way around on the Brit? Not quite able to there. But again, we'll have the DRS next time, so I'm not going to worry too much. As well, the ART driver. You just see how much the AI now are struggling to position their cars where they need to. It's really, really costing them towards the end of the afternoon as we try and do the old up and under. I'll get to the inside of him. Oh, no, we won't. In towards those final couple of corners, but again, a slight extra straight line speed does make the difference there. But O'Sullivan, he is all over the road as we start the penultimate lap of this sprint race here. Again, we won't be able to do anything when we get to the yellow flags. So I'm just going to try and throw him off his line and see if we can get a run. Oh, off of the corner there. Huge moment of oversteer. Well, luckily we gather it up this time round. And Richard Verschoor still waiting in the wings. He'll want to try and look for a move if he possibly can there. As we make our way up the hill, though, he's met with a wall of FIA F2 cars. Can we go the long way around O'Sullivan? Yes, we can. And finally, we will move back into P6. But I don't think we're going to get any closer to our top 5. One more lap to go then here from Austria, and as sprint races go, I really don't think we can complain about this one, but we are still going to have to keep our eyes on the mirrors. Zach O'Sullivan, I'm sure, will try and look for one final attack. Who's going to claim the victory, though, up at the front of the order? It is still anybody's guess between Colapinto and Dennis Hauger there. There's one of the Red Bull back drivers just behind who gets to enjoy the show still. But, I mean, yeah, Hauger looks like he's gone back around the outside of his teammate here. And finally, the Norwegian starting to get his championship hopes back on track. There goes Zach O'Sullivan again down our inside. This might be a critical move for him late on in the race, because I'm not sure there's going to be another opportunity to try and get back round unless we can get a good run down through these few corners. I think O'Sullivan might just have mugged me off there in a similar vibe to what Bortoletto was able to do last weekend. But as we make our way through the final few corners here, MP Motorsport, I mean, the team must have had their head in their hands all race long. It has been super tense, the battle between their two drivers, but experience is going to prevail this time. Dennis Hauger is going to take the sprint win here in Austria and become, I believe, our 7th different winner of the year. But for us, it is P7.
A super performance and victory for Dennis Hauger.
It might not be the same points as the feature race, but it is the same podium, and they get to wave at the fans from it.
And look at that, they're making their way out onto the podium now. Great race from the MP Motorsport team, and I'm very happy to see them up there on the top step of the podium.
Well, there we are then. Dennis Hauger takes the win ahead of Franco Colapinto, with Pepe Marti yet again finding himself on the podium there. Amory Cordial in 4th ahead of Bortoletto, O'Sullivan, ourselves and Richard Verschoor will round out the top 10 in the end, meaning that we get 3 points for our efforts, but it could have been 4 and I stayed ahead of the ART driver towards the checkered flag there. That does, though, once more mean that Bortoletto and I do take some points, though, out of your top 2. So now there's just 14 points covering your top 4 drivers there. But like I said, Marty, he is not a million miles away at this stage of the campaign. Still, though, only Paul Aaron, who has broken through that 100-point barrier. I'm sure we're going to see at least 3 more of us achieve that, though, by the end of the race tomorrow. Prema, 49 points now, the gap in the Constructors, so we lose out a few points there, I believe, to High Tech, but yeah, we've got a safe buffer at the moment, and especially with Bevan starting from pole tomorrow, hopefully that buffer is going to become even safer. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready in... here, of course, in Austria again. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return once again with round 7 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back today here in Spielberg for the feature race. Of course, if you missed out on the video that went live yesterday, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But today's, I'm a little bit worried. Changeable conditions apparently are predicted for this one. I've got no idea what to expect going in, but once again we are starting down towards the rear of the field, so hopefully that is going to play into our hand. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs at the moment. But yeah, let's head out then to the Spielberg circuit once more. We've got to try and stay ahead of Gabriele Bortoletto in the championship. 14 points covering your top 4, but theoretically anyone, even down to Pepe Marti, could lead the title when we leave the circuit by the end of the day.
Amidst the dense forest and rolling hills of Spielberg in Austria, just 2 hours out of Vienna, it's an amazing destination for the race today, and we're about to get started. Spielberg is a short lap, just 10 corners, 7 rights and 3 lefts, making up a total distance of 2.6 miles. Now, the wet conditions today are going to make the cars a bit skittish, especially through those downhill sections. Watch out for the cars running wide, especially through that last corner. Here are the starting positions for today's race. A fantastic effort from Ollie Behrman yesterday puts him on pole position, with Paul Aaron alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Bortoletto, Hajar,
Zach O'Sullivan,
Cordial, Stanek, Pepe Marti,
Colapinto,
Dennis Hauger, Vachor, Correa, Jack Crawford, Zane Maloney, Miata,
Villa Gomez,
Fittipaldi, Kushmini,
Antonelli, Barnard,
Martins. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's get down to the track. It is the Formula 2 race. It is time to introduce you to Alex Brundle. I'm Alex Jakes, and we've got changeable weather out there today. That's making for some nervous team personnel down in the paddock, down in the pit lane.
Well, uncertainty is what strategy's all about, but it absolves the teams from the responsibility of running both compounds of tyre. They might have to use that wet tyre, of course, and then the question is, where do those crossovers lie between the wet and dry conditions?
Well, there is already raindrops falling in the air, but the teams still deem that it is suitable for dry conditions for dry tyres for the start of this one. So I think we're going to have to try and go the other way with the tyres then. Try and take the super softs the first few laps, utilise them whilst it is still raining, and then move over to the soft compound rubber a bit later on. But this is the kind of race where I feel like anything can happen, and hopefully that is going to be a positive for us. Everybody else is stuck with the softs. We like to go with the alternate strategy. It's 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go then for a very, very wheel-spinny getaway here in Spielberg. We've done all right, though, as we try and make our way down in towards turn 1. But I hope everybody is just going to be a little bit more careful than normal through that first corner, trying... Whoa, I've been tagged. Hang on a minute. Rafael Villagomez, we made contact once. We then get off his front end, and he tries to turn me again there. We just all got a little bit Constantine up. Somehow... we have survived that. There is, how on earth has Barnard not got into the back of Joshua Dirksen at the top of the hill? I've got absolutely no throttle, though, on the exit of the corner there, as once again we try to avoid the wheel spin. As I've said before, the AI definitely have traction control in this game. Not only in F2, but also in the F1 cars. So in these conditions, they can actually be a little bit OP, despite the fact they are on harder tyres. I also don't appreciate Barnard trying to block me off like that at the very last moment. He knows we're on softer rubber. I should have better braking performance than the AIX car. But it didn't stop him trying a bit of a cheap move, if you ask me. Oh, Joshua Dirksen, please don't move around like that in the braking zone, especially when you broke earlier than I was expecting up at the top of the hill. But yeah, off of turn 2, I just cannot figure out a line at the moment that is working for us. But we're back up then to where I started in this race. As we'll see again, Dirksen will try and come straight back down or inside through the next corner. I've got no idea what AIX have told their drivers this weekend, but I think it's to try and take me out. Well, despite the slipperiness of the conditions, the FIA have decided to enable DRS here. That hopefully won't cause too many problems, but it wouldn't surprise me if we see a car firing off somewhere with their rear wing wide open. I mean, what am I meant to do? Second gear, we get absolutely no throttle. First gear is too low. We just immediately hit the red line. There's nothing I can do there, and it's a fantastic way of losing nearly a second each and every lap that then I've got to try and regain everywhere else. Oh, we've got yellows, we've got yellows. Is that a car that's binned it, or is that a car with a mechanical failure?
Next part of the track, no overtaking through the yellow flags.
Can't see any smoke, so it must be a car right up towards the front of the order then, as we make our way up towards the top of the hill. Oh, no, I did not want first gear there. But again, we got nothing in second. It's Amory Cordeal, though, out of the GP. And I tell you what, he'd actually been having a fairly decent weekend, but we're going to immediately lose that place to Joshua Dirksen. And, I mean, yeah, at the moment, in these slippery conditions, we just cannot do anything apart from try to hang on and go for an undercut. But as the AI continue to set new fastest laps down in the 1-minute 20s, this might be a new personal best for us. And it's a 22.6. And generally, I reckon we're losing most of that time up at turn 2. I mean, all we can do at the moment is just try and concentrate and lose as little as possible. I mean, what would work nicely for me right now would be a red flag that might then trip the AI up later on in the race there. But Taylor Barnard goes down round my outside. And just look at this off of the corner. Nice and tidy on the way in. And I got my foot down. The problem is, if I put my foot down anymore, I just know the back end of the car is going to break free. And Barnard immediately just gains a second. It does frustrate me because I love racing these F2 cars and I think they are good fun inside this game. But how many years have they been in this cycle where no one at Codemasters has seriously tested them for more than 5 minutes? I feel like I'm the only person that really does a series with them on YouTube. I feel like I basically test them every year, and Cody's never fixed them. Finally then, this track's starting to dry up here, which will give us an opportunity to try and get back in that fight. Zach O'Sullivan now up at the front of the order, and you can see, yeah, lap times pretty much getting down to what you would expect to see now from these cars. Joshua Dirksen does an 18.5. We only still managed a 19.7 though, so I think we're going to dive into the pits at the end of this lap. As long as I actually get to the end of this lap. Huge moment through turn 1. We're probably losing some of that time because, of course, I've still got no DRS. Pits will come then at the end of lap 8. And now, yeah, you can see the AI setting some very, very competitive lap times up at the front of the order. So we've got to try and utilise this undercut and see if we can gain a little bit of time out of it. Make sure we get the car slowed down to 37. That was perfect. Like, I genuinely could not have nailed that more if I wanted to. And luckily, unlike last weekend in Barcelona, we're not going to have to deal with other cars in the pit lane.
Mate, that's it.
Come on.
Go, go. Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
Well, a 4.1 second stop we can't really complain about. But, yeah, now we just got to hope that we don't get a safety car or a red flag or anything, because we need to try and utilise this undercut and bring us back near just about anybody in this race. Oh, Retomo Miata's gone again. That's the third mechanical failure, I think, in 4 races for Retomo Miata. The Japanese driver is just having no luck at the moment. And yeah, another mechanical based on where he's off the circuit there. When is he going to get some luck in this game? Oh, Well, there we go. Now we're starting to set some competitive lap times in this race. A 16.6 is not far away from the current fastest, as that was certainly bobbling over the curbs through turn 1. We can still see more AI fighting wheel to wheel as well up the road. Of course, when they all start pitting, they might just trip over each other a little bit. Not convinced we'll get particularly far up the order, but if we can just undercut everyone by a few seconds, that would be useful. There we go, 16.3, new fastest lap of the day. That's exactly what we want. Towards the end of this one, these soft compound tyres are feeling much, much better than the super softs did earlier on. I'm not convinced the AI, are going to have much of an advantage when they make the switch. Might be a little bit like Monaco, where it lasts for a couple of laps but very quickly dissipates for them. But yeah, we've just got to try and stay on the pace towards the end and find out, kind of work out, because now I think we're going to start to see AI in. There we go, race leader into the pit lane. So this is going to be a big moment for us as we make our way then down in towards those final couple of corners of the lap here. Are we going to get ahead of a few familiar faces in terms of the championship? Rafael Villagomez, Taylor Barnard. I'm hoping we're going to be comfortably ahead of those two, but I don't even think that's going to happen. Villagomez still behind us here. Taylor Barnard, though, making his way back out of the pit lane there. He's still ahead of me. So, admittedly, he's going to have to try and get those tyres up to temperature. We will get some DRS on this lap, but this has not worked out for us as well as I'd hoped it would. If anything, we've just kind of clawed back some of the time we lost, having to deal with the car through that corner. And as we make our way then down past the pit lane once more, we've got a few more cars in. We have still claimed another new fastest lap, but I think that very quickly is going to get shattered here. As inside the range of Taylor Barnard, we're ahead of Kushmaini and Rafael Villagomez. That's not good enough to try and score some points here, especially with a tyre deficit. Well, I guess the good news is I don't think it's either of our top championship 3 that are leading this race either, so we are going to lose out points to them, but hopefully it's not going to be too many. I don't really know what's happened to Behrman. He seems to have really struggled throughout this one, but Paul Aaron sadly is, well, at least sadly for us, is still running up in P2, so yeah, I think Paul Aaron is going to rebuild up quite a championship lead here by the end of this weekend. Kramer, we seem to go from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows. Well, a safety car now could have been real useful in this race, even if it just bunched up the cars for one lap. But 4 laps to go here from Spielberg, and at the moment I think the only car we're going to end up battling with is going to be Kushmaini behind me. He is taking a bit of time out of us in that Virtuosi. But yeah, everybody in front, you can see them battling, and we're still not taking any time out of any of them. Well, for the first time all afternoon, the sun just started to poke its head through right on the final lap of this Grand Prix. We've been able to keep the gap up to Kushmaini behind, but ultimately, yeah, we were never going to catch Taylor Barnard in front of us. And it also should explain just how F1 focused my brain still is. I almost pit and tried to claim fastest lap bonus point there until I remembered that whichever AI has it inside the top 10, we get to keep it anyway. But yeah, last weekend in Barcelona, we qualified P3, we ended P3. That was quite a good result this weekend. We qualified P19. We're going to gain 1 spot from it, but yeah, another weekend, a bit like Imola, for our feature race. We have to try and take the gamble, we have to try and risk it, and it just didn't quite fall our way here, unfortunately. Lost way too much time through turn 2 in the early laps, and yeah, unfortunately from there, was never really able to capitalise. But it's going to be Zach O'Sullivan that takes the win this weekend, I think, to become our 8th different winner of the campaign. So we've got 2 new winners this weekend. That's something to celebrate. Out of the final corner, it's P18.
Out of the final corner, for the final time, it's victory for Zach O'Sullivan.
They've clawed their way up the field there, and the fans love to see it. It's absolutely no surprise they've managed to win the race with that level of overtaking.
ART, the French team who have been racing since the 90s in various forms of motorsport, are once again back on the winner's podium today after a brilliant display of driving skill.
Well, there we go then. Zach O'Sullivan takes the win this weekend, and a big haul of points to go with it there. Pepe Marti in P2, ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto. Paul Aaron down in P4 in the end. He was actually running a bit higher than that, and unfortunately things just didn't fall his way there. And Ollie Behrman, from pole position, fails to score a point there. Hajar, Stanek, Correa, Colapinto, Hauger, and Verschoor all will get the better of our teammate there. So Prema, our gap at the top in the Constructors has absolutely been carved down this weekend. Miata and Cordial, your two drivers that failed to see the checkered flag. But what does that do to the championship standings? Well, it does mean, that Pepe Marti has actually jumped in both of the Premas by the end of the weekend there. Paul Aaron, though, leads the way still with an 11-point buffer over Bortoletto. But luckily for us, we are still within that one-win margin. And Pepe Marti, he's just very consistent inside this series at the moment, and he's doing a really, really good job with the results there. Constructors-wise, though, Prema, we have still got a 35-point lead at the top. Campos now ahead of High-Tech, though, into P2. Goes to show how well that team is operating with both of their drivers. But, for us this weekend, a bit disappointed with the result, but that is Formula 2 sometimes. It goes your way, sometimes it doesn't go your way. We'll be back next weekend, though, when we return to Silverstone, our high-speed venue that hopefully is going to suit us. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be back there with more Formula 2 content. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 8 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at what is my home Grand Prix, but of course not Kimi's. We're here at Silverstone, the home place of Formula 1. I guess the home of Formula 2 would technically be Bahrain, I want to say. Obviously, Charles Leclerc with that just magnificent drive all the way back almost 10 years ago now. That is very, very worrying to think about as well. We are currently P5 in the standings, 26 points back of your championship leader, who, if I'm not mistaken, is still Gabriel Bortoletto. If you missed out on the videos that went live last weekend from Barcelona, I would highly recommend going back and checking them out as well. This season is getting very, very exciting. So I can't wait to see what happens this weekend. Hopefully we can try and get a big result around the track that is very high speed. Well, here we are then back at Silverstone, one of the longer circuits on the F2 calendar, but certainly still a difficult one to try and get nailed, of course. Gotta remember just where I want to be hitting my braking points and everything like that in this car. But I'm hoping on paper this weekend can be quite a good one for us. I do really enjoy Silverstone inside F124, but how will it be in these Formula 2 cars there, as I've compromised the car a bit through Sector 1 to try and hopefully be quick around the rest of the lap. Our teammate Ollie Behrman, though, he will be looking to try and get a big result here, but of course let's not forget he won back at our home race, so I would like to try and return the favour here as we make our way down through Luffield, really trying to throw the car in to those apexes. You can't quite do it the same way you would with a Formula 1 car. This thing you have got to be a bit more patient with, and that generally, I feel, suits my driving style as well inside the F1 games there as we try and make our way through the old turn 1. Just about hang it out on the curbing there, and now in towards Maggots and Beckett's we go. Try and just be brave on the way in there. We can see we're a little bit braver than our teammate Ollie Behrman, but will that compromise our run on the exits? Paul Aaron, another of the championship favourites at the front of the order. We did go purple through that first sector, so clearly we have got a lot of straight line speed in the car, but just a handful of corners to go now. Like I've said, we need to try and make sure that we're inside that top 10 in every qualifying session between now and the end of the year. And as long as we don't mess this up, I think that's hopefully where we're going to end up being. But we're in the top 10. Oh, will it be there? Huge snap of oversteer as we make our way through the final corner. It is P5. That's okay. I'll take it. Well, there we go. Paul Aaron will take pole position then ahead of Isaac Hajar. Behrman in P3, ahead of Colapinto and ourselves there. Miata getting himself up inside the top 10. And Taylor Barnard at his home Grand Prix as well. Is he finally going to make it so every single driver will score a point this year? Amory Cordial just misses out there in P11. So it will be Pepe Marti that's going to start this one from pole. Let's not forget Pepe Marti now ahead of both ourselves and Ollie Behrman. Bortoletto, though, 13 points back now behind Paul Aaron, and he is all the way down in P13, so he's in for a tough weekend. Gonna have to try and make some moves. Let's see what we can do, though, as we head into the sprint.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? Five miles out from Tosa, this icon of British motorsport heritage comprises 18 corners over 3.6 miles of circuit. Silverstone has been through several changes over its lifetime, with the start line now leading into Abbey, a fast right-hander for turn 1. But still there, of course, is the circuit's most famous and iconic sequence of corners, starting at Maggots, turn 10. And we welcome you to the Formula 2 commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me for this one is Mr. Alex Brundle. And we've got this format in Formula 2, Alex, where the top 10, they get reversed from qualifying to form our grid. So the mid-order in qualifying now become contenders for the win.
Try to leave reverse in the pit lane if you possibly can. You do not want to be going backwards from the front row of the grid. This is the moment where some drivers are able to snatch points they won't be able to later on.
Well, there we are then, down on the grid, ready for the sprint race here at Silverstone. Only 11 laps. It's one of the fastest races that we do all season. It really does rival Jeddah and Monza inside this game. And I love it here. You know, it's high speed, it's high commitment. But unlike Jeddah, you don't have to worry too much about the walls. If you find yourself near a wall, I think you've done something very, very wrong. But ready then on the grid here in Silverstone. It's 5 red lights down on the grid. And it's going to be the 5 red lights, and lights out, and away we go. They're off to a very, very good start. Oh, I'm trying to cut down the middle, but I didn't realise there are actually 2 cars on my outsider's contact with a Ratomo Miata there, and that could have been really, really bad. We almost got turned around last weekend out at the Austrian Grand Prix, didn't we, at the start of that one? And luckily this time round, we live to tell the tale. As Taylor Barnard will try and chase down Pepe Marti through the first couple of corners. We're getting all kinds of sideways, trying to put some temperature into the tyres there. And yeah, the hard compound, definitely a noticeable lack of grip than what we experienced on the softs in qualifying on Friday night there. But you can see we've got a lot of drivers up in kind of your top 5 positions. Maybe with the exception of Colapinto, we don't often see scoring big points here. So, and Pepe Marti, I suppose. He's like that one guy inside this series that is like completely unrealistic to what you would expect to see from him in real life there. The fact he's ahead of both Premers, I mean, he might still actually be ahead of both Premers in the IRL standings, but we all know, of course, F2 24 IRL has not exactly been the fairest of benchmarks for junior drivers. That being said, though, of course, this series can be a little bit topsy-turvy as well. With the way things work out. But as we make our way then down the back straight, though, see everybody just trying to be fairly sensible on lap 1. We've obviously just got to try and focus on taking points out of Paul Aaron, but I also want to learn where we can make moves ready for the race tomorrow. Oh, we got yellows. We got yellows. Someone seems to be dropping to the wayside in this Grand Prix very early on. Who is that going to be then? Already, everything goes from bad to worse. It's Enzo Fittipaldi. So one of our Brazilians then already out of this. Surprise, you know, that could have very easily been a safety car here. But yeah, Enzo just really has not delivered this season. I think in kind of the way a lot of people expected him to. The DRS has been enabled then. I'm expecting things to immediately get a little bit more crazy. As are we going to see Taylor Barnard able to apply pressure to Pepe Marti at the front of the order. Already we've kind of seen our top 5 really bunching up to each other down the end of the straight. You can see everybody just now kind of appreciates that the can of worms has been opened. And I mean, all it takes is for Barnard and Pepe Marti at the front just to go side by side, and everybody else will suddenly sense opportunities. Also on the other side of that, if you lose the DRS to the car in front of you, as I think we can start to see towards the back of the order, you're going to have a hard time trying to close back in. And here goes Taylor Barnard again then. Which way is he going to go? To the left-hand side of Pepe Marti. Down the hanger straight they go. Will the Brit, be able to get to the front of the order? Of course, in this series, technically, he isn't my fellow Brit. Although, I do apologise if I end up with a slip of the tongue. But Taylor Barnard, the only driver yet to score this season, suddenly leads the Silverstone sprint race. This is why I love Formula 2. It really does give anybody a shot, as Isaac Hadjar claims fastest lap. Not for very long though, because Victor Martins is going to improve upon it. It really does seem like no one can get a run down the Wellington straight, so all the moves are going to have to come here down the Hangar straight, but I just can't do anything right now. Yes, here we go, Pepe Marti again. This time he'll have the inside line, I guess, down the past Taylor Barnard. So, well, two identical moves there, but, well, two opposite moves. I don't really know. Pepe Marti was on the right-hand side both times. This time around, he's back into the lead of the race, as we're almost a half distance. And I'm going to have to start getting braver if I want to try and make anything happen here. I do not want to spend the rest of my afternoon staring at Richard Verschoor's rear wing. So try and be nice and brave through turn 1 and turn 2. Are we going to be close enough this time to have a bit of a look? We'll slip down the inside of the Dutchman. He'll hold the inside line though. Oh, through the next corner there. Really trying to compromise both of our lines on the exit. We'll get the power down though. Clean around the outside of Richard Verschoor will go. And into P5 then, proving that overtakes can be made. I mean, those top three cars are practically pushing each other along here. I wonder if Correa senses an opportunity to try and go for his third win of the campaign. Colapinto, though, definitely seems to be struggling. I think the Argentine might have some small issues in that car right now, as we're going to try and look to the inside for our second overtake on this lap. And I mean, Franco, yeah, he's still one of the drivers up towards the top of the title. There's Pepe Marti, Taylor Barnard again side by side. And again, on the left-hand side, Barnard's the one that made it through. Well, Colapinto's not losing loads of time, but he definitely seems to be struggling on corner exit right now. That gap up to 6.5 tenths, so we're closer to Correa in front there as well. Barnard this time round really tries to get the elbows out. Actually has a bit of a lock-up down the end of the back straight, and now we've got yellows out again. Who is this falling to the wayside then? Is it anybody? Yeah, there's definitely a car stopped, but I can't see on the mini-map who it is, annoyingly. So we'll just have to wait for official confirmation by the FIA. It is... I think that's a Campos. That's gotta be... I think that's Isaac... No, because Pepe Marti's there, so I think that might be Isaac Hadjar that's gone. He's still on the road, though, so he's not out of it. Well, I know I've moaned about the F2 format on a few occasions this year, but it really does allow those drivers that are good at overtaking as well to have confidence not only in the car, but also in their own ability to really try and deliver. And it's these kind of races where, you know, Behrman and Paul Aaron, you know they're starting ahead of us in the main event. We've just got to try and outscore them by as many points as we can in the sprint, and then hope that we can make the difference as well come race day Sunday. As I mean, Pepe Marti, he is so far up Taylor Barnard's rear end at this stage of the Grand Prix. It's incredible that none of these three have lost an end plate or anything like that just yet. As I mean, Juan Manuel Correa hasn't really been able to do anything against either of them. He's certainly not willing to budge either, as can we now try and get a good run back down in towards Cell 1, just like we did with Richard Verschoor a few laps ago there. We'll just try and compromise our line slightly through 1. It allows us to carry the speed into 2. And Correa, he was aware of what we were going to try, but unfortunately for him, he was powerless to it. And we will move up into the podium places. Oh, Marti again this time around. He's got the run down the inside of Taylor Barnard once again. And I mean, these two at the front of the order have absolutely put on a show this afternoon. Barnard, though, this time around is not going to back out of it. There are just 3 laps left of this race. And oh, Pepe Marti there, a little bit slow on the apex, slower than I was expecting him to be. And we've still got Correa leaning on us behind. But I think we're even closer to Pepe Marti than we were to Correa last time round. So are we going to be able to do anything more to the Spaniard as well? Of course, we need to try and beat him here to leapfrog him again in the championship, as down the inside we'll go. Wheel to wheel still with Pepe Marti through the first couple of corners, and he has been a big surprise so far in this campaign. That time round, though, able to hook it up and defend the position against ourselves there, and down this back straight again. The AI, they've got really good drive off of the loop, but we can't do anything. We've got more yellows out though, as that I believe is maybe the other Dams car out of the race. Is it Jack Crawford perhaps? Because Victor Martins was the one that, yeah, that dropped out earlier on, or dropped way behind in the ART. And it is Crawford who is our second mechanical of the day. Just a lap and a half to go then from this Silverstone sprint, and it's still Taylor Barnard. Still pointless this year, but surely, unless something catastrophic happens, he is going to finally break his curse and join every other driver in this campaign with points on the board. But Pepe Marti knows, unless he can go for a move pretty soon, we are going to try and just go for something on the last lap of this race. We've got nothing to lose at this stage of the campaign, as Marti looks to the left-hand side of Taylor Barnard. Our British driver there will give him just that little bit of room around the outside, but really try and squeeze him out. But Marti will keep the front wing there. Taylor Barnard rather fairly gives him the space and actually gives up the position. So Taylor Barnard there gives up that P1. Correa will try to look back down our inside there, but will just about hook it up and go the long way around against the former sprint winner so far in this campaign. But has Barnard just doing that actually really threw me off kind of through the final chicane. And now he's given both himself and Pepe Marti a little bit of breathing room. And was that a strategic one for Taylor Barnard? Because will that allow him to try and get the run on Pepe Marti on this final lap down that back straight? We've seen those two chopping and changing the lead of this race all afternoon. And is it just played into Taylor Barnard's hand? Maybe a bit more than we realised on face value there. A little bit wide as we make our way down the end of the Wellington straight there. We've got to try and keep it clean and tidy. If there are fireworks between these top two, we want to be there to try and capitalise down in towards that final chicane. You basically are trying to set up your run down the end of the hangar straight, pretty much from here, down one gear, through Copse Corner, then try and just hang it between the curbing on the exit. Pepe Marti, we're only half a second behind him, and there's a car between us as Barnard, he'll park the nose on the apex through there. Can we try and get the drive off of the corner though? We will try and throw it through in fourth gear there, but here comes Taylor Barnard against Pepe Marti down the back straight one final time. Pepe Marti's not even going to defend it, as Taylor Barnard there will get to the inside. It'll be the outside through the final couple of corners. Who is going to make this one happen though? As Pepe Marti's still there, we're going to try and make it 3 wide, as down the inside will go. We only just kept it on the curbs. Marti will try and fight back, but from P3 we have stolen victory.
The Italian driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. Kimi Antonelli takes the win.
Well, sprint races are basic, aren't they? And that's why we like them. Set them all going and let them have at it. And they really showed the racecraft and pace that you need to win them.
As we look back on a thrilling race here today, we can now see the drivers take their places on the podium. It's a familiar sight by now, as it's another successful F2 win for Prema.
Well, there we are then. Poor Taylor Barnard thought he was lining up the move for the win, and in the end, we came out of nowhere to snatch snatch the victory from him, and Taylor Barnard ends up down in P3 there. We also, I didn't realise, took fastest lap bonus point as well there. I just assumed that someone behind us had gone quicker before the end, but slower than Victor Martins there. We snuck it away, but there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars all within half a tenth of each other with their fastest laps in the end. We take the dub, though, ahead of Pepe Marti. Taylor Barnard, though, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, is now on the point-scoring board as well, as our last driver yet to score this season. Ahead of Correa, Colapinto, Vachon, Miata, Hajar Behrman, and Paul Aaron there, annoyingly for him, not able to score any points in the end. Let's just double-check, though. Is that now every single driver with points on the board this season? Yes, it is, and poor old Enzo Fittipaldi has been relegated back down to the bottom of the championship standings. Aaron still has a 13-point lead over Bortoletto, as we jump our teammate Ollie Behrman for the first time in a few weekends there. We're just 4 points back, though, from Bortoletto in P2, and constructors-wise, Prema still, yeah, with a 37-point buffer at the top of the table as well. So we know what we got to do as we head into the main event, but Paul Aaron is going to be starting on pole position tomorrow. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be back very soon with more Formula 2 action. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return once again with round 8 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back once again, this time here for the Silverstone feature race. If you missed out on the video yesterday, go back, check it out. It was an absolutely brilliant one from the sprint here at Silverstone. We are now P4 in the Drivers' Championship, just 17 points back from title leader Paul Aaron there. Anybody in your top 5 could leave this feature race as the World Championship leader, but the big one, though, for us is Paul Aaron actually starts this race from pole position. Our teammate Ollie Behrman is meant to be lining up P2 as well, so we are going to have our work cut out. However, we did learn it's possible to make overtakes around this circuit as well. Obviously, Silverstone, one of the fastest tracks on the F1 calendar, so fingers crossed we can try and carve our way through the order today. If you're new around here as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs, and yeah, let's head then down to the circuit, and hopefully we can try and pick up another big result.
Welcome to Silverstone, one of the staples of the Formula 2 Championship. It's a firm favourite amongst fans and drivers alike, and we're all keen to see what it has in store for us in today's race. The 3.6 miles of Silverstone Circuit in Great Britain should be familiar to fans and drivers alike. Built on the side of a World War II airbase, the track features 18 corners and some good opportunities to overtake at the end of 2 DRS zones, located on the Wellington and Hangar Straights. As we're now moments away from the off, let's take a look at the grid order in which they'll start today's race. Paul Aaron lines up on pole position, and it's Isaac Hadjar in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Behrman,
Colapinto, Andrea Kimi Antonelli,
Miata, Verschoor, Correa,
Barnard,
Pepe Marti, Cordial,
O'Sullivan,
Gabriel Bortoletto, Enzo Fittipaldi, Hauger, Miney, Stanek,
Rafael Villagomez,
Martins, Maloney, and Jack Crawford completes the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Well, here we are then, lining up once more on the third row. This time round, though, we're on the left-hand side of the circuit, ready for turn 1. And although the track meant to get a little bit overcast later on, it is meant to remain dry right the way through this GP today. We're going to opt to try and go 1 lap longer. I'm going to try and give our teammate Ollie Behrman the optimal strategy as well as we head into this one. Plus, the pit lane here is going to be a nightmare to try and navigate for us down at Prema. So we'll deal with that, you know, we'll kind of cross that bridge as and when we need to. But Behrman will line up P3. Colapinto just ahead of us in P4. It's 5 red lights. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They're off to a fairly clean, tidy start on the soft compound tyre. There was Colapinto immediately. Oh, we're trying to look past our teammate down in towards turn 1. It's plain sailing for Paul Aaron, though, at the front of the orders. Are we going to see Behrman hang on to his grid position? Yes, we do. I thought we could be under pressure. Maybe drop down to P5 there if we try to be a bit brave through those first couple of corners. But our teammate will hang on then off the start there. Everybody inside your top 5, ending up exactly where they started. I think Richard Verschoor behind me has got the jump on Ratomo Miata. But yeah, for us though, lap 1 is really where we seem to struggle. I think the AI, I don't believe the game simulates the AI. So for those of you that don't know, in Formula 2 there's no tyre blankets anymore. It's obviously something they want to implement in Formula 1 in the near future. Formula 2 already has it, but I don't believe the AI simulates it correctly, so as our tyres will start a race at like 40 degrees, sounds like a lot, it really isn't for a racing tyre. The AI's, I would assume, is up towards sort of 60, 70, where a cold F1 tyre would be. So it's a little bit peculiar. Like I said, I don't know for sure. That's just what I think. And speaking of for sure, Richard is still right behind me. That is the worst pun I've ever made, but I stand by it. Well, I mentioned in the sprint race yesterday that if you lose the DRS to the car in front of you, it's going to be near impossible to try and get it back. That dream might become the nightmare for us early on in this one, as we do go purple through Sector 2. Desperately trying to close back up that gap to our top 4 here, but As you would expect from these guys, you know, they are the really, really quick drivers inside this series. And they are trying to break free as we make our way through those final couple of corners. Absolutely throwing the car over the exit curb. We do narrowly miss out on fastest lap there. You can see we are barely within the 1 second zone. So we'll try and take it pretty much entirely flat out through turn 1. It did temporarily jump to a second. Luckily, though, it's back under 8/10 by the time we get to the detection point. So we live to fight another day, but the AI soft compound pace is very, very fast. Oh, here we go. This is what I want to see. Dennis Hauger having a look. Sorry, Isaac Hajar even having a look down the inside of Paul Aaron down the end of the back straight. He actually made light work of it that time round. So we saw, obviously, Taylor Barnard and who was it that he battled with yesterday? It was a long time ago now. But yeah, it was... Who was it that he was battling with? It was Taylor Barnard and... I genuinely have lost who that was out of my brain. I'll let you into a secret. I literally recorded that race 10 minutes ago. And that's slightly alarming that I have already forgot that one. But yeah, Isaac Hajar made lighter work of it. It was Pepe Marti, of course, wasn't it? Who, yeah, was battling with Barnard in the sprint. As we've got a Trident, I believe. Yeah, Trident out. Roman Stanek is our first casualty of the feature race. That is disappointing for him, but I don't think points were really a possibility. We have just got to look after that front left tyre a little bit more than we're doing so far. The left-hand side really is the tyres that take an absolute beating around this circuit. As once again, Paul Aaron and Isaac Hajar side by side at the front. And oh, Aaron actually gets the elbows out there. That's going to leave us with a bit of a Constantina and up behind. And Colapinto goes from maybe losing a place to a Prema to trying to gain a place off the other one. As we'll try and get the power down through those final couple of corners as well. Oh, that was a bit nip and tuck. Both of them lift off. And this gives our top two suddenly a good opportunity to try and break free there as Behrman, Colapinto still side by side through turn 1 and turn 2. We will try and get involved there, and again, not really happening for us. Around the outside of our teammate, through turn 3. We'll just get a little bit loose and ragged on the exit there, and suddenly now up into P4 we'll go. It was not exactly where I was planning on making the move, but look at that, yeah, Colapinto. He's lost the DRS to Paul Aaron in front. That might be massive for this GP. Well, it might genuinely be in Colapinto's best interest to let us by down this DRS straight. I think he will just about stay in the range that time round of our top two, but he's going to drop away from Paul Aaron here, I would assume, as there we go. The Estonian, once again, I'm sure will try to have a look to the inside of the Frenchman there. No, that time around he won't even get close to him. So that works out quite nicely for Colapinto, especially if Isaac Hajar is going to start locking up and ended up all over the road. We've got more yellows out, though, for another car behind us. Who is that? Potentially dropping to the wayside again. I can't really see. I believe that's a Dams car. Is that Jack Crawford out again? Surely he's not even back-to-back failures. It is! Crawford out of both races today. How disappointing is that? Well, how many of our front runners are we going to see into the pit lane at the end of this lap? I'm praying Ollie Behrman behind me does opt to pit in, as there goes Paul Aaron again to the inside. I think Isaac Hajar will be hoping that he isn't pitting at the end of this one, as no one inside our top few cars is. There we go, so it's Behrman behind me. It's the first to blink then, so could our teammate be on for quite a nice undercut here? I mean, we haven't seen a lot of cars in. Taylor Barnard as well will join him. So it's definitely less than half the field that's opted to box here, so we need to try and get on with it and have a look down the inside of Colapinto as well. A big late diving manoeuvre to the inside of the Argentine, and are we going to be able to make the move happen twice this weekend? There's a little bit of wheel banging as we both try and throw each other off the line, but we will reign supreme. Yep, I just watched that happen, Mark. It's right in front of me. We are going to be diving into the pit lane at the end of this lap. There you go, Mark, on the same wavelength, but are we going to see Aaron and Hajar run as well? It looks like pretty much half our cars did pit on that first one, so I think it is just a half and half split. But will Ollie Behrman be able to maintain the advantage here of that undercut? We are just going to take things a little bit easy on pit lane entry. Make sure 38 miles an hour on that pit lane entry there. That has absolutely screwed us And unless we get a safety car or something like that later on, we are in big, big trouble, especially as being the first ones in the pit lane as well. We might get slowed down. Luckily, we don't. Oh, Aaron was ahead of me, to be fair. I'll give him that. Paul Aaron was ahead of me before we dived into the pit lane. But suddenly now, we've got our work cut out as we head into the second half of the race. So I think Behrman, though, maybe has been a little bit screwed over by that undercut. So we'll try and put the power down out of the pit lane here. We're actually going to lose that DRS range as well to Isaac Hadjar, I believe. So suddenly, this race is taking a bit of a turn. You can see Behrman, though, is still within the DRS of Colapinto behind. Can we get in the DRS of the cars in front again? Oh, here we go. Isaac Hadjar, Paul Aaron again, side by side just in front of me. So just like we saw in the sprint, all the best battles are at the front of the order there as Aaron again will just hang on the defensive. But that time around, it does mean, yeah, that we do safely get back in the range of our top two. But yeah, for us now, we basically need a safety car. This penalty is going to absolutely screw us in the second half of this race. Unless cars behind battle just ridiculously, the only thing we could really do is opt, you know, if we've got a safety car, pit again, serve the penalty and restart at the back, and then try to fly along on a fresh set of tyres, because yeah, otherwise we're going to end up finishing probably about P15, and that will be disappointing. Well, I've got to admit, on these hard compound tyres, I think we've got a little bit of extra pace over the two in front of me right now. I don't know whether they've kind of banged front wings at any point. Maybe both lost a little bit of downforce, but you can just see as we make our way through Maggotts and Beckett's, both Hadjar and Paul Aaron are really, really struggling here. As we'll make our way down the back straight once again. Are we going to see Hadjar be able to make the move? Oh, he just backs out at the very last moment. And the Frenchman now might be vulnerable to an attack from behind. Not if we do that, though. Just nudged his diffuser. And for some reason in these cars, that actually affects the car behind more than it does the car in front. Paul Aaron, though, is really, really pushing at this stage of the race. But I need to try and get ahead of Isaac Hadjar here. Don't know why I keep getting Hauger and Hadjar confused. The names are similar, but that is about it. As we will fly down the inside of the Frenchman back at that first proper braking zone.
Nice overtake.
Now we've got to try and get around Paul Aaron and somehow hope that I can break out of the DRS and just leave them to squabble behind. But once again, trying to line up the move on the car in front of you really does start down at Cop's corner there as we'll attack the curbs once again through the next few corners. I mean, the AI behind, they are spreading out a little bit more, but it's certainly not enough at the moment. As now with the DRS, we obviously led basically for 2 corners in the sprint race yesterday. Hopefully we're going to lead for a bit longer in the main event today, as down the inside of Paul Aaron will go. He knows it's not a fight worth having at this stage of the race. If anything, I'm kind of hoping that Hadjar and maybe even our teammate as well as Colapinto, whoa, can try and move past him. That is not the line I need, though, through the final couple of corners. Huge amounts of oversteer. It's actually going to leave us vulnerable again by the time we get back down in towards turn 1 there. Luckily, Aaron not able to do anything, but we've got to try and go on a run. Oh, there we go. Colapinto now seems to have dropped out of the DRS range, so not too sure what's happened to him. But he's dropped away now behind Ollie Behrman as well, so we should get a better idea as to the gaps of the cars behind there. As you can see, already up to almost 3 seconds. So I think Colapinto, those issues that ruined his sprint race yesterday might be doing the same thing today. That would be a huge open door for us if he can hold up other cars a bit further back. Maybe create a bit more of a divide between him and some of the other AI. That would be really good for us, as Taylor Barnard will move through up into P5. So he's had a pretty good sprint and feature race this weekend. Colapinto, though, not willing to back out of it, and this is glorious. That gap already up to 3.1 seconds. Unfortunately, yeah, for Colapinto now, he's lost another spot. But if he can keep holding up more cars, that would be fantastic news. Well, I do apologise, we are concentrating so much at this stage of the race now. I'm just trying to give it everything towards the end. Even if we could just score a couple of points against the likes of Aaron and Behrman in the championship, it could make all the difference still. And I mean, how gutting is it? Obviously, we've seen nobody win both races of a weekend so far this year. Admittedly, it is quite a rare feat generally in Formula 2, but if we can walk away with this one on the road, we could have taken the clean sweep this weekend. It's a real shame it hasn't happened. I was also desperately trying to get Paul Aaron out of the DRS in the hopes that him and some of the other cars behind us would battle. That doesn't seem to be happening though, as we'll somehow set a new fastest lap of the race. So as the fuel burns off, this car is absolutely coming alive towards the end of the weekend. I am monitoring the gap though to Taylor Barnard. He's still going up at a rather rapid rate. There we go. I don't think it's quite happened at the right time on the lap, but it has meant we've got Paul Aaron temporarily out of the 1 second zone there. And as long as I can nail these final couple of corners, if we can get him out of the DRS range and allow Hadjar an opportunity against him on the last lap of this race, that would be very useful. And maybe we'll slow down more and more AI further down the order as well. We've got the gap up to Barnard to almost 6 seconds now. So that hopefully is going to be 7 by the time we get round to the finish. But are there still a handful of other cars within 3 seconds of the British driver there as we navigate our way through turn 1 and turn 2? I think Paul Aaron now has lost the DRS, so he's going to be under pressure from those cars behind, and it goes to show how hard we've been working to somehow get him out of the 1 second range, despite all of the DRS assistance that he gets around this lap there. You can see Colapinto further down. He is just plummeting down the order at this stage of the race as well, but has it been enough? Are we still going to be able to walk away with a point or two here? I'm gutted how 1 mile an hour can make such a difference. And you'd think normally in FIA F2 they'd be a little bit tolerant. As long as you slow down under the speed temporarily as well, they'd likely let you get away with that one. But that's not how things work inside F1 24. It is zero tolerance. There is no room for error inside this game. Apart from the game itself, there's plenty of errors in that. But as we navigate our way through Maggotts and Beckett's one final time, we are still absolutely sending it at the moment, trying to find every last millisecond of time. You never know how useful it'll be by the end of the race there. As I'm looking at it, I think Colapinto is still in P10 right now, so we might still get the jump on him and potentially hang on for a point or two here. Through the final couple of corners we're going to go. Paul Aaron, it looks like he is going to take the victory yet again and further extend his championship lead. But through the final corner, is it going to be a point despite a BS penalty? Let's wait and see. It is. It's P9.
This has been truly magnificent. It's victory for Paul Aaron.
Well, it's the team's local track, and you'd think that'd give them a little bit of an advantage, but they put on a show for the fans out there today who will be checking in on their progress.
And as they make their way down to the podium, there's no denying the strength of the Hi-Tech GP team. It was an incredible performance today, and they fully deserve to stand on the top step.
Well, there we go then. Paul Aaron, despite not winning the race on the road, he's done enough once again to claim the full 25 points there. 3/10 in it between him and Isaac Hadjar. Ollie Behrman in P3 ahead of Taylor Barnard there. Correa, Vashaw, Amory Cordial, Pepe Marti, ourselves and Zach O'Sullivan will round out the top 10. So 3 Brits making it inside the top 10 by the end of the afternoon. I believe that was, yeah, every single one of them has scored some points this weekend as well, which is always nice to see when drivers come back to their home GP as well. What does that do to our championship standings? Well, it gives Paul Aaron actually quite the lead at the top of the table, a 33-point buffer. So as long as he keeps qualifying inside the top 10, that is going to be very difficult to overhaul in the second half of the campaign there. We are still down in P5, just 6 points in it through second, down to fifth there with a bit of a buffer ahead of Colapinto and Isaac Hadjar as well. I mean, Taylor Barnard's gone from last all the way up to P14 ahead of his AIX teammate this weekend, with that result in a three-way tie on 18 points a pop there. Still only Enzo Fittipaldi right down at the rear of the field. Prema, we've got a 33-point lead over both Hitech and Campos now as well, so both of those teams will be looking to try and close down that gap in the second half of the campaign as well. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns, ready, I believe, at the Hungaroring. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 9 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Hungaroring. A little bit of an oddity inside the European leg of the F2 campaign. Of course, we come from the high-speed circuit of Austria and Silverstone. Obviously, after this, we've got Belgium and Monza. This is a very tight technical challenge, kind of slapped right in the middle of that run of very, very high speed and low downforce Grand Prix weekends. So only time will tell to see who that works out nicely for. Paul Aaron currently leads the world title. He's got a 33-point buffer over our teammate Ollie Behrman there. We've still got a couple of others as well by the names of Gabriel Bortoletto and Pepe Marti between us and our teammate there. We are P5. We came off a weekend that showed a lot of promise at Silverstone. Obviously, if you missed out on it, go back and check it out as well. If you're not already, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. But yeah, let's head out then. Qualifying here, even more important than basically everywhere else on the calendar except Monaco. Well, here we are then, ready for one-shot qualifying at the Hungaroring. And like I said, this session is really, really important for us. I think all eyes as well, though, are going to be on Paul Aaron, of course, World Championship leader. But any session, if he doesn't make it inside the top 10, really, really does screw him. Because, of course, it's not like he's going up against one other driver in the championship. He's got 4 of us that are already capitalised if he makes an error. So far this lap, Paul Aaron at the front of the order. By the time we get through to the end of Sector 1, the margins, though, are so fine as we shut the car up over the apex of Turn 4. But yeah, any little error, any misshift can make all the difference here. As yeah, we've been a little bit ragged throughout qualifying sessions so far this year. So I would like to try and get a good one under our belt this weekend. But yeah, we need to just try and make sure that we end up inside that top 10. There is a really nice line through the exit of the S's. Going to just bang off the red line through the exit of Sector 2. And you can see purple through that middle sector there. So that wasn't bad going for us. Shut the car in now. Just we've got a couple more hairpins to try and navigate on this lap. You can see we are not a million miles away from the Estonian there. A little bit of a wobble through the penultimate corner. Hopefully that isn't going to make too much of a difference there, as we will shut the car through the final turn. Hope it grips up on the exit. Power down towards the line. It is P6 on the grid. It could have been better. It could have been worse. There we go. 2 of your best in the championship over 1 lap. They will lock out the front row for Sunday's feature race there. Ratomo Miata. Brilliant effort by him to end up P3 ahead of Richard Vachon. Kushmaini is a name we haven't seen in a few rounds there, just ahead of myself, with Hauger, Martins, Pepe Marti, and Zach O'Sullivan will line up on the pole, ready for the sprint race there. Colapinto, a little bit disappointing for him, down in P13. Hadjar down in 14th. Gabriel Bortoletto all the way down in 17th there, so disappointing for him, as Dams will lock out the back row for both races this weekend. But for us, we've got a strong starting spot.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint race then. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? The Hungaroring is located 12 miles northeast of the capital, Budapest. It's 2.7 miles long, featuring 14 corners, and it's got a reputation for making overtaking difficult. Nevertheless, there's a history of some truly exceptional races here. Let's hope our Formula 2 drivers can serve up some more of that today. In the commentary box, I'm Alex Jakes. Alex Brundle is alongside me. And now, we've had sprints for years in Formula 2, but with a shorter race, how does that change your driving style?
You go for a little more, a little earlier, using a bit more of that harder compound of the 2 tyres available per weekend in Formula 2 to try to steal a march. And equally, if you have a bit of a bump, not so much of an issue.
Well, yeah, warm tyres around the Hungaroring is a pretty lethal combination, one that I've experienced a few too many times inside F124, but this circuit is a real tyre killer, actually, in these cars. Where you haven't got that much downforce on them, it can be really, really difficult to try and kind of get the balance right. But that being said, we just got to try and get the best out of it that we possibly can. Try and move forward in the early laps and take some points out of Aaron and Behrman once again. It's 5 red lights down on the grid. It's going to be lights out. And oh wait, we go there and immediately getting off to a pretty good start there. Immediately we're trying to have a look past Dennis Hauger down in towards turn 1. Everybody though sensing a chance apart from Zach O'Sullivan that has bolted free at the start. Victor Martin's trying to defend from, I believe that was Pepe Marti down his inside of the first corner. And my good start immediately has been wasted as Hauger will try and move back past us down through turn 2. And in the end, yeah, we've ended up staying in P5 there. So just going to run out of road, a bit like Verstappen did at the real life race back in the summer. Unfortunately, yeah, that's probably our best chance to try and capitalise off the start of this one. It is ART with a front row lockout here, so they'll be looking to try and lock this one down with one of their cars. But that being said, they have got one of the championship drivers in Pepe Marti in P3, and then another one in P5 there. We're kind of talking about it like we've got that top 5 in the championship. It is likely going to be one of us that takes the crown by the end of the season. Trying to guess who that's going to be, though, at this stage of the campaign is no easy feat there as we chuck our car through the exit sector 2. A little bit ragged and wild this time. But, yeah, where on earth are we going to be able to make moves? I mean, down to turn 1 is going to be probably your best shot. But even then, it's not going to be easy around this venue. We're trying to make sure that these hard tyres are going to work for us throughout these 14 laps. It's not going to be easy. And you have really just got to be careful you don't get any big drifts or slides or anything like that. Even just working out what the rears are doing is not that easy in these cars. You can only ever really kind of feel them once they've overstepped the mark, it always seems to feel like. But yeah, back down in towards turn 1. See, O'Sullivan is holding off Victor Martins fairly comfortably. But as always seems to be the case, the AI on these high downforce circuits, for whatever reason, have more straight line speed than me. It's almost like they run a default setup still, but don't lose out in the corners. It's very, very weird. I mean, just look at this. We got a really nice run on Hauger out of that final corner, and we're still just dropping away slightly by the time we get back down in towards turn 1. I mean, that's one way of going about it. Down the inside we'll go. Avoided contact there. Got the car slowed down pretty much on the apex. And now as we go side by side down in towards turn 2, that might be one of the most audacious clean dive bombs I ever do inside F124. But we're up to P4. I'm not going to complain. Oh, here we go. Battle of the front this time around between the two ARTs. Martins just tried to look around the outside of his teammate O'Sullivan there. I mean, Victor Martins, he was an absolute star in 2023. Both in this game and IRL in 2024, he has really struggled in his second year with that ART team. I think a lot of people just assumed he would be the one threat to Prima. Of course, we all know just how topsy-turvy the real-life campaign has been, as we've got someone seemingly pulling over a bit further back down the order. Not too sure who it is. That looks to be one of the Charoux cars, or not Charoux anymore. Is that Barnard or Dirksen, maybe? It is Joshua Dirksen, who's out of the race. Oh, and here we go again then. Martins, he just gets to the outside of O'Sullivan. He can't quite get far enough alongside to really make the move happen. And his teammate just able to cover him off in towards turn 1. I guess that's going to be one of the only real cars that has got an advantage. And how many times have we seen it this year where kind of the only real battle you get is P1 and P2, simply because the DRS strains are so ridiculous. Oh, there we go. Another new fastest lap. As we get to half distance then, you can just see O'Sullivan. Oh, no, accidentally dive bombed. That genuinely was by accident. I mean, we've got it slowed down, and again, there's no contact. And that's got to be some of the most ridiculous moves I've ever gone for inside F1 24. Pepe Marti, he's a big championship rival, so I guess we can't complain that we've done it, but up into P3 we'll go then, into the podium places. This was exactly where we were last weekend in the sprint, until pretty much the final corners of that race. Could the same happen today? I'm not so convinced. Well, this time around then we'll get a first-hand look as to exactly what's going on between those ARTs. Back down in towards turn 1 every time, and hopefully we'll learn a bit about how we can try and navigate this as well. There is Martins, he closes in. Zach O'Sullivan there, I mean, he doesn't have to do anything. Martins can't even get alongside him that time round. Back in towards turn 1. But I think all it is Martins will just kind of show the nose. O'Sullivan will defend the inside. Martins kind of has a bit of a lazy look. But I'm sure ART by telling both those drivers, just bring the cars home 1 and 2. Oh, here we go. Martins this time. He's got a big run on Zach O'Sullivan back down in towards turn 1. This time round, your two ARTs are going to go side by side there as well. Martins, once again, will just slot back in on the exit of the corner. And, well, I mentioned it. Obviously, ART probably just telling him to make sure they get both cars home. But F2 is not really a team sport in the same way F1 is. It is every driver fighting for themselves in this series. Yeah, O'Sullivan once again trying to fight it out for the win. But I have noticed though, normally Martins actually has to brake early down at turn 1 because he's tucked up behind his teammate so closely. So that might open a door for us towards the end of this. But we've kind of got to preempt when that's going to happen and then send it. Once again, you can see Victor Martins, he does get good drive out of that final corner. He is able to close in quite rapidly on his teammate. And once again, I think O'Sullivan just getting more and more worried as the laps count down that his teammate's trying to line up a move somewhere. He will go the long way around through turn 1 this time. And now Martins will have the inside line for turn 2. They're still wheel to wheel though. ART putting on a show at the front of the order there. Who's going to win out of it through turn 3? It's not going to be either of them. We're going to be the one to try and win out there as side by side up the hill with Zach O'Sullivan there. He just about will try and squeeze us out up over the top and will be able to keep the nose down the inside there. Not quite able to find the grip as all. O'Sullivan will only just hang on to it. We've got yellows out. Someone, I think, a little bit further back has ran into problems. That's Victor Martins. Martins out of the Grand Prix. There was no contact anywhere, so that hasn't been caused by anything else. But Victor Martins out of the race. And that kind of means that move that we made on him was pretty much irrelevant. Well, let's see what kind of run then we can get on Zach O'Sullivan by the time we make it back down in towards turn 1 here. That gap is under 3/10. And as we'll just show... I was trying to just show the nose there, see if we could scare him. That absolutely hasn't happened down in turn 1 though. If anything, that's worked out really nicely for him as we've left a load of yellow flags out behind us. As the Constantina and up has gone really wild. We've got a car that's span. But I think everybody will sort themselves out, and it's too late for a safety car anyway. Oh no, Pepe Marti now's got the run on me back down in towards turn 1, and I think Zach O'Sullivan maybe accidentally has pulled a blinder here, as we are now under pressure from the Campos man once again. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging there as we try to really squeeze each other. And will the Spaniard be able to go the long way around through turn 2? He's going to have the inside line if he can keep it there ready for turn 3. As though again we bang wheels on the exit. We will hang on though this time round. And suddenly Zach O'Sullivan has gone from under pressure all race long to a nice cushy 2-second lead. And on to the last lap we'll go then. Are we going to see Pepe Marti get the run again? Yes, we are. Pepe Marti, I've only just realised how much time he was closing in on me. I'm going to give him the outside line for turn 1. And once again, our confidence on the brakes is hopefully going to try and carry us here, as we will once again try to dictate the line against the Spaniard here. He's going to try and look still to the inside there, temporarily 3 wide, as Dennis Haugerwald is trying to find a way into the show. But we will just about find the grip there on the exit of the corner. But at the front of the order, Zach O'Sullivan, he was under so much pressure from his teammate. Victor Martins couldn't make anything happen, try as he might. That allowed us to get into between them, and pretty much simultaneously, Victor Martins' engine went bang in this race. But O'Sullivan there after that, just a tiny bit of contact with ourselves as we made a little bit of an error. And that has just gifted the ART driver the win this afternoon as we navigate our way through the final few corners. He's going to have his work cut out come Sunday afternoon. But Zach O'Sullivan, we obviously saw him win in quite dramatic fashion the Monaco feature race IRL. This time around it's going to be a tiny bit more plain sailing for him, and maybe a little bit more based on skill rather than luck as well. Through the final corner, Zach O'Sullivan is going to be a Hungarian GP sprint winner, and I have absolutely cooked these tyres, but we come through for P2.
The British driver looks up and sees the checkered flag first. Zach O'Sullivan takes the win.
Well, whether you love or hate sprints in Formula 1, they definitely deliver. In Formula 2, lovely stuff. Great racing.
ART, the French team who have been racing since the 90s in various forms of motorsport, are once again back on the winner's podium today after a brilliant display of driving skill.
Well, there we are then. Zach O'Sullivan takes the win ahead of ourselves there. Pepe Marti in P3 out of Hauger, Kushmini, Miata, and even Behrman getting a point as well from the sprint race there. Richard Verschoor comes through for P8 as Paul Aaron, one of only 3 drivers inside your top 10 to finish exactly where they started. One of 3 drivers across the entire grid to finish exactly where they started in that one. But what is that going to do to our championship standings? Well, it means we are back into P3. There's just 2 points in it between Marty, ourselves, and Ollie Behrman behind. And Gabriel Bortoletto, well, he's just going to have to again write off another weekend and hope that he can bring it back inside the top 10 next time out there. Constructors-wise, Prema still lead ahead of Campos and High-Tech. Their ART, that could have been a huge haul for them, but they will still get the 10 points for the victory as well there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready here for the feature. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return once again with round 9 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here at the Hungaroring. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday with the sprint race, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We are just 32 points back from Paul Aaron, who leads the world title. There's 1 point in it between myself and Pepe Marti in front, and only another 1 point back behind us is our teammate Ollie Behrman. So Prema was still leading the Constructors' Championship as we return here to the Hungaroring. But that being said, this place is notoriously difficult to overtake at. Paul Aaron, I believe, is going to be starting right at the front of the order as well. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. And yeah, let's do this thing.
Welcome to the Hungaroring here in Hungary, just a short distance from Budapest. This is a circuit with a lot of history in motorsport. Which of our F2 drivers here today, I wonder, will add to that legacy? The Hungaroring is located 12 miles northeast of the capital, Budapest. It's 2.7 miles long, featuring 14 corners, and it's got a reputation for making overtaking difficult. Nevertheless, there's a history of some truly exceptional races here. Let's hope our Formula 2 drivers can serve up some more of that today. So before the off, let's remind ourselves of yesterday's results with a look at the starting grid. Paul Aaron lines up on pole position, with Ollie Behrman alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Miata, Verschoor, Kushmini,
Antonelli,
Hauger, Martins, Pepe Marti,
Zach O'Sullivan,
Stanek,
Franco Colapinto,
Isaac Hadjar,
Villa Gomez,
Maloney, Bortoletto,
Taylor Barnard,
Cordial, Fittipaldi, Correa, and Jack Crawford completes the grid. Now it's almost time to lights out. So let's get down to the track.
Well, here we are then, back down on the grid once again, this time for the feature race here in Hungary. And I tell you what, strategy is going to be a very, very interesting one this afternoon. We're meant to be starting on the softs, but I think I'm going to try and go for the alternate. We'll start on the hards, hopefully not lose too many places early on, and then try to be quick towards the end of the race as well. Maybe we'll get a safety car or something like that. Obviously, we learnt yesterday that, yeah, this circuit, as always, is a bit of a tyre killer, so hopefully we can try and hang on. As Paul Aaron, Ollie Behrman on the front row, it's 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out, and away we go there, off to a pretty bad start as we try and put the power down. Of course, everyone around me on the soft, so they're understandably going to get the jump down in towards that first corner, and we have been absolutely swallowed up. Zach O'Sullivan, race winner in the sprint yesterday, immediately is going to try and muscle his way through. More contact made with his teammate there, Victor Martins down at the first corner, and it was Franco Colapinto that was the one trying to make the move. Second time this weekend we've gone wheel to wheel with Victor Martins down at those first couple of turns. And as we make our way through turn 3 and turn 4 there, he will just about give us the room on the exit of the corner there. Down the inside we'll go through turn 4, and we've hung on then pretty well early on in this race. This looks like Paul Aaron, yeah, our championship leader, just stretching his legs at the front of the order on lap 1, so yeah, he's had a really good start there as Behrman drops down into P3. But for us today, I'm not going to try and like extend the stint, you know, to the end of the afternoon or anything like that, like we tried all the way back in Imola. I just want to try and be on the quicker tyre in the second half of the race. I'm hoping the softs will kind of learn quite quickly just how much they fall off and kind of utilise that to our advantage as the afternoon continues. I guess my kind of logic here is around a track like the Hungaroring, and if you want to try and make moves, you've basically got to try and go for something different and aggressive. Speaking of aggression though, here comes Victor Martins back down in towards turn 1. Once more the Frenchman will try and have a look down our inside there through that first turn, and this time he will get the power down and move himself back up into P9 then. Of course, we don't have the DRS just yet anyway, but if we can just try and hang inside the DRS of Martins for these first few laps. Yeah, our race is very much dictated by our pace early on. If we can make this strategy work, we've got to try and hang on. Yeah, that thing I said about being able to hang on to the car in front, that hasn't happened. Martins now already up to 1.3 seconds, as you just see through those final couple of corners. The AI really able to fling the car in. I just don't have the confidence in this Prema at the moment. We were 2 seconds slower than Paul Aaron on that lap, but I know at the other end of the race we're going to have the advantage. This time, Stanek will try and have a look down the inside of turn 1, and the Trident driver that time round not able to hook it up. I mean, early on in this race, it's really, really difficult. Do you just try and defend from every other car, or do you just focus on staying in the range of anybody you can? Here's Pepe Marti. Had a bit of a torrid time in qualifying there. We'll have a look down our inside at that first turn. You can see Stanek will make it through there. Will Pepe Marti be able to do the same on the exit of the corner? Of course, all of these cars are going to be ones we've got to re-overtake later on. But Marti will go through. And there we go, end of lap 4. That time around, you can see we have kept the DRS off of Pepe Marti. Still doesn't stop us being under pressure from Zach O'Sullivan back down in towards turn 1, as once again the ART driver will try and have a look down the inside at that first corner. Can we try and put the power down? See, the AI, they're having to make it more difficult for them every single lap. They've definitely still got that bit of extra pace though right now. Zach O'Sullivan will sneak by. But yeah, I think we're only about 2 laps away from the crossover though. And then hopefully pretty much from there until the end, we are going to be the quicker car. And there we go, look at that. It's only 7/10 away from Zach O'Sullivan. So I think now we've survived the worst of it here. And as long as we aren't under pressure from Hadjar, it's got yellow flags out further up. Oh, it's Pepe Marti. Pepe Marti's engine has expired then before we've even made half distance in this race. And our first casualty of the afternoon. And that gives Behrman and I a golden opportunity to get back ahead of Pepe Marti in the World Championship. But heartbreak for the Spaniard. I mean, it is so different to Formula 1, where the tyre delta is so much greater in Formula 2 than it is in the Premier class, it does really mean that the racing dynamic is quite different as well. As for the first time in this GP, we've dipped now under the 90-second mark on that last lap. So the tyres are definitely coming to us. It's just whether we can actually make a move on O'Sullivan. It was something I didn't manage yesterday, but would love to achieve today there as well. Isaac Hadjar trying to get the elbows out, just tries to use me to get himself through the corner. Well, I was hoping we'd start to see either AI into the pit lane then at the end of this lap, but annoyingly that hasn't happened. Might mean now though, if they're going to box the end of lap 9 and end of lap 10, that we just get a little bit tripped over by some of those cars behind me. I don't really want to go more than 10 laps on these set of mediums, especially as the soft compound runners seem to have hung on quite nicely. I wouldn't exactly say we're much quicker than O'Sullivan right now. Come on, hang on to the car. But yeah, the pace advantage that they've had has pretty much evaporated. We've got yellows. We've got yellows. That is someone in front of us, I believe. I think that might be an AIX car of Joshua Dirksen that has pulled over to the side of the road. And, well, a safety car now, I would take. I don't think it's going to happen, though. We don't tend to get many safety cars in the Formula 2 series. Yeah, Dirksen out, our second casualty of the afternoon, but nothing to benefit us, apart from a free position. This time around then, surely we are going to see cars into the pit lane, and I'm hoping one of them is going to be our teammate Ollie Behrman. No, they're not. The AI still opting to stay out here then on them soft tyres, so if Behrman boxes the end of this lap, I'm really not going to be happy. I have selected with the team lap 10. As you can hear there, as this time around no DRS to help us, Isaac Hadjar will say thank you very much. So clearly those soft compound tyres are still working for the rest of your competitors. And yeah, this is just leaving us really, really vulnerable. Well, end of lap 10 then, Paul Aaron has dived into the pit lane then, and have a load of other AI have followed him in as well. They're huge drift for us as we make our way into the pit lane. Don't get done for speeding like we did last time out, and let's hope we don't get held up too much by traffic behind. Onto the soft compound tyre we're going to go, ready for the second half of this one, and luckily, yeah, we are going to be right at the rear.
Go, go, go! That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
There is O'Sullivan, so I think we made up a little bit of ground on him. There is one of the Tridents as well, a little bit further up, so I don't think we've really lost out in all of this, but now we've basically got 8 laps to try and make up all of the gap once again. I don't actually believe Paul Aaron did pit. I might have got that one wrong, but yeah, plenty of other drivers have. The gap to O'Sullivan, 1.4 seconds. Let's really try and fly. I mean, everybody's got to try and get their tyres up to temperature, but the advantage immediately we've got on Zach O'Sullivan, half a second out of him so far on this lap. There's our teammate Ollie Behrman also in the pit lane, but yeah, these final few laps, we've just got to try and go for it. Our championship still hangs in the balance here, and especially if we're about to see Paul Aaron take yet another feature race win, we've got to try and score as many points as we can. Try and keep that gap down as best as we can. If we can keep it under 50 points here, it sounds like a lot, but that to me I think still gives us hope in towards the end of the campaign, is really try and get that throttle down nice and early out of the final corner. Are we going to be close enough to Zach O'Sullivan to really go for anything? We're going to come out back ahead of a couple of separate drivers. Down the inside of O'Sullivan will go, though. Oh, that was very aggressive, but we had the car fully in front by the time we got to the apex. And we are now back into the points then. Every place we gain from here is a nice bonus, as Colapinto and Stanek side by side just in front of me. And Stanek, yeah, just got those tyres up to temperature, so he will hang on for now. But, I mean, look at the gap, how quickly it'll come down up through the likes of turn 4. We can just carry so much more apex speed than those hard runners. So, yeah, suddenly now the advantage has gone our way there, as the Argentinian Franco Colapinto will try and defend, but not enough. Round the outside we'll go.
That brings you up a place.
Yeah, we are going to be able to carve our way through like a hot knife through butter over these next few laps. But unless we were actually pushing him, I don't think we could get much closer to Roman Stanek through these final couple of corners. You can see now, I mean, we're able to pick up the throttle at the same time the AI are, and that's given us a huge advantage by the time we get on the run. With that DRS as well, back down in towards that first corner. Later on the brakes and Stanek on our inside. And up into P8 then. Let's try and claim fastest lap as well. I believe we only need to find a couple more tenths. But just try and take that extra point away from Aaron and give it to ourselves. But it will completely depend on how quickly we're able to carve our way through these front runners. But the pace we've got at the moment, on paper, the win probably isn't even off the cards just yet. 28-1, new fastest lap. So happy we've got that one locked down as well. I don't think Paul Aaron will be able to go quicker than that. But there's still a big train of cars extending right up into the podium places. There is a lot more that can be had. Well, with how well the soft compound tyres lasted for the AI as well here, it might well be that we have got an advantage right to the end of the race. 5 laps to go now. And we might be about to set another new fastest lap of the day. Not quite there. We just miss out against Victor Martins. But you can just see with the DRS though, gaining by the time we get back down towards turn 1. I attempted an audacious dive bomb on him yesterday that ended up working for us. So, you know, what's going to stop me attempting to go for another one here? But Martins that time round will hang on. And we've seen Alpines put up stout defences here in years gone by. We've seen Alpines win in years gone by. This F2 race is basically Hungary 2021, just slightly less crazy. Oh, that was aggressive, but Formula 2-esque. That was not my finest. Oh, we've got yellows out. Oh, Richard Verschoor's gone. Richard Verschoor just going for a spin just in front of us, so that's going to be another free one. Thank you very much. And now we've got a safety car. It means we'll use up less of our advantage of the tyre, and Paul Aaron is going to be right in front of us, so he's had plain sailing right the way through this one up to now, but he's going to be under immense pressure in these final few laps. Well, there's going to be no DRS then between now and the end of the afternoon, but Paul Aaron is going to be leading this one once again, ready for the restart here. Will Ratomo Miata be able to do anything against him there, as we are just reminding Kushmaini that we are right up his trumpet, as there goes Paul Aaron then through the final couple of turns. And now, is he going to be able to try and hang on to the race lead that he has basically had right since the get-go there? We try and get a run on Kushmaini at the final corner, but not quite close enough. As you can see, he gets a fantastic drive back down in towards turn 1. Are we going to be able to have a look for a move, though? Yes, we will. And we just about get it stopped down the inside there, so straight past the Indian will go through the first corner. That's exactly what we need to do once again. The AI, their tyres often just warm up a little bit quicker than our own inside Formula 2. But the softer compound will still provide us with the edge. Well, I can't remember whether it was the sprint or the feature, but I remember the IRL weekend here in the summer. Kimi Antonelli had to go for an alternate strategy there as well, and made a last dash after a safety car to move his way to the front of the order. So we probably aren't going to win this one unless something crazy happens on the last lap. But it has, yeah, been a very, very similar race there. As I mean, with that safety car, it has certainly meant that the strategy's worked out quite nicely for us. And as we round the final corner then to start the last lap, all over the back of Dennis Hauger, surely we'll be able to get the run on the Norwegian back down towards turn 1 as well. Oh, Miata desperately trying to apply just a little bit more pressure to Aaron as well, but down the inside of Hauger will go. And up into P4 then. Will we be able to get the jump on our teammate Ollie Behrman here? I'm not convinced we will. There's not many places to really go for moves around the rest of the lap here, but this is Formula 2 and anything can happen still as we dive down through turn 3 there, through the decompression, rise back up the hill in towards turn 4. Ratomo Miata, this has definitely been his weekend of the season. An absolutely fantastic drive in that Carlin Rodin car. But yeah, our top 3 so tightly bunched up at the front. I think Ollie Behrman knows as well, of course, we're still battling him in the championship. So if he could try and outscore us again, that would be useful there. But we both want a podium. We both want to try and get a trophy from this feature race. We've had a really, really good weekend. Hopefully we're going to outscore Paul Aaron there and just start to close in that gap a little bit more. But in towards the final few corners then, we won't be able to get the power down on our teammate on the exit of the final turn. So we're going to have to try and go for something somewhere before then. But I don't think an opportunity is going to open up Paul Aaron is going to once again walk away with a feature race dub. Miata follows him home, and his Prema 3 and 4 will take it.
This has been truly magnificent. It's victory for Paul Aaron.
Well, the pressure's really building on this one. We're getting into the business end of things, and it's going to be fully elbows out. But that's a great way to push through the mid-year.
And as they make their way down to the podium, there's no denying the strength of the Hi-Tech GP team. It was an incredible performance today, and they fully deserve to stand on the top step.
Well, there we go then. Paul Aaron once more will extend his lead at the top of the championship thanks to yet another feature race victory there. Pole position and the win once more. 25 points on the board. It's light work for the Estonian at this stage of the campaign. Miata comes through for P2 ahead of both Premas there, with Hauger, Miney, Martans, Colapinto, Stanek and Zach O'Sullivan rounding out your top 10. Once again, only 10th and 1st seem to be the only ones that finished exactly where they started. And Taylor Barnard somehow in P18. Joshua Dirksen and Pepe Marti, your two that failed to see the checkered flag. But what does that do to the championship? Well, it means, yeah, Behrman is back into P2. We are 1 point behind our teammate once again. Paul Aaron now with a 44-point buffer over ourselves at the top of the table. Marty still in that P4 ahead of Bortoleto, who had yet another bad weekend, with Colapinto ahead of Hajar, Sullivan, Hauger and Richard Verschaw just inside the top 10. Constructors-wise, Prema that gap 45 over Hi-Tech as well. So we're hanging on to that fairly nicely at the moment, but there's still a lot more that needs to be done by the end of the season. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns, ready in the Ardennes for the Belgian Grand Prix. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to round 10 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in the Ardennes Forest for the Belgian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the videos that went live last weekend from the Hungaroring, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. Paul Aaron, he's becoming a little bit dominant so far this season. He's got a 43-point lead over our teammate Ollie Behrman after yet another feature race win last weekend. We are 1 point back behind our teammate, but now we head to two of my favourite tracks on the F2 Canada. Belgium this weekend, of course, Andrea Kimi Antonelli's home weekend next time out as well at Monza. We're going to be looking to try and get some big results there. Effectively, we've got 5 weekends to go with the campaign, so it's not impossible that we get back to Paul Aaron at the top of the table, but we are going to need a little bit of luck on our side as well. If you're new, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs here on the channel at the moment, and yeah, let's head out then ready for the Belgian Grand Prix. Well, before we get into any racing action then this weekend, we've got to try and sort out the grid order, and that can only be done with a one-shot qualifying session here in the Ardennes. Of course, we've seen just how good the AI are over 1 lap pace, so will that continue this weekend as well? Though I must admit, I do love this version of Spa-Francorchamps inside this game. I think, yeah, they've really done a good job with the update there, as up through a Rouge and Rally on we go. If I've done anything this season, it's that low downforce seems to be the way to go about things. So I'm running 4 and 2 wing on the car. That's levels that I wouldn't even normally run at Monza inside this game, but it seems to be working for us as purple through that first sector. Now it's just a question of how well can we try and hang on around the rest of the lap. Of course, Paul Aaron has taken back-to-back pole positions in the last couple of weekends, and that's allowed him to take back-to-back feature race victories as well. So we need to try and beat him at his own game. So we make our way down through No Name there. A fearsome Blanchimont up next. Just dab the brake on the way in. Oh, a little bit wide on the exit, but we keep it just on the curbing there. So we'll get away with that one as we open up the car on the exit in towards the Fanny chicane. It's such a roller coaster of a venue here at Spa, but I absolutely love it. And I would love to try and claim pole position as well. They're a little bit hesitant on the exit of the Fanny chicane, but now we've got to try and get a good run through Stavolo as well. We are practically even, and it is Paul Aaron who is currently in the fastest driver, but as we just nudge a wheel in the gravel on the exit, that might be a real difference maker. Are we going to be able to try and carry speed up through Blanchimont towards the end of the lap? We get a pretty nice tidy run through there, but Paul Aaron, is he about to make it 3 pole positions in a row? Nice and early on the brakes through that final bus stop chicane. We go really difficult. Try and put the power down. It's going to be so close though at the line. It is P2. How close were we to the Estonian by the end of that? Well, there we go. Paul Aaron takes pole position by just 6/100ths of a second. And once more will continue to extend his World Championship lead. We end up P2 there, splitting the high-techs on the front row. Joshua Dirksen in 4th ahead of our teammate Ollie Behrman. Bortoletto finally gets his car back inside the top 10 for the first time since, I believe, Austria. And just like Austria as well, Colapinto and Hauger, they're going to have a front row lockout ready for the start of the GP. Pepe Marti will be disappointed down in P15. And Rafael Villagomez 6/10 off the pole. Only good enough for last. I've said it before, I'll say it again. The margins in F2 are probably a little bit too small inside this game. But let's see what we can do, though, as we head into the race.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full-on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? So Spa is normally a very fast track, but in these conditions, we should probably temper our expectations a little. This track, located in the sprawling Ardennes countryside, features 9 rights and 10 lefts for a grand total of 19 corners and a lap distance of 4.3 miles. It's Formula 2, it is the sprint race. I'm Alex Jakes, Alex Brundle is alongside me. Now Alex, there's no mandatory stop in the rules, but this is Formula 2. Anything could happen.
Well, there were plumes of dust coming off the cars at the beginning of free practice, so not a lot really. Quali's on the other compound of tyre usually. So for the sprint race, you kind of finger in the air, figuring it out.
Well, here we are then down on the grid, and as you can see, slippery conditions again. Just like what we saw at Austria. Could this really harm us in the early laps of this sprint race here? I'm tempted. It's a shame the team won't let me. Oh, we could try soft compound tyres and just see how far they go. It's only 9 laps here, so it's not going to be a particularly bad track for tyre wear. But I just think, yeah, we've got to try and gamble something a bit different if we want to have the advantage early on. And maybe that extra grip is going to be useful as well. You know what? We're going to go for it. There's always a chance of a safety car as well in these slippery conditions. It's 5 red lights down on the grid. And it's going to be lights out and away we go then, trying to manage the wheel spin on the run in towards turn 1. Dennis Hauger certainly hasn't. And we're going to fly straight past him in towards that first corner there. We get down the inside of a handful of cars, including our teammate Ollie Behrman there, until we just nudge the wall on the inside of La Source. Luckily, no suspension damage or anything like that. We've already gained then 3 places off the start of this one. I assume Eau Rouge is not going to be flat out. It's not actually as bad as I thought it would be, though. You can see we do get a really nice run on the exit of the corner there against our teammate as well as Cordeal and Paul Aaron side by side a little bit further back. You'd assume High-Tech would just tell Amri, you know, this stage of the campaign, we know it's your home weekend, but all our focus is on your teammate, and he needs to try and get a good result. What was possible? Talking of a good result, that's not one way to go about it. Oh, it's Paul Aaron. Sorry, that is Amri Cordeal. I was going to say, less surprised by that one. Paul Aaron normally has a very, very clean racer. Amri Cordeal is a bit more ragged. As, yeah, what we wanted to do on this opening lap. Everybody just feeling out the grip. But sometimes, to find the limit, you've got to push the limit. We have just about kept it on the island. And after all of that, we're still up 1 position then. As Spa in the rain, lap times here are going to be well in excess of 2 minutes early on. But as we get towards the end then of lap 1, I believe it is still Franco Colapinto that is leading the way ahead of his teammate Dennis Hauger. Yes, it is. That bus stop as well, I'm really, really worried about going up against the AI.
Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push.
I mean, yeah, they're just going to have more grip, more traction through that corner throughout the entirety of this sprint race, especially whilst it's still raining. But Eau Rouge seems to be the one where we can gain the time on the other side of that. The gap 1.06 on the way in. And if we just flick it down a gear there, I mean, look at the speed we've been able to get on Amaury Cordeel that time around. Surely not going to be able to get anywhere close to him by the time we make it up the straight, but that's really good to know that we've got that in the back pocket. AI are often a little bit peculiar around Belgium, even in previous years' games as well, on the old version of Spa. But yeah, you can see Amaury Cordeel just starting to struggle around a little bit through those opening few corners of Sector 2. Yeah, it's just so difficult to try and find a way through. I mean, based on the tyre wear by the end of lap 2, I think we should be fairly safe here. As long as I don't light up the rear wheels too much. 7% wear a lap. They're not going to be fun by the end of this, but they're not going to be too bad either. We're braking down in towards that bus stop chicane. I don't know if the AI, they might be using first gear on the exit. That might explain why I lost as much as I did. But you just see that arrow straight on the exit.
That was the fastest lap of the race so far.
I mean, I will take that fastest lap bonus point as DRS now. I mean, that's a brave choice. DRS enabled in these conditions, in these cars. But, I mean, if it makes our life a little bit easier, then I'm not going to complain now, as Paul Aaron still tucked up right behind my rear wing. But as the track does start to get more grip, I mean, that's completely flat.
Still looking good.
That is completely flat out up for Eau Rouge now, despite the fact that it is still raining. How much grip and downforce have these Formula 2 cars got? As are we going to be able to have a look down the inside of Cordeel? Late on the brakes. No, not quite there. We just get a little bit too wild on the exit. That will mean the Belgian will hang on for now. We might be able to get a run down the hill on him.
Going to be drying out quite soon. Be careful you don't burn out your tyres.
Oh, Cordeel again. He just kind of had to dodge us on the exit there as well. Paul Aaron gets involved as well. So Paul Aaron trying to get 2 for the price of 1. We're still 3 wide on the exit of the corner there, as down the middle we'll try and survive. This is like bumper cars early on. As Cordeel, again, we'll have the inside line in towards Pouon even. And yeah, he will hang on to that position then. So after all of that, we're all still exactly where we were. And maybe Hi-Tech have told him, you know, just defend from those primers. We need to do everything we can to help Paul in the other car. Now he's gone and lost a place to Zach O'Sullivan. Until he hasn't again. Well, the AI just seem to really struggle with the high downforce stuff around this circuit. It's down the inside of Amaury Cordeel. He's just turned in on me. Not too sure what that was all about. Now he's going to try and cut the final chicane to regain the place. I mean, again, how on earth the AI can put the power down off of that corner as now Zach O'Sullivan wants to try and get involved in it. We're accidentally going to have to send it down the inside again of Cordeel at turn 1 there. And every time we make contact, every time we just lose even more time to those cars in front. Now we're going to see Cordeel and O'Sullivan maybe side by side in through Eau Rouge and Radion. So I think this is going to be our chance to try and just get away from the pair of them there. Hopefully this isn't going to allow Paul Aaron a bit of a window to get involved. But already a 5.5 second gap to those cars in front. We are ahead of Amaury though, and that is important. Well, the rain has now stopped then in this GP, and unfortunately that might actually work out worse for me. Now you can just see Joshua Dirksen. I know obviously he's got the DRS as well, but he barely loses anything up through Eau Rouge and Radion now. So I've just got no idea. The AI just inside this game seem to have way more traction and downforce than kind of what I'm able to extract out of the car. Now, I'm certainly not the best person in the world in F2, but I like to feel like I'm fairly competitive. And it is just near impossible to compete with them. Luckily, at Belgium, obviously it's not many laps in either of the races. We haven't got many to try and navigate left. Again, I mean, out of that corner, we are completely flat out, and still Zach O'Sullivan able to get the run on me here. Luckily, I mean, we seem to... I'm running 4 front wing, 2 rear wing out of 50 in these cars. The AI must genuinely be running 0-0 to have less speed through the high downforce stuff than I do and still be able to hang on. Colapinto now sets a 203. We are going to do a 204. Yeah, we're losing time to those cars in front every lap, but could I try and snooker the bonus point? Well, that's going to be even more difficult to do with Zach O'Sullivan breathing down my neck as we make our way up the Camel Straight. Had many battles with him last weekend as well. And looks like we're getting another one here in Belgium as we try and throw the car up over the curbs. Back goes Sullivan now. I think he's just completely mugged us off on the exit of the corner there. He'll move up and into P7 then. So luckily, if we were to finish here, we'd still take a point out of Aaron. But obviously he gained 2 on Friday night on me, so not really what I need. Well, this run down through Eau Rouge and Radion is going to be pretty pivotal in deciding our last couple of laps here. We're still in the range of Zach O'Sullivan as we make our way down, but on the exit of the corner, are we going to be able to get close enough to him to potentially try and have a look back past the ART car there? You see taking plenty of curb up through the top of Radion. And as we open up that DRS then down the Kemmel straight, are we going to be able to get close enough here? We are gaining. It's nice to have quite a bit of competitive straight line speed as down the inside of O'Sullivan will go. We actually went purple through that first sector as well, which I guess is nice. And we will still have some fight left in us. Back into P7 again. It would be nice to go into the main event. No, Paul Aaron and I have been even so far this weekend in terms of points. I mean, again, how does Zach O'Sullivan get the run on me up through here the way he does that time around? He's decided he doesn't want anything to do with it. And we'll just back out there as the AI, even in the dry conditions, they're blending off the throttle ever so slightly through that corner there as Colapinto has done a 2 minute 0.8 as you could not nudge that curve through those final couple of turns. We do a 2:01.7.
0.9 seconds.
There were definitely a couple of little mistakes on that lap, but I got no idea where I'm losing almost a second. I think once again, as we make our way out onto the Kemmel Straight, there's a sense of inevitability about what's going to happen here. Zach O'Sullivan again, tucked up in the wheel tracks, tucked up in the slipstream. Is he going to be able to go for it? He's going to send it to the inside, right towards the apex there. We'll try and just give him some racing room on the exit of the corner. We've had a lot of good battles with him over the last couple of weekends, and side by side off of the corner we'll go. Can we go the long way around down through the hairpin? So, I mean, look at that. He wanted to give me no room whatsoever. The AI in F2 definitely more aggressive than their F1 counterparts, and Cordial, I think he fancied a bit of a look again. I will tell him absolutely not. We've got to try and capitalise where we are strong around this lap, but I think, yeah, we're going to have to try and run even less downforce as we try and make our way into the Grand Prix proper there. Huge moment of oversteer.
Final lap of the race.
Through that final turn, you can just see O'Sullivan will once again build up that gap down in towards turn 1.
5/10 a lap, 5/10.
And I think he's gone and got the range now, so we're going to be under pressure from Cordial and Paul Aaron as we make our way up the Kemmel Straight. Unless we can try and do something to get a whole lot closer to Zach O'Sullivan in front. I tell you what though, one thing that has worked quite nicely is the the soft compound tyre, but I refuse to lose the place to Amory Cordial on this last lap. We'll give him the outside line, and we'll just squeeze him right in towards the apex there, but you just see as we make our way through, if I get it absolutely nailed, we can take a little bit of time out of the AI. There's definitely still grip on these tyres still, but it's through some of these corners. They've just got so much more traction than me. Turn 8 seems to be the big one. Not help when I get a line like that. But they just every time can gain a good couple of tenths on us, whether I nudge the gravel or not. As Dennis Hauger then makes his way up in towards the final couple of corners of the Belgian GP sprint race. Sorry, not Dennis Hauger, Franco Colapinto even, I should say. Hauger, he threw away any chance of a win here on lap 1. It is going to be the Argentine once more, picking up the maximum points from a Saturday afternoon. And I certainly think, yeah, he'll be very, very happy with that one there. Out of the final corner, Franco Colapinto fastest lap as well to make it the full 11. He will take the win in the sprint here in Belgium. As Paul Aaron under pressure on the final lap, we get another point on the board.
It is time to start the party. Franco Colapinto takes the checkered flag.
It might not be the same points as the feature race, but it is the same podium, and they get to wave at the fans from it.
And look at that, they're making their way out onto the podium now. Great race from the MP Motorsport team, and I'm very happy to see them up there on the top step of the podium.
Well, there we are then. Franco Colapinto takes the dub and the full 11 points with it there. He got the lead on turn 1 and basically never looked back come the checkered flag. Isaac Hadjar in P2 ahead of Gabriel Bortoletto. Crawford gets some well-earned points in P4 ahead of our teammate Dirksen O'Sullivan and ourselves there. Hauger actually just pipped Paul Aaron at the checkered flag as well in what must have been a photo finish a little bit further behind. But what does that do to the championship? But it does mean Ollie Behrman 41 points back now away from the top step there. We are 4 points behind our teammate, ahead still of Pepe Martin. Gabriel Bortoletto might move himself back up into P4 with Colapinto getting another good result as well. Could he still be a threat kind of in that battle now that might just be forming behind us? Anything can happen though between now and the end of the campaign. Prema once more will open up that gap ahead of High Tech to 48 points, so we're still looking pretty good in that regard. And I can't believe Van Amersfoort this season have scored just 8 points between both of their drivers. They've just had no pace and luck so far this campaign. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready for the feature. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return once again with round 10 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back once again here in the Ardennes Forest for the Belgian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday, changeable conditions in the sprint, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We are 45 points back from our championship leader Paul Aaron in the title race. Our teammate Ollie Behrman just 4 points ahead of me as we head into this one. And this time around, it is going to be ourselves and Paul Aaron on the front row of the grid. Can we try and get a big result? We really do need to. Time is running out in this season. And I've been doing these F2 career modes now since I think F1 2019. I have never lost a championship inside this series. This might be the first one we ever lose based on how things are going right now, but things can turn around very, very quickly in FIA Formula 2. Get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs. And yeah, let's do this thing once again here in Belgium.
Located in the Ardennes countryside, Spa has been hosting races for almost a century, and it's revered by drivers and fans alike. So it's a joy to be here today as we prepare for the next thrilling instalment of the Formula 2 race calendar. So here we are again, a whopping 3.5 miles of track here at Spa, featuring long straights, some seriously fast corners, and some massive elevation changes. This is a track that routinely delivers high-quality racing, and we'll be hoping to see just that from our young F2 drivers today. Well then, after an exciting session yesterday, let's take a look at how the cars line up. Paul Aaron lines up on pole position,
with Andrea Kimi Antonelli alongside.
Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Cordial, Ollie Behrman, Bortoletto, Crawford, Hadjar,
Colapinto,
Dennis Hauger,
O'Sullivan,
Correa, Kushmaini, Victor Martins, Pepe Marti, Fittipaldi, Stanek, Ritomo Miata, Vachor,
Barnard,
Maloney,
Rafael Villagomez.
And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down.
Well, here we are then down on the grid once again, and this time around, for the first time in a long time, we have got clear sight ready for turn 1. The strategy for this one's going to be interesting. We obviously found out yesterday that soft compound tyres can go quite the distance in this race, so I'm tempted to try and extend that first stint as best as we can. 13 laps ahead of us throughout this feature race today, but trying to stay close to Paul Aaron is going to be critical, and if we can take the points out of him, that would be useful. For some reason, the AI have gone with the alternate strat. It is 5 red lights, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go then, and immediately we should rocket up into the lead there. Paul Aaron has got no answer for that. on the softer rubber in towards turn 1. And for some reason, every weekend inside this series at the moment, we seem to go with the other strategy to the rest of your runners there. Amory Cordial up into P3, so it is Prema High-Tech Prema as your top 3 or 4 through the first few corners. But we know we have one simple goal early on, and that is try and build up a bit of a buffer at the front of the order. I'm hoping, based on exactly what's happened there off the start, that this ends up being one of the quietest races we ever have, because, yeah, we'll probably have to box slightly earlier than the AI ready for our pit stop, and then hopefully, yeah, we'll have a bit fresher rubber and then just try and hang on in the second half of the afternoon there, as we try and open up that gap on this opening lap. Of course, I'd love it if our teammate, Ollie Behrman as well, was able to get the jump on both of those high-techs. Constructors-wise, we're looking pretty safe. But Amory Cordial returning home to his native Belgium this weekend. He's been a bit of a thorn in our side as well, which has been a bit problematic for us there, as down through Blanchimont, sorry, Pouon even we go. For the first time, I've got no idea why I keep getting Pouon and Blanchimont muddled up now inside this game. But, yeah, we've got a 9.5 10 buffer over Aaron. Of course, luckily we have got 2 laps to try and build that gap inside Formula 2. I'm surprised they haven't enabled DRS after lap 1 yet in this series, as making our way out through the exit of Stabilo. Yeah, again, the AI just are ridiculously OP. Well, occasionally we can try and force the game into allowing us to go for the alternate strategy, but this time round it just flat out recommended it to us. I wonder if it was because we used the softs in the sprint race yesterday that it's kind of got a little bit confused for the rest of the weekend there, but yeah, the advantage over the mediums is not that much. This is one of the very few races on the calendar where you only actually have 1 stage difference between the 2 tyre compounds, so that is a little bit peculiar. But we just cannot get the gap over Paul Aaron right now. Purple in Sector 1, purple in Sector 2. Will it be purple through all 3 sectors? 2:09. You can see, yeah, DRS now enabled, and we have once again claimed fastest lap. Although, yeah, that one I think today is going to be a bit of a lost cause for us, sadly. More sad than that, though, is the fact that we have not got the gap over Paul Aaron. Here is Amory Cordial, barely hanging inside the DRS range of his teammates, so we're going to be under pressure as we make our way up the Kemmel Straight. A little bit out of shape as well when we got up the top of the hill, but are we going to see championship leader Paul Aaron get the run on us this time around? Not quite able to that time, so we had a big enough gap. You can just see now Paul Aaron as he makes his way up in towards the final couple of corners once again. The AI get really, really close there, and for some reason seem to be blending out even earlier than they were in the sprint race yesterday, but you just cannot quite get the run up the hill in towards those final couple of corners. But this time round, I would assume by the time we get back round in through turn 2, he is going to be right on my gearbox as well there. We seem to have sussed out how to get the power down, though, through that final corner, which I guess is nice. It's also very odd the fact that we haven't even used the medium tyre yet this weekend. Going to get almost halfway into the feature race before we really learn what that set of rubber is going to be like. But yeah, all the AI spreading out now between kind of 6 and 7 tenths away from each other. So once again we'll get a nice run. That time around Aaron seemingly struggled a little bit more. The gap almost up to 1 second now. And I'm tempted to box fairly quickly and let him and his teammate try to battle with each other. Well, there we go, another new fast lap of the day, and we're going to be diving in at the end of this one. So what I'm tempted to do, I mean, try and get a better run through turn 1 than that line, but if we can hang on ahead of Paul Aaron this time, I'm going to really try and back up the pack a bit, obviously when I dive in, because I'm hoping what they'll do is that maybe Aaron and Cordial will start going wheel to wheel a bit, maybe have a bit of a slipstream battle up the Kemmel Straight, and that could give us a huge advantage. Obviously on our undercut there, is here comes Paul Aaron, gaining. Still not quite enough once again. The other thing I'm nervous about, though, of course, is that the second half of the race, the AI are going to be just ridiculously faster than us, I would assume. If you take a bit of a look on the mini-map, there seems to be a gap that has opened up, I think between Jack Crawford and those 2 MP Motorsport cars, is trying to get ours dived into the pit lane. Just make sure they don't get done for speeding there. It's actually Bortoletto, sorry, and Crawford is now the leader of that train a little bit further behind. So as we bolt on a set of the mediums to see us through for the rest of the afternoon.
Go, go, go. Perfect job from you and the crew there, mate. We're delighted with that.
I mean, of course, yeah, we should have no issues with being held up in the pit lane or anything like that. And has my plan just to try and bunch up those high-techs worked out quite nicely? We'll see Amri Cordeal try to get a run on his teammate up the Camels straight.
Now, we want to finish the race on this compound.
And I'm sure if this was real Formula 2, they would just tell him to, you know, back down and let Paul Aaron still lead this thing. And I think he will still be out in front. But that has worked out beautifully for us. The gap to Rafael Villagomez, just under 13 seconds. So let's see if we can try and carve some of that advantage away as well. Well, looking at the gap then as we get to half distance in this race, it seems like the DRS seems to be the overriding factor for pace here. Tyre wear is pretty much non-existent around this circuit, it feels like. We have taken a bit of time out of Rafael Villagomez, as I would like to try and break into the 159s. Not convinced that would be enough to get us the fastest lap bonus. It would be quite nice to do. But yeah, you can still see at the front though, they are battling out. That is fantastic news for me. Oh, there we go, purple through that middle sector as well as Ollie Behrman into the pit lane. Got no idea which one of those high-techs as well will have joined him here, but yeah, pit stop strategy has been a bit of a weird one so far, and I'm hoping we can just get that couple of second buffer over our teammate, even if he's a bit quicker in the second half of the race. Hopefully we will try and have enough to hang on here as we put the power down at that final turn. We do set another new personal best. I mean, yeah, if I actually nail the line through turn 1, we might be able to get under that 2-minute mark, as it's Cordeal that's pit. So Paul Aaron then maybe has just been left out there by High-Tech. He often likes to go a little bit longer in these races. And look at that, we've got a 4-second gap over the Belgian there. So hopefully he's going to be vulnerable to Ollie Behrman as well when they make their way up the Camel Straight. Maybe that's why Paul Aaron didn't want to pit yet, because he knew he would be the one in position to potentially lose the place to Behrman here. So they're going to power their way up towards the top of the hill. We have set another new personal best, but so far today, this strategy working nicely for us. And Behrman, I think he's made the move stick as well, so fantastic news for Prima. And again, we go purple through that middle sector, and I feel, yeah, you can just see Behrman though. That gap is already starting to come back the other way, so I think, yeah, they're going to obliterate this fastest lap at some point. It would be nice just to try and get that first sub 2 minute on the board though this weekend, as everybody else at the front of the order is going to peel into the pit lane. On the anchors at the 100 meter board there, try and just tip it in nice gently, little bit ragged through the first part, but we'll get the throttle down through the second. And oh, a 2-minute point 1.
Keep this up. Well done.
Super close to breaking that barrier, but not quite enough just yet. Now, all eyes are going to be on the timing screens. 4 laps to go of this race. And Behrman, I mean, I think he's already ahead of Paul Aaron. So Paul Aaron has really lost out in all of this. He's going to be out behind Gabriel Bortoleto. And I don't think he's even held on to the DRS. No, he hasn't. So Paul Aaron then has really lost out in all of this going on. He might still be able to get back to the UNI Virtuosi car before the end of this. But Paul Aaron is absolutely crumbled trying to extend that first stint. Oh, there we go. Jack Crawford dips into those sub 2 minute lap times as well then. So the AI, yeah, they have been able to set a better lap than I would. Not that I was really expecting it to be any difference. We've got a good AI balance, I feel like, excluding one-shot qualifying in this series. But yeah, the big question as well though is for poor Ollie Behrman at the moment. Seems locked into battling with Amri Cordeal. Paul Aaron has got back in the range of Gabriele Bortoleto as well. So I think we're going to see some battles behind us towards the end of the afternoon, as there goes Cordeal again. Would love, I'm sure, for a podium at his home race. Aaron makes lighter work of, well, what used to be one of our championship rivals in the Brazilian as well. But is he going to be able to get back to Behrman and Cordeal before this race is done and dusted? Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone a bit further back seems to be having issues, as Paul Aaron sets new fastest lap of the day.
Fastest lap of the race.
Can't quite see what it is. I think it might be one of the AIX cars, perhaps. Nope, it's the ART of Victor Martins. Second weekend in a row that that car has gone pop, and Mechachrome once again will be left to answer even more questions. Well, 2 laps to go then, and it is Prima, High-Tech as your top 4. They're the top 2 teams in the championship as well. And, well, the main reason we've got as big a margin as we do in the championship is that, yeah, Paul Aaron is lumped with Amri Cordial in the second car. So we've got yellows out again. Someone else now with some issues. I think it's Behrman. No, our teammate, Ollie Behrman, looks to be out of it late on in the day. And for the second time this year, when he looks in contention for at least a podium, it all goes wrong for our British teammate there. He is out of the Belgian Grand Prix feature, and as championship hopes go, that might be his pretty much over this season. Gutted for our teammate Ollie Behrman. But yeah, I'm trying to think. The last real time Behrman ran into problems in a Grand Prix, I want to say, was back in Saudi Arabia. That was the only other feature race we've won so far this campaign. So, in a horrible, sick, twisted way, that might be a good omen for ourselves. 1 more lap to go then, although Paul Aaron maybe didn't get the strategy he needed, he has been able to make it work, and now he's going to be right up behind his teammate Amri Cordial as they start the last lap of this Grand Prix. We've just gone purple through the final sector, so there's an annoying little part of me that still believes we could try and reclaim that fastest lap by the end of this, because I think Paul Aaron is probably going to reclaim P2 of his teammate as well. They're in High-Tech. This is going to be a really, really good weekend for them in terms of the championship points in the Constructors, because they're going to make big, big gains on us there. As are we going to see Cordial already put himself before the team on this final lap, or is he going to let his teammate Paul Aaron through? I don't think he gets much say on it, to be completely honest, and Paul Aaron will move back up then into P2 here on the final lap. It is going to be your top 2 in the championship that finished 1 and 2 today, but are we going to pull away 8 points from the Estonian, or are we only going to grab 6 more there? This fastest lap, we went green through Sector 1. You never know by the end of the year how important those bonus points can be. They really do add up as a campaign goes on. That could be the difference maker for us, as breaking down the hill in through the Fanya chicane. If we can go green through here, then I think we're looking pretty good. A little bit of a wobble on the exit, as we'll just try and keep it clean and tidy in towards Stavolo. You can see how hard we're pushing, and as the fuel burns off, we are still right there. We're pulling away from Paul Aaron. It seems so weird to basically be doing qualifying laps right to the end of a race with a 7-second buffer. We should have won the feature though back at Silverstone, but the only one we have actually taken the points for this campaign was all the way back in Jeddah, right towards the start of the campaign, through the final corner. I think I bottled my fastest lap attempt, but we are going to come through. It is P1 here in Belgium.
Ah, fantastic drive. That's just fantastic. Amazing. You deserved that race win. Well done, mate.
This has been a superb drive. It's victory for Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
When life feeds you lemons, drive like that. Awesome stuff to come back from what was a really difficult start to the race.
As we look back on a thrilling race here today, we can now see the drivers take their places on the podium. It's a familiar sight by now, as it's another successful F2 win for Prema.
There we go then. We take home the full 25 points from the feature race here in Belgium. Paul Aaron, though, that fastest lap, we did actually improve on the last one, but we were still 2/10 away, so I think had we nailed the bus stop, it could have been very, very close there. High-Tech get a double podium with Amri Cordial. The one weekend he's really delivered this season. I'm sure he wanted it to be his home race there. Dirksen in fourth ahead of Bortoletto, Hajar, Crawford, O'Sullivan, and then those 2 MP Motorsport cars rounding out your top 10. Heartbreak for our teammate Ollie Behrman, joining Victor Martins on the sidelines when that one is all said and done. And not too sure what happened to Zane Maloney, to end up 15 seconds away from anybody else come the checkered flag. What does that do, though, to our championship? Well, it means now it's pretty much instantly turned into a 2-horse race. Paul Aaron, a 39-point lead at the top of the table. We need to take 10 points out of him a weekend on average between now and the end of the campaign. That is not going to be easy to do, but we never give up in FIA Formula 2 either there. Behrman still in P3 ahead of Bortoletto. Marti ahead of Colapinto. Hajar, O'Sullivan, Hauger and Verschoor there. And Amri Cordial now leapfrogs his way back into 11th place overall in the championship standings as well. Constructors-wise, well, that gap does get cut down to 39 as well between High-Tech and Prema at the top of the table. And then Campos crossing over the 200-point barrier as well there. But thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready at the Temple of Speed, Andrea Kimi Antonelli's home weekend, back at Monza. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we'll return with round 11 of the Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend for the second of Kimi's 2 home GP weekends. We return to the Temple of Speed at the Italian Grand Prix at Monza. If you missed out on the videos that went live out last weekend from the Belgian Grand Prix, I would highly recommend going back and checking out. We have a 39-point deficit to Paul Aaron in the championship. Just 4 race weekends to go of the campaign, so we need to average 10 points out of him in every single race now. So that's a tall order between now and the end of the season, but it does take one weekend where Paul Aaron doesn't end up inside the top 10 in qualifying, and then the tables can turn so quickly. We learned a lot about the car. We've learned that low downforce seems to be the way to go inside F224 as well. Please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to hit 140k by the end of the year, and yeah, let's head out then to the Italian Grand Prix. Well, here we are then, ready for qualifying once more, this time around at the fastest track that Formula 1 or Formula 2 has to offer. But Paul Aaron, he's taken 3 pole positions in a row in the last few Grand Prix. He'll be looking to try and make it a 4th this weekend, and as mentioned last time out as well in Belgium, every qualifying session between now and the end of the year is absolutely critical. We cannot afford to end up outside of that top 10 with work to do. We have just got to try and get it absolutely nailed. There was a little bit of oversteer through the exit of that first chicane. Got to be so careful off the curbing. We are running 0 wing, front and rear, that we couldn't run less downforce if I wanted to this weekend. So if we end up still losing time to the AI, then I'm really lost as to what we can do there. Nice and tidy through the second chicane. Joshua Dirksen, also with his OP Mechachrome engine, we would expect to see him right up towards the front of the order as we make our way through the Lesmos there. Nice run on the exit. Try to carry that speed off of the corner. But you can see, I mean, we're barely 2-3 car lengths behind him, and the entire field is between us as we make our way down in towards the Ascara chicane, though. Purple through Sector 2, attack the curbs nice and tidy through the exit there, and that's a really nice run. So somehow still through the high downforce corners, we seem to just have the edge over the AI at the moment. 1 more corner to go. Is it going to be pole position for the first time since, I believe, Saudi Arabia, right back at the start of the season? Through the final corner we'll go, nice and tidy on the throttle on the exit. I think our teammate Ollie Behrman, though, is just going to pip us as we drop down the order. We end up P7. Where did I lose all that time? Well, Ollie Behrman, the only driver to get under the 1 minute 31 mark. That being said, there were 9 cars covered by less than 1/10 of a second at the end of the qualifying. Paul Aaron was one of those. He'll line up P3, ready for Sunday's feature race there. Jack Crawford is going to have the pole ready for this one. 22 cars, 3/10 of a second. This season has just been absolutely insane. But how is things going to go when the racing gets underway? The DRS, the slipstream, trying to judge when to go for moves is going to be very difficult. So let's head out there.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? Monza is situated 12 miles northeast of Milan. It's 3.6 miles long and offers 11 corners. 7 of those are chicanes, putting a premium on good braking stability and traction. With a good slipstream plus the other 2 DRS zones available, there should be a good number of passing opportunities on offer. Welcome to the Formula 2 commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alex Brundle joins us as ever for this. Alex, it's a sprint race. How's the format change going to affect the mentality of the drivers?
Well, you've got the grid reversed, giving some drivers who wouldn't normally get it the opportunity to take a win or a podium home. They're going to be looking to snatch that opportunity if at all possible.
Well, we might be pretty quick down the straights, but I think everybody else is going to be as well. We line up P4, though, ready for the sprint. And there's apparently wet weather halfway through, and then it's going to disappear again. So not too sure what to make of that one, but hopefully it isn't going to affect things too badly here. Only 11 laps make up this sprint race today, so it is going to be a fast race. And we just got to try and make our way past some of these other cars. It's 5 red lights down on the grid. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're off to a fairly clean start. St. Maloney, I believe, yeah, right down towards the bottom of the championship order still. He's got a good opportunity this weekend to try and score some points, as the Dams cars would immediately move up to P1 and 2. Look at Joshua Dirksen trying to go around the outside through those first couple of corners. And that's not exactly what I needed. We have gone straight round, and we got a red flag. I don't think anyone's damaged the front wing or anything, but I might have caused chaos there. Well, we're going to rejoin the action then, apparently halfway through this rain shower, so no idea what to expect when we go racing once again. There is a little bit of rain, but 5 red lights for the second time. And this time around it is going to be lights out, and away we go there. And once again, we'll try and get a decent start down in towards turn 1. We are starting 1 row further back though, as Isaac Hadjar able to make something happen. Apparently off that first start. This time around we're going to try the outside line down at turn 1, but there is no grip on this circuit there, as we'll try and put the power down on the exit of the first corner. We will just about hook it up in the end, but the turbo lag on these cars is just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, luckily it looks like that rain has stopped, but yeah, the circuit's still deceivingly slippery as we try and make our way down in towards that second chicane. Like I said though, the goal this weekend is just to take 10 points out of Paul Aaron, so I need to try and beat him in both the sprint and the main event. And I'm hoping Ollie Behrman will be able to keep him at arm's length tomorrow. We've got a lot to focus on today though. I would love to try and bag the full 10 points, maybe even 11 if we're a little bit lucky. But as you can see, making our way down the straight, the AI there, Isaac Hadjar, he's closing in on me still. We are pushing as fast as we possibly can. We are running the quickest car we possibly can, and still the AI are able to go quicker. Well, Crawford then will lead at the end of, well, what would normally be lap 1. We're already on to lap 4. So I've managed to make the shortest race on the calendar even shorter, as there we go. Both the Dams cars running side by side back down in towards turn 1. So Juan Manuel Correa obviously took 2 sprint wins earlier on in the campaign. Would love to try and get another one, as immediately there, just a little bit of contact with Zane Maloney. I cannot get that turn 1 line nailed, and if we're at the DRS already, that's going to put us in a lot of trouble. But I really do feel like this weekend is going to be make or break for our championship hopes. If we can get the job done here, if we can take the 10 points that we need out of Paul Aaron, then I think we can carry that confidence into the last 3 weekends of the year. Of course, next up is going to be the return of Azerbaijan, so anything can happen around the Baku city streets. But yeah, as you can just see though, those Dams cars at the front of the order going side by side quite a lot, definitely holding up everybody else. It's a 35.5 isn't actually a bad lap when you include the mistake we made. Eking our way back down towards someone, still Hadjar and Bortoletto directly behind me. But as we move on to lap 5 then, DRS will be enabled this time round, so we've got to try and get inside the range of those front runners by the time you make it through the first Lesmo. But I tell you what, those Dams cars at the front, both of them, yeah, really going for it early on. Obviously, Correa took a couple of wins in sprints earlier on in the campaign. I'm sure he'd love to add another trophy to his collection, but you can just see that time round we were still a few tenths further out than we needed to be against Zane Maloney. But if those top runners start battling it out a little bit more, so we are going to be under pressure from Isaac Hadjar as well, just behind me. Here goes the Campos man into the chicane, and unlike in F1, the F2 drivers don't seem to back out through that corner, so that's good to know for future reference as well. Gabriel Bortoletto, he needs a good result this weekend if he wants to try and get his championship hopes back on track. It's, you know, it's unlikely for him, but you can never fully discount him there as, again, just outside that DRS range. We're going to be talking about that a lot this weekend because it is pretty much everything around this venue. As there we go, first driver into the 33s, and somehow we were inside the DRS range, so I guess we'll carry that speed back into turn 1. Side by side, they're going to go at the front of the order, so we'll just try and keep it fairly tidy there, and finally getting the line nicely through turn 1. And Jack Crawford, he just seems to be going backwards here. Well, as we cross the halfway stage of this GP, one Dams car up into first from P3 on the grid, the other one starting on the pole down to P3. So I just thought about having a look down the inside of the Barbados boy. These cars sit really, really nicely on the curbs though around this circuit. I will give them credit there. They seem to be pretty good at handling those sausage curbs around this circuit. Can we try and get a run on Zane Maloney now? Just see again hanging the car on the exit. So despite the fact we're running no wing at all, we seem to actually be slightly better through the corners still than the AI. You can just see down the back straight almost 200 miles an hour, but still not really able to do anything. Our time is going to have to come on the exits of corners, as you can just see there, pulling alongside Zane Maloney now down in towards the final corner. That's going to make our life slightly easier. His engine has gone in bang. So
we're racing again. Let's go.
My first position made up in this race, and Zane Maloney, on a weekend where he desperately needs points, is not going to walk away with any. At the final corner, though, again, I mean, it is just going to be like NASCAR this race. Another new fastest lap temporarily for us, but Isaac Hadjar will say thank you very much. And here comes Joshua Dirksen, the Paraguayan, down in towards turn 1. Is he going to be able to hold on to that lead? He has a big lock up there. Puts some Pirelli down into the road, but he will move up to P1. It is just a question of how bunched up will your top runners remain in this race. As here goes Correa thinking about a look on Joshua Dirksen. Oh, he does pull out the slipstream at the very last moment, but Dirksen says, yeah, good luck with that one, sunshine. As there's definitely still a little bit of moisture in the air as well. The circuit's still looking very, very overcast, so these are some of the weirdest weather conditions I think I've ever seen inside F124. But once again, can we try and get the run on one of these cars out of the final corner? We seem to have really good speed off of the turns everywhere else apart from that final one. We are still tucked right in the wheel tracks of Jack Crawford. As here goes Correa to the outside of Dirksen once again. Crawford might make it 3 wide. No, he's going to follow his teammate by in towards turn 1. We aren't quite there, so we're going to have to watch the show go down between the AIX and the Dams car. And again, try to manage our own turbo. It's like driving a 1980s Formula 1 car, this thing. It is ridiculous. Oh, again, Crawford there, just pretty much pushing him through the exit of Ascari. It is really, really difficult, though, to be able to do anything when you're just tucked up in the wheel tracks of the car in front, and where all of these cars are equal, and you can't use the battery or anything like that, because simply put, they just don't have it. Can be really, really difficult, actually, in Formula 2, as we've seen so many times this year. Most of the battle ends up being right at the front, because P1's the only car without the DRS. But lap times are slowly falling away as well, which is a bit of a shame, as here we go, Dirksen again. Crawford again will try to follow to the outside at turn 1. And this time round, it's going to be the Dams cars that go side by side through that first couple of corners. And once again, Crawford gets in the fight. The car on the inside through turn 1 is able to hang on. And then the guy that was P2 just waltzes away. I think I'm more impressed with is just how oddly spread out the AI have become in this race. There's definitely a few clusters further back that have kind of just strung themselves out. As again, you can just see getting the run on Crawford there off of the Ascari chicane. This is probably the one corner on the entire lap where we seem to have the margin over the AI. Side by side with the American will go. Oh, we'll try and send it late on the brakes there, and I think Crawford just accepted that fight isn't worth having at the moment. 2 laps left of this sprint, and well, it feels a little bit like Silverstone in terms of kind of just waiting for the right moment. just waiting for an opportunity to pounce as here goes Correa again. Oh, he thought about it to the outside of Dirksen. Well, that time around the Paraguayan will just cover him off down in towards turn 1. And just like Silverstone, we are in P3 at the moment. But I'm sensing there's going to be a battle for the win for us if we want to try and fight for the victory in this one. Oh no, Dirksen! Dirksen's gone and suddenly... Oh, well, I was about to say if we want to fight for the win, but apparently the win has been thrown to us. As we get to try and avoid Dirksen there, Correa decided to slow up behind him. And he might have the most powerful Mechachrome engine in Formula 2. But he also seems to have had the one with the least reliability. Either him, or I think it was Zane Maloney, wasn't it, earlier on, that retired from this race. But 1 lap to go, and suddenly everything has been turned on its head here at the Templar Speed as Juan Manuel Correa, 9 tenths behind us. Is he going to be able to try and snooker this victory away? Or finally, is Kimi Antonelli going to be able to win on home soil there? Let's wait and see what the run is like. Back down towards turn 1. Correa can't get close enough. So unless he can get a run out of the second Lesmo, he might be in trouble here and might be watching any hopes of victory this weekend immediately fade away from him there. I'm still going to try, a bit like we did back at Silverstone and Spa as well, just to see if we can push for fastest lap on this final one here, because now we've got some clear air. We might have lost the DRS, but I don't think we're going to have too much of a disadvantage either as we navigate our way through the chicane. Again, this car sits absolutely beautifully through those couple of corners. Up through Lesmo 1 will go, though, and I just don't think Correa's got an answer for us at the moment. As long as I don't do anything stupid, surely this win is coming back to Prema there. It's a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. But again, we seem to have just been able to get the drive down, get that power off of the turn. One more time through Ascari will go, braking at the 100-meter ball there. Tip the car in 4th gear, attack the curbs on the exit. And Ollie Behrman, he was able to win for Prema back at Imola earlier on in the campaign. We were a little bit gutted with the way that weekend went, but to kickstart the weekend here at the Temple of Speed, Kimi Antonelli, Prema's home weekend, his own home weekend as well, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, he will win at the Italian Grand Prix.
This has been a superb drive. It's victory for Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
It might not be the same points as the feature race, but it is the same podium, and they get to wave at the fans from it.
As we look back on a thrilling race here today, we can now see the drivers take their places on the podium. It's a familiar sight by now, as it's another successful F2 win for Prema.
Well, after the victory as well last weekend in the Belgian feature race, that is 2 in a row for Kimi Antonelli then. And the full 10 points from the sprint today, we can be very, very happy with that. Juan Manuel Correa comes through for P2 ahead of Jack Crawford and Isaac Hadjar in the end. Bortoletto, Paul Aaron, Barnard and Kushmaini will round out your point scorers. Not too sure what happened to Ollie Behrman to end up down in P15 when all is said and done. Shout outs to Richard Vasseur, who was really able to carve his way through the pack as well. There's Zane Maloney and Joshua Dirksen, your two that failed to see the checkered flag. But what does that do to our championship standings? Well, it means the gap to Paul Aaron down to just 32 points there. We've got a 29-point buffer over our teammate Ollie Behrman as well. And constructors-wise, 48 now, the gap to High Tech. Let's see what we can do tomorrow, though, when we return ready with the feature race. We know now where we can try and go for moves. It is not going to be easy. Thank you all so much for watching nonetheless. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure, leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back ready for the feature. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 11 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we return once again at our home GP at the Italian Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday with the sprint, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. The gap between ourselves and Paul Aaron down to just 32 points with a handful of races to go. We are down, but we are not out of this championship fight just yet. If you're new as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. This fight, I think, is going to go right down to the wire towards the end of the campaign. Paul Aaron, I'm going to try and outscore you again today. He is starting further up the grid, though, than us, so we are going to have our work cut out.
Hello and welcome back to a classic circuit, familiar to fans the world over. This is Monza. You can hear the cars ready to go. Certainly the fans are ready for some action. We're all set. So let's get this Formula 2 race underway. Monza is one of the faster circuits in Formula 2, comprising some very long straights and tight chicanes. The engine spends so long at full throttle, in fact, that engine failures are not an uncommon sight here. On top of that, the 3.6 miles of track are pretty hard on the gearbox too. Here are the starting positions for today's race. A fantastic effort from Ollie Bearman yesterday puts him on pole position,
with Franco Colapinto alongside.
Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Aaron, Hajar, Gabriel Bortoletto,
Antonelli,
Correa, Maloney, Jack Crawford,
Barnard, Villagomez,
Roman Stanek, Victor Martins, Cordial, Miney, Fittipaldi, Pepe Marti, Verschoor, Hauger, Miata,
Zach O'Sullivan.
Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's get down to the track.
Well, here we are then, lining up on the grid all the way down in P7, of course. Strategy today is going to be a really, really interesting one. I think, honestly, the DRS is going to be so powerful here that just making sure you're inside the train is going to make the difference by the end of the afternoon. Our teammate, though, Ollie Bearman, lines up on pole, but if ever there was a track it was easy to overtake on, you'd expect Monza to be the one waiting on the grid for those 5 red lights. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. They're off to a fairly good start, actually. Trying to have a look down the inside of Gabriel Bortoletto there as Isaac Hajar has gone nowhere. Oh, Joshua Dirksen gives us nowhere to go either. Down in towards turn 1, and that was because Juan Manuel Correa was on his inside. We were almost 5 wide there, in through turn 1. It's been chaos around us as Hajar and Dirksen make even more contact on the exit of the corner there, and Joshua Dirksen, he almost got the win yesterday. Had a mechanical failure, not screwed him over right at the very end. He is going for it again on Grand Prix Sunday as Paul Aaron, Franco Colapinto and Ollie Bearman try and scoot off into an early lead, whilst everyone else squabbles behind them for any track position they can get. And after all of that, through turn 1, we've ended up not gaining anything, not losing anything off the start. We do find ourselves, though, once again, staring at the back of a Dan's car here, which, yeah, we spent most of yesterday doing as well. So hopefully we can try and get around him nice and quickly as we make our way down the back straight. I've got no idea why the tyres are so warm. I think we might have just done the start on them yesterday, or maybe a couple of laps early on. But hopefully that isn't going to make too big of an impact either there. As I mean, we learnt the exit of Ascari was where we got to try and go for moves. Maybe tried to switch back Correa a little bit too much that time. But yesterday we got a red flag on lap 1. This time around, it looks like we're just about going to survive it. And it is still going to be our teammate, Ollie Bearman, in P1 there, which is good news as well. I'm more interested in the man in P3. How can we beat Paul Aaron again here? Just like I said, we've already taken, I believe, 8 points out of him this weekend. I want to try and make it 10, as there we go. Colapinto tucks out of the slipstream. As we're going to go for a big dive bomb there as someone's engine blown up, and I think that is Franco Colapinto. Who is that? On the exit of the first corner, there it is, the Argentine driver. So another mechanical failure this weekend for a driver, and it has absolutely gone up in their face. Bearman's been able to get a little bit of a lead out of that, and suddenly Paul Aaron seems to be the one under pressure. Well, looking at the gaps at the moment, I could not tell you whether Ollie Bearman has got a 1-second lead over Paul Aaron or not just yet, but that could be critical in the early laps of this race. Is trying to have a look to the outside of Juan Manuel Correa. down in towards the final corners. We tried this move yesterday on his teammate Crawford. It worked for us then. It'll work for us again now. As, I mean, Aaron, he must be right on the cusp of that DRS window. Our teammate sets fastest lap of the day. We go just under a tenth slower. But yeah, end of lap 3. This is going to be the deciding one. Is Paul Aaron going to be able to attack? Well, here we go then. If Paul Aaron isn't under pressure from Joshua Dirksen here, we'll know that he got the DRS on our teammate. If we see Dirksen closing in on him, then we'll know that Paul Aaron is going to be in big, big trouble over the next couple of laps. And you know what? I genuinely couldn't tell. I genuinely couldn't tell, of course, the slipstream in these cars. The closer you are to the car in front, of course, the more powerful that is as well. But I have got no idea whether Aaron was inside the range of Behrman or not there, because Dirksen is still practically pushing him along at the final corner. This one at the final turn should hopefully give us a bit of a better idea, as we are right up on the gearbox. Still have Hajar there. I mean, we're practically pushing him along around this lap at the moment. There we go, new fast lap of the day. There we go, Aaron doesn't have DRS. So Paul Aaron does not have the DRS there, and he's going to lose one spot to Dirksen in towards turn 1. Hajar, come on, mate. We're not out there to have a picnic, sir. We've got to try and get on with it, especially when our championship rival is under pressure at the front. Oh, Hajar there just had to lift out of the throttle, and we will react in time to get right the way around him through Curva Grande. It was a Grande move, I guess. And yeah, up into P4. Oh, Dirksen. I was just trying to see if we could force him into trying to look for a move on Paul Aaron down in towards Ascari. We almost forced him into an accident there, as he kind of just half-hearted went for it down to that final turn. I mean, yeah, like I said, all of this is doing is giving Behrman a bigger lead at the front of the order. If I was Prima now, I'd be looking at potentially swapping our strategies, because I believe we've been given the optimal pit-in lap. It often has kind of worked in mysterious ways so far in this campaign.
Okay, we're approaching
We'll start lap 6 then.
Put you onto super softs.
On super soft tyres at that pit stop there, as we are going to go 3 wide back down in towards turn 1. Oh, Dirksen, he's got a lot of awareness so far this afternoon. He knows how to play the slipstream game, and he will defend that P2 by the time we get into turn 1. Our teammate has a 2-second advantage, so even if we got round Dirksen, I don't think we could get to him very easily. Oh, I don't really want to get the run on Dirksen here, but I guess we've got to try and go for it, or apparently not. I mean, the F2 AI are super aggressive inside this series, but round the outside we will go. And up then into P2, so we have really carved our way through the order fairly quickly there. Not quite sure about that line on the exit of Ascari, but yeah, we're going to need a bit of a miracle if I want to close in on Ollie Behrman. But we have had miracles before. New fastest lap as well, but we're going to be under pressure from Dirksen once more back in towards that first corner. Going to force him just a little bit more defensive there. Late on the brakes we will go. And that's really good to know then, that we can hang on into the braking zones. We lose a few tenths on the exit trying to put the power down. It still feels like a lottery, the traction in this car, as we've got yellows out. Someone behind us seems to be dropping to the wayside. I could not tell you who it is. I think it might be a Campos. It might be Pepe Marti. No, I think it might be a Dam's car, actually. Is that Correa? Is that Jack Crawford, who is out of this race? It is. Oh, Gabriel Bortoletto. And I tell you what, the second half of this season, in real life, he's had all the luck. In this game, he's had none of it. Well, this might actually be one of those moments where Ollie Behrman, pitting later than me, is going to provide him with a bit of an advantage, because I'm getting a bit nervous when you look at that gaggle of cars behind. Are we going to get held up in the pit lane by a few slower cars? I mean, the option is either we pit now, or we pit at the end of lap 9. I don't really want to have to utilise these medium tyres for a couple of laps when others will be on the softs, and annoyingly, we are only just going to be at the DRS as well of our teammate there. If I've got the DRS, then I'll stay out. If we haven't, then I'll box. I don't think we'll find out, annoyingly, before we get round to the start-finish line. So into the pit lane we will come then, make sure we get the car slowed down. Nice and tidy on pit lane entry there, as Jack Crawford, Rafael Villagomez both in behind me. So a lot of our other front runners willing to extend and go one lap further. Enzo Fittipaldi does a 1:34.0, but will we get held up in the pits?
Okay,
Yes, we
let's go.
will.
Come on.
No, we
Perfect job on
won't.
the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
Well, that's a very illegal pit lane exit, but I guess we'll get away with it then, and that's going to cost us a lot less time than I ever assumed it would. We are going to have to suffer, though, this outlap without any
That was our
DRS
last stop.
assistance.
No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go.
But if we can just claim a couple of tenths out of our teammate Ollie Behrman, then surely we'll be in the DRS for the second half of this race. Ollie Behrman in the pit lane there, but purple through sector 2. We are flying along. Now we've got these super soft tyres up to temperature as well, and you can see the gap to Vershaw and Fittipaldi up the road is, yeah, really coming down at the moment. Rafael Villagomez might be in a pretty good spot as well. I don't think we'll have done enough to get the jump on our teammate immediately, but even if we've just taken a couple more tenths out of him, that could be super useful in potentially trying to get the first clean sweep of the season. Purple sector 2, purple sector 3. Where is Ollie Behrman? He's been held up!
Looking good.
And suddenly now we are up into the lead of the race. We've got a huge undercut on our teammate, and questions will be raised by Ollie Behrman. Does he feel late on in the campaign that the team just aren't giving him a fair shot to fight? He's dropped all the way back down to Rafael Villagomez, and out of nowhere we've got a 3-second lead. I tell you what, Ollie Behrman's pace in that other car is still going to be relentless towards the end of the afternoon. I know he'll want to try and make sure that he stays ahead of the likes of Isaac Hadjar, Rafael Villagomez. Paul Aaron, on the other hand, is nowhere to be seen on our relative, so this is fantastic for us. As a 32.3 new fastest lap of the race, Jack Crawford does a 32.1. Like I've said before so many times, those bonus points, they could be the difference maker by the end of the season. I tell you what, especially when the AI have got the DRS on each other, Isaac Hadjar might be about to storm to a 1:31 new fastest lap. We're barely a second away from what we were all doing in qualifying. This is relentless pace by everyone on the grid at the moment, as we'll make our way out of the final corner. We won't get that lap though. 32.3 is surely Hadjar. There we go, 31.6. Hadjar 7 tenths clear of me on that lap. He was helped out by pretty much perfect DRS though from our teammate, and now the Frenchman up into P2 of this race, and that gap is under 3 seconds temporarily. Immediately rockets back up though, as he and Behrman now start to battle. Well, this is what I was hoping would happen as well. 4 laps left of this race, and now that Hadjar and Behrman have kind of overlapping each other, now they're starting to cost each other a bit more time towards the end of the race. I don't believe we're going to be able to beat that lap time set by Isaac Hadjar, but hopefully we can try and get closer to it. I think we genuinely improved there by 1/1000th of a second. Well, I don't know how many times we've seen it happen this season, but when one car gets a breakaway at the front, it's always a little bit kind of nip and tuck for the first couple of laps, but then suddenly they just seem to be able to go clear of everybody else there. We improved by 0.003 of a sector on that lap, and we were green in all 3 sectors, so I think every single split time on that last lap we improved by just 1/1000th of a second. The lap times are pretty consistent towards the end of this. With just 3 to go, we are building up the gap over Isaac Hadjar, and hopefully, on home soil nonetheless, we are about to get the first clean sweep of the campaign. Well, for us, by the end of this race, it has been the perfect storm of conditions. And although I feel a little bit sorry for our teammate Ollie Behrman, it probably should have been him that had this big old lead at the front of the order. I can't help but think, you know, for our own championship, especially with Paul Aaron down the order in like 6th or 7th place, I think. This is absolutely perfect, and although we should have done the clean sweep back at Silverstone, just that speeding penalty really did cost us in the end. I think to get that sweep here at home of all places, we can be pretty happy with there, as Ollie Behrman trying to make moves right towards the end of this. He wants to get that second Prema car back on the podium once again, and I think he's only gone and done it against Isaac Hadjar here on the very last lap of the race. Maybe, just maybe, his championship hopes are down, but not out just yet there, as you can just see now, overstepping the car just a little bit on the last lap of this race. We've had a lot of fun today. The super soft tyres as well have done a really good job hanging on in there. They're much better than I ever thought they would, but making our way through the Lesmos for the final time. I'm sure Andrea Kimi Antonelli dreams of taking the win at his home race in 2025. Imagine if he did it for Ferrari at some point down the line as well. That would be very, very special. But through the final few corners of the Italian Grand Prix, this weekend has been exactly what we needed. Paul Aron, you're pretty safe still at the top of the table, but it is not over until it's over. We are going to slash his margin down at the top of the table in a big way. Finally, the luck falls our way, and Kimi Antonelli, both times this weekend, he's going to reign supreme at Monza.
He has done it again! Andrea Kimi Antonelli takes the checkered flag.
Are these just their couple of favourite racetracks? 3 wins in a row, good effort.
It looks like it's time for the victory ceremony once again, as I can see the drivers beginning to make their way out for the celebrations. You can see it on their faces. It's another marvellous team win for Prema today.
Well, there we go then. It wasn't quite the maximum points available, but only missing out on pole position and those 2 fastest laps there. I think we can be pretty happy with 35 points from the weekend in the end. We take the dub ahead of Rafael Villagomez. They're a big result for the Mexican. Ollie Behrman will make it a Prema double podium this weekend once more, ahead of Hadjar, Dirksen, Crawford, Maloney, Paul Aron all the way down in 8th. Ahead of Martins and Juan Manuel Correa will round out your top 10. But that means, yeah, the gap at the top of the table has been absolutely slashed. I want to try and average 10 points out of Paul Aron. The gap now is only 11 as we head into the Baku weekend as well. So it's all still to play for. 3 weekends, 6 races left of this campaign now, and he's just averaged 2 points out of Paul Aron. So as long as I just end up ahead of him in every single race, that is going to be possible by the end of the campaign. I mean, it's looking like it's going to be the 2 of us there, unless Ollie Behrman can win basically all 3 features towards the end of the season. Maybe he can go into Abu Dhabi with a mathematical shot still, but I think it is unlikely for our Prema teammate there. What I've noticed as well is how many teams their drivers have ended up quite bunched up. Both Campos in 5th and 6th. The MP Motorsports there in 7th and 9th place as well. A little bit further down, admittedly towards the rear of the field. It does get a bit more jumbled up. But yeah, Rafael Villagomez with that podium leapfrogs his way up into P18 of the championship. It means just Enzo Fittipaldi is the only driver yet to reach double digits. Constructors-wise as well, Prema, we have got an 84-point buffer now over High-Tech as well. So that one is looking really, really good. Campos still in 3rd. That result as well means Van Amersfoort are now up into double digits. That's their first podium of the year. I believe they were the only team yet to have scored one, but I could be wrong on that one. But thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready in Baku. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 12 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Azerbaijan for the Baku Grand Prix. If you missed out on the video, or the videos I should say, that went live last weekend from the Temple of Speed at Monza, I would highly recommend going back and check it out. For what feels like the first time all season, we took big points out of Paul Aron at the top of the table. The gap has been slashed to just 11 points with 6 races to go, 3 rounds left of the campaign if you include this one. Although, yeah, Ollie Behrman might still have an outside shot at dragging the title all the way to the finale in Abu Dhabi. It is very much looking now like it's going to be a 2-horse race between now and the end of the campaign. So we're just hoping that we can roll that momentum from last weekend into this one here in Baku. Of course, if you're new around here as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel for more F1 content. We're trying to hit 140k by the end of the year. Also, I'm recording this on the 16th of October. This video, I believe, is going live around the 8th of December. So when this video goes live, I'll hopefully be in Australia. It's quite odd for me to try and wrap my head around this. I don't think I've ever recorded videos so far in advance. But yeah, this video is like being recorded 2 months before it goes live. So hello to future me as well when I come back to edit this. But yeah, let's get on with it though here in Baku. Well, now we've got that confusing little intro out of the way, we are ready to start our qualifying run here on the Baku city streets. This circuit, of course, a mixture of high and low speed, so just trying to make sure you're confident in your car, especially on the brakes, is going to be absolutely critical this weekend. But once again, just want to try and make sure that we get ourselves inside the top 10 by the end of qualifying. And I'm expecting Paul Aaron once more to be pretty rapid around this venue. Ollie Behrman, though, he loves this place. Took pole position, absolutely dominated the weekend in 2023. Couldn't race, obviously, in F2 in 2024 because he was too busy competing in the Formula 1 Grand Prix. But so far this lap actually feeling fairly good. You know, we're just trying to hit our apexes and just stay within sight of the high-tech car at the front of the order. Quite nice traction there on the exit. And of course, yeah, like I said, as long as we end up inside the top 10, anything can happen. Oh, here in Baku, there is plenty of curve in towards the castle. Just try and tip the car in nice and early. And then up over the top there. You've really got to wait for the front end to work with you there. Oh, a little bit too much curb on the exit. That'll compromise our run all the way down through the old town. And it's still Paul Aaron there. Looks like the grid a little bit more spread out than what we've seen at a lot of races in this campaign as well. A little bit of an error there by, I think that was Paul Aaron. Yeah, making a mistake. So Ollie Behrman now rockets up into prime position there. But has that just been the perfect wrong moment for Paul Aaron right towards the end of qualifying here to make an error just as the championship race starts to heat up? We are currently P2 behind our teammate there, and you can just see we are a little way behind him. Our Prema about to get a front row lockout here in Baku as we open up the DRS on the run towards the start-finish line. We're actually gaining in on our teammate slightly. Behrman will cruise to a second pole in a row, and we line up P2 for the second time in 3 races. While Prema locking out the front row of the grid ahead of Pepe Marti. But probably bigger news than that, Paul Aaron, so many pole positions this season, but one little mistake right as the championship fight starts to heat up, he will line up for both races down in P16. So we've got a golden opportunity then this weekend to try and claim the championship lead. I believe for the first time since probably, we might have had it in Jeddah. I can't quite remember, to be honest there. But Paul Aaron, he's in trouble this weekend. So let's try and maximise our own point scoring at Paul.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint race then. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? This is not your usual racing circuit. It provides one of the most complete tests for the field. Sector 1 sports a set of 90-degree corners around the block, if you like. Sector 2 gets even tighter with the old city walls. Sector 3 just turns 16 to negotiate, and then 2.2 kilometers flat to the floor, full throttle in 6th gear all the way to the end. It's Formula 2, it is the sprint race. I'm Alex Jakes, Alex Brundle is alongside me. Now Alex, there's no mandatory stop in the rules, but this is Formula 2. Anything could happen.
We have seen stops before at the end of the sprint race, jumping onto that softer compound of tyre and having at it for the final few laps of the race. Indeed, we've seen sprint races won like that, so anything can happen out there. Don't send the pit crew home just yet.
Well, Ollie Behrman as well, he'll be looking to this as an opportunity to try and close in big points on Paul Aaron as well this weekend, especially starting from the pole position tomorrow. Like I said, I think there's a maximum of 39 points available from a weekend, so if he can just get that gap down by the time we get to Abu Dhabi, even if we've just got a 3-way title fight going into it, that would still be pretty impressive. I will never forget, I think on F123, heading into the finale in Abu Dhabi in that F2 career mode, mode, I think there were still 7 drivers mathematically able to try and claim that title. Of course, after the sprint, it did get narrowed down quite a lot. But yeah, we'll wait and see as to what happens by the end of the campaign. 11 laps ahead of us, though. We're going to start this one on the medium compounded tyre and obviously, hopefully, avoid making a pit stop. But waiting on the grid then for those 5 red lights. It's going to be lights out and away we go then, getting off to a fairly good start. Dirksen, whoa, will try and get to the inside line there and actually get caught up a little bit behind Ritomo Miata and Franco Colapinto that struggled to get the power down. So we will say thank you very much through turn 1 there and immediately gaining a couple of spots. And then contact with Dirksen through turn 2. Well, I think Dirksen there has come off worse from that scenario than we have, but what is my problem? Both times in the last couple of weekends, turn 2 in the sprint, I've almost gone for a spin. I did go for a spin last time out at Monza there. Looks like Behrman has not a particularly good getaway either. He's lost a couple of spots. At very best, he's down into P12 then. So, yeah, after all of that, we are still in P9. Immediately, I can't feel any kind of difference. You can afford to get a little bit more front wing damage in these F2 cars than you ever can with the F1 cars. Yeah, the front wings on these things aren't as important, it would appear. But still, you know, I'd like to try and keep the entire front wing intact. I think, actually, the carbon fibre that we saw was from Joshua Dirksen's car rather than my own. But once again, just getting a little bit too confident through those first couple of corners there. Got to remember, you need to heat up the tyres, and that can be quite difficult to do. It's tucked up then in the slipstream of the Invicta Virtuosi car. This team, it changes, well, most Formula 2 teams change name pretty much every year there, as we've actually got, whoa, very good top-end speed. Zach O'Sullivan will lead at the end of lap 1, and that doesn't happen often inside this game, but we have just flown past a rival in a straight line, neither of us having the DRS. And now, yeah, we've got to try and get in that range of Joshua Dirksen by the end of this lap, but he doesn't seem to be losing much despite the front wing loss. Oh, Joshua Dirksen for the second weekend in a row in our face. His engine is going to blow up there. Please don't run wide against me. Thank you. So Joshua Dirksen then going to be our first casualty of the afternoon yet again. And that actually comes at a really bad time for me because now we're going to lose out against the likes of Ritomo Miata. Looks like it's only myself and Kush Miney that are kind of in our own little cluster. But yeah, those top runners seem to have stayed fairly bunched up there as Isaac Hadjar, new fastest lap of the race. We're going to go almost a second slower than the Frenchman that time round. But by the time we get into turn 1, remember, the bigger thing for us this weekend is trying to get ahead of Aaron in the title. When the AI go through that middle sector, they really do lose a lot of time when the downforce, of course, if you're stuck behind the car in front of you, we might just get inside the range of Ritomo here. I didn't realise until recently that Ritomo Miata's 25 years old. He's older than me. I'd always assumed he was a bit younger when he obviously was making his debut in Formula 2, but apparently not. So, obviously with the news of, well, it's quite old news now by the time you're watching this, but when I'm making this video, it's only recently been confirmed that Toyota and Haas are going to be working together in the future. I'm not so convinced now that he's going to be getting a drive. Well, hopefully as well, we are about to claim that fastest lap off of Isaac Hadjar, which we will do. So that's good news as well. You've got to brake so early down in towards turn 1 there to try and get the car stopped. But, yeah, we are inside the range of Amaury Cordial. Of course it's Cordial that's causing a bit of a train. Our top 2 have just gone. I tell you what, this Prema car as well has been set up absolutely fantastically this weekend. The amount of traction we've got on corner exit, even on the medium tyres, is something I've never really experienced with this car. We have really worked out our setups as the season has gone on. As you can just see Miata as well, still right in front of us. Are we going to be able to get a run on him at the final corner here? We've got to try and work out whether we can push through this group of cars here. As you can just see how much we're able to throw the car into the corner. It can really slide through, and we can still find the grip on the exit. Tiny blend of throttle as we make our way, though, through that final kind of chicane, if you will. I remember back on F1 2016 when you actually had to lift through there. There was an element of skill to it rather than just foot to the floor. But closing in on Miata 200 miles an hour. By the time we get towards turn 1, we're going to send it to the inside of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Junior, and we are up into 6th. So we've still got Cordeal and Maloney wheel to wheel just in front of us. Franco Colapinto in that MP Motorsport car. Is he now going to be able to get a run on the Belgian as well as Zane Maloney up into the podium places? We can see how important the DRS is around a circuit like this. Cordeal, he's not going to back out of it. We're going to try and get the run 3 wide on the exit of the corner. Are we going to be able to do anything there? No, we're not. We're just back out of that one. Think better of it, but we'll still try and get around one of them off of the turn once again. They're down the inside of Franco Colapinto, and we only just get round him. Oh, there's a lot of strategy to these battles right now, but all of this is done. It's given Zane Maloney a little bit of breathing room. Right, let's see if we can get a run then on Amory Cordeal as well. I mean, he's got no DRS. Surely he's going to be a sitting duck there, because he might just actually have claimed the range off of Zane Maloney in front. Why? Why on earth would you move across me like that? Somehow no front wing damage. We'll do exactly the same thing to him then. Amory Cordeal and I inside this series, we do really not get on. There are still battles going on at the front of the order, so can we work with the Barbados boy to try and get up towards our front 2? The gap is 3 seconds, but they keep going wheel to wheel like that. That gap will get slashed very quickly. Well, end of lap 6 then as we open up the DRS. Straight past Zane Maloney will go. A fairly textbook move in the end, but look at how much the gaps come down to Hajar and O'Sullivan. Oh, just in front there as well, firing it a little bit too deep in towards that first corner. Luckily able to gather it up and avoid the wall once again. But yeah, those gaps now down under 3 seconds. So it's still going to be a tall order, but if they keep battling as they still are up in front, it's not out of the realms of possibility, especially with how strong this car has felt all weekend. Oh, once again, O'Sullivan, Hajar, side by side. Team are telling us just to look after our tyres towards the end of this, but I don't think we've got any problems with that right now, as if we were to win this sprint race with the fastest lap, we would, I believe, be tied with Paul Aaron at the top of the Drivers' World Championship. Remember, tomorrow we're starting P2, he's lining up down in P16, but I tell you what, just as we seem to have become a lot more confident in this car
just made a pass for the lead.
late on in the season, it really does feel like Prema as well have worked out how to set these cars up, which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, the hookup we've got is incredible. I know this season has been a lot about learning and everything like that, but it has ended up being very, very good fun. I mean, Hajar is 6/10 away from Zach O'Sullivan when they make their way through the final couple of corners. We are way closer to the Frenchman than he is to the ART driver in front of him. As we all open up the DRS again, we're just all going to close in on each other. Back in towards turn 1 again, clocking over 200 miles an hour. There's all big lockups for both Zach O'Sullivan even, and myself there down in towards turn 1. Hajar just broke slightly earlier than I was expecting. And that, I mean, we could have gone over the back of him had we been a bit more unlucky with the contact there. Cordeal and Colapinto have found their way around Zane Maloney as well late on in this race, but we've still got 3 laps to go. Well, I think the problem we've got at the moment is obviously with Zach O'Sullivan or Hajar, whichever one's in P2, of course staying in the DRS range of our race leader. It kind of means we can close in on them, but we're just not close enough to go for anything. So they're kind of using each other to keep myself at bay. But as we head onto the penultimate lap then, I seem to be really struggling as well with the front locking now. So might need to try and just change the pressures ready for the Grand Prix. Yeah, but you have to run 56 brake bias in this car. That's what I've learned, is otherwise you just will lock the fronts or the rears. This seems to be kind of the only safe balance you can get. But you can just see here, we are really, after I've hyped up Prema in this car all day long, it is just starting to get a little bit sketchy. Come on then, Zach O'Sullivan. Unless he can get the run now on Isaac Hajar, I think we've got to try and move past him. And he just seems like he's struggling to keep up with the Campos man at the front of the order as we will navigate our way through those final couple of turns once again. I think this time round we might just get the run on him here. And that might leave Hadjar very, very vulnerable onto the last lap there. We'll try and have a look on the racing line there. Around the outside of Zach O'Sullivan will go back in towards turn 1. And he's not having any of it. Down the inside he'll go. Oh, I tried to avoid that wall on the exit there. We do get the power down around the outside. Good racing respect there as well. Again, he tried to have a look back down or inside of turn 2 there. Maybe a bit more of a desperate dive bomb that time round to try and stay in this second place. But now, it is myself versus Isaac Hadjar at the front of the order. We've got to be nice and careful through most of the lap. We know we need to be within a few tenths by the time we get out onto that front straight. But Baku, it's seen drag races before. Is it about to see another one here inside F124 as well, as our tyres definitely are just teetering on the edge of the cliff there. But you can see Hadjar, as he tries to put the power down, his aren't much better on this final lap of the sprint race. Like I said, if we win this one, I believe we'll be tied with Paul Aaron in the championship, unless he's somehow been able to scrape together a couple of points from this race. This is the weekend where we have to try and capitalise, and let's not forget, if we can get round Isaac Hadjar, it'll be our 4th F2 win in a row. I don't think anyone has ever done that before inside this series. So as we make our way down the hill, come on, for the final time, they get right up towards the wall on the exit. It's going to be all about the run through that final corner. Just try and get the power down there, utilising that curbing on the exit there. And we've done all right. Hadjar will get a slightly better run off of the corner there. Little bit of understeer as we're tucked under the rear wing of that Campos. But now it is just a question of horsepower and downforce levels as we make our way towards the finish line here in Baku. I think Hadjar might just have enough there as we try to close in rapidly up towards the line. Hadjar's done it.
A super drive, a super win for Isaac Hadjar.
It might not be the same points as the feature race, but it is the same podium, and they get to wave at the fans from it.
I can see them on their way out to the podium now. Campos have come a really long way in this sport, and what a special race this was to see them earn the top spot.
Well, there we are then. Isaac Hadjar will pip us at the line to the sprint win here in Baku by just, well, less than a tenth of a second in the end. We do claim the fastest lap bonus point, though, so we really lose out 1 point to the Frenchman overall there. Zach O'Sullivan in P3 ahead of Amory Cordial. Colapinto, Maloney, Miata, and Kushmaini will round out your point scorers there. Behrman down in P11 in the end, a bit disappointing for him as Paul Aaron unable to really make much progress either. P14 come the checkered flag. But that means as we head into the feature race tomorrow, there is 2 points in it between myself and the Estonian. Things can still change between now and the end of the campaign. But yeah, Paul Aaron, he will be very, very nervous as we head into the Grand Prix proper. Constructors-wise, we've got a 90-point buffer now ahead of High Tech. I'm trying to work out, I think we need like 130 points ahead of High Tech by the end of this weekend if we wanted to wrap up the Constructors. And with a 1-2 start ready for the main event, that's not out of the realms of possibility here. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready in Baku once more. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 12 of the F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back once again here in Baku, ready for the feature race. There are just 2 points in it between ourselves and Paul Aaron in the championship right now, and just 5 races left of the campaign. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. I believe as well, unless I've messed this up, today is actually the final race of the 2024 F2 and F1 season. Unfortunately, I'm recording this in October, so I couldn't tell you whether there's a title fight going down to the wire or anything like that. But yeah, the F2 finale might have already happened. It might be later on today. It depends what time I schedule this video for. But yeah, it's a little bit weird what we've done with the channel in recent weeks. But we line up P2 behind our teammate Ollie Behrman, ready for the feature race today. Prema, we have looked unstoppable this weekend. So our teammate Behrman, I think we'll be looking to try and close in points on your top two competitors.
Baku never fails to disappoint fans of Formula 2, so hold on tight. The cars are set on the grid and any moment we'll be starting today's race. Welcome to Azerbaijan. This is not your usual racing circuit. It provides one of the most complete tests for the field. Sector 1 sports a set of 90-degree corners around the block, if you like. Sector 2 gets even tighter with the old city walls. Sector 3 just turns 16 to negotiate, and then 2.2 kilometers flat to the floor, full throttle in 6th gear all the way to the end. We are nearly ready for the start of today's race, but in the meantime, let's take a look at the grid. Ollie Behrman lines up on pole position,
with Andrea Kimi Antonelli alongside.
Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Pepe Marti, Ritomo Miata, Cordial,
Colapinto,
Hajar, Maloney,
Zach O'Sullivan,
Miney, Correa, Gabriel Bortoletto, Roman Stanek,
Villa Gomez,
Aaron, Fittipaldi,
Taylor Barnard,
Martins, Verschoor, Crawford, and Dennis Hauger completes the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head down.
Well, here we are then, ready for the feature race here in Baku, and for the first time, yes, since right at the beginning of the season, we have got the opportunity to take the lead of the Drivers' Championship. I don't actually believe we ever led in the end. I think we were tied with Paul Aaron early on in the campaign, but I don't think we were ever actually classified in P1 by virtue of him winning more feature races. If you're wondering, that is how a tiebreaker is decided in FIA Formula 2. But again, we're going to be starting this one on the super soft tyres, then we'll move over to the mediums later on. Now, Ollie Behrman helped me out last weekend. He went over to the mediums after I did, so he had the bot strategy. So I'm going to take that myself this weekend. We'll try and give our teammate a little bit of a fairer shot. And I'm going to try and make sure I keep doing that to keep things even within the Prema team, because of course it's a little bit unfair that I just get priority every single weekend, and hopefully that is going to allow our teammate as well to get some big points. Prema, we do have a chance to wrap up the Constructors' Championship today. It is 5 red lights down on the grid, and it's going to be lights out, and away we go there, and Ollie Behrman not getting off to a particular good getaway. We're going to try and have a look down the inside of our teammate in towards turn 1. Whoa! And Dirksen has just come in like a torpedo. What on earth was that? And we got a red flag, of course we do. Well, I'll be honest, I mean, we broke a little bit early there to make sure I didn't run into my teammate, but Joshua Dirksen, we just saw that proximity arrow absolutely flying at the very last moment there. And yeah, the Paraguayan driver...
So let's think very carefully about our strategy for the rest of this race.
Yeah, the Paraguayan driver there, not really giving us much chance to do anything, just completely turned me around. Somehow he got through it without issue. And, well, I guess, again, for the second time in 2 weekends, we got a red flag down at the first corner.
Deja vu here, but there's a good opportunity to get this start spot on. Come on.
Well, how on earth he's not got a penalty for that, I will never know. It's 5 red lights once again, though. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go. As this time around, Amri Cordial, in the second of the high-techs, will get the start down in towards turn 1, and we'll immediately move up into P1 then. We've got someone a little bit further back breaking down off this restart. I believe that, whoa, is one of the AIX cars. And it looks to be Taylor Barnard then that is out of the GP very early on, as we are just vulnerable to everybody. Mark, please stop telling me that. I don't care. But yeah, we've got to be really, really careful on lap 1. We always struggle to try and get heat into the tyres. And yeah, you can already see Dirksen, Cordial, and our teammate Behrman running away. Oh, at the front of the order there. Come on, what on earth's going on with this car? Why are the tyres so badly worn as well? Why are they already up over 30% wear? That is very, very peculiar. Mark, I know. Please stop telling me. Oh no, I think we've got a glitch. I think we might have a glitch here. I think let me just double check. I think we've got the weird bug where sometimes the game controls your throttle, almost like we're under a delta or something like that. Maybe it's not. Maybe it was just the turbo lag being a little bit peculiar, but yeah, this definitely... Oh, yeah, no, you can see there, it just clipped out slightly. We might be in big trouble. I can't remember how you got to fix this as well. I don't know whether it's a rewind or something like that. Yeah, it's definitely... I did not live there through the final chicane. Let me just see if I can fix this. Well, there we go then. Let's try and see as we make our way through the final chicane this time around. There we go. That has fixed that bug. Yeah, thanks, Mark. We don't need to keep hearing you telling us that as well, mate. But yeah, this has really cost us, actually, early on in the race. We've got a 3-second gap already to your top 3 there as Behrman, new fastest lap of the race. So, as we'll try... What on earth? Great, thanks for that, Miata. And now we've got front wing damage as well. Try to get past as soon as possible. I mean, this is just peak Formula 2, isn't it, right now? And I think what we're going to try and do then is cut our losses and maybe dive into the pit lane at the end of this lap then. Just try and work our way back into this race a bit later on. But I know we've got good pace in the car. But I think Miata as well, they're just struggling a little bit. But yeah, for some reason, we've just had no grip off the start. These super soft tyres are not working for me. So maybe Prema have completely set up the car for the harder option. But yeah, I mean, even with a fair bit of front wing damage, this car's not bad through the corners. If everybody else's tyres are as wrecked as ours, then I think what it does is it simulates those 2 laps under a red flag. And really badly in terms of tyre usage. Because yeah, I would just absolutely just kind of pootle around the circuit there. As Miata's already lost 3 seconds to us on this lap. So I think he's going to have to dive into the pit lane as well. Behrman out in front of the order. And I mean, well, for him now, with us down the order, with Paul Aaron as well in trouble. That was not the pit entry I needed. Yeah, Ollie Behrman has suddenly got a huge chance to bring himself closer to that fight as well. I have no idea how we survived that pit lane entry. As Miata also will peel in. New front wing going on the wagon, though. It's going to be a very slow stop because you've got to do that and then put the tyres on. And as you can see, that is going to be a 13-second pit stop. We are a long way back now, and ideally for us, we're going to need a safety car or a red flag or something to try and bring us back into this race. That being said, though, we have had good pace in the car all weekend, especially on the mediums. Let's just try and stay out of trouble. The gap to Victor Martins about 26 seconds, I believe. Just double check that. The delta's not working. There we go. Yeah, about 26. So let's see if we can close that in. So we got yellow flags out. That's why the gap wasn't working. Victor Martins, I think, is out of this. What on earth has happened to the ART man? He is just parked at the side of the road. Well, as I can read it then, I think Joshua Dirksen has actually caused a lot of problems with that turn 1 incident. Because like I said, I think the game simulates the tyre wear for everybody else. I mean, this lap alone, we've got near enough 3 seconds clear of Jack Crawford. So I think everybody else is on a wrecked set of the super soft tyre. I mean, we are just claiming time back. Of course, we lost nearly 10 seconds alone getting the new front wing on. So we're still probably going to be right towards the rear of the field when the AI pit. But yeah, this is utterly bizarre. I mean, what it is a Baku F2 race. Weird, you can't make sense of it, and you won't really know what's going on until the checkered flag. Here we go, this is exactly what we need. New fastest lap of the day. I mean, if I was on the Prema pit wall, I'd be looking at our lap times here and just trying to actually get Ollie Behrman into the pit slightly early. Still quicker than Miata as well, which I guess is good news, because he's the only one that we can really compare ourselves to. But yeah, I would assume we're going to see cars into the pits at the end of this lap. Hopefully Ollie Behrman will be one of them. We've got yellows again. I think that might be Enzo Fittipaldi and the Van Amersfoort driver. Again, it has been a season to forget for the Brazilian. Can't see. Oh, there we go. There's that stricken Van Amersfoort car as... Well, it looks like our teammate hasn't opted to pit, but another one out of this race. And then we are up at a P18. There we go, our front runners then all peeling into the pit lane. Ollie Behrman, Joshua Dirksen, Amory Cordeal. So we're still probably going to be, well, I'd be staggered if we're not out behind them. But yeah, we have made up most of the time we lost by having a pit for that new front wing as well. The gap to Jack Crawford now was 14 seconds before he pit. Looks like we've got a lot of teams that maybe have double stacked as well here, as Behrman, I think, is going to be back out at the front of the order, so we might actually still end up inside the points in this race as we make our way back down towards turn 1. Another new fastest lap, just improving by a few hundredths. Nicked the wall on the outside of turn 1 though. But yeah, look at that, we're straight back up at a 10th, and there's still a few more cars that need to pit. There we go, a handful of runners then into the pit lane. So I think we're going to be up into 6th spot then of this race late on. Don't know who it is still that was yet to pit. Kushmini, Richard for sure. Oh, there we go, Paul Aaron as well. So at least we know where he is in the bigger picture in this one. And the answer to that is simply not in the points. We've taken a bit of time out of Colapinto on that last lap. I was more expecting actually for the AI behind to close in on us. But I think if Correa and Miata kind of get caught up battling with each other towards the end, hopefully we can try and set our sights forward and maybe just claim a couple of extra points. I mean, with this result though, you've got to be looking at Ollie Behrman. He's going to leapfrog his way right back into the fight if he's able to walk away with the victory. Oh no, Zach O'Sullivan, he's taken my fastest lap point. Again, you never know. That could be useful by the end of the campaign there, but I don't think we're going to reclaim that fastest lap. Of course, all of those runners have got the DRS, so that would explain they're probably making up at least half a second on me down that front straight. But yeah, the gap to Franco Colapinto is still coming down. Not convinced it's coming down by enough, but if we can somehow work this and get inside that range... Well, that is good news, because I was a little bit nervous about how these tyres are going to be towards the end of this. And more importantly as well, the gap behind to Correa is staying pretty level. But as the fuel burns off towards the end of the afternoon, our teammate Ollie Behrman knows what's at stake here. If he sensibly wants a shot at the crown, he has got to try and win this race. And at the moment, he is stuck battling with Joshua Dirksen and Amri Cordeal, two drivers who I'm sure would love to try and get a feature race win on the board there, as we are still flying along, still setting personal bests late on in the day. I mean, the gap now to Colapinto down to just 3 seconds, but I'm wondering if those top 3 really bunch up on each other, is that going to provide us with an opportunity, or is it just going to allow Pepe Marti and Colapinto to gain a bit of extra time on me that then makes it impossible for us to really get a look in? But it really does feel like every car inside your top 6 seems to be quicker than the one in front of them here. We're closing in on Colapinto. He's closing in on Pepe Marti, as that is not the line I need through the castle. That could have been a bad moment for us. But I'll try and make sure we get this car to the flag. I think it is still, yeah, Amri Cordeal that leads this one. You surely expect Joshua Dirksen with that straight line speed to be able to do something. But Behrman now just waiting in the wings. Has he got enough? Or is he just, just holding back, seeing what happens, and picking his moment to go for it? As the AI then ran their way through the final corner, Ollie Behrman, I'm not convinced he's got enough right towards the end of this. I'm still pushing on, as we have done in the last couple of races, just to see if we can try and claim that fastest lap bonus point again. And I reckon if we nail it, there is pace in this car to try and claim that here. But look at that Dirksen. He just cannot get close enough to Amri Cordeal by the time they get down towards turn 1 there. And unless he wants to go for a late dive or something, he's not really going to get a shot. I believe that last lap we were about a 10th out from fastest there. We have just been slowly improving like we did at Monza last weekend. But we're going to have to really, really nail this final one if I want to try and get that bonus point. Like I've said, especially down in P6, on the one hand, I think we could be pretty happy with how this race has ended up going based on the first few laps, but on the other hand, still feels like an opportunity to claim a victory has gone begging this weekend. And if you exclude the 10 seconds for the front wing change, well, we've had the pace of the field. Admittedly, yeah, all of the AI were on a bot strategy, trying to take those super soft tyres way further than they ever should have. They're green through Sector 1. If we could somehow get in the DRS range of Colapinto by the time we get round to the end of the lap, that could be the difference maker here, as we are closing in rapidly on both him and Pepe Marti. I've got no idea what's happened to the Campos man towards the end of this, but his pace just seems to have absolutely fallen apart there as we do get within the 1 second of Franco Colapinto here. So our pace, as everybody else's, has fallen off. No wonder this Prema has looked so quick all weekend. We're on older tyres, and we're still seemingly able to go quicker than a lot of our rivals. It's a shame for our teammate, though, Ollie Behrman, who just doesn't seem to be able to utilise this extra pace at the moment as we throw the car over the curbs through the final couple of corners. I don't think we're going to get close enough to Colapinto, especially when he's still got the DRS of Pepe Marti in front of him. But is this going to be enough with that extra bit of speed towards the start-finish line to reclaim the fastest lap bonus point? Amaury Cordial, is he a feature race winner here in Baku? Ollie Behrman P3, we come through for P6.
Great drive, rewarded in victory for Amaury Cordial.
They've clawed their way up the field there, and the fans love to see it. It's absolutely no surprise they've managed to win the race with that level of overtaking.
And as they make their way down to the podium, there's no denying the strength of the Hi-Tech GP team. It was an incredible performance today, and they fully deserve to stand on the top step.
Well, that might be the most cursed thing you ever see in F1 24. Amaury Cordial, a feature race winner. But yeah, I'll tell you what, him and Hi-Tech seem to have found something late on in this campaign, because it just really made the difference there. Joshua Dirksen in P2, your top 3 for the second time this weekend, covered by less than a second there. Pepe Marti in 4th, ahead of Colapinto and ourselves there, with Maloney, Correa, Bortoletto, and Zach O'Sullivan rounding out your point scorers. Miata, he couldn't hang on to his tyres towards the end of that one, down in P13. Paul Aaron, only good enough for 15th place in the end. A weekend to forget for the Estonian. But what does that do to our championship? Well, it does mean now we've got a 7-point lead at the top of the table, and next time out in Qatar, if Behrman can take, I think it's 1 point or more out of me, then he will go into the Abu Dhabi weekend, theoretically, with a shot at the World Championship there. I believe now it is officially just a 3-car race, though. 39 points available a weekend. So Gabriel Bortoletto, I think even if he dominated everything, wouldn't win it based on countback there. And we'd only need to score 1 point to knock him out of the fight anyway. Pepe Marti is mathematically out of it, down in P5. Constructors-wise as well, though, Prema, we definitely haven't wrapped up the Constructors there, but hopefully we will do next weekend in Qatar there. An 89-point buffer over Hi-Tech. I believe it is just between us and them now as we head into the final 2 rounds of the season. It is all still to play for, though, between ourselves, Paul Aaron, and Ollie Behrman. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back very soon when Formula 2 returns ready in Qatar. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video where today we're returning with round 13 of our F2 24 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Qatar for the penultimate weekend of the season. 7 points in it between ourselves and Paul Aaron after what I think was the first time all year the Estonian made a real error in Baku last weekend. If you missed out on those 2 videos, go back, check them out. They were really good fun. It is still a 3-car race for the championship. I believe now mathematically Gabriel Bortoletto is officially out of the fight. 78 points available, but I believe he hasn't won a single sprint race, feature race this year, and I think we have 2 to our name, so we would take it on countback anyway against him. Plus, it means we only need to score 1 point between now and the end of the year anyway, and Bortoletto would be knocked out of that title fight. But yeah, I think this weekend, Ollie Behrman, he's just going to be looking to try and keep himself in the hunt. That gap needs to be down to just 39 points when we head to Abu Dhabi next weekend. And if Behrman, yeah, can take 1 point out of us here, then that fight will keep going on. But yeah, get yourself subscribed if you're new. We're trying to hit 140,000 subs by the end of the year. Of course, the real-life F1 season is over. When you're watching this, it is still the middle of October when I'm recording this. So tell me down in the comments below, who was world champion? Was the end of the season good? And who won the F2 championship as well? Because at the time of recording this, I've got no idea. Well, I've really got no idea how this car's going to handle around this circuit. Again, Formula 2 hasn't been to Qatar yet at the time of recording this video. But yeah, by the time it's gone live, F2 will have made their debut weekend back at the circuit. Of course, GP2 Asia actually raced around this venue a couple of times when it first opened back in the early 2010s. I believe Sergio Perez actually won a race here before he made his F1 debut in 2011. So how will we get on though this weekend inside F1 24? This has often been a good track for us, often had some good results here. But yeah, in Formula 2, everything is just a little bit more tricky, a little bit, you know, less simple to predict. Although, yeah, I must admit, a track that I really love, cars that I really love as well. I reckon this is going to be a really, really fun combo as the weekend continues on. There is purple through that first sector. We almost got pole position last time out in Baku. Those 2 bonus points, they could be really, really handy towards the end of the season. Still, of course, yeah, that gap between ourselves and Paul Aaron, there's still not much in it. It can all chop and change before the season finale next time out in Abu Dhabi. But as we make our way then up in towards Sector 3, how on earth are these cars going to handle as they make their way through this fast section of corners? Flat through the first one, flat through the second, bit of a blend through the third. Yeah, that's certainly never quite going to be flat out. And then through the final one will go as well. They're a little bit hesitant on the throttle on the exit, but I think we've smashed this as we make our way down towards the final turn. Prema, they have unlocked something with the setup of this car right now as we make our way out of the final corner. I think that's going to be P1 here. I think that's our first pole position since Jeddah. Well, you're top 3 in the championship then, you're top 3 at the end of qualifying, and with that, yeah, Gabriel Bortoletto, he is definitely out of the championship fight there. But we've claimed pole by 7/10 of a second, seemingly out of nowhere this weekend. The lap felt really good. Clearly the AI struggled a bit more than what we've normally seen over one lap, but we are flying.
So it's all about speed in today's sprint race then. Not very many laps and no chance to get ahead on strategy. Who here today has the raw skill to take them to the top? Originally built for motorbikes, but we're here for Formula 2 today. It's a flowing track, it's fast, in a 3-pronged shape, 3.3 miles, 16 turns, and just 1 DRS zone on the long straight. We're looking forward to some overtaking. And we welcome you to the Formula 2 commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes. Alongside me for this one, Alex Brundle. It is a sprint race. It is race day. How much can you take from that 1-lap pace into our multi-lap contest today?
Well, there were plumes of dust coming off the cars at the beginning of free practice, so not a lot really. Quality's on the other compound of tyre usually. So for the sprint race, you kind of finger in the air, figuring it out.
Well, after our dominant pole position yesterday, I have upped the AI just a little bit because there's no way we should be 7/10 clear of them over one lap. But it does mean we start P10 ready for the feature race today. They're 12 laps, ahead of us, ready for this one. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hoping we can try and carve our way through. And if we can just give ourselves a bit of a safety buffer heading into Abu Dhabi next time out, then I will be a very, very happy man. We didn't win either race last weekend in Baku. First time since a few rounds before that. It is 5 red lights, though, down on the grid. And it is going to be lights out, and away we go, though. Paul Aaron would immediately lose 1 spot to our teammate there. We're just going to try and stay out of trouble as we make our way in towards turn 1. Just going to be watching Joshua Dirksen as he might try and go in like a torpedo once again. No, apparently he only does that if I'm the car in front of him there, as wheel to wheel with our championship rival we go. We've had a fairly respectable season battle with Paul Aaron. We ultimately haven't actually ended up on the road near each other that many times as the campaign's gone on as well. So we make our way up in towards turn 4 and turn 5. Behrman seems to be one of the big movers off the start of this one, as everybody else just trying to stay out of trouble on the exit. Whoa, just found ourselves some room around the outside of the high-tech once again. Can we put the power down on the exit of the corner? Yes, we can. So So we'll move up into P9 then off the start. Behrman still side by side with Gabriel Bortoletto. So your top 4 in the championship, all right on top of each other after qualifying, and that'll be the same ready for the start of the feature race as well tomorrow. As how on earth are these two managing this side by side? Oh, through so much of the lap. Please don't bring out another red flag. Please don't bring out another red flag. I brought out another red flag.
Overtaking, and let's get back into the pits, please.
I don't know what it is with me on lap 1 in this game, but that's 3 weekends in a row now where I've been involved in an incident that has brought out the red flag. We're going to line up P10 again then, but it is 5 red lights and lights out for the second time here in Qatar. Once again, it looks like we're going to get a good start. Seems like being on the right-hand side of the circuit down towards turn 1 might actually be the place to be there, as just a little bit boxed out that time around. Bortoletto and Behrman will try and find a way around Pepe Marti or through those first couple of corners. And that time around Behrman as well, just struggling to put the power down on the exit of turn 2. Will our teammate once again just go wheel to wheel with other cars through the first few corners? It looks like that's going to happen there, as at the front of the order, I think that might be Ritomo Miata that has jumped to the lead then. Didn't actually remember who ended up claiming pole position ready for this. It's all wanted to have a look around the outside of Pepe Marti. That'll actually leave us vulnerable to Paul Aaron through the next corner as well, where luckily we'll all keep it a little bit more tidy this time round. Yeah, getting the power down off of that final corner of Sector 2 is going to be quite difficult on these hard tyres, so got to be a bit more careful with it this time. See, on the softs on Friday, it was absolutely fine. On the hard tyres on Saturday afternoon, though, really struggle to actually build up the temperature and obviously get the power down, of course. I'm looking forward, though, to, I mean, like I said, it's already happened now, but we're still about 6 weeks away from Formula 2 actually racing in Baku. In Jeddah, not Jeddah, Qatar. I can get there in the end. But I'm really looking forward to it. Obviously, you guys can tell me whether it was a good weekend or not, but I think it's going to be a really good combo, and I think, might actually be better than Abu Dhabi as the season finale. Admittedly, most tracks on the F2 calendar would be a better season finale than Abu Dhabi, but it is Ritomo Miata that leads the way at the end of lap 1. We are not up into the points just yet, but as long as we're ahead of Paul Aaron, that's kind of the bigger issue. As much as I do love Qatar, and I think in a Formula 1 car it looks really nicely when the upgrades are on as well, it does feel like, especially in Formula 2, where, the downforce levels are a bit less, you can only really go for moves. You're kind of waiting for that DRS straight, and of course with the way the AI bunch up inside this game, that even utilising the DRS might not be that helpful here, as we are just going to go fastest. Paul Aaron, though, goes 0.008 of a second quicker behind me. And of course, yeah, with that red flag on lap 1, there's even less time to use the DRS this afternoon. So we try and again have a bit of a sniff to the inside of Pepe Marti there. He's struggling for power off the exit turn 1 and turn 2. So we'll throw the car down the inside into that second apex. Make sure we're giving the room on the exit. You will get the drive off of the corner. So, I mean, yeah, you can definitely go wheel to wheel with other drivers around here, as through the top of turn 4. Just so I keep the car between the white lines. And I think Pepe Marti, just admits defeat there. Up into 8th place we go, and into the final points paying position. But if it's something you guys would be interested in, I could maybe try and make some setups for these cars as well inside F124, because yeah, I really do feel like we've kind of figured something out with the setups in recent races. So I need to get back actually and do some setups for the F124 cars as well, because I know some of you guys really did enjoy that series and did find them useful. Just ultimately, yeah, I haven't had the time in recent months as well. But yeah, I could try and do some setups for the F2 cars as well down the line. Just want to, kind of just share that data. Plus, it also makes it a bit easier for me when I come back to, F125 and things like that. Sometimes, usually with the F2 cars, the setups don't change as much, obviously, because the cars are identical. You kind of just have to tweak a few things to work with a new game's handling model. But yeah, at the moment, yeah, this car feels so hooked up over the last couple of weekends. Once I got temperature into the tyres, which I have got to be careful of on lap 1, it really does feel like we can do basically anything with it. There's Behrman there still just trying to defend from us. I think at this stage of the campaign, you've got to be thinking about your own championship, especially now we are in the lead. As long as we don't take each other out or anything like that between now and the end of the season and potentially hand it over to Paul Aaron, I think, Behrman's got to be kind of focused on his own interest. Because, he wants to go into Abu Dhabi, even if it's just with a slim shot, but a shot nonetheless at that World Championship there, as we get a fantastic drive off of the penultimate corner there. We're going to be wheel to wheel with our teammate through that final turn. Not quite got the grip on the outside there, but we'll cut back on the exit. And now Behrman, I think you just want to try and push me towards that inside wall. Definitely seems like the AI have got a bit more straight line speed, as here comes Pepe Marti. Back down in towards turn 1 as well, 3 wide. In towards that first corner, and somehow down the middle might be the best line for it. And we will make it work, and up into 7th place we go then. So Behrman, I'm sure, will not be happy about that one. But 3 wide, and we come out on top. Qatar with its 1 DRS zone, though, does mean you have to be a bit more decisive with your moves. But we just seem to have extra speed and confidence through that final sector of the lap there, as we're about to start lap 8 of this race. New fast lap of the day once again. And Bortoletto now feeling the pressure. The World Championship is gone. His hopes and dreams of that one are over. Our reigning F3 champion won't make it back-to-back titles in the junior categories, but not going to stop him getting his elbows out here as well this afternoon, as I think this guy is seriously going to be a threat in the future. At the time of recording this, he's leading the F2 campaign. Whether, obviously, you guys will know whether he's won it or not by the end of the year, but I genuinely see Gabriel Bortoletto being a future star of Formula 1, up there with, your Leclercs, your Piastris, your George Russells. It's a very exclusive club of drivers that win back-to-back in Formula 3 and Formula 2. But I'm going to call it now. Like I said, you guys will know, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. I think Bortoletto will wrap up the F2 Championship in 2024. The problem for the AIs, they just don't seem willing to use all of the curbing around here. Of course, these curbs, they are quite serrated. They can be quite aggressive on the tyres, but especially through that final sector, they're not bad. They feel fairly flat. Or that was not what I wanted to do. Colapinto there, just a little bit of a lock-up. He opened the door. I kind of felt like we had to go for it. He then slams that door straight back in our face. And that might mean we'd lose the ground now to Joshua Dirksen a little bit further up the road. Dirksen, he's been always seemingly fighting right towards the front. But still, yeah, doesn't end up with many points to show for it. He's in the top half of the championship. I think that's better than a lot of us thought he'd do. Oh, Colapinto again. He's just desperate to try and keep us at bay. And he's doing a good job for now. Colin Colapinto, let's see if we can try and get the run on him out of that final corner once again. The AI, I think they're running slightly lower downforce than me this weekend, so yeah, that short-lived extra speed we had for a couple of weekends seems to have evaporated. But luckily, turn 1 here, you can really try and dive it in, wedge the car over that apex, and it'll carry you through on the camber. I mean, we're pretty much nose to tail all the way down to about P11, P12 still, but it is Hauger that is up into the lead of this race. I'm sure Miata, he would love to bag a win. It's definitely curb usage the AI struggle with around this venue, and especially the AI. They're definitely their strongest aspect on this game in these cars. It is the low-speed traction. There aren't really any low-speed corners around this circuit, with maybe the exception of the hairpin towards the end of Sector 1, so it really does help us out actually quite a lot around this venue, that we know we can just try and push on and close in that little bit more. There's Jesse throwing the car over the curbs through that final corner. 2 laps to go here from Qatar.
7.3 seconds.
And Miata will try and make the move back to the lead of the race. The Hauger, no choice but to just slot back into P2. So you can see Joshua Dirksen there down towards come on. We've got yellow flags out for another driver a little bit further back. I think that might be Amaury Cordial that is out of the race, and after his feature race success last weekend, yep, Cordial crashing back down to reality this time out. He is out of the sprint race here in Qatar, but can we do anything against Joshua Dirksen in these final couple of laps? We'll have a look down the inside into the hairpin and comfortably sail it on in and into P4 there. I'd love to try and get a trophy. Like I said, if we can go into Abu Dhabi with like a 15-20 point buffer over Paul Aaron, and then I'll feel a lot more confident, because, Abu Dhabi has often actually been a track where I've not done that well in FIA Formula 2 there. But as we try and navigate our way through to start the last lap of this race, look at the AI through this final sector. Look just how hesitant they seem to be to really utilise the track width there. You got to blend through the first part of the corner there. Again, just a tiny little lift through the second. But they barely want to get half the car over that curbing. We're willing to risk a lot more of it and just try and shut the car through. As on the exit, we're again going to get a nice run. This time round on Isaac Hadjar. We'll just show the nose to the inside. Try and brake late round the outside there. See if we can get the power down. Oh, on the exit, tiny bit of a wobble. But one more lap to go then. Will it be Miata? Will it be Dennis Hauger that is going to walk away with the victory tonight? Here goes Hauger down the inside of Rotomo back in towards turn 1. We go to the outside of Isaac Hadjar a little bit further behind. We just about try and find the grip round the exit there, right up on the white line. But up into the podium places we'll go then. And we have carved our way through the order in this sprint race here tonight in Losail. Will Miata be able to do anything, though, against Hauger on this final lap? Can he try and look for a move anywhere through this complicated middle sector? Or can we try and go for a move on the Japanese driver as well? Just see, trying to have a look around the outside through the hairpin there. Miata, he spots us. He does try and give me the room. We'll slam the door shut in my face again on the exit. But Miata now, he goes from trying to attack the MP Motorsport driver in P1 to trying to defend from the Prema driver in P3 there. Rode and Carlin have often been a strong team in the junior series in years gone by, but over the last couple of campaigns, they just have not seemed to have the luck there. As in towards the final sector of this sprint we're going to go. We're going to need a really nice run if I want to try and do anything against Rotomo now. Just throw the car between the curbs. Are actually a little bit wide through the penultimate one. 2 more corners left of this race. You can see that time around Miata. He just about parks the car at the right spot there. We'll have a look to the outside of him once more. Can we try and hook it up the long way around there? There just isn't the grip around the outside. We've almost binned it on the exit as well. And that will allow Dirksen, Hadjar, Bortoletto and Colapinto by. It is P7.
The Norwegian driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. Dennis Hauger takes the win.
Well, whether you love or hate sprints in Formula 1, they definitely deliver. In Formula 2, lovely stuff. Great racing.
And look at that, they're making their way out onto the podium now. Great race from the MP Motorsport team, and I'm very happy to see them up there on the top step of the podium.
There we are then. Dennis Hauger takes the victory in tonight's sprint race there. Half a second clear of Miata, but look at that behind. Because of my moment through the final corner, 4 cars covered by just over 1/10 of a second between Hadjar, Dirksen, Bortoletto and Colapinto there. Again, no idea what keeps happening to Behrman in these sprints, but he seems to have absolutely no luck there all the way down in P14 as Paul Aaron does bag a point as well. But as we head then into the feature race, I guess with that little bit of a moment for us, it means now mathematically the title fight will go down to the final weekend next time out there between myself and at least Paul Aaron. Behrman, he needs to win the feature race if he wants any shot at trying to drag it out right to the end, so he needs to get the better jump on me in the race tomorrow as well. Constructors-wise, I think maybe... no, we still haven't quite wrapped it up. We need to outscore High Tech once again. But I think with Cordial way down the order and Prema with a 1-2, I think we are going to wrap that up as well in tomorrow's feature race. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back ready for the feature tomorrow afternoon. Hello everyone and welcome back to a brand new video where today we return with round 13 of our F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend once again here in Losail for the Qatar Grand Prix feature race. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. We had quite a fun race in the sprint. We learned a lot about the car, about the tyres, about everything there is to know, and we built up a little bit more of a buffer over our title rival in Paul Aaron. We have an 11-point lead as we head into the feature race today. Even if I was to win this and Paul Aaron failed to score, we would still go down to the season finale next time out in Abu Dhabi. So we're guaranteed to have a title decider between myself and the Estonian there. Behrman, he needs to outscore us by at least 7 points today if he wants to keep that title fight going on until the final weekend next time out in Abu Dhabi. It is a three-way scrap for the title. Gabriele Bortoleto too far behind now to stand any chance of getting a hand on the crown. But for us today, we just want to try and beat Paul Aaron. If Behrman gets in that fight still, he gets in that fight. I guess it gives us a bit of a clickbaity video ready for next week. Of course, if you're new around here and you aren't already as well, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed to the channel. We're trying to close in on 140k by the end of the year. I am admittedly recording this video in October, so I don't actually know whether we're going to be anywhere close or whether we're nearly there. But either way, hit that big red button as well. And yeah, let's head out then for our penultimate feature race of the year.
This is the first time I've commentated on a Formula 2 race here. The first time many of these drivers will have raced on circuit. It's Losail International. It's the Qatar Grand Prix. Well then, after an exciting session yesterday, let's take a look at how the cars line up.
Andrea Kimi Antonelli lines up on pole position.
And it's Ollie Behrman in P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Aaron Bortoleto, Pepe Marti, Hajar,
Colapinto,
Miata, Dennis Hauger,
Villa Gomez,
Crawford,
Zach O'Sullivan,
Roman Stanek, Correa, Maloney, Verschoor, Enzo Fittipaldi, Miney, Cordial, Martins,
Taylor Barnard.
And now it's time to head down to the...
Well, here we are then once again down on the grid. Prima in a 1-2 formation once more for the second weekend in a row, actually, as I am very confused by those strategies. Why on earth do the team want us to try and two-stop this? Surely that is an error of some sort? I mean, we used the hard tyres yesterday, but they reckon they'll make it quite far. I guess we'll kind of wait and see what the AI are going to do and kind of work our way from there. Surely it's not going to be a two-stop. Have we finally got a broken weekend inside F224? But let's see what we can do, though. 16 laps ahead of us, ready for the feature today. Your top 3 in the championship, your top 3 on the grid. It is 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're off to a fairly wheel-spinny start as we try and put the power down in towards turn 1. Ollie Behrman, he'll actually get a slightly better launch than me, as it is very odd to be racing here in Qatar with the sun still shining there. A little bit wide through turn 1. That'll allow our teammate immediately to move up into the lead of the race, as, yeah, Paul Aaron a little bit further back loses a spot to Gabriele Bortoleto. I think, yeah, our top 5 are all exactly the same 5 drivers as they are in the championship, so clearly the cream has risen to the top as the campaign has gone on there. A little bit gutted for Bortoleto and Pepe Marti. They've had the pace quite reliably to be in this fight, but just, yeah, a couple of bad qualifying sessions really have made the difference for them as the season has unfolded there. But for us, we've got bigger things to worry about in this final 3 races of the campaign. I can't believe this series is almost over. Yeah, we've still obviously got it all to play for. It has definitely been one of the most dramatic F2 campaigns I've ever done inside these games as well, though. We've been running these since they first debuted, I think all the way back on either like F1 2019, I want to say. And yeah, they have been really, really good fun throughout the years as well. There might have been F1 20... Yeah, no, I think it was 2019, wasn't it? Because the first ones I ever did were with Mick Schumacher. We managed to actually get him 2 Formula 2 championships. Pretty much all of them we've done as well have ended up being with Prima, apart from one campaign I think we did as Teo Pourchaire down at ART. But speaking of Prima at the moment, well, we know for the 2nd year in a row they're going to go into the season finale in Abu Dhabi with at least one car fighting for the title.
Dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres, so try to get past.
But yeah, strategy is going to be interesting tonight as we're trying to look around the outside of our teammate Behrman. Remember, if he wins this, unless we claim fastest lap, I believe the title fight will drag on as a 3-way scrap into that final weekend. Well, this is going to be moment of truth time then. Are we going to see some AI into the pit lane at the end of lap 2 there? I mean, we are pushing our teammate Ollie Behrman along at the moment. We were able to find a way around him in the sprint race yesterday's. Yes, Ollie Behrman in! So the AI are going to be two-stopping this race. And like I said, we could try and stay out there, do something different with it. But ultimately, you know, we would just dominate, and it would be a little bit ridiculous to claim such an advantage over the rest of the field. So I am going to rather oddly pit at the end of this lap over onto a set of the soft compound tyre. I mean, you can't... The soft tyres, they will be a good couple of seconds a lap faster. But...
so don't be too aggressive.
Yeah, we're on old tyres. What on earth is this? So we do need to pit then. Team reckon they were a new set. I reckon, because of the red flag yesterday right at the start, we've actually opted to use both of our sets of hards. And for some reason, we've lost the set that did, like, a lap. This is very, very peculiar. I mean, it's just F124 things, isn't it? The game's been out now for, what, nearly 7 months. And it still seems to be a wee bit broken. But, yeah, into the pit lane will come then at the end of this lap. And I think whether I wanted to or not, yeah, we would have to two-stop anyway. So there we go, as we make our way through. Tyre wear warning light has just flashed up. And, yeah, I've really got no idea as to how far a set of soft compound tyres are going to go. But as long as they can do about 8 laps, we should be okay here. But this might give all those other cars that have boxed already a huge opportunity at an undercut here. As, once again, we've got to be really, really careful that we don't get done for speeding in the pit lane, which we won't that time round, just to get the car slowed down there. But I'm sure Behrman, he will be flying along on that set of the hard compound. I mean, the pit crews today are going to earn their money, as we've got quite a few of them that again have opted to stay out. So I've really got no idea what's going on.
That was a fantastic stop, faster than we were expecting.
Well, where are we going to re-emerge then in this Grand Prix, and how far are those other cars going to be able to go? Will it end up being the case that, say for example, Harry Cordeal, that obviously had that mechanical failure yesterday, is going to be gifted a big opportunity today? As out of the pit lane we come then. Behrman is going to be out comfortably in front of us.
On the exit, we'll receive a penalty for dangerous driving if you cross onto the track.
Yeah, we've really lost out in a big way there against our other 4 drivers in the championship. We're down out of the points. Well, are any of our front runners going to peel in? No, they're not. Oh, we've actually had a weird glitch inside this race. I'd say I think they're all on the hard tyres at the front of the grid. So there's like 7 cars that have got the ultimate breakaway in this race, and now everybody else is going to just be trying to go quicker than them throughout the rest of the afternoon. I mean, we're going to enjoy softer, fresher tyres than those front runners pretty much right the way to the end. I'm well aware, Mark, thank you. Please stop telling me. There's loads of new fastest laps coming in as well, so we're going to be at least a second a lap faster, I would have thought, between now and the end. Of course, everybody effectively has got 1 pit stop to go, but I couldn't even tell you who it is at the front of the order, but they've got a huge opportunity to steal a win. Based on my rough mathematics then, we are about 20 seconds back from your race leader right now, so we need 2 seconds a lap between now and the end of this feature race. And to be honest, having this kind of tyre delta in F2, that might genuinely be possible. If they keep battling as well at the front, and this kind of group of cars can work together to try and close back in, this race might genuinely not be over just yet. I mean, they might still 2-stop for all we know. It is going to be a very, very weird race to try and keep hold of, but, I mean, yeah, into the 37s we go. So we're setting some pretty quick lap times here as Bortoletto now looking to the outside of our teammate Ollie Behrman. Of course, if those cars do make it to the end, Behrman, the best he can likely finish is going to be 7th place here. That would not be enough. Even if we didn't score, that would not be enough to keep his title hopes alive. So, as Marty there has to slam the anchors through turn 3, not too sure why. Yeah, this suddenly really screws our teammate. Getting a nice run then on Pepe Marti down in towards the final couple of corners. The Spaniard, once again, has to just give us the room around the outside, but he has been a real star this season. Obviously, the first repeat winner of the campaign all the way back in Albert Park. But yeah, he's been very, very quick as the championship has gone on. But I mean, look how quickly these soft compound tyres as well. The pace has already dropped on them. 2 seconds slower on that lap than we did the time before, as Bortoletto and Behrman are really holding each other up at this stage. I mean, I know we're on fresher tyres than all of these cars around us, But I think on that lap as well, again, I'm trying to do rough maths here. I think we took 3 seconds out of that gaggle in front. It can't be long before those front runners have to dive into the pit lane again. I would assume we're going to see Bortoletto, Behrman and co. in at the end of lap 9. They may as well try and evenly split these two soft compound runs. But, I mean, this is just utterly bizarre, isn't it? It's Behrman this time around back to the outside of Gabriele Bortoletto back in towards turn 1. Just see that. I mean, it's all the B's and all the A's battling in what could still be the net lead of this race. The other thing I've thought about, if those other runners are going to box onto softs for the second half, we're probably not going to be any quicker than them, are we? Because we're not going to have any kind of advantage anymore. So I think we are genuinely in real trouble here, and I think this might cost Behrman any shot at the title. So there we go. All of our front runners then finally decide to peel into the pit lane there, as we're going to get a really good run on Paul Aaron. And yeah, the soft compound runners just starting to find the edge of the grit levels at the moment, as we are going to move up then into the podium places. Admittedly, it is only going to be temporary here, but yeah, I mean, it's an odd little gaggle of cars that are up there. As I apologise to Paul Aaron, I was actually focusing on my mini map, but I would assume now as Bortoletto reclaims the lead, all of these guys are going to peel in at the end of this lap. Annoyingly for us, it's cost us all year, because Prema have got 2 cars fighting for the title. We always have to have one of us compromised on strategy, and that weekend it seems to be me. Come on then, let's see whether Bortoletto and Behrman into the pit lane at the end of this lap. I mean, our tyres are starting to get pretty worn out as well, but we know the second stint is going to be a little bit easier on this set. So there we go. Yep, Behrman, Bortoletto into the pit lane. So we are going to re-emerge as your race leader. I mean, it'll give us... No, we won't even be able to get a look to see what strategy they're on, will we? I think they're all on the softs, so they are going to be fairly quick towards the end. But not quick enough there. As I mean, this race is kind of just ended up splitting into so many random groups. Formula 2 on F124 is an odd category. Well, even if I wanted to try and stretch the tyres to the end of the afternoon, they won't make it. We're up at nearly 60% wear yet again. So, I mean, yeah, if we'd had the hard tyres for the start, the one stop obviously would have been viable, but it would have been quite tight for tyre wear anyway. You can see the gap between Behrman and that group of cars in front of him. They are going to be the ones, they're going to be back into the lead of this race. Into the pit lane will come for the second time. This feels so odd to do inside a race. I mean, the only thing, I guess, that will really neutralise this is if we ended up with like a red flag or something again. But ultimately, not really expecting one of those to occur between now and the end. So hopefully we'll get out ahead of that gaggle of cars. Come on, let me go.
Perfect job on the turn in there, mate. Looks like a nice stop time. We're happy with that one.
Well, that was definitely an illegal pit exit once again, just like we did in Baku's. Now we've got yellows out. That is, I think, Dennis Hauger out of the race. The MP Motorsport driver, yep, is pulling to the wayside there and will be out of the feature race here in Qatar. Have we once again been undercut by our teammate? Yes, we have. That time around, no, not as badly, as we're going to be side by side with Paul Aaron on pit exit there. So, Bortoletto and Behrman trying to put on a show. What is the gap to the front runners, though? It's got to be still, what, in excess of 15-20 seconds. So our battle to the end now is for P7 with our teammate Ollie Behrman. But as long as I score a point, his title hopes are over. 5 laps to go then of this feature race. I mean, with everything that's happened, we might still see those front runners dive back into the pit lane again. Maybe they've done something... I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but maybe they've broken F2 regulations there as well. Bortoletto wanted to try and have a look around the outside of our teammate. Behrman will just hold his line back in towards turn 1. We will sense a chance then, and we will try and move up into P8 then of this race. It feels very, very odd to be battling so low down the order with Ollie Behrman there, as Paul Aaron just watching this all unfold. Our teammate again will just about be able to hook it up, and Behrman, you know, he has been unlucky on a few occasions this season, on weekends where we've, say, been given the optimal strategy and things like that. It has really, really cost him, but it just ultimately has lacked on occasion that extra bit of pace, that willingness to make overtakes as well, and I think that's why we've ended up building the lead we have over him in the title. come on then. We need to try and see Behrman get another run on Gabriele here as we make our way through the final couple of corners. You got to feel for Behrman. You know, had those cars not gone for that ridiculous strategy, this would be a battle for the win. And if he could just win this race, then that would be enough to keep him in the fight into the season finale there, as we'll try and have a look around the outside of the Brazilian as well. Oh, he's going to get the elbows out. I think both of them don't really want to fight with Kimi Antonelli here, but Bortoletto's going to be stuck behind him. And up into 8th place we go then. You can see those gaps to Taylor Barnard up the road. They're coming down nowhere near as quickly as they did in the sprint. But yeah, unless those AI don't believe the tyres can go to the end, I mean, they're going to be pushing them really, really far, actually. I'm not going to say it's impossible for them to pit still. Well, Ollie and I just need to try and work together towards the end of this. And, well, the tyre drop-off can be quite extreme here in Jeddah. Sorry, in Qatar even. We've taken 2 seconds out of Barnard that lap. Of course, it's nowhere near enough that there will be any kind of fight towards the end of the race. But if that gets worse and worse for them, you know, if they get close to puncture territory, it's not impossible still yet. As round the outside of our teammate we will go into what would have been the lead of this race. But yeah, at the moment, even if we finish behind him, even if Behrman gets back past me, it's not going to make a difference in the bigger picture. And I think ultimately Ollie, he won't care. Let's just try and carry on pushing forward. We'll work with him as best as we can and just see if anything crazy happens. Well, this is going to be moment of truth time then for us. Our fresher tyres have absolutely given us the leg over our teammate Behrman there. He's left a battle with Bortoletto towards the end. And those two have really, really tripped each other over in these last few laps. Our tyre wear warning light has just flashed up again. But those front-running AI, they are not going to pit by the end of this race. And I tell you what, their tyres have already got to be up over 70% wear. So how much must they be hanging on towards the end of this? The gap to Barnard, 11.5 seconds still. But I think unless they get punctures, we're not going to be able to do anything.
Gap to your teammate behind, 2.5 seconds.
We are going over 2 seconds a lap faster, but ultimately that doesn't make a difference when you're still 10 seconds back with one more lap to go. I got no idea how those cars have been able to make that strategy work today, but after we kind of looked at the tyres on lap 2, it kind of made me realise the 2-stop was always going to be the only thing we could do in this Grand Prix. Jeddah, this place is just such... Sorry, Qatar even, Lusail. I don't know why I keep calling it Jeddah. It is such a tyre killer around this lap, and unless one of those cars in front gets a puncture here, I just don't see a way in which we're going to be able to get back into this. We're going to need a miracle on this final lap, but as already championship leader, Paul Aaron, I think at best he's going to walk away with a single point from this race. We are going to open up a little bit more safety in towards the final couple of rounds of the campaign there as we navigate our way in towards Sector 3. This will be where those cars in front, their tyres really start to scream out to them, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And more worryingly than that, I think it's going to be Amaury Cordial. It might be one of the Campos cars that is going to claim back-to-back victories in this season. Who is it that's going to take the win at the final corner? It is Amaury Cordial for the second weekend in a row. Takes the feature race dub. Through the final corner, though, it is going to be a title fight between ourselves and Paul Aaron. Ollie Behrman, he is out of it.
Great drive, rewarded in victory for Amaury Cordial.
And they've won the team's championship. Utterly brilliant. Such a small group of people that can work on these Formula 2 cars, and the driver is the hero of the day for that team.
And as they make their way down to the podium, there's no denying the strength of the Fanatec GP team. It was an incredible performance today, and they fully deserve to stand on the top step.
Well, there we are then, from 20th, I believe it was, on the grid. It is going to be Amaury Cordial that takes the dub, and clearly he must have heard me rant about him last weekend out in Baku, because, yeah, he's gone and done it again. Back-to-back feature race wins for the Belgian there, followed up from our back-to-back feature wins in both Belgium and Monza. But yeah, with that P7 finish, though, it means that we extend the gap over Paul Aaron by an extra 5 points there, heading into the season finale next weekend. But Kushmini, Richard Verschoor, Enzo Fittipaldi, all drivers that I'm sure weren't expecting to pick up big points today, they will be ecstatic with that result there. And Prema, I mean, we did everything we could, but ultimately, yeah, wasn't enough in the end to get that big result there. And you can see further down the order, the likes of Hajar, Colapinto, Ratomo Miata, yeah, got absolutely screwed over with those strategies as well. Just Dennis Hauger that failed to see the flag in the feature race today. But that means heading into the season finale, we've got a 16-point buffer over Paul Aaron in the Drivers' Championship. So all still to play for, I believe as well, unless we took pole and the win in the sprint, which would mean we'd have to go from 10th to 1st. It will actually go down to the very final race of the campaign as well. But anything can happen in FIA Formula 2. Behrman could still technically beat Paul Aaron as well in that season finale, but again, he's going to need a lot of things to go his way. Constructors-wise, we've got a 77-point buffer over High-Tech as well. I believe that is enough to win the championship. I believe the maximum points you can score from a weekend is 39, 57, 65. So I think now Prema are officially your F2 Constructors Champions once again there. So a fantastic way to cap off the season. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back next weekend for the season finale out in Abu Dhabi. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to the final round of our F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back this weekend here in Abu Dhabi. The sun is setting on another brilliant F2 campaign, and there are still huge prizes to be won in the World Championship. If you missed out on the videos from last weekend from Qatar, I would highly recommend going back and checking it out. But the situation here is that it is a two-car battle between ourselves down at Prema and the Estonian Paul Aaron over at High-Tech. Now, unless we can take pole and the sprint win today, this actually will guarantee to go down into the race tomorrow. There's a 16-point buffer that we've built up over the Estonian over the last couple of weekends, but of course with 26 points available in the feature race and only 10 available for the win in the sprint, it is all going to go down to that final race of the year. Of course, if you're new, please do make sure you leave a like, get yourself subscribed as well. Will we be able to get Andrea Kimi Antonelli a title in his debut Formula 2 campaign? It has been an absolutely wild season up to now, so I'm hoping we get two great races to finish us off, and hopefully we can walk away as champion. Well, I'll be honest, I'm quite nervous as we head into this final weekend here in Abu Dhabi. We've had a lot of high-speed circuits in recent weekends that have really suited us. Abu Dhabi is a bit more kind of high downforce requirements around this venue. Of course, it's a very, very kind of compromised circuit as well. Sector 1 is very high speed, high downforce. Sector 2 is obviously very high speed, low speed corners though. And then Sector 3 is very much almost feels like a street circuit, as Paul Aaron immediately rockets to the front of the order. He knows those 2 points for pole position tonight could be fantastic for him, and obviously we saw him earlier on in the campaign get a great run of form of claiming pole position. You know, I think it was 3 or 4 weekends in a row, wasn't it? That hasn't happened though inside the final few rounds. Prema seemed to have found a little bit extra once again, but as we make our way down in towards the chicane, Isaac Hajar in the Campos car looking very, very racy at the moment. Joshua Dirksen rockets to the front in his AIX machine as well. But at the moment, we are just nowhere so far on this qualifying lap. We're a long, long way back behind our leaders. And, I mean, Paul Aaron, if he can snooper away that P1, then we're going to have a lot of trouble as we head into the races here. Because at the moment, we just cannot seem to do anything in this car. A car that has been so dominant in recent times inside this series. We haven't won a race in either of the last 2 weekends there. And under the hotel we'll go, making even more errors as well. 2 more corners left to navigate. I have set it up to be better in the races, but Paul Aaron, he's going to storm to pole position. We are starting last. That is a disastrous way to kick off the weekend. Well, I cannot believe that then on a weekend where we need to deliver. Paul Aaron has done exactly that. Pole position by almost a tenth of a second over Juan Manuel Correa. But Zane Maloney, Amory Cordial will be on the front row of the grid ready for the sprint. We were a second off the pace though after taking pole by 7/10 last weekend. We've got our work cut out as we head into the GP. Let's not forget as well, the gap down to 14 points. So even if Aaron were to win this sprint, we would still go into that final race as championship leader. But that has been an absolute disaster.
So today, the sprint race, no pit stops, just full-on pace. It's all about speed, daring, and sheer driving skill. What, I wonder, is in store for us today? To the Yas Marina circuit offers 16 corners and a lap distance of around 3.2 miles. There are a few opportunities to pass with long straights and DRS zones in 2 places, turns 5 and 7. Plenty of close racing then, plenty of speed, and plenty of excitement for the fans, no doubt. And we welcome you to the Formula 2 commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes, alongside me for this one, Alex Brundle. It is a sprint race, it is race day. How much can you take from that 1-lap pace in to our multi-lap contest today?
We have seen stops before at the end of the sprint race, jumping onto that softer compound of tyre and having at it for the final few laps of the race. Indeed, we've seen sprint races won like that, so anything could happen out there. Don't send the pit crew home just yet.
Well, wise words there from Mark as well. We know this car has been set up to be quicker in the races, but I wasn't expecting it to be so slow over 1 lap. Effectively now, this sprint race can only be used to work out what we can do as we head into the main event tomorrow. We're going to have to try an alternate strategy or something to give us an opportunity to rocket back up the order. But for the final sprint weekend then of 2024, it is 5 red lights here on the grid. And it is lights out, and away we go. They're immediately getting a better start than Taylor Barnard as everybody tries to navigate their way down in towards turn 1. Like I said, I think we need a miracle if we want to try and score some points from this sprint, as Paul Aaron there seems to have dropped backwards slightly of the first couple of corners. But I mean, look at how much everybody, Constantine is up. Down through in turn 3 there. I have no idea. I didn't even see that we'd overtaken Hauger or Roman Stanek, but as we make our way down towards the hairpin, look at that. Able to capitalise and get down the inside of a few more drivers there. So Zach O'Sullivan just tries to pinch me on the exit of the corner, and through one sector, we've already made up 7 spots then. As I said, this is going to be about building up confidence. I've got to hope that Paul Aaron doesn't end up in the points from today's sprint race, and then anything can happen in the main event tomorrow as well. There is anything outside of Zach O'Sullivan will go. I mean, we just cannot take prisoners, like I've said. I mean, we've gained 8 places on lap 1. If we could somehow get a point here, that'd be quite the miracle, as I think Paul Aaron as well. Other drivers will be aware that obviously he can't risk anything either in this sprint. He's just got to try and take it nice and easy. He knows he's got the car ready for the Grand Prix tomorrow. You know, it's the little things. Don't puncture a tyre or anything like that. You don't want to have to use any extra sets than you absolutely need to here before that final race tomorrow. You want to open up as much of it as you possibly can, because both of us know the sprint race is kind of pointless. The feature race is where this championship will be won or lost as we make our way through the final couple of corners. Once again, though, this car in the traction zones is very, very quick. Amory Cordial, though, will lead at the end of lap 1. And yeah, I mean, high-tech, it seems that their second driver, I think Amory Cordial, since probably Spa, has ended up scoring more points than Paul Aaron. Well, we're definitely running a bit more downforce than the AI here. We seem to have the confidence through Sector 3. So you don't often see moves down to that final corner, but that's exactly what we're going to go for. There's Bortoletto now trying to apply pressure up towards the front. And we need to make sure that we stay inside that range of Paul Aaron as well through turn 1. I mean, how fitting would it be? Formula 2 is a weird little series, but even in the last sprint race of the year, neither of our Championship 2 end up scoring a point. As are we inside the range of Paul Aaron? It must have been right on the cusp. So we are just trying to send it into that apex. Yes, we are. That is good news. But if I'm learning anything so far about this sprint race, is that, yeah, we're going to have a lot of hard work to do as we head into the race proper there. This time around, we've actually lost the DRS range to Paul Aaron, despite going purple through that first sector. So it is going to be dependent on kind of the way the AI battle and things like that, and hoping that they stay bunched up a little bit more. I mean, I already know we're going to have to try and either go with an alternate strategy or something tomorrow, or to give ourselves a helping hand as those curbs through that chicane. I've said about how good this car is over the curbs towards the end of the year. Not here, as we've got yellows out. Someone further up the road potentially running into some problems as Crawford will fly back past ourselves there. Who is it that is out of... Oh, this race, it's Enzo Fittipaldi. And the bad season just goes from bad to worse for him. Zach O'Sullivan there just really tried to lean on us. There we go then. Let's see what the speed is like when we're the one with the DRS trying to close in on Jack Crawford. As we make our way up the straight, we're definitely, whoa, running a bit more downforce than most of our competitors there, as down the inside we'll go. Crawford will really try and squeeze me. Made a bit of a hash of it as well on the exit of the corner, but I'm also trying to suss out whether we would be able to claim fastest lap bonus point, as here comes Crawford again. And he might bring Zach O'Sullivan with him this time round. Around the outside will go the American. And yeah, I'll be honest, he was not who I pictured battling with in this final weekend of the year. Well, I can't let Jack Crawford try to bully me at the moment. We've just got to try and dictate the line as well, as much as the American is. This time around, he's going to try and go defensive down the back straight. We'll try and brake a little bit late there. I just don't quite have the confidence to match the AI into that chicane, but on the way out, we can try and put the power down once more. And this time around, hopefully we can get the run on him and be ahead by the time we make it into Sector 3. The feature race tomorrow is 17 laps, so we've also got to work out just how well these tyres last throughout this sprint race here, as Crawford will try and creep back underneath me once again. But yeah, that time round we get underneath him and through back into P13. But it is so weird knowing both myself and Aaron are both struggling so much here. Oh, we've got yellows. We've got yellows. Someone in front, I think that is, has got issues. It might actually be a car behind me. Not entirely sure. Yeah, I think it is another one behind me. So no free places gained for either myself or Paul Aaron. This time around, who is it though that's dropping out the wayside? We've already had Enzo Fittipaldi as our first casualty of the night. I think, is it no one? No, everyone kept going. It was one of the Tridents. My guess was Richard Vashaw's gone for a spin. And now we have got yellow flags for someone else. So now someone else seems to be breaking down. Is that? Yeah, that is the Trident car, so no idea what that was all about. But I believe, is that Stanek? Is that Vashaw? I think it's Vashaw. Nope, it's Roman Stanek that is out of this race. And I tell you what, we are really just, like I said, using this sprint race to learn. It felt like in Qatar, we just got it hooked up instantly. This circuit has taken us a little bit more time to kind of work out where the limits are. But now we're actually starting to close in on Paul Aaron once more. Well, I tell you what, yeah, we have been starting just to get a bit more confident in the car now. That gap to Paul Aaron, although it doesn't really matter for this race today, hopefully this is going to show us a good sign ready for tomorrow. We are setting fast lap times every single time now, and taking a bit more time at the Estonian. Like I said, he's still got the DRS, he's still going to pull away from me, but this is all about preparing ourselves ready for the main event there. We now know what we got to do. We know where our apexes are, kind of the speed, what we need to be aiming for or around this lap. Aiming not to do that on the exit of that chicane, because that's an easy way just to throw away a good 3-4 tenths of a second. There is still an element of RNG in what will end up happening tomorrow. Will kind of just be dictated by where the AI kind of spread out. If we can just do something a little bit unorthodox, maybe if Behrman as well can get the jump on Paul Aaron, all those little things could make the difference. Oh, there we go. We've done it. We've got inside the DRS of Paul Aaron. This is fantastic news right at the end of the sprint. Again, it's so weird how it's fantastic news, but for a completely odd reason. You know, it doesn't even affect this race today, but I guess that's the magic of FIA Formula 2, is that things can be interpreted and used in very, very different ways to what you get in the main show up in Formula 1. And as you can see, just through these final few corners, now we've kind of got the line right in the car, got our muscle memory back. We just seem to be able to absolutely fly through and close up to the back of the next car in front there. I mean, look at how slow Paul Aaron is. Down the inside will go at the final corner, and that's about making a statement as much as anything else there. Up into 12th will go. New personal best as well, just as everybody else is getting, you know, kind of winding down towards the end of this. I mean, yeah, Paul Aaron, that'll certainly shake his confidence just a little bit as we prepare for the main race tomorrow, but surely there's no way on this very last lap that we can try and get ourselves up inside that top 10, down the inside of Victor Martins. Where have we seen moves like that before? As Dirksen, and I believe that was Isaac Hadjar a little bit further up the road, just tripping over each other a little bit. Is that going to leave them both vulnerable as we make our way in through this final lap? Where's Ollie Behrman? He's running up at about P5 there, as we'll make sure we give Martins the room on the outside. But look at the confidence we built up on the brakes as well. Early on, we were 5-10 meters earlier than the AI into there. Now we're able to comfortably outbrake them into that corner. Everybody in front, though, still in the DRS train. I think it is still a battle between, I want to say, Ratomo Miata and I believe maybe the other Dams car. I can't really tell. No, it can't be the other Dams car because Correa's there and I've already overtaken Jack Crawford. Either way, I think it is going to be Miata that is going to take the win here in the sprint race in Abu Dhabi. And I tell you what, he is absolutely flourished towards the end of this season as well. But through the final couple of corners we'll go. You can see how much the AI is struggling with their tyres here. Gutted that we're not going to claim fastest lap, because we're going to have a look down the inside of Isaac Hadjar, or into the very last, sorry, Pepe Marti even, squeeze him out. It is P10. It's no points, but it's good.
What a great drive. Ritomo Miata takes the checkered flag.
It might not be the same points as the feature race, but it is the same podium, and they get to wave at the fans from it.
As we can see, it's time for the podium, and I can see the Carlin team underneath our commentary box going crazy as their driver walks out. It was a great win, and it means a great deal to this team.
Well, there we are then. Ratomo Miata will take the top prize ready from our sprint race here. Rodin actually getting both cars onto the podium as well there. So Amory Cordial unable to hang on towards the end of the afternoon there, from pole all the way down to P4. Paul Aaron as well, losing out 3 spots, just like his high-tech teammate there. And the fact that we started last and we were able to get a Paul Aaron really does give us some confidence as we move into the main event there. Ollie Behrman took the fastest lap then of that sprint race with a 1:38.0, so that could be critical to know as well as we head into the main event. Championship-wise, 14 points in it between ourselves and Paul Aaron. It's guaranteed that your top 3, you know, Behrman can't overtake Aaron or anything like that. Bortoletto can't overtake our teammate either. The only real ones left to be decided are ourselves and Paul Aaron as we head into that final race tomorrow. Constructors-wise, of course, we've wrapped that one up. A 75-point lead. I'd love to try and extend that just a little bit more in the final race of the season as well there. But that being said, one more race to go. Paul Aaron, he's going to be starting on pole for the main event tomorrow. So if he was able to win that one, we would need to finish, I believe, in P4. And we would claim the title by just a single point. Of course, I don't want to have to think too much about fastest laps right now, but that might genuinely be what it comes down to as well there. Thank you all so much for watching. If you have enjoyed, please do make sure to leave a like, get yourself subscribed, and we'll be back ready with the season finale here in Abu Dhabi. Hello everyone, and welcome back to a brand new video, and welcome to the final ever race of our F224 Andrea Kimi Antonelli career mode. Yes, we're back once again here in Abu Dhabi for the final race of what has been a wild 28 race campaign. If you missed out on the video that went live yesterday, where we set the grid ready for the race and also competed in the sprint, go back, check it out. It was a rather interesting one, and it's pretty simple as we head into the main event today. We have a 14-point lead over our Estonian rival here. He starts from pole. I start from last. Yes, it's not looking particularly good for us as we head into this one. If Paul Aaron takes the win, we need to finish in P4 and then pray that neither of us have got the fastest lap bonus point. Or, if he comes P2, we would need to finish in 8th place, if I'm not mistaken. If he finishes 3rd, I need just one single point from this final race in Abu Dhabi. And if he doesn't walk away with a trophy, we walk away with the biggest trophy of all inside Junior Formula. Yes, the F2 campaign will be ours. Of course, if you're new around here and you aren't already, please do make sure you get yourself subscribed to the channel as well. One final race to see out this season. Can we walk away with the F2 crown?
It's race day for our young drivers here in the United Arab Emirates, where the Yas Marina circuit is about to play host to the Abu Dhabi Formula 2 race. Let's get started. Yas Marina Circuit is a 3.2-mile racetrack built on the man-made Yas Island. In addition to the 16 corners, it features 2 very long straights. Now these will be the drivers' main overtaking chances today into Turn 5 and Turn 7. Here are the starting positions for today's race. Paul Aaron lines up on pole position, with Juan Manuel Correa alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Hajar,
Franco Colapinto,
Behrman, Bortoletto, Miata, Maloney, Amory Cordial, Crawford, Martins, Pepe Marti, Enzo Fittipaldi,
O'Sullivan,
Hauger, Verschoor,
Rafael Villagomez,
Stanek, Miney.
Barnard, Andrea Kimi Antonelli.
Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's get down to the track.
Well, Mark there providing us with some wise words of advice before this final ever race of F2 in 2024. The team, they want us to do 7 laps on the softs before a 17-lap run on the mediums to the end of the afternoon. Some of you that have watched this series will know, obviously, I've mentioned in recent weeks that I wanted to try and give Behrman the better strategy as well on occasion. Not today, unless he's potentially going to overtake Paul Aaron. I think it's just better that we focus, completely on ourselves. He can't finish higher than P3. He can't finish lower than P3. Ollie Behrman, he can just enjoy himself in this final race of the campaign. We, though, we need to try and get the win. Or we need to try and get some good points and hope that Paul Aaron doesn't get the win. Could Juan Manuel Correa be quite useful towards the end of the season? Only time will tell. But for the final time then, here in FIA Formula 2, we wait on the grid for the 17 laps of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. It's 5 red lights. And it's going to be lights out, and away we go. They're off to a fairly clean getaway. Once again, we'll try and navigate Taylor Barnard before we even get down in towards Turn 1. And through those first couple of corners, the race can very easily be lost. Not so easy to be won there through Turn 1 as Kushmaini gets a little bit of a wobble on the exit, so we will try and claim a couple of places off the start there. We're going to have to try some odd little lines through these first couple of corners, just see if we can open up a bit of a run for ourselves there as Rafael Villagomez wants to try and defend. We will see an avenue though, or down the inside there, just into the side of Zach O'Sullivan. A tiny bit of contact, but that was pretty clean in the end. We didn't get a warning from the FIA, so I think we will take that one immediately into P15 there. Looks like Juan Manuel Correa as well has been quite useful for us. Looks like he's got the jump on Paul Aaron on lap 1, so that would mean rather than having to win this race, we'd only need, rather than finishing P4 in this race, we'd only need to try and finish in P8 there, as Pepe Marti, I'm sure not a fan of me slamming the door shut in his face, but needs must. I've got a World Championship to win, and he certainly doesn't there as we make our way down in towards this final sector though. To gain 8 places on lap 1, I think was pretty much the dream start we could have hoped for here. We did learn that the tyres do slowly come towards us as the races go on. The AI very, very quick early on, but do tend to burn through their rubber a little bit quicker than we do in our car. As we round our way through these final couple of corners of that first lap then. Juan Manuel Correa, he is going to lead the way at the front of the order if I'm not mistaken. So we'll just get confirmation of that in a moment. Yes, there we go. So Correa, he's taken a few sprint wins this campaign. I don't believe he's ever won a feature, however. But it seems to be through turn 1 and turn 2 that we gain a lot of time on the other cars as well. I see just taking a couple of tenths out of Enzo Fittipaldi. I think moves... Basically, our best shot of making overtakes today, if everybody's got the DRS, is down at that hairpin and in the final sector. Which admittedly seems very, very odd to be saying, but welcome to Formula 2, ladies and gents. That just seems to be the case as this season has continued on. As Pepe Marti, again, we'll try and have a look around our outside. I mean, I'd be intrigued to know where loyalties would lie for other drivers this season. I feel like we've probably made ourselves more enemies than Paul Aaron has. But, you know, everybody is here just for themselves. Oh, Enzo Fittipaldi, the AI just cannot take that final corner, sorry, that penultimate corner flat out like we're able to, as Colapinto sets the pace. We go just a tenth and a half slower that time. As I've mentioned before, that bonus point...
Try to get past as quickly as you can. Push.
If we bagged that bonus point here, if I'm not mistaken, we could then afford to finish P5 if Paul Aaron takes the dub. So, obviously, I think it's most likely going to be decided on the soft compound tyre early on. But that could just give us a little bit of extra flexibility as the afternoon unfolds. And already, this does not look good for us on the mini-map. You can see our top, I think it's 3 cars, have got a bit of a breakaway there, as everybody behind them is just starting to squabble a little bit more. So, yeah, everybody now just kind of starting to form into their groups. Like I mentioned in yesterday's video, that little bit of RNG could be the difference maker of kind of which AI get the run, which of them don't. And now you can see, I think Paul Aaron back to the front of the group. Is he going to claim fastest lap as well? I would certainly expect him to. No, he doesn't. So Paul Aaron there doesn't set a new fastest lap, and neither do I. I mean, they're going side by side, 2 by 2. Just a little way up the road. As Martin's now, of course, he was in the title decider in 2023. This year, the campaign has not gone his way. And he, the fact he did that as a rookie against Fred Vesti and Teo Porcher, I think, goes to show just how much talent Victor Martins does have behind the wheel of a racing car. But also goes to show just how weird F2 can be at the end of the day. One year you're really strong, the next year just nothing seems to go your way. But I'm hoping Kimi Antonelli, he's not going to be able to get another year in Formula 2, because obviously if you win the championship, you're not allowed back. It's a rather rude club like that. As down the inside of Victor Martins will go. AI just starting to trip over each other a little bit more. And I think this might have been our last chance to try and claim fastest lap bonus point. And it's not going to happen. We're barely trying to hang on to the car through some of the twistier bits of this lap. I'm tempted. Oh, that wasn't actually what I was going to say I'm tempted to try and go for, but I guess we'll take it against Jack Crawford. I was actually going to say I'm tempted to try and go for an undercut. Just see if we get a 1 lap extra switch on most of our other runners, although admittedly tyre wear doesn't seem to be that bad round here. I'm still just worried, obviously, Prema having the first box, how that might affect things, but I mean, yeah, this battle pack, it works nicely in the sense that everybody's all bunched up in front. It doesn't work nicely in the fact that a few cars have broken free. I'm sure Amory Cordial has been told one thing and one thing only today. If I'm filling up his mirrors, he's got to do everything within his power to try and hold us up. But this is Amory Cordial after all, so we'll try and go for the same move I did on Victor Martins a lap ago, and just sneak up the inside under the hotel. The camber through there works really, really nicely with this car. As you can see, Behrman now just trying to get a little bit of a breakaway from Dirksen, and I believe that's Miata. But yeah, our teammates still only in P5. This would be our undercut lap in this Grand Prix if we wanted to go for it, but I think the soft compound tyres hanging on just about well enough right now that it's probably not worth attempting it. Just don't want to be on the back foot too badly towards the end of this race. As well as Zane Maloney, he's had a terrible time this year. Finally does seem to be coming up good for him, but not good enough to hold me back. Up into P9 we go. And we've gained 13 places by the end of lap 6. That's not bad going early on in this race, but we know every lap that ticks by, it's going to be more and more difficult to try and make many more. It's Gabriele Bortoletto there as we ride over that curving through turn 4. Just miss out on the DRS. Well, I think if you had to pick a lap where you lose that DRS range to the cars in front, probably the best one to go with would have to be your pit-in lap. It's just sliding the car through this final sector. Yeah, these soft compound tyres, as soon as I said they were hanging on pretty well, they're pretty much immediately fallen apart there as Bortoletto into the pit lane in front. Don't hit the pit lane wall, please, as it doesn't really look like many of our front runners have dived in. So I think, yeah, Paul Aaron has stayed out there an extra lap. So most of the other runners have, so we shouldn't be too vulnerable in this Grand Prix, as hopefully we're going to get another bit of a cheeky pit stop here. Come on, let's go. We're actually going to be out right at the rear of the field, so it didn't matter in the end too much. I think, if anything, we've taken just a tiny bit of time, though, at Gabriel Bortoletto there. So now we've got to try and work the undercut with the Brazilian hero again. Has been another really, really strong performer in this campaign up to now as we try and make our way out of the tunnel. Hopefully the only time I'll have to navigate that this weekend. But yeah, try and make our way out though, get nice and tidy on the pit lane exit. And again, we're going to narrowly miss out on that DRS, less than half a tenth off where I needed to be. That is going to leave us vulnerable to the high-tech second man of Amaury Cordial. Not able to do anything like Sergio Perez was back in 2021 in the F1 finale here. He's not really been much use to his teammate throughout a lot of this campaign, though he has taken a couple of wins off ourselves in more recent times. Cordial, this time around, he'll muscle his way to the inside as we make our way down the back straight. Oh, and we will just... How on earth did we find the grip there to creep back in underneath him? Amaury Cordial has been mugged off there thoroughly. But all this is doing is giving Gabriele Bortoletto a bit of a gap. Everybody else though into the pit lane. So where will we be when they all re-emerge? Everybody else then making their way out of the pit lane. And Bortoletto now, he's up into P5 then of this race. I think we are still though going to be out of the DRS range of him, which is really getting frustrating now. He might just get in the range of Isaac Hajar in front, which I think he just about has. So that both works horribly for us, as it's going to be more and more difficult to try and close in on Bortoletto. But it works quite nicely as well, because obviously if he does get in that range, then we're going to be bunched up with a pair of them here. Now under pressure, though, from Ratomo Miata, as we make our way down this first straight. I'm not too worried about losing the one spot to the Japanese driver.
Trying to keep focus.
As long as I can get the DRS and get the drive down the second straight there. It's just trying to chuck the car between the curbs. Nice and tidy on the exit there. Just keep those two wheels inside the white lines. As we make our way then up this second straight, we are gaining on Ratomo Miata. Will it be enough though by the time we get into the braking zone? Oh, that was a big send to Miata. I'm sure we'll spot that. Oh, we'll try and return in kind. Clearly not a fan of that dive bomb maneuver that we went for. We're still going to be side by side in towards this final sector once again. We'll slam the door shut in his face, and we will once again hang on to P6. That's not good enough though. We need P4. There we go, Bortoletto. That's the lap time we have to chase, a 37.4. That's worked out beautifully for him, because effectively he has had two pretty much perfect DRS zones, but not had to deal with the dirty air around the rest of the lap. I can't help but feel that Ratomo Miata might be about to cost us in this World Championship, because he is just hanging on inside that DRS. But if those cars in front continue to battle, there's still a chance. 7 laps to go. Right now, Paul Aaron would be your F2 champion. Again, Miata is again going to get the run on me as we try and make our way down this back straight. And Joshua Dirksen just waiting in the wings as well, but that time round, we're a little bit closer. Make sure we get it slowed down into the apex. I don't want to be fighting with him through these twisty bits. You can see Bortoletto now with a 3-second gap over us. We need half a second a lap. We can find that around some of it, but through the DRS zones, we have got nothing. Oh, this is exactly what I need to see. This is perfect for us. All those cars up in front, battling it out, wheel to wheel. Paul Aaron, I think, unless he has a mechanical failure, he has won this race as things stand at the moment. But again, whilst they're all battling up the road, Ratomo Miata once again is trying to apply pressure to me. Why won't he just let me keep hold of this position? As again, it's going to be the same story as last time round. Ratomo gets around the outside there, but we will not back out. We will not budge into the apex, as we have now got yellow flags out. That must be, I think, a car further behind. Someone's had a big lock-up in front. Who is that? Pulling over to the wayside here. I can't quite tell at the moment. Let's just see through this final sector how quickly that gap comes down. I don't think it's anyone. Oh, this is good. This is good. Dirksen and Miata now side by side behind us. So maybe if these two can go wheel to wheel, we don't have to worry about being under pressure from those cars behind for too much longer in this race. But at the moment, I'm starting to get to the point where we need one of those cars in front to have mechanical failure. We pretty much always get to a race, but the odds of that being 2 cars in front of us is so low. 5 laps to go here from Abu Dhabi. We aren't doing it. There we go. Finally, the gap to Miata up over that 1 second mark when we're not under the pressure. I know we have got good pace. We saw that yesterday, how much this car comes alive towards the end of an afternoon here. But again, how on earth is he still able to get the run on me there? As that's what we need to see once again. Those AI in front need to go wheel to wheel. They need to lock into battle and hope that we can take the time out of them. So that was a lot of curb down there. But that's our only chance, is if they trip each other over, that we can close in. Well, hopefully this lap is going to be a good showcase of the speed we've got when we're not getting held up. Battling with Miata just behind us there through the final corner. We're going to go send it over that apex curve. We do improve, but it's nowhere near close enough to try and snatch that fastest lap from Bortoletto. What it is enough, though, is to know we've taken over a second out of him on that last lap. I mean, this has got to be, as championship finales go, one of the most dramatic I've ever had. And that includes that time where Bottas pit with 1 lap to go here, handing the world title to his teammate Lewis Hamilton. Well, 3 laps to go then, and we are still giving this thing absolutely everything we possibly can. That battle in front, I mean, if we get there, if we get in the DRS, I'm willing to risk it all to try and walk away with that trophy there. We need to get past 2 of those 4 cars if we want to be crowned Formula 2 champion here. And I tell you what, at the moment, as we just get a little snap on the exit, that gap is coming down, but is it coming down by enough there? As you can see, they're once again side by side down the end of the back straight. They're almost 3 wide up in front. So all it takes is one little moment, one little bit of contact, where a couple of them pick up front wing damage. But you can see how much the gap comes down on the exits of the corners. We know we're confident through this final sector anyway, but this is a ridiculous fight. Oh, this could be it. This could be the moment. This could be the moment we get inside that DRS range of Gabriele Bortoletto. As we'll try and send the car up through turn 4. Are we going to be close enough? I think we are this time round. There are 2 laps left of this feature race in Abu Dhabi. If things are to end now, it would be Paul Aaron that is your F2 champion. I've also got no idea how the reliability has been so fantastic for everybody else as this weekend has continued on. They're still wheel to wheel though, up in front, and we just need them to go side by side into one of these chicanes yet again there. Colapinto, and I believe that is Juan Manuel Correa, isn't it still? Right up at the front of the order. We have got tucked up though. We'll gain a little bit extra speed down this back straight. As are we going to see those 2 battle it out once again? They don't this time round. This means now we're just 1 lap to go of this race. Bortoletto and Hajar, they are the 2 cars that we need to try and get past here. You can see how quickly we rock up to the back of the Brazilian through that final corner. I wonder who deep down he would like to see as your F2 champion. But final lap of this race, final lap of this season. It is all coming down to the wire here in Abu Dhabi. This is why Formula 2 is special. You can get some of the most insane fights you will ever see in motorsport. Gabriele Bortoletto, I'm going to have to send it on him here. We cannot afford to show any sign of mercy. Down the inside we go, into P5 of this race. We use plenty of curb on the exit there, but hopefully we'll still be able to get the run up the back straight there. As you can see, Hajar is just following Colapinto and Juan Manuel Correa. You can see Bortoletto again tries to have a look for a move. He's going to try and send it down the inside. Not quite close enough by the time we get on the brakes there. As Hajar, have we just... I think we have just... No, we haven't. We've lost the DRS to Isaac Hajar. So this is really, really bad for us. In towards the final few corners of this race. Are we going to see any more battles going on in front? We fling it back up the inside of Gabriele Bortoletto there. Isaac Hajar is 1.4 seconds clear. I think Paul Aaron's going to do this as he makes his way in towards the final couple of corners. Unless these guys trip over or spin or something, is going to have to happen to one of them through these final couple of corners. Paul Aaron will round his way through. He looks like he's going to claim the F2 championship by just a single point. As we make our way through, not enough battles right at the end. We have lost it.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
The Estonian driver will look up and see the checkered flag first. Paul Aaron wins.
That's what drivers dream of when they first step inside one of these brilliant junior racing single-seaters. Formula 2 champion, and the next step is Formula 1.
And as they make their way down to the podium, there's no denying the strength of the High-Tech GP team. It was an incredible performance today, and they fully deserve to stand on the top step.
Well, when all is said and done, Paul Aaron, looking at that, he has done enough to become your F2 champion there. I mean, he had the job to do all day on Sunday. He even claimed fastest lap as well, so he actually took it by 2 points in the end. There's no idea what happened to Gabriele Bortoleto. He completely dropped back on that final lap. Bortoleto, he ended up DNFing. So it ended up meaning that we had to make that move anyway, and even then it would have been a tie based on count back there, so I don't know who took more feature race wins over the course of the year. I think it was Paul Aaron anyway, so even if we got the jump on Isaac Hadjar on that final lap, it still would have been enough for the Estonian to claim the crown. But like I said, I've been doing this series now over the last 5 separate F1 games. We did 2 as Mick Schumacher, 1 I believe as Theo Pourchaire, 1 as Ollie Behrman. Number 5 is the first one I haven't won inside this series, and I am gutted with it. I genuinely don't think I've ever driven a race car like that inside F1 24. This F2 car, it has been such a weird and unpredictable handful all year long, and I really did think getting towards the end of the campaign that we had figured it out. I mean, going from 22nd to 5th in the season finale is pretty good going, but 2 points is the difference come the end of the campaign. I'm genuinely gutted with that. I'd like every single race I do, I want to win. But you guys know we don't script anything around here. And, well, that's the way things have gone in the end for us. And it is an absolutely heartbreaking way to finish. I'm going to pin that down to just how ridiculous the OP the AI are over most qualifying runs. But Paul Aaron, he is officially your Formula 2 champion inside F1 24. Andrea Kimi Antonelli, 2 points back in P2 ahead of his teammate Ollie Behrman. Bortoleto did still hang on ahead of Hadjar, Colapinto, Pepe Marti, Amory Cordia with a fantastic run in those last few weekends. Beats out O'Sullivan. Dennis Hauger inside the top 10 in the end ahead of Juan Manuel Correa, Dirksen, Verschoor, Miata, Kushmaini, Jack Crawford, Martin's down in P17, Barnard Maloney, Rafael Villagomez, Stanek, and Enzo Fittipaldi last come the end of the season. If I'm not mistaken, though, I think pretty much every single driver got a podium over the course of the campaign. It has been wildly unpredictable once again there. Prima, that was enough, though, to claim the Constructors' crown nonetheless. So once more, Prima walking away with the team's prize, but I'm sure they're gutted not to have wrapped up the Drivers' Championship as well. Only Rodin, Trident and Van Amersfoort failed to see 100 points as well over the course of the campaign. Just absolutely mad this season as well there. But as I mentioned in a couple of previous videos, I've had to record this series way out in advance. It is the middle of October. You guys aren't going to see this video until the middle of December. So I've got 2 months now to wallow in the pain of this championship defeat as well before it goes live to you guys. But that being said, I hope everyone has a wonderful Christmas. Again, that seems very odd to be saying in October as well there. Stay safe. Have a wonderful new year as well. I got a few random little videos and montages coming over the coming week as well that you guys will hopefully enjoy. I'm still away on my travels, but there will be a video going out as well on Christmas Day. But thank you all so much for watching throughout the entirety of this F2 campaign. I know it's not the most popular series in the world, but I really do have a lot of fun doing it, especially when things end up being as dramatic as the end of the season there. That's going to do us for this one, though, and we'll be back very soon, where maybe, just maybe, Kimi Antonelli will make his debut in Formula 1.